Chapter 125. The complexities you do not comprehend. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yunjian halted his steps, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is it truly that severe?" "Indeed it is," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "The current prosperity across various industries hinges upon one factor: maritime trade. Everything revolves around the ocean, which has fostered this situation. Should this avenue be constricted, everyone will inevitably face losses," he lamented. Zhu Yunjian hesitated before speaking. The business landscape in Jinling is challenging due to the immense wealth of Shen Xin. Other regions should not be as troubled, should they? In theory, yes. But the reality tells a different tale, Li Qing sighed wearily. The truth is, the affluent regions are significantly impacted, while the impoverished become even more destitute. Zhu Yunjian, no longer in a hurry to depart, turned and seated himself, asking, "Do you possess any solutions, senior brother?" Li Qing also took a seat, contemplating before responding. "We must stimulate internal demand. My original plan was that as maritime trade flourished, the populace would grow wealthier, naturally boosting domestic consumption without necessitating deliberate guidance. However, the young emperor, in his avarice, has seized a staggering 70%, causing the market to rapidly contract." He sipped his tea, a look of resignation upon his face. "In this matter, the young emperor is exceedingly obstinate and refuses to heed my counsel." Zhang Lada placed his book down and remarked thoughtfully, "His refusal is not entirely unexpected. Your approach favors the gentry, and should they flourish, the imperial authority would be significantly undermined. As an emperor, he naturally prioritizes his own interests." "I have indeed considered this and devised a series of countermeasures," Li Qing replied. Zhang Lada scoffed, "Yet, the most prudent course of action would be to refrain from such measures and eliminate risks at their source." Li Qing was rendered speechless. He knew this to be true. Zhu Yunjian pondered aloud. "Is there a possibility for compromise?" "Certainly. Compromise entails concessions," Li Qing explained. "We could implement a strategy where the gentry produce, the court procures, and sales are conducted, granting a portion of profits to the gentry to sustain the industries. Presently, Shen Xin exemplifies this approach. Yet the emperor is unwilling to promote it comprehensively." "Why is that?" "Because of money," Li Qing replied, a mix of humor and exasperation in his tone. If he wished to concede, he would not have previously swallowed 70% in one go. It is an unsolvable conundrum. Zhang Lada dismissed the notion. "In truth, I perceive no inherent flaw in this. As you rightly stated, the current prosperity is entirely reliant on maritime trade, not indicative of the true character of the Ming dynasty." "Huh?" Li Qing queried, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "This reliance is a dependence on external forces, not a reflection of the Ming's own merit," Zhang Lada articulated. "As the saying goes, rely on mountains and they will fall, rely on people and they will flee. It is far better to depend on oneself. The young emperor's actions merely signify a return to fundamentals. We must not mistake ephemeral prosperity for permanence." Li Qing refrained from expressing his thoughts, deeming them too outdated. Zhu Yunjian nodded. "Strangely enough, Master, I find merit in your words. Relying on others is inferior to self-reliance. You fickle creature. In the past, you would eagerly absorb my teachings, only to later heed Qi Feng Wang, lacking any steadfast principles." Li Qing silently critiqued the duo. "Do not fret excessively, Qingzi. Maritime trade merely reallocates market shares. It is not an outright maritime prohibition. It is not as dire as you perceive." Zhang Lada stretched languidly. "As long as overseas demand remains stable, the Ming will keep pace with supply. Provided the supply aligns, industries will remain largely unaffected." Li Qing was taken aback and slowly nodded. "Well, speaking of it, Master, how did I become your junior brother?" He corrected himself. "There is indeed some truth to it. Just a bit? Just a bit." Li Qing nodded and elaborated. "The total amount hasn't changed, but the market-S configuration is in disarray. The intricacies of this matter are beyond your understanding. Let me explain." "Hey, why are you getting aggressive?" Zhang Lada grunted as he rose. Come, let us practice together." "Master, look at you. I merely spoke a few truths, and you're already losing your temper." "Who's losing their temper?" No one at all." Li Qing quickly apologized, then pulled Zhu Yunjian along as they exited. "Junior brother, I must tell you, some industries can be abandoned, while others cannot. You do not grasp the nuances. Elder brother, please slow down. I'm much older and cannot keep up with you." Zhu Yunjian gasped for breath. "Did you not see Master about to hit me?" Li Qing spoke rapidly. "You've never been beaten. The intricacies of this matter elude you. Zhu Yunjian forced a smile. I may not understand the intricacies, but Master is targeting you. Dragging me along is futile. I am merely attempting to invoke his elder compassion through you. Li Qing replied as he glanced back, noticing the old man hadn't pursued them, and finally halted his steps. You truly are a good elder brother, Zhu Yunjian panted. Elder brother, I am not the person I once was. I cannot endure such torment. Li Qing retorted, you still need to practice. This is for your physical conditioning. I am looking out for you. I am already 70, Zhu Yunjian muttered, his expression darkening as he leaned on his cane and shuffled over to a nearby stone bench. Elder brother, are we really going to sell off the majority of our industries? Let us do it, Li Qing replied. Keep a few well-located taverns and shops, and dispose of the rest. It's still not too late to sell now. In the future, it may be impossible to do so. Very well, Zhu Yunjian sighed. Elder brother, do you have a way to stimulate domestic demand? It's challenging, Li Qing lamented. For a long time, the common people have struggled to survive. So hoarding food and saving money has become ingrained in their very bones. If maritime trade continues, over time, this mindset will gradually diminish. For instance, in recent years, Shen Xin has been distributing money on a large scale. The people have earned some, allowing them to set aside a small portion to improve their lives and another small portion for additional items. But this proportion will not exceed half. Zhu Yunjian interjected. So what you mean is, as the common people earn less, their expenditures will naturally tighten, leading to an economic downturn in various industries? Precisely, Li Qing affirmed. In truth, Master S' words contain some merit. However, the issue lies in the court's intervention versus the free development of the populace. The common people fear the government far more than they trust it. They do not wish to confront officials nor entangle themselves with them. This notion is deeply ingrained and difficult to alter. Zhu Yunjian ruffled his hair. Why must he be so stingy? Indeed, Li Qing replied, his irritation evident. Though he could somewhat comprehend the situation, the control of finances is a crucial component of imperial authority. Alas, if it were only that, it would be bearable. The Ming dynasty currently lacks sufficient grain and has not prohibited maritime trade. His actions do not carry significant consequences, merely resulting in a decline in the quality of life for the common people and a slight economic downturn. Li Qing sighed, remarking that the common folk may be simple-hearted. Yet the wealthy gentry are not to be underestimated, particularly the officials among them. Is trouble brewing again? Zhu Yunwen inquired. Inevitably, Li Qing nodded, though I cannot specify what kind of trouble it might be. Zhu Yunwen's snow-white brows knitted together, his aged face, lined with deep creases, resembled a worn cloth. Do not fret, Li Qing reassured him, patting his shoulder. This is not your concern. You are but an ordinary citizen, not an emperor. Zhu Yunwen's lips twitched, acknowledging the comfort. At noon, Xiao Lihong from across the street visited. Li Qing warmly embraced his godson, producing a carefully prepared gift from his pocket. Here, this is for you. Thank you, godfather. The little one exclaimed with delight, though curiosity soon followed. Godfather, what is this? It is called a bing in the north. When you whip it on the ice, it spins, Li Qing explained, adding that it is also known as an ice top. During his time in the capital, he had seen children playing with one, which had awakened nostalgic childhood memories, prompting him to buy one for the little boy. But we don't have any ice here, the child said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. You can still play with it on the smooth floor, Li Qing chuckled, and I will teach you shortly. Okay, the child replied enthusiastically. After lunch, Li Qing spent a little over half an hour playing with the boy, mostly watching as his godson cheered him on. Children require much sleep, and it wasn't long before the little one grew weary and dozed off in Li Qing's room. Li Qing, weary from his journey, had intended to rest but was summoned outside by Zhang Lada, who bore a grudge and did not spare Li Qing from a beating. The next day, Li Qing went to the weaving bureau, bringing along Xiao Liuzi to visit the Shun residence. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Liuzi had been thriving. He managed the weaving bureau, and even a slight bit of corruption provided him with ample sustenance, not to mention the additional gifts from Shen Xin. He had grown somewhat complacent, even losing interest in impressing the eunuchs of the imperial ceremonial office. In the prosperous and lucrative city of Jinling, life was far more enjoyable than the palace's intrigues and the constant need to please superiors. Each day was a delight, and he felt unrestrained. In the palace, his status required him to bow to anyone he encountered, but in the local realm, the dynamics were different. While he did not walk arrogantly, few dared to provoke him. Over the course of 2 years, he had gained considerable weight. In the carriage, Xiao Liuzi expressed his gratitude, saying, "We owe our current fortune largely to Lord Li." He retrieved several silver notes from his sleeve, smiling broadly, a small token of appreciation. "I hope you will not refuse, my lord." Li Qing glanced at the notes. "Each worth 1,000 taels. It seems you are living quite well in Jinling," he remarked with a smile. "Thanks to Lord Li's blessings, indeed, I am doing well," Xiao Liuzi replied, his small eyes squinting with joy, his face brimming with delight. Li Qing did not decline the gift. In the official realm, refusing goodwill could lead others to believe one was being miserly rather than gracious. The weaving bureau was quite lucrative, especially with Shen Xin's wealth involved, and it was clear that Xiao Liuzi had benefited significantly. Seeing Li Qing accept the gift filled Xiao Liuzi with even greater joy, as it signified that he had been embraced by the other. Li Qing tucked away the money, wearing a sincere expression. "The officials of the Sea Lijian are quite envious of you. Each of them flatters the emperor, eager to come to Jinling." Are they really coming? Xiao Liuzi suddenly felt anxious. "Rest assured, my friend, after all this time in dealings, how could I not speak on your behalf?" Li Qing replied with a smile. "Oh, my lord, your righteousness is greatly appreciated." Xiao Liuzi, feeling increasingly grateful, reached into his pocket but found it empty. He had laid out all his intentions, leaving nothing in reserve. With a dry laugh, he asked, "So, will you be gracing us with your presence tonight?" Li Qing waved his hand. "I do not lack for money. It suffices that the intention is conveyed. That is not what I mean." After a pause, he added, "I have some heartfelt words to share, if you would care to listen." "I am all ears," Xiao Liuzi eagerly nodded, feeling it necessary to show more respect, and added with a bow, "Please enlighten me, my lord." Li Qing continued, "The weaving bureau is a lucrative post. This is common knowledge. If you wish to remain here, you must produce results. As for retention, moderation is key. There are many who will find fault with you, wouldn't you agree? In the realm of governance, it is rare to find anyone untainted by greed, including the eunuchs. This tendency has always existed, transcending even the Ming dynasty. It is an unspoken rule that everyone tacitly accepts, a principle of coexistence amidst the chaos." Li Qing felt powerless to change this reality. While there are indeed officials who operate with integrity, they are a mere fraction, less than 1 in 10. Given such a prevailing culture, he couldn't directly advise Xiao Liuzi against greed. Even if he did, it would likely have little effect. He could only instill a sense of caution to temper his avarice. Xiao Liuzi nodded slowly. "You speak true, my lord. Those scoundrels cannot bear to see a man prosper. They are petty and vile." After a moment, he assured, "You need not worry. I understand the gravity of the situation and will not overstep." Li Qing smiled. "The emperor is wise. If you perform well, he will surely notice." Xiao Liuzi nodded, flattering. "I hope you will speak highly of me, my lord." "I will certainly assist where I can," Li Qing replied with a smile. Yet internally he bore a bitter laugh. He had traversed the corridors of power for many years, yet there were countless matters beyond his control. Chapter 126. The unusual at the Shen residence. The three men exchanged little pleasantries, heading straight to the crux of the matter. Shen Xin, the wealthiest man in Jinling, had indeed amassed an impressive empire, especially in the last 2 years of rampant growth. His holdings encompassed nearly every sector of the Ming dynasty: silk, furniture, porcelain, spices, cosmetics, and even risque literature. Li Qing was astonished by the breadth of his enterprises. Some lesser-known industries were previously unknown to him. Until now, he had focused on the broader picture, neglecting the finer details. Today, he realized that the Ming dynasty, or rather, Chinese civilization, was remarkably advanced. It was not solely silk and porcelain that were renowned. Nearly every aspect of their culture excelled, overshadowing global civilization in every respect. In calculating the figures, Li Qing couldn't help but gasp. The current marketable goods alone were valued at over 3 million taels, excluding 30% from maritime trade and another 15% from domestic sales, all while ensuring a stronghold in the Ming market. Were the court to consume it all, it would require at least 5 million taels, though the actual domestic market price would not necessitate such an amount. Nevertheless, it is evident how extensive Shen Xin's business has become. Shen Xin lamented, "Esteemed sir, the disparity between selling these goods to the court and trading them overseas is vastly significant. You are aware of the immense manpower and financial resources I have invested over the past 2 years. Rest assured, Mr. Shen," Li Qing reassured him. Monetary matters are not an issue. Once the goods are sold overseas, the court will settle your payments promptly, with no delays. Pausing for a moment, he added, "You are not alone in your misfortune. There are others who are far worse off than you. In comparison, you are indeed the most fortunate among them. Others wishing to sell to the court at this price are merely indulging in fanciful dreams." Little Six, playing the role of the comic relief, chimed in, "Indeed. As the esteemed official said, old Shun, do not be ungrateful. While your profits may be halved, you will have considerably less to worry about. Moreover, you are still earning, albeit a bit less." With this encouragement from both, Shen Xin felt a sense of relief wash over him. A misfortunate individual often finds solace in realizing that there are many others in dire circumstances, perhaps even worse than his own. It is human nature to compare oneself with others. "The esteemed sir speaks wisely," Shen Xin chuckled. "To avoid any disturbances, we must be meticulous in verifying the quantity, variety, and transaction amounts of the goods to prevent any unpleasantness." He would never dare to take advantage of the court. Rather, he feared the court taking advantage of him. Li Qing, understanding his mindset, nodded with a smile. "Of course, Mr. Shun, you need not worry. The court does not seek to profit at the expense of the people." After saying this, he felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shifted the subject. At present, the most pressing issue is the storage of the goods. With such a large quantity, finding a place to keep them before they are shipped overseas poses a significant challenge. The Weaving Bureau cannot accommodate all of this. Little Six interjected. "Even a tenth of it would be quite a challenge. Perhaps Mr. Shun could come up with a solution?" Upon receiving the ball once again, Shen Xin's face was filled with despair. He found himself in a truly difficult situation. Li Qing chuckled. "There is no need for such distress, Mr. Shun. I have a commendable suggestion." "What is it?" Shen Xin inquired. "Simply put, after the inventory is taken, you shall continue to oversee the goods. This will prevent unnecessary losses from constant moving and shifting," Li Qing proposed. This was indeed a brilliant idea, and Shen Xin's face brightened momentarily, only to be clouded again with the realization, storing the goods here poses no problem, but the guards must be appointed by the court. He lamented, "Esteemed sir, I cannot afford to take any risks at this point." Li Qing smiled wryly. "Is the trust between officials and the common folk truly so lacking? Of course, this cannot be solely attributed to you, but rather to the court itself. That is acceptable. Once the inventory is verified, the court will take full responsibility," Li Qing assured him. "Should any discrepancies or losses arise, the court will bear all consequences, and you shall have no part in it." "Thank you, esteemed sir." Shen Xin finally felt a sense of relief. The comfort of not having to shoulder any risks was truly delightful. Little Six, however, found himself in a quandary. "Esteemed sir, we lack sufficient manpower. How many do we have?" "In total, there are about 1,000. But we must keep an eye on the Weaving Bureau. We can only spare a maximum of 500, Little Six replied. "That should suffice," Li Qing nodded. "Our personnel will lead the way, and we shall request the 6 ministries to allocate additional staff to assist us." Little Six frowned. "Will they agree?" "The Emperor has entrusted me with complete authority over the trade goods," Li Qing replied. Li Qing declared, "If you oppose this official, it is tantamount to opposing the Emperor." There was a hint of absurdity in his words. Yet one must utilize resources when available. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu ceased his chatter. With the tone set, the next step was meticulous execution. Li Qing became engrossed in his duties, tirelessly traversing the various workshops of Shen Xin, with Xiao Lu also unable to escape the rigors, resulting in a notable weight loss over time. It was not until early March that all matters were finally concluded. In early April, the treasure ships began their journey to Nanjing to load goods, setting sail for the west later that month. In May, Zhu Yunjian summoned Li Qing back to the capital. Li Qing declined, citing health issues as his reason. After all, after enduring such hardship, one ought to indulge a little, right? In June, Zhu Yunjian summoned him once more, this time sending an imperial physician. Being a doctor himself, Li Qing merely disrupted his pulse with his internal energy, rendering the physician unable to assess him, leading to the report back to the capital that Lord Li is indeed unwell. Thus, Li Qing remained in Nanjing, only recovering after the Mid-Autumn Festival. By early September, Li Qing settled in Suzhou but did not rush to depart. He wished to observe the changes in the market economy following the court's appropriation of 70% of maritime trade. To his astonishment, the market seemed largely unaffected. After the initial surprise, skepticism set in. This defied logic. Typically, A contraction in the private maritime trade market would lead to industry downturns, if not outright collapses. Merchants are driven by profit, and given the current internal demand of the Ming, it seemed untenable to sustain so many industries. What was the explanation? Li Qing, puzzled, sought to uncover the truth but found himself hindered by his inability to speak Suzhou dialect. As an outsider without revealing his official identity, he faced considerable difficulties. After lingering for over half a month without substantial findings, he ultimately decided against exposing himself, knowing that doing so would only lead to further obfuscation. He then traveled to Hangzhou, only to find a similar situation. The city remained unscathed, as if nothing had changed. This was inconceivable. Li Qing muttered to himself. Could it be as my master said? As long as supply and demand remain unchanged, there would be no impact? He shook his head slightly. With the redistribution of market shares, one would expect a reshuffle. The court is not purchasing their goods at high prices. Are they producing so much merely to engage in charity for the court's profit? This is utterly unreasonable. Yet, he found himself unable to pinpoint the key issue. Could it be smuggling? That seemed improbable as ports were heavily guarded, posing too great a risk. In October, Li Qing returned to the capital, and his first action was to enter the palace and relay his findings to Zhu Yunjian. This is indeed good news, Zhu Yunjian jested. Why are you not pleased? Given that your concerns did not materialize, is it perhaps a strategy misstep leading to an imbalance in your psyche? Li Qing furrowed his brow and replied. This is not a matter of miscalculation. According to market principles, such a scenario should not occur. Even the wisest among us must occasionally falter. No one can be omniscient. Zhu Yunjian chuckled, noting that increased production would provide employment for the populace, and for the state, it would facilitate trade with the court. Since the court was currently unable to produce in abundance, this arrangement was mutually beneficial and worthy of celebration. Li Qing scratched his head, deciding to set aside the matter for the moment. As Zhu Yunjian had articulated, it was indeed a positive development. Your Majesty, how fares the court? He inquired. Quite well. Zhu Yunjian replied with a smile. The ministers are in stable spirits. They attend court as required and fulfill their duties. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. Your Majesty, do you not find this rather unsettling? Zhu Yunjian laughed. Must the ministers always be in search of trouble to be deemed normal? Why can't you simply enjoy a comfortable life? He paused. Wang Zhen, though not the best of men, is adept at keeping the ministers in line. Anyone who dares to confront him will find themselves bloodied. What is so amiss? Zhu Yunjian continued with a sense of pride. As I have said, the worst that can happen is a bit of chaos. Even then, I harbor no fear. Your Majesty is wise, Li Qing replied, somewhat resigned. Since all is well in the court, I shall rest easy. Do not be in haste to depart, Zhu Yunjian interjected. While the court may be tranquil, I have matters of my own. What is it? I shall soon have a son, Zhu Yunjian announced. Li Qing, bewildered, responded. What concern is that of mine? Chapter 127. The Birth of the Dragon's Son, Contest for the National Foundation. Congratulations. Li Qing managed to utter after much contemplation. Zhu Yunjian remarked, this signifies that I am without issues. Therefore what? It is time to prioritize the health of the Empress, Zhu Yunjian stated. I entrust this matter to you. Li Qing smacked his lips, awkwardly saying, Your Majesty, I believe I previously mentioned that even if the Empress were to conceive, it would hardly be a dire situation. Her health is quite robust. Zhu Yunjian frowned. I care not. This is a matter of great significance for the royal lineage, and you must be diligent. Li Qing sighed in resignation. I am not a deity of childbirth. Your Majesty, you are placing an unreasonable burden upon me. If the Empress bears a son, I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of gold, Zhu Yunjian declared, unusually generous. To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhu Yunjian added, I speak with conviction. If you doubt, I can provide a written guarantee. Li Qing was at a loss for words. It was not that he was unwilling to earn such a reward, but rather that the task was exceedingly challenging. I shall do my utmost. Very well. Zhu Yunjian's demeanor softened as he smiled. Given the current stability, you need not concern yourself with court affairs. Ensuring the Empress's health will be a monumental achievement. Li Qing reclined on the bed for a while, still struggling to comprehend the peculiar situation, and could only await further developments. Upon reflection, there was little to fret about. While Zhu Yunjian was indeed arrogant, it was also true that even amidst turmoil, the court remained secure. Perhaps he should focus on attending to the young Empress's health. Li Qing sighed, murmuring, I have become quite the caregiver, having to manage even such matters. In truth, he felt little pressure. He had attended to the physicians of the Ming Empress before. However, gynecology was not his forte. This was not entirely his fault, as he had not received much guidance on the subject. After all, in this era, it was common for women to have a high propensity for pregnancy, with 10 or 8 children not being unusual. After much deliberation, he ultimately settled on a remedy to regulate menstruation. In the evening, Yunjian led a donkey over. The two engaged in a conversation about the current situation, yet no substantial progress was made. After enduring numerous adversities, the sudden shift to favorable circumstances left both men with a surreal sensation. Qing found himself genuinely at leisure. Aside from visiting the palace every few days to attend to Empress Qian, he spent his days languishing at home. With no pressing concerns and lacking a definitive goal, he felt adrift. The system of recommendations had been abolished, the defense ministers were dismissed, the weaving bureau had reopened, and foreign trade had resumed, leaving Qing at a loss for what to pursue. Thus, he decided to indulge in the comforts life had to offer, rolling over to lie comfortably. In the 12th month, the Empress Dowager, Lady Zhou, gave birth to a dragon son and was elevated to the rank of imperial concubine. With the new year approaching, coupled with the birth of the prince, the palace was awash with joy. The empress was advised to remain stress-free, maintaining a normal diet and routine. Qing prepared a new prescription, primarily for the purpose of nurturing her health, with little direct correlation to her pregnancy. Lady Qian smiled. I originally felt some pressure, but now I am much more at ease. His Majesty has a son. There will be no delay to the ancestral temple. She is a fine girl. Yet within this palace, virtuous souls often lead unfortunate fates. Qing sighed inwardly, offering a few words of comfort before taking his leave. Not far from the palace, he encountered Jinling. Sir, may I have a moment of your time? She requested. Qing nodded, following her to a secluded spot. Is it a matter of reporting or receiving a report? Jinling, a double agent serving both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, replied succinctly. The Empress Dowager wishes to know if the Empress will conceive again. Qing decisively shook his head. No, she will not. I see, Jinling nodded, a trace of regret crossing her features. The Empress Dowager and concubine Zhou have grown quite close, especially in recent days. Yes, I am aware, Qing responded, unfazed by this development, deeming it quite natural. Although a son of a concubine, he was still the emperor's firstborn. Furthermore, Zhu Yunjian himself had risen from a similar background to become emperor. As long as Lady Qian bore no sons, the current child would undoubtedly become the crown prince. Given the circumstances, this little prince was most likely destined for that role. It was only reasonable for Sun to grow closer to her mother. Is there anything else? Qing inquired. Jinling shook her head. Nothing more. Very well. He waved his hand, turning to depart. Ah, sir, she called out. What is it? Qing turned back. Jinling curtsied gracefully. Your methods are unparalleled. You have ensured my safety, and I have yet to express my gratitude to you. No need for thanks. Qing chuckled. It was not I who saved you, but rather you who saved yourself. If you truly wish to repay me, he pondered for a moment. In the future, strive to be a good person. Jinling felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, nodding awkwardly. I will remember. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the new year arrived, marking the 13th year of the Zhengtong era. Qing did not travel to Jinling. He returned to the capital in October and now felt somewhat embarrassed to return again. Moreover, as the empress's physician, Zhu Yunjian would never allow him to leave. So he refrained from making any requests. On the first day of the new year, the ministers paid their respects. This year, Zhu Yunjian has been notably more generous than in previous years, bestowing more substantial red envelopes. This change can be attributed to 2 reasons. First, the officials have indeed performed admirably of late. Second, he has welcomed a son into the world. Although it may not constitute a small fortune, it signifies the continuation of his lineage, alleviating the previous anxieties he harbored. Qing received 2 red envelopes. One was public, as was customary for all officials, while the other was significantly more generous, amounting to 500 taels of gold, personally delivered by the chief eunuch of the imperial sacrificial office. Qing understood that the young emperor had not undergone a transformation in character. Rather, he desired that Qing provide thorough medical care for the empress. Accepting the money offered to him was only reasonable, and Qing was not the least bit hesitant, knowing he had acted with utmost sincerity and integrity. Though not one to be overly particular, Li Qing believed in maintaining a sense of ritual during the New Year festivities, hanging couplets, adorning lanterns, setting off firecrackers, and even crafting a snowman, just as others did. He draped a red apron over his donkey, enhancing the celebratory atmosphere. With heavy snow falling incessantly, he prepared a hot pot and warmed a flask of wine, indulging in both food and drink. The hot pot was spiced liberally, causing him to shed tears from the heat. Before long, winter yielded to spring. As the ice and snow melted, the season of vibrant renewal arrived. The previously tranquil court was once again stirred, as the officials' restless hearts began to murmur about establishing a national foundation. According to ancient customs, age was not strictly calculated by years, so despite the young prince being merely 3 months old, he could be considered 2 years in age. Historically, Zhu Yunjian was born in the winter of the second year of the Xuande era and was named crown prince in the following February. In a strict sense, he too had been declared crown prince at merely 3 months of age. Though the discussions within the Fengtian Hall grew increasingly tumultuous, Zhu Yunjian consistently maintained a singular stance. A prince of non-royal birth could not possibly occupy the position of crown prince. The officials were left speechless, for he himself was born a commoner. What right did he have to utter such words? Yet, it was not appropriate to voice such sentiments outright. So the officials resorted to referencing classical texts in their arguments. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunjian remained steadfast in adhering to the ancestral edicts of the Ming dynasty, ignoring the officials' fervent pleas, refusing to appoint a crown prince. Thus, the court witnessed minor quarrels every 3 days and major disputes every 5, to the point where Zhu Yunjian found himself with a headache from the relentless bickering. In the Ning palace, the 3 of them sat in a row. The Empress Dowager inquired, "Why have you summoned us, my son and the Empress?" Zhu Yunjian feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Sun sure chuckled though. "It's nothing much. I've merely heard rumors that the court has been quite unsettled with discussions about appointing a crown prince." Zhu Yunjian acknowledged this with a nod. "Is the Empress Dowager intending to meddle in state affairs?" Her response left Sun Sure rolling her eyes in disbelief. "What are you saying? Since when has mother ever contemplated such matters?" Sun Sure forced a smile and countered, recalling that she too had once been merely a consort. Qian Shi's face turned pale, and she pursed her lips in silence. Observing the unfairness towards his wife, Zhu Yunjian's expression hardened as he remarked, "Indeed. The previous empress who had a tragic fate, it is truly regrettable. One wonders if she was a victim of scheming, which led to her failure to bear a dragon's son." Your words. Sun Shi's expression shifted, but she quickly softened, smiling as she said, "Let us not dwell on the past. Let us discuss the present." Zhu Yunjian stood and replied, "There is no need for the Empress Dowager to concern herself with current matters. If you are here regarding the appointment of a crown prince, then there is no further need for discussion." "How can there be none?" Sun's expression darkened as she declared, "I am the Empress Dowager, your mother, and the esteemed grandmother of the emperor. How could I possibly have disappeared?" Her tone softened as she continued, "Let us do this. Let us first establish Jinling as the crown prince. Should Shaoqian bear a son in the future, we may revise this decision. What think you, Zhener?" Zhu Yunjian shook his head. "I think nothing of it." He remained steadfast in his disregard for Sun, offering her no semblance of respect. Chapter 128. The Issue Unveiled. Mother and son part on sour terms. Qian felt a sense of discontent within her and softly suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should heed the Empress Dowager's wishes." "Absolutely not," Zhu Yunjian asserted, shaking his head decisively. Sensing his wife's despondency, he spoke gently, "Do not fret. We shall have our own son, I assure you." He paused, adding, "My hesitation in naming a crown prince stems from other concerns. Such a decision invites disputes over interests and births new factions. I am in the prime of my years, and he is but newly arrived. Naming a crown prince too soon harbors many pitfalls." "Indeed," Qian nodded, falling silent. Zhu Yunjian shifted the topic. "What are your thoughts on the prescription provided by Mr. Li?" "I feel much stronger and my spirit is improved," Qian responded. "That is splendid," Zhu Yunjian replied cheerfully. "Do not lose heart. Persistent care will yield results." Encouraged by his words, Qian felt a flicker of hope and nodded earnestly. "I shall strive to do so." "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Our lives still stretch long before us." Zhu Yunjian smiled. "I must attend to affairs in the imperial study, but I shall rest in your chamber tonight." Qian blushed and nodded in acknowledgement. The struggle for establishing the foundation of the state persisted, Yet Zhu Yunjian remained unyielding. Over time, the fervor of the ministers began to wane. By late March, a merchant ship returning from Japan brought back a substantial amount of silver and copper. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Yunjian directed the copper to the treasury and the silver to the imperial vault. This time, the Ministry of Revenue could no longer tolerate Zhu Yunjian's repeated actions. Anyone would find it unbearable. Income flowed into the imperial vault while expenditures were sought from the ministry. This was nothing short of bullying the honest. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Works had depleted its funds for shipbuilding and sought Zhu Yunjian's approval for more money. Habitually, Zhu Yunjian redirected the request to the Ministry of Revenue, which stirred a hornet's nest. The entire Ministry of Revenue downed tools, declaring the work impossible. Seeing an opportunity, the civil officials seized the moment to raise a ruckus, with the censors reveling in the chaos. In this instance, Zhu Yunjian was indeed in the wrong, and the ministry genuinely found itself without funds. Left with no recourse, Zhu Yunjian reluctantly allocated funds from the imperial vault to allow the Ministry of Works to continue constructing merchant ships. By mid-May, under Wang Zhun's supervision, the Ministry of Works delivered 20 giant treasure ships as promised. However, issues emerged. The court possessed ships but lacked goods. The merchant vessels returning from Japan swiftly returned with cargo, while the weaving houses and porcelain kilns stood nearly empty. Zhu Yunjian remained unfazed, although the court lacked goods. The populace did not. Thus, he dispatched Wang Zhun, accompanied by the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard, with fervor to procure supplies from Jiangnan. Li Qing opposed this, well aware of Wang Zhun's disposition. Should Wang Zhun venture to Jiangnan, chaos would surely ensue. Your Majesty, perhaps I should go instead, Li Qing suggested. Preferring to endure hardship than allow Wang Zhun to wreak havoc and terrorize the region. Zhu Yunjian shook his head in refusal, saying, "Your sole concern should be the treatment of the Empress's ailment. Your Majesty, you are well aware of Wang Zhun's character. His involvement will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, which you cannot be oblivious to." Li Qing spoke in a grave tone. Zhu Yunjian nodded. "Of course, I am aware. However, he is capable of managing this matter, is he not?" After a pause, he added sincerely, "This task is beneath your dignity. I would prefer not to burden you with it." Li Qing could sense Zhu Yunjian's genuine concern and felt moved, yet he insisted, "I would rather take this on myself." "Ah, you should remain in the capital," Zhu Yunjian replied. "Wang Zhun does not prey upon the common folk, but rather the wealthy gentry, which will not incite public outrage. Moreover, to deal with such affluent individuals, one must employ someone like Wang Zhun. Your kindness renders you ill-suited for this role." Li Qing sighed in resignation. "I am merely concerned that this may become the final straw for those individuals. If they collapse, so be it. What can they do?" Zhu Yunjian replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, they will not turn the world upside down. I shall reclaim 70% of the shares, and they will begrudgingly accept it, won't they?" Li Qing found himself utterly speechless. In early August, Wang Zhun returned to the capital. However, the results of his endeavors astonished even Li Qing. After traversing a considerable distance in Jiangnan, he had managed to bring back less than 3 ships' worth of goods, a truly absurdly meager haul. In the Qing palace, Zhu Yunjian was first taken aback, followed by fury. As he berated Wang Zhun, "What were you doing? Speak, how much did you accept in bribes?" "Your Majesty, I am wronged," Wang Zhun protested, wearing a look of deep grievance. "I truly received not a single coin. The issue is that the wealthy gentry simply had no goods." "How can this be?" Zhu Yunjian declared, refusing to believe it. He turned to Li Qing. "You previously stated that the industries in Jiangnan remained unaffected and continued to operate diligently, correct?" Li Qing nodded affirmatively. Zhu Yunjian turned back to Wang Zhun. "What else do you have to say?" "The truth is indeed as I stated. Yet it is also true that they have no goods," Wang Zhun explained. "Your Majesty, they have smuggled their goods away." "Nonsense. I have stationed heavy troops at every port in Jiangnan. How could they smuggle anything?" "Absolutely true," Wang Zhun insisted. "Initially, I too did not believe they lacked goods. But after capturing a few wealthy gentry and subjecting them to severe interrogation, they confessed." He spoke rapidly. "They did not export through Jiangnan, but instead took a detour to Yunnan, from where they engaged in trade, selling to countries such as Luchuan, Myanmar, and Siam." Li Qing's expression shifted to one of realization. "I understand now. It makes sense. Your Majesty, rather than obstructing them, why not allow them to conduct business there?" Li Qing suggested. "Having the audacity to smuggle, and I should still accommodate them?" Zhu Yunjian erupted in anger. No wonder they have been so compliant. It turns out they had their escape routes planned from the very beginning. Li Qing thoughtfully rubbed his nose and inquired, given the numerous checkpoints along that route. Their ability to achieve this indicates they have connections. Have you considered the vast implications if you were to conduct a thorough investigation? Zhu Yunjian gradually calmed down, realizing that this matter entangled not only civil officials, but also military generals. He slowly sat down, his expression serious, and said, "You may rise." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty," Wang Zhen replied, standing up and retreating behind Zhu Yunjian, too intimidated to speak after having failed in his mission. Zhu Yunjian furrowed his sword-like brows, deep in contemplation for a considerable time, before sighing. This prevailing atmosphere cannot be encouraged. If left unchecked, they will become increasingly brazen. We cannot resort to force. Li Qing interjected, his tone grave. "I understand." Zhu Yunjian nodded gloomily, exclaiming, "Truly, they spare me no respite." Despite his fierce proclamations, the magnitude of the situation rendered him hesitant. "Wang Zhen, at your service," Wang Zhen replied, kneeling before him. "Take the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Factory personnel, and ensure our borders are secured," Zhu Yunjian commanded through clenched teeth. "If we encounter smugglers, we shall not question those coerced. However, the ringleaders must be dealt with severely. Execute them directly. Shall we not interrogate them?" Wang Zhen inquired. "Interrogate your grandmother." Zhu Yunjian suppressed his urge to kick him. "Just kill them outright. Go and execute my orders immediately." "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Recognizing the ferocity in Zhu Yunjian's gaze, Wang Zhen hastily bowed and departed. Zhu Yunjian, still troubled, noticed Li Qing's furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor, scoffing, "Surely, you do not intend to counsel me to endure in silence?" Li Qing sighed deeply, remaining silent. Zhu Yunjian continued, "Now is the time for civil officials and military leaders to unite. If I continue to endure in silence, all previous efforts will be rendered futile." Alas! Li Qing smiled wryly, acknowledging that the young emperor understood the truth as well as he did. Yet, the once promising situation had devolved into chaos, a reality he found hard to accept. The root of the problem lay in the unfortunate distribution of power. Had Li Qing's vision been realized, with the emperor holding 30% and the populace 70%, the current predicament would have been avoided. Regrettably, Zhu Yunjian placed too much emphasis on financial control, seizing a disproportionate 70%, resulting in a scenario where the people held only 30%, thus antagonizing the merchant class and leading to the present turmoil. Li Qing even perceived that the current circumstances were, in fact, somewhat justified. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. If smuggling was occurring, could the North be similarly involved? What if the Tatars received substantial support? "Sir, what troubles you?" Zhu Yunjian observed the sudden pallor on Li Qing's face, his own heart tightening. Had he uncovered a significant issue? Nothing at all. Li Qing dared not speak directly. On one hand, apprehending both northern and southern factions would entail extensive ramifications. And on the other, he feared that the young emperor, in a fit of rage, might act imprudently. At just over 20, Zhu Yunjian was at an age prone to impulsiveness, and his recent string of victories had inflated his spirits somewhat. Li Qing was cautious not to provoke him further. Ultimately, Li Qing himself felt a degree of trepidation. He had not been this way before. Yet Zhu Yunjian was not a sovereign with true power. Although, through Li Qing's efforts over the years, imperial authority had been significantly strengthened, Zhu Yunjian's personal imperial stature remained somewhat modest. "Your Majesty, I wish to journey north," Li Qing expressed. "What purpose does that serve?" Zhu Yunjian queried. Li Qing hesitated, pondering his words for a considerable time before responding. "Your influence over the border troops is insufficient. It is necessary to bolster it." "Indeed," Zhu Yunjian nodded slowly, "but there is no rush. We must address one matter at a time. Let us first quell the issues in the south before turning our attention to the north." Li Qing pondered briefly and found this reasoning sound. Given the current situation, if one were to investigate the northern regions, it would be preferable to uncover nothing rather than discovering a crisis that would leave one in a predicament. Should conflicts arise simultaneously in both the north and south, it would indeed lead to considerable turmoil. Fortunately, the foundation of the Ming dynasty remains stable. After resolving the issue of excessive issuance of currency in the coming years, it will become even more robust, with an overall trend of upward development, which serves as a source of comfort for Li Qing. The court is once again in disarray. Zhu Yunjian has effectively blocked any avenues for retreat, which naturally leads to chaos. However, the situation is not as tumultuous as one might imagine. It primarily consists of certain officials from Jiangnan persistently submitting memorials, denouncing Zhu Yunjian for neglecting the welfare of the populace. Zhu Yunjian remains unfazed, for his actions impact the interests of wealthy gentry rather than those of common folk. In truth, Zhu Yunjian exhibits a measure of benevolence towards the common people. Wherever there are natural disasters, he will alleviate taxes. This aspect pleases Li Qing immensely. To be fair, Zhu Yunjian may not be an illustrious and formidable emperor, but he is certainly not incompetent, and for the most part, he is receptive to counsel. The current circumstances stem from a perspective rooted in imperial authority. As for public opinion, the notion that Zhu Yunjian is incompetent and easily swayed by Wang Zhun is entirely orchestrated by the literati. The reality is quite the opposite. Wang Zhun merely serves as Zhu Yunjian's mouthpiece, while the true malevolence lies with Zhu Yunjian himself. Nonetheless, Zhu Yunjian's misdeeds are not directed towards the common people, but rather against the collective of civil officials, nobility, and wealthy gentry. He has never engaged in extorting the common populace or disregarding their plight. Regrettably, in this era, public discourse is dominated by the gentry. Frankly, from the standpoint of imperial authority, Zhu Yunjian's actions are misguided, even gravely erroneous. Opposing the aristocracy within a feudal dynasty is an unwise endeavor. The rationale is simple. The common people are easily manipulated, whereas the aristocracy is formidable. Yet, when viewed through a broader historical lens encompassing the entire dynasty, his actions are entirely justifiable, while the common people may be easy to deceive. History shows that feudal dynasties are invariably overthrown by them. Zhu Yunjian is not in the wrong, merely too rigid in his methods, a consequence of his youth and prolonged suppression. Under such circumstances, even Li Qing's eloquence would fall on deaf ears. In October, Wang Zhun reported, over 100 carts of smuggled goods were seized, and more than 30 smugglers were executed. The confiscated goods were en route to the capital. Zhu Yunjian, invigorated by this news, urged Wang Zhun to continue his efforts. Initially, he would have had to expend funds for procurement, yet now, with the goods confiscated without any financial outlay, he is naturally pleased. However, Li Qing is filled with trepidation, fully aware that trouble is inevitable. As he anticipated, trouble indeed arose. In the 12th month, with unrest in Luchuan, soon followed by turmoil in Myanmar and Siam, a threat to invade Yunnan emerged. The news reached the capital by the 20th day of the 12th month. While Zhu Yunjian was furious, he was also somewhat perplexed. He had merely curtailed smuggling. He had not prohibited trade with Luchuan, Myanmar, or Siam. While he could comprehend the chaos in Luchuan, which had always been unruly, he could reluctantly accept Myanmar's opportunism. But the uproar from Siam was utterly baffling. Wang Zhun possesses commendable abilities. Swiftly relaying the details of the turmoil in Luchuan, it appears that the smuggled goods are being sold at half the price of their legitimate counterparts, rendering Luchuan unable to procure quality goods at reasonable prices, thus inciting rebellion. In the Qing palace, Zhu Yunjian handed a piece of paper to Li Qing, inquiring, "What is your perspective, sir?" Li Qing contemplated. Well, while Siam and Myanmar may be motivated by similar reasons, Luchuan's actions are certainly not genuine. They have always been insubordinate, merely seeking a pretext. Zhu Yunjian nodded gently. However, the wealthy merchants circumventing through land routes incur substantial costs, yet they are still selling at such low prices, which hardly yields profit and may even result in losses. What compels them to act thus? It is impossible for them to incur losses. Do not forget, smuggling is entirely tax-exempt, Li Qing replied. As for their motives, they are quite straightforward. They aim to compel the emperor to compromise and renegotiate market shares. There is a saying that a true man can yield and endure. Perhaps the emperor should consider granting them this concession. Zhu Yunjian slowly shook his head. To concede once is to invite further demands. If I yield today, they will inevitably seek more tomorrow. Such a course of action is not one I will entertain. Refusal will lead to conflict. Yielding will also provoke strife, Zhu Yunjian countered. As you have noted, Luchuan has always been rebellious. Even without this incident, they would find another excuse. What about Siam and Myanmar? Li Qing inquired. They are merely spectators. Upon the arrival of the Ming army, they will undoubtedly observe. Zhu Yunjian stated with conviction, they lack the audacity to confront the Ming. Li Qing sighed inwardly. The young emperor is not easily swayed. This is a fact. The Ming's reputation is formidable, and neither Myanmar nor Siam would dare openly oppose it. The unrest in Luchuan does not stem from a desire to attack the Ming, but rather a quest for autonomy, compelling the court to relinquish control over the Luchuan Pacification Commission, allowing them to dictate their own affairs. Reluctantly, Li Qing altered his approach. Your Majesty, should war break out, expenses will flow like water. The new year is approaching, and deploying troops at this juncture could incite discontent among the soldiers unless additional benefits are provided. At this, Zhu Qijian's expression reflected a sense of financial strain. He understood this predicament. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. Luchuan cannot be lost under my watch, he declared. This battle is unavoidable. Seeing Li Qing poised to speak again, Zhu Qijian added, surely you do not believe that if I were to redistribute maritime trade shares, Luchuan would become compliant? Naturally not. Their unrest is unrelated to this. Li Qing shook his head. Engagement is essential, yet the redistribution of market shares is vital. We shall address that after this battle. Zhu Qijian remarked, first, we must suppress this pernicious trend, then we can negotiate further. They will not dare make exorbitant demands. As you have previously stated, the lower the psychological expectation, the easier it is to achieve satisfaction, is it not? So, let us settle at 50-50. Zhu Qijian offered, thus conceding. Li Qing nodded gently. His expectations were modest. Achieving such an outcome satisfied him greatly. Expecting Zhu Qijian to agree to a 30-70 split was simply unrealistic. With no further matters, I shall take my leave. Li Qing remarked, feeling somewhat fatigued. Not so fast, sir, Zhu Qijian called out. I have one more matter to entrust you with. I shall do my utmost concerning the Empress, Li Qing pledged. Zhu Qijian shook his head. Not this. Li Qing, perplexed, asked what? Zhu Qijian replied. I wish for you to travel to Jiaoji. Have that fellow assist in restraining the rear, which would also intimidate Siam and Myanmar, preventing the situation from escalating. This could minimize military expenditure and reduce bloodshed for our Ming army. Indeed, this was a commendable suggestion, a veritable boon. Li Qing felt confident he could accomplish it. The simpleton was a man of integrity. He would grant him this favor. I can go, but I have a request. Zhu Qijian sighed. 1,000 taels of gold. It is not about money, Li Qing retorted, somewhat annoyed. Do you perceive me as so avaricious? No, is that not so? Zhu Qijian blurted out. But upon seeing Li Qing's face darken, he awkwardly changed his tone. Please do not hesitate to speak, sir. Do not partake in the expedition. Do not partake in the expedition. Do not partake in the expedition. Important matters should be reiterated thrice. Zhu Qijian felt somewhat dejected. Every time you embark on a journey, you remind me of this. Do you view me as so incapable? Li Qing, uninterested in further debate, declared, if you do not agree, I shall not go. Very well. Chapter 130. What are you after? As the donkey sensed Li Qing packing his belongings, it understood he was about to venture far once more. Being a mature donkey, it was now capable of visiting the Yu family on its own. Li Qing affectionately stroked its head, sheepishly saying, Brother donkey, I must journey abroad this time. You shall stay with the Yu family for a while. The donkey brayed softly, nudging his palm, and walked out of the wooden shed. Upon exiting, the donkey raised its head, baring its teeth and braying, signaling Li Qing to mount. Not this time. Let us walk, Li Qing replied, patting its neck as he led it towards the Yu residence. Throughout their journey, Li Qing remained silent, while the donkey occasionally brayed, attempting to uplift his spirits. Yet to no avail. The two families resided in the same village, and in less than half an hour, they arrived at the Yu household. At this hour, Yu Qian was occupied with official duties, and it was his son, Yu Mian, who opened the door. Mr. Li has arrived. Yu Mian greeted him courteously, and, noticing the donkey following behind, expressed surprise. Sir, are you embarking on another long journey? Ah, indeed, I am setting off on a distant trip. Li Qing replied with a smile. It is worth noting that in the past, Li Qing had even treated Yu Mian to a chicken leg, though Yu Mian was unaware, as that was during the time Li Qing wore a mask. Having established a degree of familiarity, they conversed for a while longer. Ultimately, Li Qing patted the donkey and turned to leave. Without rest, Li Qing changed horses and, enduring the fatigue of travel, relentlessly hurried for a month until he reached Jiaoji. The Lantern Festival had already passed. This year marked the most arduous new year he had ever experienced, by far. Zhu Gaoxiu, now 70, still exhibited remarkable vitality. Though his intellect was underdeveloped, his physical constitution was truly commendable. When Li Qing encountered him, he was riding at his own horse ranch. Riding at such an age was indeed a rarity. Of course, this was also attributable to Zhu Gaoxiu's affluent lifestyle. "Ah, Mr. Li, you have come again," Zhu Gaoxiu exclaimed as he dismounted with the aid of his son, Zhu Zhanlan, brushing off his hands. "Alas, time is unyielding. It is not comparable to my youth." Li Qing chuckled. "You are doing remarkably well. Most individuals your age find walking challenging, yet you can still ride. It was merely a fleeting indulgence." Yet swift action was imperative. Zhu Gaoxiu sighed in regret, and then turned to his son. "You, my dear lad, possess not a shred of discernment. When esteemed guests arrive, you fail to arrange a sumptuous banquet. Has your impishness resurfaced? I shall attend to it at once." Zhu Zhanlan hurriedly apologized and rushed off. Zhu Gaoxiu muttered a reprimand under his breath before smiling at Li Qing. "I had thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. I promised that I would visit you when I had the opportunity," Li Qing replied, grinning unabashedly. "See, does this not demonstrate my commitment?" "Indeed." Zhu Gaoxiu nodded with a chuckle, but suddenly his expression shifted. "This time, you are not here on official business, are you?" Li Qing cleared his throat awkwardly. "There are indeed some matters of state, but I genuinely wish to see you." "Oh, come now, what could an old man like me possibly be worth missing?" No, Li Qing insisted earnestly. "In your heart, you shall always remain a child." He silently added, "I refer to your intellect." Zhu Gaoxiu huffed. "I have heard of the turmoil in Luchuan. Are you seeking my assistance once more?" "Indeed," Li Qing admitted, feeling somewhat bashful. TSK. That young rascal is quite the strategist. I can hear his machinations all the way from Jiaoji," Zhu Gaoxiu teased. "Ahem, let us not dwell on that. It has been ages since our last meeting, and we must indulge in a few more drinks today." Li Qing deftly changed the subject. "Can you still hold your liquor, my dear simpleton?" "A simpleton is no ordinary man. To negotiate with him, one must first establish rapport. Once the bond is strong, all will be well." Zhu Gaoxiu replied with a stern look. "I shall certainly partake." He rolled up his sleeves and added, "So, shall we drink for leisure or for valor?" "Any manner of drinking will suffice," Li Qing declared jovially. "When one door closes, another shall open." Just like Zhu Gaoxiu, though not particularly astute, he possessed a robust constitution, truly a marvel of endurance. After downing a substantial jug of wine, his face merely flushed slightly, and he felt a mild inebriation without any discomfort. Another round. No more. Merely drinking lacks excitement. Li Qing refrained from taking advantage of the simpleton. Recognizing that age had caught up with him, he was reluctant to witness any misfortune befall him. Zhu Gaoxiu appeared discontented. "Is it not within your capabilities?" "I can no longer manage," Li Qing, unfazed by the embarrassment, replied. "You know well that I am of advanced years." "Let us engage in conversation," Zhu Gaoxiu suggested. "Agreed," Li Qing responded with a nod. As one ages, nostalgia often envelopes the mind, and Zhu Gaoxiu was no exception. Especially after a few drinks, their spirits lifted. The two reminisced about the Hongwu era, recalling the carefree beginnings, the unity of the three brothers during the Jiangwen's reduction of the feudal lords, the harrowing events of the Jinling campaign, and the intricate rivalries that arose among the brothers post-Zhu Di's ascension. Ultimately, Zhu Gaoxiu found himself in tears. "Oh, reflecting upon it now, had our father not waged that war, our circumstances would be vastly different. We brothers would not be at odds. The eldest would certainly not be so burdened, nor would he have met an early demise," Zhu Gaoxiu said hoarsely. "Had our father not painted me false hopes, I would not have been so extreme, nor would I be living in this desolate place, akin to a life of exile." The longing for one's roots is a sentiment deeply ingrained within the Han people. At his age, Zhu Gaoxiu naturally yearned for his homeland all the more. Yet he could not return. Li Qing fell into silence, candidly admitting that the actions of Henin were both detestable and laughable. Yet ultimately, Henin was a pitiable soul. "I can grant you one wish, as long as it lies within my capabilities and does not contravene moral principles," Li Qing spoke softly. Zhu Gaoxiu, with a bitter smile, shook his head. "Do you still see yourself as the esteemed Yongqing Marquis of your? Just look at your attire. You are merely a seventh-rank official, with a heavy heart." He began to mock Li Qing. "It's not just me saying this. My nephew is a cold-hearted and ungrateful man. Now, seeing his son, he is even worse. Regretful. Are we? Regretful about what? My identity and status?" Zhu Gaoxiu scoffed. "If I were emperor, I would undoubtedly bestow upon you a princely title, an alive noble of a different surname." Li Qing chuckled. "An alive noble of a different surname? How audacious of you. And why not?" Zhu Gaoxiu retorted. Given your past deeds, being conferred a title would be entirely justified. Let's not forget, your father was also a man of little kindness. He sought to eliminate both Geng Bingwen and Li Jinglong, hardly the actions of a good man. Zhu Gaoxiu harbored deep resentment towards Zhu Di and never adhered to the principle of not speaking ill of one's father. Indeed, Zhu Di's lack of integrity played a significant role in Zhu Gaoxiu's current predicament. Li Qing chose not to comment on these matters, merely listening to his grievances. Once Zhu Gaoxiu had vented sufficiently, Li Qing said, "Speak your mind. I shall endeavor to fulfill what I can." "You truly can do it?" Zhu Gaoxiu asked skeptically. "Certainly." Li Qing nodded. "Though I am no gentleman, I will honor my promises. I cannot return to life, but in death, I wish to be buried in the mingling." "Can you arrange that?" Zhu Gaoxiu inquired. Li Qing's expression darkened. That was indeed a formidable challenge. The mingling always had guardians, and to bury someone there discreetly would be exceedingly difficult. "Promise me, and I will assist you," Zhu Gaoxiu insisted. After a lengthy contemplation, Li Qing finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, but what do you seek in return?" Zhu Gaoxiu questioned, puzzled. Li Qing replied, "You value loyalty. I shall not betray you." Zhu Gaoxiu felt genuinely moved and then chuckled. "All right, I was merely jesting. A task as difficult as that would be quite the challenge for you. Just bury me near the mingling." Pausing, he asked again, "What do you seek in return?" The same query, yet a different context. Li Qing smiled. "If I can assist, I shall do my utmost. My life is excessively prolonged. I must occupy myself with something, do I not? If I were you, I would discreetly gather strength and seek an opportunity to overturn the Ming dynasty and crown myself emperor," Zhu Gaoxiu remarked. With a chuckle, Li Qing responded, "The heavens may grant you opportunities, but you seem rather inept at seizing them." Zhu Gaoxiu's jest brought a smile to Li Qing's face. "I lack your grand ambitions. I am but a carefree individual content with mere sustenance and shelter. Pray tell, what are the merits of being an emperor?" Zhu Gaoxiu was prepared to expound at length, but upon reaching his current age, he suddenly realized there was little of substance to discuss. Reflecting on his past actions, he felt a surge of existential angst. Damn it. Chapter 131. Zhu Gaoxiu awakens to enlightenment. Zhu Gaoxiu felt a profound realization wash over him. Indeed, what was it that he sought? At that moment, he attained clarity. But it was too late. "Well, it is all in the past now." Li Qing gently consoled. "That's enough. You're a grown man. What is this display of tears?" Zhu Gaoxiu exclaimed, "It's too late. Damn it, too late." He lamented, striking his thigh in regret. Now, there's no need for such agitation," Li Qing said. Somewhat remorseful, not expecting his casual remark would provoke such an emotional reaction from Zhu Gaoxiu. After all, one would assume that a brave warrior like him would not possess such a fragile heart beneath his strong exterior. "Why, it's too late." Zhu Gaoxiu wept like a child. Li Qing, feeling responsible for his tears, could only comfort him. He wrapped his arms around Zhu Gaoxiu's head resting on his shoulder, gently patting his back while whispering reassurances. There, stop crying. It's all in the past." The scene was remarkably surreal, with one weeping like a child and the other soothing him, the elder resembling a child while the youth appeared aged. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Zhanlan hurried over. Upon witnessing his father in such distress, he promptly retreated without uttering a word, enforcing a strict prohibition on anyone approaching. He wished to preserve his father's dignity and dared not intervene. After all, if he were to approach and offer comfort, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions later. Who exactly is this Mr. Li? Zhu Zhanlan pondered, resting his chin in thought. After a considerable time, Zhu Gaoxiu gradually calmed down, only to find Li Qing's shoulder dampened by his tears, causing him to feel embarrassed, his face flushing. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a child shedding tears." "It's all for the best," Li Qing remarked nonchalantly. Zhu Gaoxiu was at a loss for words, yet upon reflection, he found no fault in this. So he changed the topic. "Sir, there is something I meant to ask you last time, but it slipped my mind. Do tell. You once interceded on my behalf, sparing my family, yet you sent me to Jiaoji. Why is that?" Li Qing was taken aback. "You wish to inquire about this?" After a pause, he continued. "It's not much, really. I merely felt that Jiaoji is quite distant from the Ming dynasty, beyond reach, and given the instability there, I thought it best to stir the waters. There's a saying, isn't there?" Li Qing contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, "Meat rots in the pot." He chuckled. "Your other skills may be average, but your prowess in leading troops is undeniable. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. quickly establishing yourself here and gaining significant influence. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. I suspected as much. Oh, how surprising. Li Qing exclaimed. Could it be that you, in this moment of distress, have had an epiphany? Ignoring Li Qing's astonishment, Zhu Gaoxiu continued. But as you say, this raises a crucial question. Li Qing nodded, indicating for him to proceed. Sir, consider this. If I wish to ensure that the meat remains in the pot, must it not be guaranteed that my descendants are of the Zhu family? Must they not be Han people? Li Qing nodded, a realization dawning upon him. He understood Zhu Gaoxiu's intent. However, not wanting to overshadow this rare moment of insight, he feigned ignorance. And then, when I arrived, I brought some Han people with me, but only for one generation, Zhu Gaoxiu explained. My grandson is still a proper Han, having married a maid from the estate and the daughter of a guard. But what lies ahead? This is ultimately their territory, and the Han population is limited. Indeed, this poses a significant dilemma, Li Qing acknowledged. Zhu Gaoxiu remarked. In truth, resolving this matter is not particularly difficult. All it requires is a regular journey to the Ming, where I could procure some Han women to ensure the purity of lineage. However, this leads to another concern. Li Qing, already holding a newfound respect for him, encouraged him to continue. Zhu Gaoxiu sighed. I am not boasting. Had I wed a local, I would have long since gained complete control over Jiaoji. Yet, as an outsider, I naturally face resistance from the locals. After taking a sip of wine, Zhu Gaoxiu grimaced and continued. Moreover, the majority of my soldiers are locals, and even the Han I brought along have largely integrated with them. It's unavoidable. There are only so many servant girls, and I cannot leave others without partners. Noticing that Zhu Gaoxiu had nearly finished his thoughts, Li Qing interjected. You are also worried that after your passing, your descendants, due to their foreign status, may not command respect and could be overshadowed by local powers, correct? You truly possess insight. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. My son is quite capable. I am not concerned about him. However, my grandchildren are another matter. Then let us consider integration, Li Qing suggested. Merging into the community is indeed the prudent choice. Zhu Gaoxiu furrowed his brow. Yet, such a path would inevitably lead to their assimilation. That is a concern for a distant future, Li Qing smiled. In any case, they will remain your descendants. And that is a fact. As for the worries you harbor, he pondered, is there anything in this world that remains unchanged? Besides, this region is close to Guangxi and Yunnan, where they have also been influenced by the Ming. You have encountered the envoys brought back by Zheng He. When compared to those uniquely dressed and peculiar-looking individuals, the people here are remarkably similar to the Han, with scarcely any distinction. Do not dwell on it too heavily. Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled. I am not overly concerned. I merely believe your calculations may be in vain. Li Qing disagreed. Had the Jiaoji Xianwei office still been operational, you would not find it so easy to converse, and it might even have adverse effects. Li Qing contemplated for a moment, then proposed. How about establishing some academies to teach the locals to speak Han? Then, using cotton and linen as materials, create garments in the Han style. During our festive occasions, you could distribute small gifts to subtly influence them. Pausing, he added, remember, it is essential to start with the local poor and the lower classes. These small acts of kindness will foster their goodwill. Does that sound feasible? Zhu Gaoxiu inquired skeptically. Certainly, Li Qing replied with a smile. When they speak the Han language, don Han clothing, and celebrate Han festivals, what difference will there be between them and the Han? However, this is a lengthy process, and you may not witness its fruition. That does not concern me, Zhu Gaoxiu said indifferently. What matters is whether you can accomplish this. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort to ensure its success. Li Qing assured him with solemnity. Even if it requires clandestine measures, I will see to it that you are interred in the Ming tombs. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded with red-rimmed eyes. You must keep your promise, even if it is in remembrance of those golden beans from years past. I will certainly fulfill it, he affirmed. Good. Zhu Gaoxiu felt reassured. I trust you, but how shall I find you when the time comes? He expressed his concern. What if I am near my end and send someone to seek you, only to find you unavailable? Li Qing remarked, in recent years, I have only frequented two places, the illustrious Yongqing Marquis Mansion in the ancient capital of Jinling and the Lian family village in the capital. Thus, whenever I venture out, I leave a note at home, clearly stating my destination. Zhu Gaoxiu, reassured by Li Qing's meticulous arrangements, felt completely at ease. Very well, it's settled then, he chuckled. Today, I am in high spirits. Let us indulge in another barrel of wine. Perhaps not. I have already had my fill, Li Qing replied. Do not feign modesty. You could easily consume 2 more barrels without issue, Zhu Gaozu retorted with a dismissive snort. A little more won't harm me. I am not so fragile. Li Qing, seeking a favor, naturally endeavored to please him. All right then, let us have another drink. After downing yet another barrel, Zhu Gaozu, inevitably intoxicated, became more loquacious. Sir, how do you propose we engage in this battle? Whatever you say, we shall do. Let us first wait until you have sobered up, Li Qing said, supporting him with an amused smile. One cannot simply decide to engage in battle on a whim. We must first devise a plan and refine it meticulously before execution. Do we not? Ah, yes, plan first, Zhu Gaozu grumbled, then leaned against Li Qing and drifted into slumber. One should not drink excessively out of bravado. You are not a sprightly youth anymore, Li Qing murmured, raising his hand to channel his vital energy, alleviating Zhu Gaozu's discomfort from inebriation. Before long, the pained expression on Zhu Gaozu's face faded, replaced by a serene countenance, his snores resonating. Observing the white-haired man in repose, Li Qing inexplicably found him utterly endearing, his face softening with a paternal warmth as he affectionately mused, this child, when asleep, bears no difference from his brother. Chapter 132. Yu Qian, I speak harshly, Your Majesty. I trust you will be understanding. In the capital, chaos ensued. After Li Qing's departure, Zhu Yunjian grew increasingly unsettled, prompting him to dispatch agents to the border for investigation. He understood the underlying intricacies, merely sending them on a brief excursion before instructing their immediate return. The original plan had been for them to return within 20 days. Yet a month elapsed with not a single one of the dozens of Jinling officers having returned. Zhu Yunjian promptly deduced that smuggling was occurring in the northern territories. In truth, he had anticipated this. The border officials had long been engaged in clandestine dealings with the yuan. It was merely a matter of illicit salt or essential goods. With border officials pocketing a little extra profit, something known from top to bottom, akin to the petty corruption of civil officials, classified as gray income, often insignificant enough to escape stringent scrutiny. While civil officials typically sought benefits through policy, they rarely prioritized such matters, whereas military leaders, especially those stationed at the borders, had limited avenues for income. They often resorted to minor graft or the trade of trivial items. In comparison to their civil counterparts, they were indeed at a disadvantage. Zhu Yunjian was aware of this disparity, which is why he had not previously delved into the issue. However, the disappearance of the Jinling had altered the stakes. Whether they had been slain or captured, it posed a direct challenge to imperial authority. Furthermore, it implied the involvement of civil officials, and the scale of smuggling must have been substantial, or else they would not have been so apprehensive. Furious, Zhu Yunjian resolved to investigate personally, but his ministers opposed him, with Yu Qian also voicing dissent. The morning court session concluded amidst disputes, ultimately yielding no resolution. In the central hall, Zhu Yunjian summoned Yu Qian privately, his frustration palpable. Yu Qing, why do you oppose me as well? Surely, you can discern the underlying intricacies at play here. This is not the moment for such dissent. Yu Qian replied. The soldiers heading to Luchuan have just departed, and the military resources in the capital are currently limited. Precisely because there are hidden dangers, it is imperative for the emperor to be accompanied by a substantial guard. However, such a presence would leave the capital vulnerable. And what of it? Zhu Yunjian responded, incredulity in his voice. Does the Tatar dare to invade the Ming? Even if they did, they could not breach our defenses. And, to take it a step further, should such a scenario arise, I could dispatch reinforcements swiftly. Yu Qian let out a rueful smile. Your Majesty, you are aware that the court is unstable. Of course I am. Zhu Yunjian chuckled. I shall simply bring them along. When Emperor Xuanzong campaigned, he took many officials with him to prevent any treachery from occurring in his absence. That is not the same, Yu Qian interjected, his tone frank. Your Majesty, you cannot be compared to Emperor Xuanzong. A wave of discomfort washed over Zhu Yunjian, but he refrained from retorting. The truth stung, and he could not openly claim superiority over his father. As Yu Qian continued, his words grew increasingly pointed. Your Majesty, you lack the authority and military acumen that Emperor Xuanzong possessed. He immersed himself in martial affairs from a young age, mentored by Emperor Taizong, and received the guidance of Emperor Renzong, as well as the wisdom of Mr. Yao Guangxiao. What he could accomplish, you may not. Yu Qian pressed on. If calamity were to strike, would you remain unflinching? Would you command the soldiers to obey your every order? Zhu Yunjian hesitated. No, you cannot. Yuqian stated firmly. For the soldiers do not believe in your military capabilities. They doubt your ability to lead them to victory. Seeing Zhu Qijian's face redden with indignation, Yuqian realized his words had been too harsh. He softened his tone. Of course, I do not mean to suggest that such a situation is certain. Rather, there exists a latent danger. Yet, Your Majesty, do not forget the saying. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for even a day. In the past, when Emperor Taizong went to war, Emperor Renzong governed in his stead. Although Emperor Xuanzong did not appoint a regent, there were compelling reasons for that. Han Wang's rebellion was imminent and alarmingly close to the capital. Only later, when you were established as the crown prince, did Emperor Xuanzong feel secure enough to depart. Yuqian was aware that Zhu Qijian was reluctant to appoint a crown prince, thus he deliberately emphasized this point. To venture forth, one must establish a crown prince. You must weigh this matter carefully. As anticipated, Zhu Qijian hesitated at this suggestion. Yuqian let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful to have quelled his resolve. However, Zhu Qijian countered, if I do not appoint a crown prince, what of having Prince Qing govern in my absence? This was indeed a possibility, given that Zhu Zhanji had only 2 sons, and Zhu Qijian, still young and newly a father, found security in having Prince Zhu Qiyu remain in the capital. Yuqian, at a loss, invoked Li Qing. Your Majesty, I recall you once promised Mr. Li that you would not personally lead an expedition. I did make such a vow, Zhu Qijian acknowledged. Yet, I am not leading a full campaign. It is merely a border inspection. Yuqian fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I do not advise your Majesty to depart from the central command. Zhu Qijian murmured, I am determined to go. Yuqian remained silent. Could he possibly bind Zhu Qijian? Zhu Qijian's tone softened slightly. Very well, let us discuss it again at noon. On the vast grasslands of the northern desert, To Luo glanced back at the throng of valiant warriors, then lifted his gaze to the azure sky, filled with vigor and ambition. This time, they were resolute to engage in a splendid battle. With over 80,000 strong men, they had never fought such a prosperous campaign. Master, can we succeed? One general inquired. Succeed in what? To take control of the central plains? Luo's expression darkened. This time we will merely plunder. Why are your ambitions greater than mine? He retorted, when did I ever speak of taking control of the central plains? We are here to raid, nothing more. Another general remarked, Master, the Ming dynasty is willing to trade with us. Why then should we invade them? Indeed, Master, what if they cease trading in the future? Luo scoffed. You do not understand. Those who trade with us are not the Ming court. The Ming has always supported the Walla. Besides, those traders are no saints. Their goods are exorbitantly priced, simply outrageous. While we are strong and well-equipped, we must seize the opportunity to plunder. Wise master, the 2 flatterers exclaimed. Oh, it is not my wisdom, Luo replied. It is the king's will. Upon hearing this, the 2 confidants turned their horses closer, and one whispered, Master, I have heard that the king's health is deteriorating. Luo cast a cold glance, causing the man to immediately fall silent, his face paling. Luo replied coolly, I do not wish to hear such talk again. The king is alive. He is the king. Yes, the 2 answered, their expressions tightening in respect. Very well, let us resume our journey. After 3 days of turmoil, Zhu Qijian still could not achieve his wishes. Yuqian, who had always supported him, no longer stood by his side this time, showing considerable resistance to leading troops along the border. Wang Ji, the Minister of Personnel, had always blindly supported Yuqian, and others echoed the same sentiment, leaving Zhu Qijian in distress. In truth, the ministers offered him a choice. They understood that merely opposing him with words would not suffice and would likely provoke the emperor's rebellious spirit. Thus, they attached a condition that was difficult for Zhu Qijian to accept, to establish a crown prince. Not only would the Prince of Qing govern in his stead, but a crown prince would also need to be appointed. This was something Zhu Qijian could hardly accept. Establishing a crown prince would create a new interest group. Although the crown prince was very young, that did not matter. Moreover, it could easily provide opportunities for the harem. This was intolerable for him. The ministers had accurately gauged this point, hence their insistence. Just as Zhu Qijian was in deep turmoil, Sun Shi uttered a statement that steered him toward resolution. Your Majesty, since it is the request of the ministers, why not acquiesce? Sun Shi said, although he is not the legitimate son, he is your own flesh and blood and the firstborn. Should you have a legitimate heir in the future, you can deliberate further then. Her words struck a chord with Zhu Yunjian, reminding him that the matter of a crown prince was pivotal to the foundation of the state. Even an emperor could not lightly dispose of or establish a crown prince, yet this did not mean he was incapable of doing so. Furthermore, there were ancestral edicts to consider. The successor must heed the words of the founding emperor. It was an absolute political correctness. This statement was previously uttered by the Sun family, yet the circumstances then differ vastly from those now. The current dilemma lies in the absence of a designated heir, which makes it challenging for him to garner support. Zhu Yunjian inhaled deeply and replied nonchalantly, "Very well, let us heed the Empress Dowager's counsel. Tomorrow we shall formally establish the crown prince." Really? Sun was taken aback, astonished that after all these years, her son was so compliant for the first time. Chapter 133. The establishment of the crown prince. The following day, Zhu Yunjian made a grand announcement regarding the crowning of the prince. This should have been a moment of joy, yet few could muster genuine happiness. Young Zhu Yunjian, just over a year old and newly learned to walk, was escorted by Zhang Er, wobbling unsteadily towards the plaza in front of the Fengtiang Hall. Upon returning, Wang Zhun spotted the soon-to-be crown prince and hurriedly stepped forward, elbowing Zhang Er aside to take her place. "Your Highness, come with this servant," he urged, attempting to appear affable, yet his habitual stern demeanor betrayed him, rendering his efforts at warmth rather unconvincing. The little prince struggled to retreat, glancing back at Zhang Er, who stood at a distance with her head bowed in respect, her gaze averted, completely ignoring him. This slight stirred discontent within the child, though not born of the primary consort. The young prince held a status of considerable esteem as the eldest son, receiving preferential treatment from the Sun family that nearly equated him to the legitimate heir, typically carried. Today, owing to the formalities of the crowning, he was compelled to walk, and by now, fatigue had set in. Spotting that his elder sister was indifferent to him, he promptly plopped down, squatting on the ground. Wang Zhun found himself in a quandary. He dared not forcibly drag the child, yet in such a situation, picking him up was equally inappropriate, leaving him frozen in place. The ministers watched intently, their eyes fixed on Wang Zhun, eager to witness any misstep. "How dare you overstep your bounds, you eunuch? You shall not escape unscathed." Wang Zhun regretted his moment of bravado, realizing the futility of his actions. The young prince was merely a year old, incapable of coherent speech. What significance could his performance hold? However, it was now too late to return the child to Zhang Er. This crown prince, on a day of celebration, take a few steps, one to you? Wang Zhun forced a smile, yet his expression only grew more strained. The little one seemed distressed, attempting to withdraw his hand, struggling to free himself from Wang Zhun's grasp. A child of just over a year possessed little strength, yet Wang Zhun dared not contest him. Should the prince cry out in pain, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he hastily released his hold. Little Zhu Yunjian remained squatted on the ground, looking around in wonder at the multitude of bearded figures surrounding him, a sight so novel to him. The civil and military officials stood at his sides, slightly bowing in deference. At that moment, Zhu Yunjian approached his son, gently waving his sleeve. Wang Zhun felt as if pardoned, silently bowing before retreating to the side. "Stand up," Zhu Yunjian commanded, his voice clear and resonant, imbued with authority yet tinged with affection. Although not born of his most cherished consort, this was his firstborn son, a child long hoped for after years of yearning, naturally eliciting a sense of fondness within Zhu Yunjian. The little one recognized his father, accustomed to his embraces. Though verbal expression still eluded him, he had begun to comprehend words. Little Zhu Yunjian puffed and strained to rise to his feet. In the eyes of Zhu Yunjian, his affection was even more pronounced as he took his hand and led him to the chair. The father and son settled into the spacious armchair. Wang Zhun, quick-witted and agile, promptly dashed before the assembled ministers, retrieving the imperial edict from his sleeve and slowly unfolding it. The ministers collectively bowed down, kneeling to listen to the proclamation. By the grace of heaven and the mandate of the emperor, it was declared, since ascending the throne, "I have diligently served night and day, never wavering in my commitment, for the trust bestowed upon me by my ancestors is of utmost importance. I dare not indulge. And thus, I establish my eldest son, Zhu Yunjian, as the rightful heir to the royal lineage, in accordance with the will of heaven. Henceforth, I proclaim him as the crown prince, duly notifying heaven and earth, the ancestral temple, and the state, bestowing upon him the imperial seal and rightful position within the Eastern Palace." Long live the emperor. Long live the crown prince. The ministers bowed deeply in reverence. Rise. Zhu Yunjian's voice was gentle. Thank you, your majesty. Following this, a series of intricate rituals commenced. The officials of the imperial seal were appointed, the edict was read aloud. And the officials presented the seal, surrounding Zhu Yunjian in an impenetrable circle. The civil and military officials formed 2 lines, arranged by rank. Subsequently, the court musicians played elegant melodies as Zhu Yunjian rose, flanked by guards, and proceeded to the hall of heavenly mandate. Young Zhu Yunjian, guided by the attendant, entered through the hall's gates, where he was ceremoniously positioned before the steps, following the attendant's lead. He was quite small and soon grew weary. But this was the most simplified version of the ceremony, with unnecessary rites eliminated, though some could not be avoided. Afterward, young Zhu Yunjian was taken to the ancestral temple to bow and pay homage to his forebears. Following this, he was led to the empress to express gratitude. By the time the simplified rituals concluded, it was nearing noon, and on his way to the Eastern Palace, he fell asleep from exhaustion. Thus, Zhu Yunjian became the crown prince, and the Eastern Palace became his new abode, the place where he would reside until his father's passing. Eunuchs, palace maids, and Hanlon scholars were selected to attend to the daily needs and education of Crown Prince Zhu Yunjian. Once these arrangements were made, the time for the afternoon court had already passed. Zhu Yunjian, wishing to conceal his ambition in establishing the crown prince, did not retain the ministers, who dispersed back to their offices or homes, creating an atmosphere of harmony. In the Eastern Palace, upon waking, young Zhu Yunjian began to wail, having suddenly been thrust into an unfamiliar environment that left him disoriented and yearning for home. The eunuchs and palace maids hurried to console him, but their efforts proved futile. The nation's heir was of such esteemed status that the servants dared not delay, quickly reporting the situation to Zhu Yunjian, Sun Shi, and the boy's mother, Consort Zhou. However, the 2 women of the inner palace found themselves at an impasse. It was customary for the crown prince to reside in the Eastern Palace following his designation, irrespective of age, to prevent interference from the harem in state affairs. While this measure could not entirely avert such influences, it remained a traditional practice that none dared openly defy. Sun Shi approached Zhu Yunjian, suggesting that Zhener be assigned to care for young Zhu Yunjian. Initially, Zhu Yunjian declined, as Zhener was associated with the Empress Dowager. However, upon reflection, he recognized Zhener as also being within his sphere and acknowledged her meticulous care for children, as well as the affection his son held for her, and thus he acquiesced. Upon hearing that she would be going to the Eastern Palace to take on the long-term responsibility of caring for the crown prince, Zhener was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting with happiness. At last, she would no longer have to remain in the confines of the inner palace. The days of trepidation and intrigue were ones she wished to no longer endure. In the past, she had no choice. Now, she longed for a life of tranquility and stability. The following day, as soon as the court convened, Zhu Yunjian received urgent military intelligence. The Tatar invaders had amassed forces exceeding 100,000, launching assaults on multiple checkpoints, and their aggressive advance towards Datong was alarming. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Yunjian's first thought was of conspiracy. It seemed orchestrated to prevent him from investigating at the borders. Yet, he quickly recognized the improbability of such a scenario. The crime of falsely reporting military conditions was one that most could not bear, and such a grand deception was nearly impossible to sustain. Indeed, the Tatars had truly breached the borders. For years, these 2 neighbors from the steppes had refrained from invading the Ming dynasty. Now, they dared to do so. Zhu Yunjian's initial reaction was one of elation. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for military glory? It could also grant him control over the military, a perfect dual advantage. To be honest, he had never held these neighbors in high regard. Zhu Yunjian had ample reason for his arrogance. His great-grandfather, Zhu Yunjian, expelled the Mongols from the Central Plains, establishing the Ming dynasty. His grandfather, Zhu Di, had defeated them soundly, sending them into retreat. His father, Zhu Zhanji, had led campaigns into the northern territories, subduing all opposition. With such a glorious lineage, how could he not feel inflated with pride? What mattered the Tatars or the Oirat? Were it not for the need to conserve the might of the Ming, he would have already set out to conquer them, Zhu Yunjian mused. However, he overlooked that the grandeur of his ancestors stemmed from their formidable military prowess and the vast power of the emperors, areas in which he was severely lacking. I shall lead the expedition, Zhu Yunjian declared, brimming with determination. The ministers prostrated themselves in alarm, urging, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your precious life must not be carelessly removed from the center of power. A wise ruler does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. How can the sovereign risk such peril?" They argued that it was their duty to alleviate the emperor's burdens, and it would be dereliction of duty for him to take on such personal toil. The emperor grew exasperated by the multitude of their diverse arguments. In a fit of rage that turned to mirth, he exclaimed, "Were not my forebears all emperors of the battlefield? Am I truly so inadequate? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true thoughts. You fear I might seize military power to deal with you. Your Majesty, such words are unthinkable." The ministers retorted, their faces flushed with indignation at the perceived insult. Indeed, they harbored such fears, but not solely for that reason. Their greater concern was their disbelief in Zhu Yunjian's capability to lead. While these officials may not have been paragons of virtue, they were not eager to witness calamity befall the Ming dynasty, especially since their sovereign had yet to engage in a single battle. Chapter 134. Yunjian was correct. The pent-up frustration within Zhu Yunjian, coupled with the long-suppressed rebelliousness of his youth, erupted in full force. This time, he was genuinely enraged. "You assert that a nation cannot exist without a sovereign for a single day. I have appointed Prince Qing to oversee the state. You speak of establishing a national foundation, and I have acquiesced to your demands. Yet now, you claim that a military expedition is out of the question? Is it that all the advantages are to be yours while I am left with naught? I, Zhu Yunjian, declare unequivocally, I shall lead the troops. Your Majesty, reconsider." The ministers are well-trained and unified in purpose. Observing the ministers kneeling before him, Zhu Yunjian felt an even greater surge of frustration. How dare they openly defy my edict? With a cold smile, he posed a single question. Who is the emperor here? The ministers were rendered speechless. The court is a realm that upholds rules with great reverence. Whether they be virtuous or otherwise, the ministers operate within the confines of these regulations, for imperial authority surpasses all else. They strive to ensconce the emperor within the framework of their rules, thus securing their own positions. Hence, when Zhu Yunjian appointed Prince Qing to govern and designated an heir, they had mentally prepared themselves and tacitly accepted that the emperor would lead an expedition. However, the current circumstances are dire, with over 100,000 Tartar troops encroaching. The peril is too great, necessitating a breach of protocol. Zhu Yunjian has ample reason to be enraged. It is typically the emperor who transgresses the established norms. And at worst, it is the emperor who faces the ministers' counteractions. Yet, this is the first instance of the ministers breaking the rules before the emperor. This insubordination, if left unchecked, will embolden them further. Zhu Yunjian slammed his hand upon the imperial desk, seething. Those who disagree, step forward now. The ministers, unwilling to be the first to voice their opposition to the expedition, hesitated, hoping for one among them to take the lead in dissent. Wang Zhun cast a menacing glance at the ministers, exuding an air of intimidation. Thus, the court found itself in a stalemate. At this moment, Yunjian rose and stepped forward. "I oppose His Majesty's personal involvement in the campaign." "Why do you oppose it?" Zhu Yunjian's anger flared at Yunjian for being the first to stand against him. Yet upon reflection, he recognized this as characteristic of Yunjian. Zhu Yunjian retorted, "The Tartars invade the Ming. As the sovereign, should I merely stand by and watch? The Tartars' aggression must be met with a response. But as the supreme ruler, I bear the weight of countless lives and cannot recklessly venture into danger." Yunjian spoke with righteous fervor. What of Emperor Taizong's and Emperor Xuanzong's personal campaigns? Zhu Yunjian inquired coldly. Yunjian found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? He could not openly declare in front of the ministers that Zhu Yunjian was inferior to Taizong or Xuanzong. Observing the ministers emboldened by Yunjian's stance, they too began to rise in agreement. "Minister, you speaks wisely. I support his position." "I second that." "We all second that." Outrageous. Zhu Yunjian's face flushed crimson with indignation as he struggled to suppress the urge to overturn the table, gritting his teeth. Dismiss the court. There would be no further discussion. Yet if Zhu Yunjian was resolute in his intent to lead an expedition, the ministers could not impede him, no matter how audacious they were. They could not bind the emperor. A multitude of ministers, resigned yet compelled, dispersed from the palace and convened to deliberate a counter-strategy. For both public and private reasons, they all wished for Zhu Yunjian to refrain from leading the campaign. "Why do you still linger?" Zhu Yunjian fumed upon his dragon throne. Noticing that Yu Qian remained composed and steady in the court, his irritation deepened. Did you not hear my command to dismiss the court? Yu Qian remained unperturbed. Bowing respectfully, I have heartfelt words to convey to your majesty. I do not wish to listen. Yu Qian, seemingly oblivious, continued to speak. Your majesty, your intelligence and decisiveness are commendable. This flattery somewhat alleviated the gloom that weighed on Zhu Yunjian's heart, and he cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qian. You refrain from speaking when there are many people around, but now that they have departed, what purpose does your praise serve? Zhu Yunjian muttered, enough of this. Let us speak plainly. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. However, your majesty has never engaged in battle and remains unaware of the perils of the battlefield. The figure of over 100,000 cavalry sounds merely like a statistic, yet the brutality of combat is beyond the capacity of words to convey. A stampede of 10,000 horses is indeed a magnificent sight. But what if that number were to multiply tenfold? Huh? Zhu Yunjian scoffed coldly. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that the Tartars have dispatched over 100,000 cavalry? Yu Qian paused, then slightly nodded. Indeed, to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Military reports may contain exaggerations. However, your majesty, you must not harbor any illusions regarding your safety. Let us proceed to the central hall. Zhu Yunjian said as he slowly rose and turned to Wang Zhun. Quickly summon the Duke of England, Zhang Fu, to the palace. Yes, in the central hall. The three of them sat across from one another. Zhu Yunjian set the tone, with the Tartars so brazenly invading the Ming. Do not waste your breath with words of caution. Yu Qian and Zhang Fu exchanged a glance, their faces etched with concern. Zhang Fu sighed, Your Majesty. The garrison in the capital is recorded at 250,000, but after accounting for the troops stationed for agricultural duties, only 18,000 are truly combat-ready. Wang Ji took 5,000 to Luchuan, leaving us with merely 13,000. 13,000 is not an insignificant number, Zhu Yunjian remarked. Zhang Fu frowned. Your Majesty, we cannot simply mobilize all 13,000 at once, can we? Of course, I would not commit such folly, Zhu Yunjian replied thoughtfully. Given the urgency in Datong, let us first reinforce it with 3,000 elite troops. Yanfu is also a significant stronghold, so we shall send an additional 1,500 to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Fu nodded. That brings us to 4,005. How many troops will accompany your personal campaign? Perhaps 5,000, Zhu Yunjian stated. The border troops are already stationed, and with our forces combined, we should be able to contend with the Tartar army. Zhang Fu fell silent. By the numbers on paper, this indeed seemed plausible. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the hands of Zhu Yunjian. Warfare is not merely a trivial pursuit. Had it been the likes of Taizong or Xuanzong, Zhang Fu would have felt no pressure, simply following orders. However, Zhu Yunjian was not one to shy away from responsibility, yet he also feared the burden of it. Zhu Yunjian often disregarded his counsel. In a confrontation between two armies, should one side commit a grave miscalculation, the previously balanced scales could swiftly tip, resulting in one side being utterly crushed. As the adage goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. Yu Qian, though not a general himself, had participated in multiple northern campaigns and possessed a profound understanding of the battlefield. In matters of such magnitude, he could not afford to hold back, declaring firmly, Your Majesty. As Mr. Li once stated, let professionals handle professional matters. His tone serious, Yu Qian continued, Your Majesty is indeed astute and resolute, yet not well versed in the intricacies of warfare. I earnestly beseech you, once hostilities commence, allow the Duke of England to command the entire operation. After a brief pause, still uneasy, he added, even the routes of march should be determined by the Duke. Zhu Yunjian frowned slightly. So, I am merely a good luck charm then? What purpose do I serve in leading this campaign? Yu Qian replied, Is it merely for the sake of ostentation? Zhu Yunjian's chest heaved with emotion. It must be said that Yu Qian has recently been quite formidable. Those who understand me, such as Yu Qian, have deeply moved Zhang Fu. Though he finds it inappropriate to express it openly, Yu Qian's words are perfectly fitting. What is your perspective, Duke of England? Zhu Yunjian ceased to engage with Yu Qian and turned his gaze towards Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu glanced at Zhu Yunjian, then at Yu Qian, and finally contemplated the valiant soldiers of the Ming dynasty. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I believe Minister Yu is correct. In Jiaoji, Li Qing and Zhu Gaoshu collaboratively drafted a strategic plan to sever supply lines and launch a surprise attack on the rear of Luchuan. Zhu Gaoxiu, though not particularly astute in general matters, possessed commendable military acumen. Li Qing focused on strategic deployment, while Zhu Gaoxiu concentrated on tactical planning. Together, they devised a remarkably flawless scheme. After thorough verification and finding no superior alternatives, Li Qing rose and stated, "Time is of the essence. You must expedite preparations. The sooner we deploy, the sooner we alleviate the pressure on the Ming army." "Very well," Zhu Gaoxiu replied, proceeding without any delay. "I shall mobilize the troops and announce the operation plan immediately." Pausing for a moment, he added, "It seems you are in quite a hurry to leave." "Indeed. I have some concerns regarding the court and must return swiftly." Li Qing nodded in agreement. Zhu Gaoxiu urged, "You have only just arrived. Why the urgency to depart?" Li Qing smiled, responding, "I came before the new year, and now it is already the 6th of February. It is time for me to return. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have even reached Jiaoji by now." Zhu Gaoxiu scoffed, teasing, "I must admit, during the time of the old master, I never witnessed you so diligent. Now, it seems that the young emperor is so ungrateful, yet you are full of zeal. How perplexing." Li Qing sighed. "The court is unstable. There are smugglers in the south and the north. With unrest in the south, who knows what may happen in the north? Awaken, you are merely a military supervisor. Why burden yourself with such concerns?" Zhu Gaoxiu rolled his eyes, suddenly recalling Li Qing's current status, and jested, "Oh right, you are not even a military supervisor. Just a 7th-rank official." Li Qing touched his nose, chuckling, "I shan't indulge in banter with you. I truly must return. Once I navigate through these troublesome matters, I shall visit again when time permits. Enough of that. By the time you return, I may well be finished." Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand. "Are you leaving already?" Li Qing nodded. "I shall see you off." Chapter 135. A day of great activity on the 10th day of the 2nd month. The military division of the capital dispatched troops along 2 routes, carrying essential supplies needed for the short term, one contingent hastening towards Datong, the other towards Zuanfuzen. The first wave of reinforcements set out ahead. Simultaneously, Zhang Fu was actively preparing for battle, while Yu Qian managed logistical support. The ministers could not hinder the proceedings. Before they could even reach a consensus, Zhu Yunjian had already dispatched troops, and the course of events was set in motion, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. Wang Zhua, the Minister of Revenue, was reluctant but had no option but to assist Yu Qian in coordinating a vast array of military supplies. The emperor was personally leading the campaign, necessitating significant attention. All parties became engrossed in the preparations, with Zhang Fu requisitioning nearly 100,000 laborers to transport military provisions, alongside chefs, eunuchs, Eastern factory agents, and the Jin Yi Wei, all accompanying the expedition. It can be said that the entire capital was mobilized. To be frank, while it appeared that many were involved in the mobilization, in reality, the resources were barely sufficient. 50,000 combat troops and 100,000 supply personnel, with logistical support at a minimal level, truly seems scant, even negligible. Fortunately, the destination is not the desolate north, but rather the border of the Ming dynasty, where one can grit their teeth and make do. Zhu Yunjian has not been idle. He is busy reporting to the Grand Temple and selecting officials to accompany the army. Among them are notable figures such as Duke Zhang Fu, Duke Zhu Yong, Minister of Revenue Wang Zhua, Deputy Minister of War Kuang Yi, and Grand Secretary Chao Nai. With over 100 individuals chosen in one breath, those selected, particularly the civil officials, are lamenting their fate. Though they have never seen battle, they are not foolish. They understand the fundamental truth that swords and blades are indiscriminate on the battlefield. Moreover, they are to face over 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. Should the 2 armies engage in close combat, it would be a matter of life and death, not a game. None wish to go, yet no one dares to openly refuse. Zhu Yunjian's decree is an imperial edict, and to decline would be seen as cowardice. Scholars are particularly concerned with their reputations. So despite their inner reluctance, none step back. On the 16th of February, Zhu Yunjian commands Prince Zhu Qiyu to defend the capital. Though the brothers share different mothers, they have never had disputes over interests and maintain a good relationship. After a heartfelt conversation, Zhu Yunjian lifts his beloved son high from Jinner's embrace. Little Zhu Jian, unafraid, beams with joy. He then exchanges a few intimate words with Qian, who is shy, prompting Zhu Yunjian to keep it brief, merely whispering, "Wait for my return." This day is bustling with activity. Empress Dowager's son, Empress Qian, Prince Zhu Qiyu, Minister of Personnel Wang Ji, and Minister of War Yu Qian see them off a considerable distance. At this time, Zhu Yunjian is still quite young, merely 22 years old. As he mounts his steed and gazes at the 5,000 armored troops, he is filled with youthful vigor and an air of invincibility. The march begins. With a flick of his riding whip, he spurs his horse onward. Meanwhile, Li Qing has already entered the territory of the Ming dynasty. He rides swiftly, but his horse has reached its limit and can no longer run. Thus, he must stop at a town to change horses. After exchanging for a fresh steed and hastily consuming a bowl of noodles, Li Qing resumes his journey back to the capital. He does not allow himself to relax even for a moment, always feeling uneasy. A little hardship now means he can rest easily upon returning. But each day away is a day of anxiety. Alas, the heavens do not favor them. As the army departs the capital, rain begins to fall, intensifying by the moment. Reluctantly, Zhu Yunjian orders the entire army to halt. However, the rain continues unabated, pouring throughout the night, and when the skies finally clear the next day, the roads become treacherous. The wooden carts transporting supplies become mired in the mud, hindering their progress. On the evening of the 19th of February, the army finally departs from Jiong Pass. After 3 days of turmoil, Zhu Yunjian's initial fervor has diminished considerably. He no longer rides, but instead occupies a dragon carriage. While he enjoys this privilege, most civil officials are left utterly exhausted, resembling wilted eggplants after such a tumultuous journey. They are engaged in intellectual pursuits, masters of courtly intrigue and covert rivalry, yet their physical endurance is rather mediocre. Day in and day out, they ride, their thighs nearly worn raw, journeying through dust and fatigue, deprived of baths, soft bedding, and lovely concubines. For them, this is akin to suffering. They overlook the fact that many soldiers traverse on foot, and the civilian laborers requisitioned to transport military supplies endure even greater hardships. However, these laborers are filled with vigor. The court has compensated them, each receiving 5 taels of silver for this endeavor, a sum sufficient to sustain their families for quite some time. The common folk are remarkably straightforward. As long as they can survive, they harbor no complaints. They are willing to undertake any dirty or laborious task if it means earning a living. Transporting military provisions may be arduous, but it pales in comparison to the relentless toil of tilling the earth day after day. Moreover, it is far more lucrative than farming. Zhang Fu, despite his advanced age, remains relatively robust. Having a history of leading troops into battle abroad, he finds the marching intensity manageable. Looking back at the throng of laborers, his brow furrows deeply. These are not soldiers. While it is feasible to have them work, it is unwise to send them into battle. Zhang Fu is reluctant to proceed in this manner, but Zhu Yunjian is overly eager, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce to the urgency of the situation. With a sigh, Zhang Fu turns his horse to catch up with the imperial entourage. Wang Zhen, noticing Zhang Fu's approach, shouts, "Clear the way, do not obstruct the duke's path." The tightly encircled imperial guards part to allow Zhang Fu passage. Is the duke to have an audience with the emperor? Wang Zhen inquires. Zhang Fu nods impassively, ignoring Wang Zhen's overtures. Over the years, he has been at odds with the civil officials, yet he harbors no fondness for this eunuch either. After Zhang Fu passes, Wang Zhen mutters a curse under his breath in frustration. "Minister Zhang Fu, I seek an audience with the emperor," Zhang Fu proclaims loudly. Despite being an ally, upon reaching the imperial entourage, the imperial guards still do not permit him to approach without the emperor's express permission. "Ascend the imperial carriage," Zhu Yunjian's voice calls out. Shortly thereafter, the imperial carriage halts, and Zhang Fu boards it. "There is no need for formalities. Please, sit," Zhu Yunjian smiles, pouring a cup of tea and sliding it across the table. "Duke, at your age, I still burden you with state affairs. You have my gratitude." "Not at all. It is the duty of a minister," Zhang Fu replies, expressing his thanks, and as he takes a sip of tea, he adds, "Your Majesty, I have a humble request." "Do not be so modest," Zhu Yunjian chuckles. "I have promised to let you lead military matters. Feel free to speak your mind regarding military affairs." "Oh." Zhang Fu observes that Zhu Yunjian remembers his promise, alleviating the gloom in his heart. He clasps his hands and states, "Your Majesty, I suggest that once we arrive at the battlefield, we allow these farmers transporting supplies to return." Zhu Yunjian furrows his brow. After a battle, there are tasks to be managed, and if they leave, who will clean the battlefield? Zhang Fu realizes this and takes a step back, suggesting, "In that case, Let them rest in place as we approach the battlefield, and summon them when their services are required. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhu Yunjian shook his head and remarked. Without these farmers to transport military supplies, engaging in battle would undoubtedly render us immobile and lacking in maneuverability. Such a notion is exceedingly unwise. Although he had never fought in a war, he frequently studied military texts and understood these fundamental principles. Zhang Fu offered a wry smile. Your Majesty, they are not soldiers. Merely common folk who have never set foot on a battlefield. The chaos of a fierce clash between armies would be unbearable for the average person. Consider, Your Majesty, if a great army were to engage in combat, and 100,000 laborers were to flee in terror, what would be the thoughts of the valiant soldiers fighting for their lives at the front? Driven by the instinct for survival and the herd mentality, might they not also scatter in fear? Even if they do not, their morale would surely plummet. After a pause, Zhang Fu continued, As for Your Majesty's concerns regarding mobility, I must speak candidly. The Tatars are entirely composed of cavalry, and their strategy is to sustain themselves through warfare. They carry minimal supplies, primarily dehydrated meat, which is easy to transport and sustains hunger. Our reliance on farmers for military supplies pales in comparison to the mobility of the Tatars. Zhu Yunjian was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded vigorously. The Duke speaks wisely. Alas, I had not considered this. Zhang Fu was tempted to retort, You truly lack the qualities of a martial emperor. Then, as per the Duke's counsel, Zhu Yunjian nodded. Zhang Fu sighed in relief and added, Your Majesty, with your invaluable life, such coarse tasks as warfare should be entrusted to us, your loyal soldiers. With a mere wave of your sleeve, the Tatars will surely be frightened into retreat. Zhu Yunjian laughed heartily, and upon finishing, jested, Enough. I understand you fear my misguided commands might jeopardize our position. I dare not. There is no need for such fear. Zhu Yunjian waved his hand, his expression devoid of displeasure. Indeed, I have never waged war. The battlefield is fraught with unpredictability, necessitating an experienced commander. Rest assured. Zhu Yunjian patted Zhang Fu's shoulder. I am here to repel the Tatars, not to seek glory. Once the battle commences, I will not hinder your efforts. Zhang Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him, becoming considerably more at ease. I thank Your Majesty for your understanding. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 136. Li Qing returns to the capital with a sudden whinny. The horse stumbled and collapsed to the ground, and in that instant, Li Qing leaped up and landed gracefully. Fortunately, the horse had been burdened for too long, and its speed had diminished before the fall, sparing it from serious injury. Li Qing removed his water flask, offered it some water, lifted it gently, and patted its neck with a wry smile. You have worked hard. The horse, unable to comprehend human speech, misinterpreted his actions as an indication that it would be ridden again, its large eyes wide with fear. My dear brother, I am not a human. You truly are a beast. What horse could endure such a burden? Li Qing chuckled softly, walking to a nearby hill to gaze into the distance. Thankfully, only a few miles remained to the village. He led the horse into the village, and at a small landlord's home, exchanged several golden beans for a new steed. With that, he rode off into the horizon. The previous horse watched in sorrow as it saw its kin replaced. What are you staring at? The small landlord scolded. Do not let your heart be with the Han while your body is in Chao's camp. You belong to me now. At the capital, in the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Qiyu stood beside the dragon throne, gazing down at the ministers assembled below. Although their numbers had significantly dwindled, he still felt somewhat at a loss. Having lived a carefree life as a prince, the sudden weight of such an immense responsibility filled him with trepidation. He could only hope for the swift return of his elder brother, the emperor, so that he could resume his comfortable existence at home. Although entrusted with the regency, Zhu Qiyu was acutely aware that he was merely a temporary substitute. Merely brushing against that throne would be tantamount to committing an act of treason. Should you have matters of state to discuss, please deliberate amongst yourselves, Zhu Qiyu attempted to state, yet he was met with peculiar gazes from the ministers, causing his cheeks to flush. Let us discuss together. To be frank, the role of a regent was not a task for the faint-hearted. Success would yield no accolades, while failure would invite reproach. Zhu Qiyu wished to evade responsibility, yet the ministers, astute as they were eager to exploit the opportunity for scapegoating. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, for the sake of the realm, the emperor has taken it upon himself to lead the army against the Tartars, striving for peace and stability for the nation and its people. Yet, Our Ming dynasty finds itself not only beset by unrest at the borders, but also turmoil within. Zhu Qiyu's heart raced in response. When I was at the prince's residence, everything seemed fine. Why, upon taking on the regency, are there so many issues? Oh, my elder brother, could you not clean up after yourself before embarking on your campaign? Zhu Qiyu wished to avoid making decisions, for to make them would mean bearing the burden of accountability. At that moment, he longed to flee back to the comfort of the prince's residence. What is the matter? He inquired. Due to the heavy military presence at the coastal ports of Jiangnan, numerous merchant vessels have been unable to set sail, resulting in a surplus of unsold goods and severely impacting tax revenues. We implore His Highness the Prince to withdraw those soldiers. Agreed, added another. Your Highness, with the Emperor away at war and the treasury in a precarious state, funds are desperately needed. Zhu Qiyu, lacking knowledge of these state affairs, had never envisioned himself as a regent. However, he was not dim-witted. Clearing his throat, he replied, the Emperor's campaign will last but a few months. There is no need for haste. The Minister of Works interjected, Your Highness, the Tartar forces number over 100,000, and a bitter struggle is certain. While the Emperor is indeed wise and formidable, the enemy's strength is considerable, and the duration of the conflict remains uncertain. Should supplies run low, it would lead to. Zhu Qiyu froze, realizing that the implication was clear. To maintain the military presence was to harbor ulterior motives, potentially leading to a disastrous defeat for the Ming army. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If such rumors were to spread, his elder brother would return to find him in a dire predicament. Yu Qian furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. He understood the minister's intentions, yet, like Li Qing, he found the proposal of a 3-7 division unreasonable. Zhu Qiyu felt even more conflicted. Though he lacked understanding of court politics, he recognized that the optimal approach to regency was to remain inactive, preserving the status quo. By doing nothing, he could not err. Yet the pressing issue was that inaction was no longer an option. Zhu Qiyu swallowed hard and asked, Is this the consensus among you all? Sighing, Yu Qian finally stepped forward, stating, Your Highness, the soldiers guarding the coastal ports were dispatched by the Emperor. Oh, Zhu Qiyu first felt a pang of confusion, then elation, exclaiming, if they were sent by the Emperor, then they absolutely must not be withdrawn. The ministers, seething with indignation, cursed the ancestors of Yu Qian while contemplating strategies. After a moment, someone spoke up, noting that the Emperor had not explicitly forbidden a withdrawal. Seizing upon this ambiguity, Zhu Qiyu began to engage in a delicate dance of strategy, realizing that this matter required careful deliberation, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. The thought of enduring such days for several more months sent shivers down his spine. What was to be done? At present, he was temporarily residing in the central palace. Though grand, he longed to return home. What to do? Zhu Qiyu murmured to himself, his mind in disarray. After some time, he suddenly found a breakthrough and commanded someone to summon Yu Qian to the palace. He was unfamiliar with all the ministers, but today Yu Qian had come to his rescue and offered him a glimmer of hope. Half an hour later, Yu Qian arrived at the central palace accompanied by a young eunuch. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Yu Qian said. Please, Minister Yu, rise. There is no need for such formalities, Zhu Qiyu replied hastily, stepping forward to assist him. Please take a seat, Minister Yu. As I am new to this position, I am not well versed in state affairs, and I hope you will generously impart your wisdom. Yu Qian clasped his hands and responded, Your Highness is too courteous. What would you like to understand? Primarily, I wish to grasp my elder brother's governance principles, as I fear I might disrupt his plans, Zhu Qiyu admitted candidly. The Grand Army was to advance through Huailai to Xianzhou, resting briefly before heading to Datong. By the first day of March, they entered the territory of Datong. Zhang Fu ordered the entire army to halt and sent scouts to gather intelligence. Upon confirming that fierce battles were underway and that the Tatars had breached the pass, he promptly issued combat orders. He left 5,000 elite troops to oversee supplies, with 100,000 laborers standing by, strictly instructed not to encroach upon the battlefield, each carrying a day's worth of rations to provide immediate support. Initially, Zhang Fu intended to retain 15,000 soldiers while allowing Zhu Qizhen to remain behind. But Zhu Qizhen was reluctant. I do not interfere with your command, but I cannot shy away from the battlefield, Zhu Qizhen stated calmly. I have never been to battle, which is why I lack understanding, but if I never go, I shall remain forever ignorant. Zhu Qizhen's reasoning was impeccable, leaving Zhang Fu with no counterarguments. and he was compelled to acquiesce. The Grand Army began its march towards the designated destination. Zhu Yunjian felt a surge of excitement, reflecting on the glory of his forebears. He was filled with fervor. Wang Zhen also felt exhilarated, believing he had taken another step closer to his idol. Both had never experienced battle, yet were captivated by the allure of the battlefield. As dusk approached, a lone horseman panted heavily, and after a brief respite, Li Qing sold his horse to a stable without exchanging it for a new one. There was no need. With only about 200 miles remaining to the capital, he could ride through the night and arrive by the early morning court session. It was not a matter of bravado. Rather, the city gates would be locked at midnight, making horseback riding conspicuous and troublesome. It was far better to stealthily approach the city, quietly scale its walls, and then enter. As night fell, Li Qing galloped swiftly, propelled by his inner energy, his speed rendering even the finest steeds envious. He urged his horse to full throttle, raising clouds of dust behind him, and fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, onlookers would surely have been astonished. In this era, evenings are typically devoid of people strolling about, though exceptions do exist. One individual ventured into his fields to apply organic fertilizer and was startled by a large black rat scurrying past. A sudden gust of wind followed, causing an unexpected chill at his rear. Realizing the situation, he instinctively tensed, inadvertently causing an unfortunate mishap, and he yelped in fright, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a filthy creature." It was nearing the fourth watch of the night when Li Qing finally returned to his small courtyard. He let out a long breath, relieved to be home. With some time before the morning court session, Li Qing drew water for a refreshing wash, which invigorated him greatly. After changing his attire, he lay on his bed to restore his energy. However, he dared not rest fully, for the thought of not seeing Zhu Yunjian unsettled him. As he calmed his racing heart and replenished his depleted energy, he estimated that it was nearly time for the emperor's audience, prompting him to rise and depart. Upon entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Qing was taken aback. Despite arriving punctually, he found an unexpected number of seats unfilled. Could the morning court be delayed? Just then, Prince Zhu Qiu entered the Grand Hall, ascended the jade steps, and stood beside the dragon throne. Li Qing silently withdrew from the hall, rubbed his eyes, and stepped back in with his right foot. He questioned whether he had entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony incorrectly. Taking a deep breath, he looked again. The throne remained conspicuously empty, with Zhu Qiu standing nearby. Stunned, his mind went blank. Where was Zhu Yunjian? "Your Majesty, long live the Emperor." The ministers reverently saluted the vacant throne before turning to bow to Prince Zhu Qiu, greeting him as Your Highness. "Please, no need for such formalities," Zhu Qiu replied gently, offering a slight gesture of support. His gaze lingered momentarily on Li Qing, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet he displayed no sign of displeasure. The court felt notably sparse with the absence of so many attendees. Li Qing produced a golden bean from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. It soared through the air, startling Yu Qian, who instinctively turned to see Li Qing standing in the court, his face lighting up with surprise. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Ji nudged him with his elbow and whispered, "Old Yu, you've dropped your golden bean. Where did this golden bean come from?" Yu Qian pondered, just as a golden bean was pressed into his palm. Wang Ji continued to grumble softly, "You should pay more attention. Don't you realize there are many who notice your faults?" Yu Qian was at a loss for words, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. With no time to dwell on it, he stepped forward to remind, "Your Highness, the Emperor has sent Li Du to Jiaoji, instructing him to coordinate with the leaders there to restrain Luchuan, and now he has returned to report." Having gleaned a general understanding of court affairs through Yu Qian in recent days, Zhu Qiu turned his gaze back to Li Qing. Although they had never met, Li Qing was the only unfamiliar face in the court. Li Qing approached, bowed respectfully, succinctly outlined the circumstances, and inquired, "May I ask, Your Highness, where has the Emperor gone?" "To confront the Tatar bandits. My elder brother has taken command, and I am here to oversee the state in his stead," Zhu Qiu replied. Zhu Qiu was quite affable, addressing Li Qing's inquiries with ease. Although Li Qing had anticipated this, the confirmation still caused a sinking feeling in his heart. Damn it, this brat has truly lost his way. Suppressing his negative emotions, Li Qing pressed on with his question, "Where exactly is the Emperor headed?" "Datong," Zhu Qiu replied. Just as Li Qing was about to inquire further, Yu Qian nudged him, signaling that it would be better to discuss it after the court meeting. Sighing, Li Qing returned to his post, his mind a tumultuous mess. unable to grasp a single word of the morning assembly. Upon exiting the Fengtiang Hall, Yu Qian immediately seized Li Qing's arm, swiftly recounting the entire situation. The invasion of over 100,000 Tatar cavalry is no trivial matter. You must hasten to Datong and bring the emperor back. I need to retrieve something before I go. Li Qing frowned, knowing he must prepare for the worst. Should Zhu Yunjian be truly captured, possessing the royal command token would aid in stabilizing the situation swiftly. Yu Qian, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "The royal command flag," Li Qing asserted. "What does that have to do with the larger picture?" Yu Qian questioned, bewildered. "The flag cannot command the emperor." There was no time to explain. Li Qing urged, "Is the Prince of Qing easy to deal with?" Seeing Li Qing so earnest for the first time, Yu Qian nodded vigorously. "Follow me." Datong. The Tatar cavalry, relentless in their onslaught, ultimately breached the gates at the cost of nearly 10,000 elite troops. With the loss of the city walls, they would descend like wolves among sheep, unrestrained in their pillaging. However, the reality was far from his expectations. The court had explicit regulations. Abandoning a city equated to treason, a grave offense that would bring calamity upon one's family. Consequently, the Ming army, from the commanding generals to the soldiers, fought with all their might. They formed ranks, set up barricades, and the cavalry counterattacked from the flanks, while gunmen and archers awaited their moment. Death in battle would earn them compensation, but fleeing the city would spell disaster for their entire families. Under such pressure, no one dared to entertain treacherous thoughts. Yet, despite this, the Tatars maintained an advantage. Their cavalry's mobility and impact were overwhelmingly strong, and their numbers far exceeded those of the Ming forces. Morale plays a decisive role in combat. But when the disparity in strength is so vast, it cannot alter the tide, especially since the Tatars' morale remained high. With each wave of cavalry charges, the Ming troops found it increasingly difficult to withstand, retreating step by step in hopes of holding out until reinforcements arrived from the court. The cacophony of clashing weapons, the cries of the wounded, and the neighing of battle steeds formed a deafening symphony, akin to thunder rolling in the heavens, sending chills down one's spine. Day after day, at long last, their perseverance bore fruit as the first wave of lightly armored reinforcements arrived. With fresh troops joining the fray, the Ming army's retreating momentum was effectively staunched. Yet they still found themselves at a disadvantage against the over 70,000 Tatar cavalry, barely managing to hold their ground. In the Tatar camp, To cursed vehemently. He had not anticipated that even after breaching the city gates, the Ming forces would still possess such formidable resistance. According to his expectations, this should have been a time for plunder. Yet, the stark reality was that they had not seized a single grain of food. This was truly infuriating. To slammed his fist on the table, causing the wine bowls to jolt violently. In light of the current situation, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. The expressions of the others were equally grim, for the resistance and reaction speed of the Ming army exceeded their expectations, leaving them in a precarious predicament. "My lord, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely we can conquer them within a week or so. Perhaps we should circumvent them and penetrate deep into the heart of the Ming territory," suggested a rugged man. "After all, we are cavalry. They cannot possibly pursue us." "Indeed, my lord, there is no need for us to linger here," another general concurred. However, Luo resolutely rejected the notion. "Absolutely not. We have deployed nearly 2/3 of our forces, yet this is insignificant compared to the might of the Ming, who boast an army of 1 million. Moreover, we are on their territory. They can easily resupply their provisions. Even if we manage to hold them off, they could regroup and launch a pincer attack, with disastrous consequences. What then?" The rugged man furrowed his brow. "The tribes are counting on us to secure a grand victory and enjoy the spoils. How can we face them if we return empty-handed? Continue the fight." Luo replied tersely. "There is no need for haste. Though the situation is not as smooth as anticipated, we still hold the initiative and our position remains advantageous. Our supplies can last for another 10 days or so. Ample time to consume their forces and secure sufficient provisions before the Ming can send a substantial reinforcement. We will change our tactics then." Just then, a personal guard rushed into the tent, interrupting Luo's discourse. "What is it?" Luo frowned, displeased at the disruption of his strategic planning. "My lord, grave news." The guard swallowed hard, struggling to convey the information. "The emperor of the Ming has personally taken to the battlefield, and now the elite troops have joined the fray, all comprised of the finest from the three main camps of the capital. A resounding cannonade echoed ominously, and To Bo Luo's expression turned ashen. It was not only he who felt the weight of despair. The leaders gathered in the tent also felt their hearts sink, their faces turning a pallid shade of fear. The reputation of the three main camps of the capital was not to be trifled with, especially after the Battle of Hulan Hushur won, which had demonstrated the devastating power of their might. Though decades had passed, the tales passed down from the elders left them unsettled. They were somewhat familiar with the new emperor of the Ming. Since assuming power, he had vigorously supported the Walla, abolished the recommendations, dismissed the garrison officials, and sent troops to quell unrest. Although young, he was cunning and formidable, clearly not someone to be underestimated. With the legacies of Zhu Yunjian, Zhu Di, and Zhu Zhanji preceding him, Tu Bo Luo and the other leaders dared not underestimate Zhu Yunjian. How many are there? At least 50,000, the guard grimly reported. As for further reinforcements, it is uncertain, but it is highly likely that more will arrive. To Bo Luo felt his heart plummet. He had no doubt about the guard's words. The emperor of the Ming was present, and where the Ming emperor was, reinforcements would surely follow. The others lost their fighting spirit entirely. They had not become so arrogant as to challenge the Ming in open confrontation. My lord, there is an old saying among the Han. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Perhaps it is best for us to withdraw. The rugged man, who had previously appeared fierce, now seemed timid. He wore an anxious expression. Our losses are not yet catastrophic, but if this conflict persists, we must take measures to mitigate our damages. His subordinates were currently engaged in the fray, which naturally heightened his urgency. The others did not mock the man. The incessant thunder of cannon fire was truly terrifying. To Bo Luo, with a face twisted in turmoil, kicked over a table in fury, exclaiming, "The emperor of the Ming dynasty is excessively oppressive. Withdraw." Chapter 138. Li Qing arrives in Datong on the watchtower. Zhu Yunjian was struck with astonishment. Is this truly the battlefield? It is so harrowing. Despite the distance, the grand and tragic scene left him in a state of profound shock. He understood that war resulted in death, but knowing and witnessing it firsthand were two entirely different experiences. Zhu Yunjian's comprehension of warfare had largely been theoretical, rooted in military strategy. He naively believed that with proper command, one could easily vanquish the enemy. However, through this personal encounter, he realized that the reality was far more complex. On the battlefield, the ultimate determinant was raw power, true might. It encompassed the courage to clash with flesh and blood, and the fearless confrontation of weapons and steeds. He suddenly perceived that the elaborate strategies found in military texts were rendered utterly useless in the face of such visceral reality. Indeed, many military treatises analyze warfare from a divine perspective, yet every battle is unique, devoid of the possibility for mere replication. Furthermore, these texts often appear to be retrospective, neglecting the fact that victories frequently hinge on human factors and even the capriciousness of fortune. It is not simply a matter of following prescribed actions to ensure success. In truth, the crux of combat lies in keen judgment of the situation, astute deployment of forces, and deep understanding of both the enemy and one's own troops, attributes that require substantial experience in warfare, which cannot merely be gleaned from reading military literature. Wang Zhun swallowed hard, his face pale, trembling uncontrollably, goosebumps covering his body. The overwhelming force of the situation was truly terrifying, even from such a distance. He found himself gripped by fear. It was frightful, more so than being besieged by ministers. Wang Zhun's legs quaked, and his hands trembled as they clutched the wooden railing. In the capital, Li Qing, bearing the imperial edict, mounted his steed and spurred it into a gallop. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he abruptly pulled on the reins. The steed, feeling the sharp tug, reared up in pain. "You, old six, I truly admire your tenacity," he remarked. Dismounting smoothly, Li Qing approached Yuqian with rapid strides. Yuqian, taken aback, inquired, "Do you have further instructions, sir?" Li Qing nodded, an unprecedented seriousness etched on his face. Let me reiterate, if catastrophe should befall us, you must prioritize the Ming dynasty above all. In such dire circumstances, you alone must step forward. In the court, Yuqian held the position of minister, supported by Wang Ji, the head of the Ministry of Personnel, while Yang Hong remained in the capital. After Zhu Yunjian had taken a large contingent of officials with him, Yuqian had become the most powerful figure. A chill ran through Yunjian. He felt a pang of panic. Sir, things are not so dire. Although the emperor leads the charge, the battle is primarily directed by Duke Zhongfu. I mean, if such calamity were to truly occur, Li Qing interjected. You must prioritize the nation and the people. Everything else can yield. After a brief pause, I shall exert every effort to assist you. However, should I fail to return, you must hold your ground. Sir, such a scenario is unlikely, is it not? Yunjian, initially merely concerned, found himself genuinely frightened by Li Qing's words. Even gripped by fear, he could scarcely imagine the dire circumstances should Li Qing's predictions prove accurate. Li Qing suddenly smiled. After all, it is merely a hypothetical situation. It is always prudent to prepare for the worst. You should be mentally ready. Very well, Yunjian replied solemnly. Should that dire situation arise, he would give it his all. Li Qing nodded. I shall impart 6 words for you to remember. Please, sir, go ahead. Employ strict measures. Reduce your forces. Yunjian pondered these 6 words, nodding slowly. I shall remember them. Li Qing sighed. I must take my leave. Take care, sir, Yunjian responded. Li Qing mounted his horse, turning back with a smile. You too. Take care. He urged his steed onward towards the battlefield of Datong. At the lookout tower, Wang Jinshi could not contain his excitement. Your Majesty, the Tatar army is retreating. Silence. I am not blind, Zhu Yunjian replied with a furrowed brow. Though this battle had repelled the Tatars, he felt no joy. The overall casualties on the Ming side were not fewer than those of the Tatars, perhaps even greater, primarily because the Ming forces had been at a disadvantage in both numbers and combat capability prior to Zhu Yunjian's arrival. Go summon Zhongfu to see me, Zhu Yunjian ordered as he quickly descended from the lookout. Taisher, are we truly returning? A tribal leader asked, unwilling to accept. Certainly not. To bo luo hof. The emperor's presence indicates the main force of the Ming army. Now, they are all concentrated in Datong. We shall head to Xianzhou. They cannot catch up with us and will likely not anticipate our counterattack, catching them off guard. Taisher, your wisdom is unparalleled. Another tribal leader voiced a differing opinion. What if they foresee our move? To bo luo contemplated for a moment, proposing to leave 1,000 cavalry to distract them without engaging directly. Compromise has always been the preferred method of resolving differing opinions. To bo luo's plan ensured safety while offering a chance for a bold move, and all agreed. Meanwhile, Li Qing was en route to Datong. In the command camp, Zhu Yunjian mused. Duke, the Tatars have invested heavily this time. Would they truly depart without any gains? Zhongfu considered and replied, it is difficult to say. After all, the Ming and the steppe tribes have not clashed in many years, and our deterrent force is certainly not what it once was. So you suggest that they are not retreating, but rather shifting their focus to attack elsewhere? Zhongfu, reluctant to let Zhu Yunjian pursue further, felt compelled to speak vaguely due to the implications for countless citizens of the Ming. That is a possibility. Zhu Yunjian sipped his tea, pondering deeply. Where do you think they might attack? Zhongfu sighed. Xianzhou. Prepare the troops for deployment to Xianzhou. Zhu Yunjian commanded decisively. We must act swiftly. For our mobility cannot match theirs, and we must provide rapid assistance. Your Majesty, Xianzhou has also reinforced its troops by 15,000 elite soldiers. In addition to the existing garrison, which can hold for a considerable time, there is no need for such urgency. Zhu Yunjian shook his head. Just before, Datong had also increased its forces by 30,000. The emperor cannot be so calculating, for by the time reinforcements arrive, the city will have already fallen, and no effort will have been exerted. Zhongfu furrowed his brow, adding, we must also guard against their return. This left Zhu Yunjian at a loss. And after a moment of contemplation, he declared, let us leave a portion behind while we take 35,000 men to support Xuandu. He scoffed, saying, it seems the lessons left by Taizong were not sufficiently profound. I shall ensure they are reminded of the might of our Ming dynasty. Zhongfu felt a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, this is unwise. How so? There are security risks, Zhongfu replied. Zhu Yunjian, taken aback, laughed derisively. They would not dare confront us directly. I command 3 major camps. What is there to fear? Zhongfu, resigned, replied. Very well, carry out your orders. Zhu Yunjian stated decisively. When battle ensues, the decision to engage rests with me. Zhongfu wished to offer further counsel, but Zhu Yunjian interjected. If Xuandu suffers from a lack of timely support, and the people endure hardships, who shall bear that responsibility? I shall obey your command. Zhang Fu sighed in resignation. We shall take a detour and head directly from the heart of Ming to Xuandu. That would be far too slow. We must pursue them directly. They are much swifter than us, and by the time we arrive, it is likely that fighting will have already commenced. Zhu Yunjian responded with enthusiasm. At that time, we shall encircle them, both from within and without, thus nullifying their cavalry advantage. Zhu Yunjian's reasoning held merit. Should events unfold as he envisioned, the outcome of the battle would surely be remarkable. Complete annihilation was improbable, but leaving behind half would not pose significant difficulty. Absent Zhu Yunjian, Zhang Fu would certainly have proceeded as proposed. However, with Zhu Yunjian present, he dared not take any risks. Your Majesty, does the Duke intend to defy the decree? Zhang Fu replied, I shall attend to it immediately. Upon reaching the commanding camp, Zhang Fu gazed skyward, reassuring himself. The Emperor's judgment may not be erroneous. Observing the retreat of the Tatars, there is no indication of a plan to lure us into a trap and counterattack. In the theater of war, deception is implausible, as the multitude renders it impossible to relay instructions swiftly, should a commander dare to feign. The soldiers may unwittingly turn the act into reality. Generally, a strategy of drawing the enemy in should not present such overt signals. It was too convincing. After years of warfare, Zhang Fu could discern that the Tatars genuinely feared direct confrontation, which was why they chose to withdraw. He commanded, send word for all to assemble. This duke requires the muster of troops. Yes, the royal guards bowed and hastily departed. Li Qing rode swiftly, changing mounts repeatedly, pushing the pace to its utmost limits. In merely 2.5 days, Li Qing arrived in Datong. From a distance, he beheld a throng of people and exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had not arrived too late. Chapter 139. The Roll of the Royal Command Banner. How splendid! How splendid! Li Qing stood atop a dirt slope, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself as the tautness in his nerves finally eased. A profound sense of happiness welling within him. How to articulate this feeling? It was akin to a hospital diagnosis revealing a tumor, only for the doctor to later inform him that it was benign. Li Qing could not help but grin broadly. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern. Even from 7 or 8 miles away, a sea of heads, at least 100,000 people were engaged in clearing the battlefield. Had the battle already concluded? As Li Qing reveled in joy, he was also somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the second-generation god of war of the Ming dynasty had truly become a deity of battle? Regardless of the circumstances, it was certainly a matter worthy of celebration. His war steed had reached its limits, and with a sense of calm, Li Qing dismounted and led the horse towards the battlefield. After a short while, Li Qing arrived at the scene of conflict, only to find that it was the common folk laboring while the officers merely commanded. He approached a soldier and inquired, when did the battle conclude? The young soldier, unable to read, recognized the Ming official attire and promptly replied, My lord, it ended 3 days ago. Did the Tatars flee in utter defeat? Li Qing pressed. Indeed, when the emperor arrived, the Tatars were so frightened they nearly soiled themselves. The soldier chuckled. Li Qing surveyed the battlefield and noted the significant losses suffered by the Ming troops, prompting a silent sigh. Do you know where the emperor is? He asked. He has pursued them, the soldier responded. What? Li Qing's heart surged into his throat, his expression transforming drastically. When did he commence this pursuit? Not long ago. Merely 2 days, the soldier stammered, clearly intimidated. The Tatars, sensing danger, fled at the sight of the emperor, who did not wish to squander the opportunity to strike at a beleaguered foe, thus leading the army into battle. 2 days? Li Qing relaxed slightly, realizing that only 3 days had passed since the battle's conclusion. Where is your highest-ranking commander? He urgently inquired. Please, follow me, the soldier replied. Zhu Yunjian had not been mistaken, and Zhang Fu's intuition had proven accurate. The Tatars truly dared not confront them head-on. Rather, they sought to lure the enemy into their depths. However, Tuo feared the main force of the Ming army encircling them, compelling him to retain 1,000 cavalry for defense. A rugged man, a piece of dry grass clutched between his teeth, cursed vehemently. Damn it, this is truly unfair. When we faced the elite of the Ming army, my men charged bravely at the front, yet now, they have gone off to share the spoils while I am left to hold the rear. Damn it, what nonsense is this? The steppes were home to numerous tribes. Both the Tatars and the Walla were composed of various factions, not a singular ethnic group. Their allegiance to the great chieftain was often one of reluctant cooperation. unlike the rigid hierarchy of the Ming dynasty. May the eternal sky protect us. I sincerely hope the emperor of the Ming does not come, the rugged man prayed. But evidently, the eternal sky did not favor those who spoke foully. No sooner had he uttered those words than his guards rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "It is dire news. The emperor of the Ming is advancing with his forces." What? The rugged man was taken aback. Quickly prepare for battle. No, do not prepare for battle. We must flee. He did not believe that his 1,000 men stood any chance against the main force of the Ming army, and even if they did, he had no desire to confront them. Why should I do the dirty work while they reap the rewards? Engaging head-on is out of the question. It is his subordinates who would perish. There is no need for such folly. Report. A scout arrived with news. Your Majesty, Duke, we have spotted a cavalry force ahead, numbering approximately 10,000. Upon sighting us, they immediately fled toward Xianzhou. Convey the command to accelerate our march, Zhu Yunjian instructed. They indeed have designs on Xianzhou. Hold on. Accelerate. Zhang Fu hastily prevented the messenger, for the matter concerned the safety of Zhu Yunjian, and he could no longer afford to show consideration. Your Majesty, Xuanfu can withstand the situation. We must not rush and must ensure the soldier's stamina. Zhu Yunjian replied in a subdued tone. Then let us hasten just a little. With a sense of obligation, Zhang Fu, feeling the need for compassion, addressed the messenger. Do not delay in conveying the emperor's decree to accelerate our march slightly. Yes, yes. The messenger replied, startled, and hurried off. The rugged man, while urging his subordinates toward Xuanfu, muttered curses under his breath, lamenting the misfortunes that seemed to plague him. He had no intention of confronting Zhu Yunjian directly. Fear held him back. It wasn't merely the prowess of Zhu Yunjian that intimidated him, but rather the formidable reputation of the previous emperors of the Ming dynasty instilled a deep-rooted apprehension. In Datong, at the general's office, Li Qing waited anxiously, neglecting even to sip his tea. Fortunately, he did not wait long. Within a quarter of an hour, the general of Datong arrived in haste. Upon seeing Li Qing dressed in the attire of a civil official, albeit of the 7th rank, the urgency on his face dissipated immediately. He turned and kicked a soldier, grumbling, "Do you not realize I am occupied with important matters?" Li Qing, dismissive of his so-called display of authority, directly asked, "How many men has the emperor brought?" "Who are you to question me?" The general retorted. "Answer my question," Li Qing responded, his patience thoroughly worn thin. Quickly, a sudden clang echoed as a soldier, just getting back on his feet, found his sword missing. He looked up to see his own blade pressed against the general's neck, drawing blood. "I am Shi Hong, the general of Datong. How dare you?" Li Qing swiftly produced a command flag from his bosom, waving it before him. "The royal order is here. Do you believe I cannot slay you?" Shi Hong's expression tightened, his eyes twitching in surprise at the sight of such authority. This insignia held immense power, far beyond that of the so-called sword of state. Shi Hong immediately relented, forgetting his pain, and sheepishly said, "The emperor has brought 35,000 elite troops to outmaneuver the Tatars, encircling them with the forces from Xuanfu to deliver a decisive blow." 35,000 against over 100,000 Tatar cavalry? Li Qing questioned. "No, not quite." Shi Hong gently pushed Li Qing's blade aside. The Tatars numbered just over 80,000. When the city gates fell, only about 70,000 remained. After a fierce battle, reinforcements arrived, and then the emperor, state the numbers directly. Li Qing interjected as the blade returned to its threatening position. "About 55 to 60,000, Shi Hong answered concisely. Li Qing inquired, "How many troops remain in Datong?" "After a fierce struggle, we have less than 30,000 combat-ready soldiers." "How many exactly?" 18,000, Shi Hong replied. Li Qing's lips twitched in irritation. He had no time for banter. "Immediately assemble all available soldiers, take along provisions for 7 days, and hasten to assist the emperor." "That may not be feasible." Shi Hong objected. "I am the general of Datong. If I withdraw all troops, what will happen if the Tatars return? Who will bear the responsibility for that?" "Listen to me. I will bear the responsibility. If you refuse my orders, I shall see to your demise." Li Qing tightened the blade against his neck, his icy gaze rendering Shi Hong speechless, unable to utter a word of refusal. He was merely a brash youth. How could the court bestow such a command flag upon one like him? This damned bureaucrat, with his delicate appearance, seemed to have an uncanny ability to provoke. In the depths of his mind, Shi Hong cursed vehemently, yet outwardly he acquiesced to cooperate. He had little choice. Though Datong was not far from Xianzhou, Even if the Ming army marched at a leisurely pace, they could reach their destination within 10 days. The rugged man, witnessing the unyielding determination of the Ming troops, felt a surge of frustration. 2To was no trifling character. Should he offer no resistance, he would surely face dire consequences later. How dare they be so brazen? He exclaimed angrily. I have no desire to fight, yet they compel me to do so. His loyal guards echoed his sentiments, urging, indeed. Shall we not stand our ground? Spare me your bravado. I merely speak out of necessity, he retorted. Go, rally 2,000 brothers and create some obstacles for them, just enough to make a point. We are here merely to earn our keep. There is no need to risk our lives. Under the intense pressure from Li Qing, Shi Hung had no choice but to comply, leaving only the injured soldiers behind while taking the full fighting strength with him. Li, this is your directive, he said with unease. My men are well aware. You shall not deceive me. As the commanding officer stationed at Datong, he felt a gnawing anxiety about leaving so many behind, nearly abandoning the city to become a hollow shell. Trust me, I will take full responsibility, Li Qing urged. We have lingered long enough. Nightfall approaches swiftly. We must hasten. Half a day is already quite swift, Shi Hung scoffed. Clearly, you lack military acumen. We shall depart shortly. Chapter 140. Not everything proceeds smoothly as night descended. The army finally set forth. Li Qing felt a growing sense of dread, fearing a sudden counterattack from the opposing forces, which numbered over 30,000. With nearly 60,000 against 35,000, and the entirety of the enemy being cavalry, a sudden change of direction could yield catastrophic results. Surely, a little over 2 days should suffice, he murmured to himself, glancing back at the sea of infantry, a bitter expression crossing his face. If only we had cavalry. We might catch up by tomorrow afternoon. Now, all Li Qing could do was pray that the Tatars would not launch a counteroffensive. 2To, carving into a golden roasted lamb, wore a furrowed brow, his expression taut with tension. With only half a day's journey remaining to Xianzhou, he was confident they would soon lay siege to the city, believing that if Datong could be breached, so too could Xianzhou. Yet, what if the Ming emperor came for him? This was a very real possibility, and he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He doubted that 10,000 ironclad cavalry could hold out for long. He had indeed underestimated them. 2To slammed his fist upon the table in frustration, wrestling with his thoughts. What a troublesome situation. Not only 2To was troubled, the rugged man was equally conflicted. The men he had sent to obstruct the Ming army's advance had returned, bearing shocking news. The Ming forces numbered only 30 to 40,000, primarily infantry. They dare to pursue us with such a meager force? This revelation took him by surprise. He could hardly decide whether to call them bold or reckless. Though not exceptionally clever, he could still do the math. Facing nearly double the enemy's numbers, all of whom were cavalry, it seemed impossible for them to lose. What if the Ming army sends more men? The rugged man murmured to himself, unwilling to gamble, yet loath to concede defeat. Among the main forces of the Ming army, the emperor of the Ming dynasty was present. Capturing him would mean obtaining everything. But is it truly that simple? After all, he is the emperor of the Ming. This is indeed a formidable challenge. The man turned to his trusted guard, asking, are there truly only 30,000 men in the Ming army? Indeed. They do not exceed 40,000, the guard replied, licking his lips. We have 60,000 troops. If we charge all at once, we can undoubtedly defeat them. If we capture the emperor of the Ming, then we shall have it all. The rugged man breathed heavily. Send a group of brothers to relay the message to the Grand Tutor in Xianzhou, urging him to return and seize this moment that could alter our fate. Yes. In the command tent, Zhu Yunjian studied the terrain map, sighing, our marching speed remains insufficient. There are still over 10,000 Tatar cavalry obstructing our path. If we continue at this pace, by the time we arrive, they may have already breached the city gates. We must hasten. Your Majesty, we must not proceed recklessly. Zhang Fu decisively countered. High-intensity marching significantly diminishes our combat effectiveness, especially against an enemy composed entirely of cavalry. Even if we do arrive early, what good will it do if our soldiers are exhausted? Your Majesty, it would be akin to presenting our necks for the axe. Zhu Yunjian felt a surge of frustration, but found himself unable to express it. While Zhang Fu's words were harsh, they were nonetheless true. An exhausted Ming army would not provide support, but rather present themselves as easy targets. How infuriating! Zhu Yunjian felt a weight in his chest. Why must everything go awry? Could there not be one occasion where his wishes were fulfilled? It was not only Zhu Yunjian who felt this way. Li Qing was equally discontent. He wished to speed up their march to catch up with the main forces, but the issue lay with his soldiers. They were merely ordinary men who had just endured a fierce battle. Damn it! Li Qing recalled a time he felt this frustrated when Zhu Yunjian refused to heed advice and insisted on diminishing the feudal lord's power. General Shi, Li Qing called out. Shi Hung approached, gnawing on a chicken leg. What is it? He held a grudge against Li Qing, but could not act against him. Even if he were of a higher rank, it would be futile against the royal command. Nonetheless, it did not prevent him from harboring resentment towards Li Qing. Li Qing, not concerned with Shi Heng's attitude, inquired, "At this rate, when can we catch up to the emperor? Is this such a simple calculation you cannot make?" Shi Heng scoffed mockingly, but upon meeting Li Qing's icy gaze, he faltered. "We set out 2 days later than the emperor, plus an additional day. Once the emperor reaches Xianzhou, we will catch up. Could we not hasten a bit?" Li Qing pressed. Shi Heng shook his head. "That is not feasible. The brothers have just endured a hard-fought battle and have yet to recover. We cannot push them further. Just a little faster," Li Qing insisted. "No, just a bit. No. Then let us proceed a touch quicker," Shi Heng conceded. The following day, the sky was a brilliant blue, with the sun shining brightly. To Bo Luo stretched, stepping out of the tent, and instructed his guards, "Relay the order. Let us rest for another half-day. Allow the brothers to eat and drink their fill, and we shall continue our journey in the afternoon, launching a full assault by nightfall." "Understood," the guard replied, bowing as he departed. Luo gazed up at the sky and began to pray. "Heavenly deity, may you bestow your blessings upon me and ensure that the Tatars return triumphantly." No sooner had he spoken than the loyal guard returned, accompanied by another person. "My lord," the newcomer declared, "there is urgent military news." Luo cast a glance at him and scoffed. "Spare me your grievances. After this battle, you shall not lack for rewards." "My lord, this is indeed a matter of urgency." The messenger spoke succinctly. "We have discovered that the Ming emperor commands only over 30,000 troops. If we turn back and engage them, we can decisively defeat them and capture the Ming emperor alive." "What?" Luo's expression changed dramatically. 2 days later, at dawn, Zhu Yunjian, as was his custom, washed his face with royal spring water, rinsed his mouth with exquisite Longjing tea, and wiped his face with a fine Songjiang towel. After enjoying a sumptuous imperial breakfast, he had just taken a sip of porridge and was about to pick up a crispy pickled vegetable when Zhang Fu rushed in, flustered. "Your Majesty, scouts report that 60,000 Tatar cavalry are advancing towards us." Zhang Fu's voice trembled. "Please, Your Majesty, return to Datong at once. They will arrive in less than an hour. We cannot afford to delay." Facing an enemy of 60,000 cavalry against the Ming army's 35,000, even the usually composed Zhang Fu found himself flustered. Seeing Zhu Yunjian still holding the pickled vegetable, Zhang Fu disregarded all propriety and shouted, "Stop dawdling. Hurry." Wang Zhen's face paled, and he hastily added, "Your Majesty, it would be wise to avoid confrontation for now." Having experienced the battlefield's brutality, he understood the vast disparity in strength and the absence of a defensible position. It was evident that the Ming forces would struggle to prevail. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Avoiding their might, Zhu Yunjian slammed down his chopsticks, rising abruptly. "My soldiers fight with valor, and I am to become a coward? It is merely a strategic withdrawal," Zhang Fu urged. "Allow me to hold the rear while you hasten to Datong." He was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that time was of the essence. Lingering could spell calamity. "Quickly, Your Majesty. Enough. I will not abandon my soldiers to flee alone." Zhu Yunjian sat back down, calmly resuming his meal, chewing on the pickled vegetable with a relentless crunch. Zhang Fu, exasperated, felt like giving him a good shake. War was no child's play, and the enemy would not hesitate to strike. Wang Zhen, equally frightened, aligned himself with Zhang Fu. "Your Majesty, our numbers are far inferior to the Tatars, and they are all cavalry. If we do not summon reinforcements in time, our soldiers may not stand a chance." Wang Zhen's counsel was sound. Zhu Yunjian's reluctance to flee was aimed at maintaining morale, but seeking reinforcements would provide the greatest assistance to his troops. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yunjian nodded. "Wang Zhen, you go. I shall remain." "Oh, how can I possibly mobilize an army?" Wang Zhen was frantic. His concern for Zhu Yunjian equal to Zhang Fu's. If anything were to befall Zhu Yunjian, he would not only lose his position but perhaps his very life. What is there to fear? I shall write a decree for you, Zhu Yunjian replied, wiping his hands and retrieving paper and brush. Zhang Fu, now desperate, exclaimed, Your Majesty, do not insist. Zhu Yunjian, resolute, declared, If I retreat without a fight, how shall I ever face the Ming soldiers again? He still harbored thoughts of commanding the army. Thus, he would naturally refrain from engaging in such a disreputable affair. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Yunjian swiftly penned 2 edicts and entrusted them to Wang Zhun. Hasten to Datong for reinforcements, and additionally send the Jinling to Xianzhou for aid. Speed is of the essence. He then addressed Zhang Fu, saying, Duke, the enemy is upon us. We must hasten to arrange our troops. At this moment, Qing was still en route with his forces. Chapter 141. A critical juncture. The span of half an hour can feel both lengthy and brief. Under Zhang Fu's meticulous command, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The stakes were set, formations were established, and the Ming troops stood ready. The outer ranks consisted of shield bearers and spear soldiers, followed by those wielding broadswords, archers positioned behind, and gunmen stationed further back, with artillery at the rear. Zhang Fu had pushed the Ming defenses to their utmost limits, yet he felt no measure of security. They were situated between Datong and Xianzhou, far from either. Even under the best circumstances, it would take at least 5 days for reinforcements to arrive. Could they endure for 5 days? The likelihood was bleak. 60,000 iron cavalry would charge in waves. No formation, no matter how steadfast, could withstand such an onslaught, especially as the enemy clearly intended a desperate assault of unprecedented ferocity. Zhang Fu stamped his foot in frustration, his face contorted with dismay. Damn it! My illustrious reputation may very well perish here. He was afraid, and the civil officials were even more so. But one person remained unafraid, Zhu Yunjian. Over 100 officials from the 6 ministries, the Grand Secretariat, the Censorate, and the Hanlin Academy bowed before him, yet Zhu Yunjian remained unmoved. If he did not flee, the officials had no reason to do so either. His refusal to retreat meant they too would face the Tatar cavalry. The brutality of war had been vividly witnessed during the great battle at Datong. How could they not be afraid? Your Majesty, you bear the fate of countless common people. You must not falter, Chao Nai urged, his voice worn thin from pleading. Others joined in, including the Minister of Revenue and the Vice Minister of War, tugging at Zhu Yunjian's sleeves, imploring him to reconsider. Even the Jinling wished to offer counsel, but lacking education, they could only watch helplessly. Zhu Yunjian remained resolute. With war imminent, how could he be the first to flee? What would become of his dignity as emperor if word spread of his retreat? Any who dare counsel me to evade shall be judged for cowardice and desertion, Zhu Yunjian exclaimed, casting off his robe in anger. A pack of craven fools. With that, he disregarded the officials' reactions and strode out of the command tent. On the watchtower, Zhang Fu fixated on the neatly arranged troops, striving to refine their positioning to ensure no vulnerabilities remained. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of yellow in his peripheral vision. Turning, he saw Zhu Yunjian, and his face turned pale. My lord, what are you doing here? You must return to the central camp at once. What is there to fear? Zhu Yunjian replied nonchalantly. I command 35,000 elite troops. What have I to dread? Even if we cannot win, we can certainly hold them off. Zhang Fu was nearly in tears. Confidence is commendable, but blind arrogance is perilous. The soldiers of the Ming were formidable, yet compared to the eras of the Xuande and Yongle emperors, they were ultimately at a disadvantage, especially when faced with an oncoming force of 60,000 Tatar cavalry. The unafraid young bull is not daunted by the tiger. Such is the nature of youth. Wang Zhun galloped furiously, oblivious to the jostling or perhaps terrified. His face quivered with anxiety. His connection with Zhu Yunjian was profound. How could he not be anxious? Giddy up. Move for us. Wang Zhun's countenance was fierce, nearly thrashing the horse's rear. His urgency was palpable, as the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot agents could not keep pace with him. Racing furiously, he finally encountered the army led by Qing as dusk fell. Oh! How Wang Zhun was struck with a mix of astonishment and joy, nearly moved to tears. Heaven indeed sees us. I am Wang Zhun, chief of the ceremonial office. Wang Zhun bellowed, producing Zhu Yunjian's imperial decree. Who is the commander here? Step forward and respond. Qing, sharp of mind, upon hearing this, immediately seized Shi Heng's arm. There is urgent military news ahead. Come with me. Ouch, ouch. Shi Hing felt as if his arm were clamped in a vice, unable to break free, being dragged along by Li Qing. Before long, the two reached the front lines and confirmed it was indeed Wang Zhen. Li Qing's heart tightened. Yet Wang Zhen felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Qing. He was well aware of Li Qing's capabilities. "Oh, Mr. Li, when did you return?" Wang Zhen greeted him with delight. "Enough of that. What is the situation ahead?" Li Qing inquired hastily. Wang Zhen's expression shifted from joy to urgency. 60,000 Tatar cavalry are heading towards the emperor. We must hasten to assist. Li Qing's body trembled, his face contorted in rage. "I cannot believe this." Shi Hing was left dumbfounded, repeating, 60,000 Tatar cavalry are heading for the emperor? After a moment, he snapped back to reality, leaping 3 feet high, exclaiming, 60,000 Tatar cavalry are charging towards the emperor? Li Qing struggled to contain his inner turmoil, asking, "When did this occur?" "This morning," Wang Zhen urged. "Mr. Li, General, you must accelerate your pace. If we delay, it will all be over. Prepare the troops, quickly." Shi Hing wasted no time. The emperor was not far from their stationed troops, and if they failed to render assistance in time, the court would surely blame him. In that instant, he disregarded the potential loss in combat effectiveness due to a hasty march, yelling to rush to the aid. "Send the order. Forget about provisions. Remove your armor and run. Run." Shi Hing shouted in a near frenzy. "Fool!" Li Qing scolded vehemently. "Going like this is merely courting death. We cannot proceed like this. I am the chief commander. Heed my orders. Quickly relay the military commands. I carry the imperial flag. Who dares disobey? I will have them executed." Li Qing's aura was menacing. The personal guards exchanged glances between Shi Hing and Li Qing, paralyzed with indecision. They had witnessed Li Qing's ferocity. Shi Hing had nearly suffered a fatal wound at his hands, and they knew that a mere soldier's life was insignificant. "Rascals!" Shi Hing cursed vehemently, glaring at Li Qing. "If anything happens to the emperor, will you bear the blame, or will I as the chief commander? Follow my orders, and I shall take full responsibility." Li Qing's expression remained grim. His agitation was beyond words. He ventured onto the battlefield, where Shi Hing and Wang Zhen appeared utterly indifferent to the soldiers' fates, urging them to sprint with reckless abandon. In such a scenario, even if they managed to arrive in time, they would merely be lambs led to slaughter, effectively offering their heads on a platter. Yet, he hesitated to refrain from acting, fearing that Zhu Yunjian might be captured. Upon further reflection, he pondered whether, in such a dire moment, even his presence could salvage Zhu Yunjian from amidst the throngs of ironclad cavalry. If he possessed the ability to single-handedly confront thousands, he would have long since penetrated the Tartar camp, wreaking havoc. Who truly commanded the war? Li Qing gritted his teeth and inquired, "Is it the Emperor or the Duke of England?" Wang Zhen replied anxiously, "It is the Duke of England. He has been at the helm of previous battles as well." "Alas, discussing this now is futile. We must hasten, Mr. Li." Li Qing instantly felt a sense of relief. "Please remain calm, Your Excellency. We shall return within 2 days at the latest. You must urgently inform the Emperor and the Duke of England to hold their ground. Should the army march hastily, even if they arrived, they would be unable to rescue Zhu Yunjian. Only by maintaining their combat strength could they hope to save him." Li Qing could not afford to succumb to despair. He could only strive to minimize losses, prioritizing the Ming dynasty and its people. By doing so, even if Zhu Yunjian were indeed captured, the Tartars would not be able to use the emperor as leverage against the capital. However, this did not signify that Li Qing had relinquished hope for Zhu Yunjian. If there was a chance to save him, it must be seized. Zhu Yunjian had only just begun to wield some imperial power. Should a power transfer occur, whether to Prince Cheng Zhuqiu or the young Zhu Jianxin, previously suppressed officials would undoubtedly rise once more. Such a scenario was one Li Qing was loath to witness. "Zhu Yunjian, may you find steadiness after this ordeal and refrain from such impulsiveness," Li Qing sighed, noticing Wang Zhen staring at him in bewilderment. "Is there something else, Your Excellency?" Wang Zhen exclaimed urgently, "What time is it? We have just 2 days left. We must set off tomorrow. Please, I implore you. I would even kneel for you." With that, Wang Zhen truly knelt down. Shi Hing was left speechless. By heavens! This 7th-rank official named Li possesses such power that he has compelled the esteemed head eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau to kneel. His worldview nearly shattered. He was forced to reassess Li Qing's character. Chapter 142. Finally caught up after a night of relentless assault, the Ming army, in their staunch resistance. Inflicted significant losses on the Tartars, nearly matching the casualties of a desperate charge. The Ming forces, however, were in no better condition, suffering even greater losses than the Tartars. And the situation was worse than Zhang Fu had anticipated. The Tartar offensive far exceeded his estimations, attacking from all directions simultaneously, with 2 shifts of fighters, each lasting 3 hours, interspersed with rest, allowing the Tartars to maintain a relatively high level of combat effectiveness. The Ming forces could not compare, as they were severely outnumbered, with 35,000 soldiers struggling against nearly 30,000 cavalry. If they attempted to reserve half of their forces to maintain combat strength, they would have no chance of victory. Damn it, we cannot hold on much longer. Zhang Fu ground his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace. It was evident that, at most within 2 days, if not sooner, under the unrelenting Tartar assaults, the Ming army would be overwhelmed. Indeed, it is through the artillery and firearms of the divine machine camp that we stand, for if we were solely reliant on cold weapons, we would be in dire straits by now. The phalanx is the simplest of defensive formations, yet remains the most practical. The Ming army, united, stands resolute against wave after wave of assaults, using their own flesh and blood as a barricade. Every soldier fights valiantly, some out of loyalty to their country, others out of fear of retribution. They all give their utmost. Particularly the officers, whose allegiance is tied to the emperor. Should harm befall him, the common soldiers may fare better. But these officials would undoubtedly face reckoning. Driven by this mindset, they must fight with abandon. What is the state of affairs? Unfavorable. Zhang Fu turned to see Zhu Yunjian approaching, his anxiety palpable. Your Majesty, you must return to the command camp. This place is far too perilous. Zhu Yunjian's countenance was grave. He too recognized the grim situation, yet he psychologically believed that the Ming army could not suffer total defeat. A modicum of panic stirred within him, but it was not overwhelming. This courage stemmed from the legacies of Zhu Yunjian, Zhu Di, and Zhu Zhanji. Their formidable reputations instilled in him a sense of intrinsic superiority. Zhu Yunjian harbored a certain disdain for his neighbors. Zhang Fu, however, was far less optimistic. With a lifetime spent in warfare, his understanding of battle far surpassed that of 100 Zhu Qizans. Your Majesty, might it be wise to withdraw? Zhang Fu implored. There is still time to retreat. Delay further, and escape may become impossible. Am I to abandon those valiant soldiers who fight to the death? Zhu Yunjian replied resolutely. If I were to leave, not only would I face scorn from the world, but in light of the current circumstances, my departure would surely cause morale to plummet. How long could you hold out then? Zhang Fu fell silent. He understood the truth that Zhu Yunjian grasped. Without the emperor, the soldiers would not fight with such fervor, and collapse would ensue in less than a day. Yet, in comparison, the emperor's significance was undeniable, at least in Zhang Fu's estimation. Very well, Duke, continue your efforts. Zhu Yunjian said with a smile. I shall refrain from adding to your burdens. He glanced at the rising sun and departed with a measured gait. Zhang Fu sighed, steeling himself to continue observing the situation and issuing commands. Master Wang, you must hurry back to the emperor. The Duke has news to convey. Li Qing urged, emphasizing the necessity of maintaining troop morale. You've been with us all night. Hasten back. Master Li, the battle has commenced, amidst the chaos. Our mere 100 men cannot possibly penetrate. Wang Zhen lamented. Wang Zhen feared for his life, yet his words held truth, with nearly 100,000 on each side. His small contingent would barely make a ripple. Li Qing was unconcerned with Wang Zhen's fate. In the face of tens of thousands of Ming soldiers, Wang Zhen was inconsequential. Will you go or not? Shi Hung was taken aback. Li Qing was directly threatening Wang Zhen? The command banner was useful, but did he not fear retribution? This man seemed oblivious to the future. Shi Hung distanced himself from Li Qing, perceiving him as a madman. Who would not fear a madman wielding the command banner? Wang Zhen stammered. Master Li, it is not that we fear for our lives, but... I will count to 3, Li Qing declared, his patience wearing thin. His intention to preserve the army's strength did not indicate a lack of urgency. He was more anxious than anyone. Master Li, 2. 1. Clang. Very well. We shall go at once. Wang Zhen gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. Should the young emperor encounter a mishap, survival would be exceedingly precarious. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, return to camp. Shi Hung swallowed hard, casting an odd glance at Li Qing. Impressive. Li Qing turned his head. Addressing the soldiers, having marched through the night, let us prepare a meal and rest for 3 or 4 hours before resuming our march. Very well, Shi Heng nodded. Instructing his aides to attend to the matter, Li Qing ascended a dirt slope, gazing ahead with a furrowed brow, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. He had to brace himself for the worst-case scenario and its ramifications for the Ming dynasty. Overall, the Ming was still on an upward trajectory. The corruption within the bureaucracy was the norm, and focusing solely on that would be rather petty. He was concerned about the nation's welfare and livelihood. In terms of sustenance, the introduction of Yongla beans, Yongla rice, and Xuanda sweet potatoes had alleviated hunger. Economically, maritime trade had spurred the development of handicrafts and had given rise to the nascent form of capital. The issue of overspeculation in precious notes was also being addressed. These two aspects were fundamental, and the Ming had managed to secure them, flourishing remarkably. In this light, even the loss of an emperor would not have a significant impact. Li Qing mused that with the young emperor having brought so many officials along, the capital was effectively under Yu Qian's control, as long as he was present. The court would likely remain stable. With this thought, Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief. The situation was indeed grave, but not to the extent of threatening the very existence of the nation. Even if the young emperor were truly captured, it would merely signify the loss of a sovereign. Have something to eat. A chicken leg was offered to him. Li Qing snapped back to reality, waving his hand and saying, "I have no appetite. Please, enjoy." Shi Heng, undeterred, took a bite and plopped down beside Li Qing, inquiring, "Are you truly of the 7th rank?" "Yes, a regular 7th rank official in the Ministry of War," Li Qing affirmed. "Is there a problem?" "None at all." Shi Heng quickly shook his head, smiling. "I was merely curious. They say Wang Zhen is ruthless and tyrannical. I did not expect you to be treated with such respect." In the event of trouble, Li Qing would bear the blame, and Shi Heng did not wish to provoke him unduly. Wang Zhen was indeed a notorious figure, yet not as exaggerated as the rumors suggested. Li Qing smiled, then added, "General Shi, should any misfortune arise, I will accept full responsibility. However, I have a request." "Speak." Shi Heng nodded. "The likelihood of such an event is minimal, but it is prudent to prepare for the worst, which can only benefit you," Li Qing mused. "If the emperor is captured, you should deploy more personnel around Datong and Xuanda, establishing watchful eyes. Should anything amiss occur, you must swiftly lead your troops to the capital." Shi Heng was taken aback. "This is merely a precaution," Li Qing replied with a calm smile. "If that were to happen, follow my instructions, and you shall not be implicated. Rather, you may ascend to greater heights." Shi Heng nodded slowly. "That is agreeable, but we should hasten our march. If the emperor truly falls into peril, none of us will fare well. Preserving our combat strength is essential for support." Li Qing shook his head. "Currently, the pace of our march is already nearing the limit of the soldiers' endurance. Should we hasten further, even if we arrive in time, it would be of little use." Understanding the futility of further persuasion, Shi Heng opted for silence. In a rather unflattering manner, it is evident that someone must bear the blame. Bound by royal commands and the constraints of authority, should a thorough investigation ensue, there would be ample room for evasion. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, those acting under orders are not held accountable for any transgressions. The following day at noon, Wang Zhen, upon hearing the sounds of battle from afar, hesitated to advance further, his heart gripped by trepidation. It was not until nightfall that he found an opportunity to risk his life and return to camp. Fortuitously, he unwittingly selected a zone of relative calm amidst the fierce conflict, allowing him to return to the military encampment without incident. After half an hour, he finally located Zhu Yunjian. Wang Zhen collapsed onto the ground, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Your Majesty, I almost did not make it back." "How is it that you returned so swiftly?" Zhu Yunjian remarked, dismissing Wang Zhen's plight with a furrowed brow. "I tasked you with summoning reinforcements. I have indeed summoned them." Wang Zhen hurriedly replied. "On my way, I encountered Mr. Li, who is leading the reinforcements and is currently on his way here. They will arrive by dawn at the latest, and possibly even by tomorrow evening." "Is that true?" Zhang Fu, who had not eaten properly for a day, approached and, upon hearing this news, immediately perked up, asking urgently, "How many men did he bring?" Wang Zhen estimated approximately 20,000. 20,000 will likely bring the full fighting strength from within the city, Zhang Fu commended. Mr. Li's arrival is exceedingly timely. Zhu Yunjian's spirits rose as well. "The day Mr. Li arrives shall be the day we launch our counteroffensive." Zhang Fu interjected, "Your Majesty, our casualties have surpassed those of the Tatars. Even with an additional 20,000, we would still be at a disadvantage. We must await the reinforcements from Xuanfuzhen. Only when the three armies unite can we initiate a full-scale assault." Just as Zhu Yunjian was about to respond, a cavalry officer rushed in, kneeling and clasping his fists. "Your Majesty, Duke, grave news. The Tatars are preparing a full-scale assault, bringing all their forces to bear." "What?" Zhang Fu's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling as he dashed toward the watchtower. "Hold firm. By tomorrow noon, no, by noon today, we shall arrive." Li Qing gazed at the resplendent starry sky, silently praying. In the latter half of the night, the entire army rested, and at dawn, they began to prepare meals. Cooking for 2 meals at once, one to eat and one to reserve for the journey, then set forth for the final sprint. Under Li Qing's orchestrations, the Ming army achieved the fastest possible march while ensuring their combat effectiveness. At long last, by noon the next day, they reached the designated battlefield. Listening to the distant sounds of combat and witnessing the vague throngs of humanity, both Li Qing and Shi Heng sighed in relief. The battle still raged on, indicating they had not arrived too late. Li Qing, filled with gratitude, murmured to himself, "We have finally made it. It has not been easy, not at all. This time, I am no longer on the road." Chapter 143, Bloodied Combat at the Watchtower. Zhang Fu's face twisted in a grimace. Devoid of the dignified demeanor he once possessed as a nobleman, now teetering on the brink of madness, perhaps even losing his sanity. Ultimately, the Ming army was overwhelmed. Under the relentless assault of the Tatars, the formation was irrevocably shattered, unable to withstand the cavalry's charge. "It is over. Everything is over." Zhang Fu felt himself nearing the brink of collapse, engulfed in a despair he had never known in his lifetime of military service. Behind him stood the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Zhang Fu turned to witness the formation torn apart, with thousands of cavalry pouring in, charging straight toward the command center. His heart sinking into desolation. The outcome is already predetermined. The Ming army is destined for defeat, and it will occur in less than 2 hours. He yearns to disregard everything and command everyone to turn their weapons around, to rescue Zhu Yunjian, but ultimately he relinquishes that hope. It is too late. Nothing can be changed, and turning back would only expose their backs to the enemy, leading to a complete slaughter. There is no purpose in accelerating their demise. All he can do is strive to take as many Tatars down as possible before the entire army is annihilated. That is his sole remaining option. Zhang Fu's eyes are bloodshot, and he longs to weep. He truly has done his utmost. In a haze, he seems to glimpse a large contingent of Ming soldiers approaching. Zhang Fu rubs his eyes and looks back again. It is indeed the Ming army. Reinforcements have arrived. In an instant, the nearly shattered Zhang Fu feels all his vigor return, murmuring, "There is still hope. There is still salvation. Form ranks. Form ranks." Zhang Fu bellows, "Block their advance. Our reinforcements are here." The flag bearer immediately signals, conveying Zhang Fu's orders to the soldiers. In truth, many have already seen the arrival of nearly 20,000 troops. It is impossible to overlook. The morale of the Ming soldiers surges dramatically. Tua Bo Luo feels a sinking sensation in his heart. According to his estimates, the Ming reinforcements would take at least another 3 days to arrive, and he had refrained from sending scouts ahead to ensure a full offensive. How could support arrive so swiftly, especially without cavalry? Tua Bo Luo is quite distressed. In this moment, he empathizes with Zhang Fu. The Ming cannot afford to lose. For the emperor is present, yet the Tatars cannot afford to falter either, for they have not gained significant advantage in this battle. The Ming's wealth is substantial. The loss of tens of thousands is inconsequential, but the Tatars cannot sustain such losses. This time, they brought over 80,000 warriors, comprising 2/3 of the entire Tatar force. If they return empty-handed after sacrificing several thousand, it would be utterly unacceptable. Tua Bo Luo bellows sternly, "Charge straight for the central army, disregard the rest, and capture the Ming emperor alive. Form ranks." Shi Heng shouts, with shield bearers and spear soldiers advancing, while the broadsword soldiers take position in the center, pushing forward relentlessly. Shi Heng's strategy is sound. The Ming army is currently under assault, and attempting to rectify the situation immediately would be a delusion. Only by first staving off their charge and stabilizing their formation can they hope to regroup. Li Qing takes a deep breath, slowly unsheathing his sword. his inner energy erupting with tremendous force. It has been a long time since he has fought on the battlefield. 18,000 soldiers form ranks, methodically advancing toward the battlefield from the flanks. After a quarter of an hour, they officially arrive on the battlefield. The Ming soldiers are formidable. Kill. Li Qing's energy sinks to his dantian, his voice resonating with a chilling clarity that carries far and wide, imparting a sense of assurance to the bloodied soldiers ahead. The reassurance that reinforcements have arrived. Now that they have reached the battlefield, Li Qing no longer hesitates. Shi Hong, the commander stationed in Datong, has recently engaged the Tatars and does not require his concern. Li Qing charges ahead, directly towards the surging tide of the central army. Clang. Thud, thud, thud. Li Qing wields his saber with the grace of a windmill, inflicting wounds and death with each encounter, resembling a deity of slaughter. Move faster, even faster. Li Qing's heart was in turmoil, for the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. They had made some progress, yet it was insufficient. Zhu Yunjian's army had already been decimated. Li Qing yearned to sprout wings and soar directly to Zhu Yunjian's side, whisking him away to safety. Yet, the grim reality of the battlefield rendered such fantasies futile. No matter his prowess, against thousands of ironclad cavalry, he was powerless. Before him, a dozen Tatar cavalrymen stood like an insurmountable barrier, obstructing his advance. Those who dare to impede me shall perish. Li Qing bellowed, his voice resonating with authority as he wielded his saber, its blade trembling with ferocity. The foremost Tatar soldier, caught unawares by the flash of cold steel slicing towards him, instinctively raised his weapon in defense. With a resounding crack, blood erupted into the air as the saber effortlessly cleaved through the Tatar's weapon and shoulder, bisecting him with a single stroke. The blade continued its descent, unyielding, ripping through flesh and bone. As the horse beneath him fell, its head severed in a brutal display. What seemed an eternity transpired in mere moments. The sheer force of Li Qing's strike left both sides momentarily dazed in the heat of battle. With remarkable swiftness, he cast aside the now bloodied saber, sending it hurtling into the chest of a Tatar directly across from him. In one agile leap, he seized the fallen Mongolian steed, yanking the reins and executing a sharp 180-degree turn, galloping away with astonishing speed. It was a blur, in the span of 2 breaths. He had felled 2 men and a horse. His official robes, drenched in blood, dripped profusely, his once noble visage now grotesque and twisted by crimson. Advancing forward, Li Qing was an unstoppable force, the aura of death surrounding him palpable and chilling. However, the reprieve was fleeting. In the chaos of war, individual prowess had its limitations. While he could safeguard his own life, he could not shield his steed from harm. The horse, its legs severed, collapsed violently, sending Li Qing tumbling to the ground. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air at an acute angle, swift as lightning. Despite his heightened senses, he found himself powerless in midair, twisting his body desperately as the arrow grazed past his nose. Upon landing, another arrow was upon him. This time, firmly grounded, he reached out and grasped it mid-flight, halting its deadly trajectory. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the arrow hurtling back from whence it came, eliciting a cacophony of screams and the sounds of a rider crashing to the earth. With no time to spare, Li Qing sprang into action, kicking aside a Tatar on horseback and seizing his curved blade, continuing his relentless pursuit. Time was of the essence. He could not afford a moment's delay in his quest to locate Zhu Yunjian. Yet, as he pressed forward, he found himself facing an overwhelming tide of enemy forces, with Tatar warriors surging relentlessly towards him. The closer he drew to the center of the battlefield, the denser the enemy became, creating an almost impenetrable wall. Though his chi granted him the swiftness of a swallow, true flight remained an unattainable dream. All he could do was cleave a path through the thorns of adversity. Kill, kill, kill. Li Qing could not fathom how many he had slain. His robe was soaked through with blood, his entire body and face smeared in crimson. He had no time to wipe it away, pushing forward with the utmost speed, though this so-called speed hardly exceeded a leisurely stroll. The enemy was overwhelming, vastly outnumbering the Ming forces. Li Qing's heart sank with each passing moment. The reality was clear. The center of the army had crumbled, and it had fallen severely. To live is to see the living, to die is to see the dead. Gritting his teeth, Li Qing pressed on. Despite the dire circumstances, he still believed that Zhu Yunjian was likely alive. The emperor of the Ming, the supreme ruler, the soldiers of the Ming army, the Eastern Depot agents. And the Jinhui would protect him with their lives. Even the opposing Tatars would not dare to kill Zhu Yunjian. The death of Zhu Yunjian would bring endless strife. Regardless of who succeeded him, vengeance would be wrought upon the Tatars, a fact they were surely aware of. A living Zhu Yunjian was a treasure, an inexhaustible wealth. A deceased Zhu Yunjian would offer no benefits and instead become a calamity for the Tatars. Crack! The curved blade in Li Qing's hand, already dulled, could endure no more and snapped into two pieces. What a calamity! Li Qing cursed the Tatars for their inability to forge iron. Rising in fury to slay his foes with the broken blade, he cleaved through one enemy after another until he finally reached the vicinity of the Ming army's command post. Here, the Ming forces were evidently bolstered, with numerous Jinhui engaging in relentless combat. The Ming was still standing. Li Qing whispered to himself, his eyes sparkling with hope. Chapter 144. The long-awaited reunion indeed. The Ming forces had increased, but not significantly. The combined number of Jinhui and soldiers barely reached 2,000 and was rapidly dwindling. In contrast, the Tatars were continuously sending reinforcements. With a heavy sigh, Li Qing wielded his great sword, toppling a dozen more foes before finally closing the distance. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The archers' nerves were taut to the extreme upon seeing a blood-soaked figure charging toward them, instinctively loosing their arrows. Li Qing reacted swiftly, leaning back sharply, executing a sliding maneuver that carried him several meters away. Friends, our reinforcements have arrived. Quickly, block their advance. On the battlefield, fear of death only leads to demise. Li Qing spoke a falsehood, yet it held a kernel of truth. Reinforcements were indeed on the way, but distant aid could not quench immediate thirst. The Tatars would pay a price, yet these men would find it difficult to survive. As Li Qing shouted, he leaped high, soaring over the heads of the archers. Bellowing once more, our reinforcements have arrived. His voice was thunderous and piercing. Even amidst the cacophony of battle, many nearby heard him clearly. Exhausted, they felt a resurgence of strength, as if the parched earth had been nourished by a life-giving spring. Their morale and combat prowess surged dramatically. Comrades, I bear the royal command and insignia, sent forth to protect the king. Fearing misinterpretation, Li Qing brandished the royal insignia, rushing toward the command post. His fluent Mandarin, coupled with the sight of the imperial token in his hand, deterred anyone from attacking him. Before long, he arrived at the command post. Halt! The Jinhui fixed their gaze upon Li Qing, warning him that any further advance would be met with hostility. Their words were fierce, yet their hands trembled involuntarily, betraying their trepidation. Li Qing's appearance was truly terrifying. As he walked, the blood on his garments flowed incessantly, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. Go inform His Majesty that Li Qing has arrived. Li Qing did not advance any further. The Imperial Guard, noticing he bore no resemblance to a barbarian, exchanged nervous glances, and one of them swallowed hard, saying, "Very well, you shall wait here. Has Mr. Li arrived?" Upon hearing this report, Zhu Yunjian's spirits soared. Quickly, summon him. Our reinforcements have arrived. He seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, his face aglow with excitement as he exclaimed, "Reinforcements are here. The tide of battle has shifted." The ministers, overwhelmed with a sense of relief from the brink of disaster, felt an immediate wave of joy wash over them. Thank goodness. Truly wonderful. Reinforcements have arrived. We need not perish. Their expressions transformed as they processed the information. Moments later, the tent flap was lifted, revealing a bloodied figure, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, his robes soaked through, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Protect His Majesty. A civil official, overtaken by fear, spoke with a tremor in his voice that was sharp and piercing, surpassing even the eunuchs in their high-pitched tones. Zhu Yunjian, equally shaken, recognized Li Qing immediately despite his own heart racing with trepidation. "Sir," Zhu Yunjian called out, but the words faltered in his throat. What harrowing battle must Li Qing have endured to arrive in such a state? The horrors and difficulties of it were beyond his imagination. It was not until the Imperial Guards rushed in that Zhu Yunjian regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Everyone, please leave." The guards exchanged wary glances between the Emperor and Li Qing, their concern palpable, drawing their weapons and standing ready. "Did you not hear His Majesty's command?" Wang Zhen bellowed. "Mr. Li has come to defend the throne. He brings reinforcements, and soon we shall turn the tide." Yes. The guards, realizing their misunderstanding, quickly retreated. Zhu Yunjian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. You have suffered greatly. You have lost so much blood. Are you injured? Is it serious? The sincerity of a sovereign could move anyone to tears. Under different circumstances, Li Qing might have felt touched, yet now, his heart was as still as a tranquil lake. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhu Yunjian. The overwhelming scent of blood was nauseating to Zhu Yunjian. Yet he held his ground, maintaining his gaze on Li Qing. He spoke softly. I understand you are upset. Yes, I broke my promise and led the campaign, nearly jeopardizing everything. Yet, in the end, the outcome is favorable, is it not? Zhu Yunjian continued, enduring the acrid stench, leaning in to whisper, there are so many present. Grant me this favor. I acknowledge my fault, and in the future, suddenly, with a sharp slap, Zhu Yunjian stumbled back, nearly collapsing to the ground. Staring in disbelief at Li Qing, the others were equally taken aback. While they often criticized the emperor, the notion of striking him was unfathomable. Could one truly lay a hand on the emperor? Indeed, such an act could lead to death and the annihilation of one's family. After a moment, Zhu Yunjian came to his senses, feeling the warm blood on his face, and a surge of anger coursed through him. I have already admitted my fault. What more do you desire? Zhu Yunjian said with a stern countenance. Li Qing, dare you still call me by my full name? With that, he raised his hand and delivered another slap. Smack. This one was even harsher. Zhu Yunjian spun around and collapsed onto the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. The ministers were furious. No monarch should be humiliated, and Li Qing's audacity had certainly sealed his fate. Bring him. Li Qing turned back, coldly declaring, who dares utter another word shall perish. The blood-red robe he wore, coupled with an almost tangible aura of murderous intent, rendered everyone silent. None questioned his words. Li Qing was no stranger to executing officials, and they were acutely aware of his capabilities, especially in this state. He dared to strike the emperor. What would he not do? The ministers were filled with dread. Was this man a devil? Li Qing reached out and struck Zhu Yunjian repeatedly until his cheeks swelled and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Only then did he cease. The ministers sighed inwardly. The emperor was indeed a man of fortitude, enduring such a brutal beating without uttering a sound. Wang Zhun, seeing that Li Qing had finished, hurried forward to assist Zhu Yunjian. Smack! Zhu Yunjian swung his hand and sent Wang Zhun spinning, causing him to trip over his own feet and fall to the ground. Bewildered. Why strike me? He hit you. Wang Zhun felt wronged to the point of tears. Zhu Yunjian glared at Li Qing, his eyes ablaze with fury, his mouth moving but no sound escaping. Li Qing chose to ignore him and instead regarded the ministers with a sigh. While many among them were indeed of questionable character, they were ultimately individuals of talent. As the saying goes, those with action may not necessarily advance. Those who advance may not possess virtue. To perish here would be a significant loss for the court. Yet, Li Qing could not save them. He lacked even the ability to rescue Zhu Yunjian. Reinforcements were on their way, yet they would not arrive in time, while the Tatars were already upon them, their main forces continuously advancing. Outside, the situation could hold for no more than a quarter of an hour. Li Qing desired to save them, but felt powerless, compelled to rescue Zhu Yunjian, the instigator. Alas! Li Qing sighed heavily, clasping his fists together. Take care, everyone. With that, he seized Zhu Yunjian and began to exit. Ugh! Zhu Yunjian emitted a strange sound from his throat, his face a mask of rage and confusion. Li Qing raised his hand and delivered another slap, restoring Zhu Yunjian's ability to speak. Angry are we? Unconvinced, perhaps? Do you comprehend the enormity of the trouble you've stirred? Li Qing sneered. Zhu Yunjian retorted. But the reinforcements have arrived. Yes, they have arrived, but they cannot save you. The Tatars' main forces are already upon us, and your reinforcements have only just entered the chaotic battlefield, unable to intervene. With that proclamation, the faces of all present turned ashen. Li Qing scolded, you reckless fool. Follow me. He disregarded Zhu Yunjian's wrath and the minister's desperate pleas, dragging Zhu Yunjian away. Outside the camp, Zhu Yunjian stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the Tatar cavalry. Aside from the nearly 1,000 men outside the tents, there was no trace of the Ming army to be seen. It was only at this moment that he grasped the gravity of his mistake, a blunder of monumental proportions. Yet it was too late. No words could salvage the situation. Zhu Yunjian's face darkened as he looked at Li Qing, guilt rendering him speechless. Li Qing took a deep breath and calmly inquired, "Do you wish to do something for the Ming dynasty in its final moments?" Zhu Yunjian was overwhelmed with shame. He unsheathed the imperial sword at his waist and charged into the crowd. "Fool!" Li Qing grasped him firmly, coldly retorting, "Your life is not to be squandered like this." Chapter 145. Your life is to be spent thus. Zhu Yunjian opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, someone clung to his thigh. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! I am wholly devoted to you." Wang Zhen wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Release me," Li Qing commanded. Wang Zhen, unable to disobey, reluctantly let go, wishing to cling to Li Qing instead, yet hesitating to act. Setting aside the blood that drenched Li Qing, the aura of death surrounding him was enough to provoke an immediate encounter with the King of Hell. "Sir, we are comrades, are we not?" "Who is your comrade?" Li Qing snapped. Irritation etched upon his face, and he turned to deliver a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Wang Zhen was sent soaring, crashing into the officials who had come to plead for help, sending them sprawling in chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qing disregarded the cries for aid and the curses hurled at him, hoisting Zhu Yunjian onto a warhorse and charging forth. Zhu Yunjian's mind went blank as he faced the overwhelming spectacle of battle. The visual assault was too intense, and he instinctively shut his eyes, memories flooding his mind. "Are you afraid?" His father had once asked him on horseback, patting his small head. "Not afraid," he had replied. "Good, my son, indeed." His father had laughed, shaking the reins and wielding the whip. The warhorse reared, almost standing on its hind legs, and he had cried out, "Father, I'm going to fall. With your father here, what is there to fear?" The scene shifted to his father on his deathbed, gazing at him with fondness. "Do you have confidence in becoming a good emperor?" "Yes." He had nodded earnestly, his youthful voice brimming with assurance. His father had smiled. Suddenly, a warm liquid splattered across his face, breaking Zhu Yunjian's reverie. He opened his eyes, now filled with a crimson haze. The cacophony of battle and the cries of the wounded merged into a single, jarring sound, sending shivers through his soul, leaving him trembling involuntarily. He humbly recognized that he was not brave at all. In truth, he was terrified, having never set foot on a battlefield, let alone taken a life. How could he not be afraid amidst such chaos? Even more sorrowful was the realization that he lacked not only courage but also the ability to be a good emperor. Great potential in youth does not guarantee greatness in adulthood. It is but a fleeting hope. Wiping his face, his vision sharpened. The scattered soldiers of the Ming were falling one by one, while the ranks of the Tartars swelled ominously, hope dwindling. "Is this how I am to perish?" He thought despairingly. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Yet, in the next breath, regret and resentment surged within him. "How can I die like this? Leaving behind such a mess for the Ming? Who will clean it up? Is the Ming dynasty truly on the brink of collapse? Is it really destined for ruin?" The boundless remorse cut at his heart, making it difficult to breathe. To die like this, with eyes forever shut, how could he face the afterlife? All that his ancestors had built, the foundations laid by the Taizhou, Taizong, Renzong, and Xianzong, would be lost. After this battle, the borders of the Ming would likely know no peace again. Now, Zhu Yunjian found himself unafraid of death, yet he did not wish to die. Nor did he dare to embrace it. He longed to survive. He yearned for redemption. But was there still a chance? Zhu Yunjian cast a glance back at Li Qing, whose resolute gaze was filled with lethal intent. The long spear in his hand fell like rain, and with each thrust, an adversary toppled from their mount. He had not yet surrendered. So how could I? Zhu Yunjian drew forth the imperial sword once more, eager to vanquish the enemy. Yet, he sorrowfully realized there was no opportunity for him to wield it. Li Qing's spear danced like a dragon, and though the enemy was numerous, none could approach him within the fleeting moment. A bitter expression marred Zhu Yunjian's face. "I am but a useless individual." Leaning against Li Qing, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, to the days spent riding alongside his father. Their shoulders, though not broad, offered him an immense sense of security, a profound comfort that anchored his heart. Clang! The sharp spear tip deflected a curved blade, and then, with a swift thrust, it pierced through a foe. Li Qing's fingers tightened around the spear's end. With a sudden pull, a vivid line of blood erupted forth, followed by a sweeping motion that severed the throats of several enemies, who crumpled to the ground. Such ferocity in a single person astonished Zhu Yunjian. Truly, this is beyond human capability. Suddenly, Zhu Yunjian lurched forward as the galloping warhorse stumbled, flinging him high into the air. In the next instant, a powerful hand grasped his shoulder and yanked him down. Zhu Yunjian felt himself soaring, glancing down to see the spear bending like a crescent. Then, a jolt of force surged through him. Up, Qing called out, lifting him over a cluster of enemies, landing them in a strategically sparse area of the opposing forces. Thud. Upon touching the ground, Qing executed a horizontal sweep. Crack. This strike was so fierce that the spear snapped, sending the foe sprawling, their chest caved in, while blood erupted midair, toppling several more. Up came another command, and Zhu Yunjian found himself airborne once more, regaining his senses as he landed solidly upon the horse's back. Clang! The imperial sword was unsheathed with a flourish, this time drawn by Qing. Yet instead of slaying an enemy, he performed an act that left Zhu Yunjian utterly astonished. The cold blade pressed against his throat, and in the next moment, a foreign tongue, jarring to his ears, reverberated. The emperor of the Ming dynasty stands here. Who dares step forward? I shall slay him immediately. Qing's voice resonated with a melodious intensity, reaching far and wide. The nearby enemies were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions shifted from confusion to fervent greed. The emperor of the Ming, Zhu Yunjian, was not adorned in dragon robes. But as the sovereign, his customary attire was predominantly Ming yellow, and today was no exception. Clad in that bright yellow garb, although stained with blood, it had not wholly succumbed to crimson, still revealing its original hue. A Tatar leader bellowed loudly, babbling a torrent of words that Zhu Yunjian could not comprehend. Yet, in the next instant, he understood. The attacking Tatars ceased their aggression. To threaten the Tatars with the presence of the emperor of the Ming was absurd. Yet the reality proved surprisingly effective. The Tatars desired a living emperor. His life held value, while his death would yield nothing but disaster. It was only at this moment that Zhu Yunjian grasped the meaning behind Qing's words. Your life is not to be used in such a manner. It is indeed absurd that he resorted to using his life as leverage against the enemy. Even more astonishing is the fact that it proved effective. Qing gasped for breath. The prolonged battle had nearly depleted his true energy and stamina, leading to a significant decline in his condition. A decision must be made swiftly. Should he charge into the Ming army or retreat in the opposite direction? The distance to the reinforcements was considerable, making it nearly impossible for Qing to reach them. Especially now, with the Tatars aware of Zhu Yunjian's identity. They would certainly not allow him to reunite with the main forces. Even if he were to retreat, it would hardly alter the overall situation. As the main force of the Ming army had suffered severe casualties, their formation completely shattered. Even if they managed to return, the less than 20,000 men would not withstand the onslaught of the Tatar cavalry. Fighting was out of the question for the Ming army, and retreat was equally unfeasible. With the Tatars being predominantly cavalry, escape seemed impossible. Should Qing charge forth, it would only hasten the demise of the 18,000 reinforcements. And neither Shi Hong nor the other Ming generals would permit him to use the emperor's life as a bargaining chip. The only option left was to flee in the opposite direction, towards the steppe, but that would inevitably lead to capture. Qing was torn. No matter what choice he made, it felt wrong. Could he kill Zhu Yunjian? He could not bring himself to do it, not out of compassion, but because he could not bear to sacrifice such a promising situation. What would happen to the court if Zhu Yunjian were to perish? What would become of the princes? Qing felt an intense reluctance to squander the promising circumstances that lay before him. The foundation of the Ming dynasty was stable, yet he feared that some individuals, motivated by the prospect of glory, would champion the descendants of the Zhu family, plunging the Ming into endless internal strife. While external enemies could unite the hearts of the people, the dangers of internal discord were far more severe. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qing swiftly made a decision, turning his horse towards the steppe. The Tatars had long since exhausted their arrows during the battle in Datong. Yet Qing dared not be careless. He positioned Zhu Yunjian behind him as a shield and shouted in Mongolian as he ran. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall only receive the corpse of the emperor of the Ming. Qing felt he had no other choice. The optimal decision at this moment was to lead Zhu Yunjian towards the steppe, thus at least saving some of the Ming soldiers still engaged in battle. Better to save a few than none. Do not attack. Do not harm the emperor of the Ming. The pursuing Tatars were even more anxious than Qing, fearing that Zhu Yunjian might be mistakenly killed. Chapter 146. Horror. Zhang Fu glanced back at the central army, his eyes filled with the dense mass of Tatar cavalry. The symbol of the emperor's dragon flag severed. He painfully closed his eyes. In this battle, the Ming had lost, utterly. No matter how hard he had labored, he could not redeem himself from this defeat. Zhang Fu managed a sorrowful smile, tears mingling with his laughter. He contemplated drawing his sword to end his own life. But gazing at the Ming soldiers still fighting valiantly, he refrained from succumbing to death. The soldiers continued to resist with all their might. They were exhausted. Yet behind them lay the reinforcements, and they persisted in grasping at a hope that had virtually vanished. They were unaware of the truth. While Zhang Fu was painfully aware, the reinforcements had arrived, but they could not save them. Seeking righteousness was futile, and Zhang Fu closed his eyes, his heart aflame with anguish. In that moment, the already aged man appeared withered and desolate. After a brief moment, Zhang Fu opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. He could not falter. He aimed to slay as many of the Tartar foes as possible, alleviating the pressure on the approaching reinforcements and rendering his final service to the Ming dynasty. This battle was destined to be a tragic one. Form ranks. Kill. Shi Hung had also succumbed to madness. The battle had raged for nearly an hour, yet their advance was pitifully slow. The infantry faced a natural disadvantage against the cavalry. Even with artillery support, it was insufficient to compensate. The three major camps of the Ming army were far from being mere names. Yet the current circumstances rendered them incapable of exhibiting their full combat prowess. Zhu Di had epitomized the strength of the three camps during the Battle of Hollenhusher, devising a strategy that effectively dismantled the Yuan forces. The Divine Machine camp unleashed a barrage of firearms while the 3,000 cavalry charged, creating a rout, after which the five armies camp would conclude the battle. Such tactics exemplified the optimal utilization of the 3,000 camps. However, Shi Hung lacked the requisite skill. His limitations were not solely a matter of ability, but also stemmed from the fact that his contingent of 18,000 men was not a cohesive fighting unit. Zhu Yunjian had taken nearly 10,000 cavalry with him after the major skirmish, leaving Shi Hung without a cavalry charge, and the firearms could not keep pace. Among the 18,000 troops, 16,000 were infantry, a considerable burden for him. The Ming cavalry had previously been plentiful, but Wang Ji had taken most of them to Luchuan, while Zhu Yunjian had retained a significant number to guard the capital, resulting in a meager cavalry force for the battle. The primary issue remained Zhu Yunjian's overconfidence, as he held a deep-seated disdain for the neighboring Tartars. Had he brought all the cavalry, the outcome might have been different. Kill. Quickly kill. Shi Hung's neck muscles tensed. His heart trembled at the thought of the emperor's safety in such dire circumstances. The mere notion of the emperor potentially sacrificing himself sent shivers down his spine. Damn it. Where's Li Qiping? Shi Hung fumed. He had hoped that Li Qing would take the blame, but if Li Qing perished, who would shoulder the blame? Gazing at the chaotic battlefield ahead, Shi Hung felt an icy chill. He cursed. Damn it. That wretched Li Qiping is likely dead. If he is gone, it all ends there. Who will take the blame? Shi Hung envisioned an enormous burden descending upon him. Of course, the deceased Li Qing could also take the blame. But in comparison, having Li Qing alive was preferable. When one dies, their debts are absolved. Yet the court had not given up its claims. Someone had to take responsibility. And as the general of Datong, Shi Hung could not escape culpability. Furious, Shi Hung clenched his teeth. Fight. Strike hard. Where are the cannons? Fire, damn it. The sounds of battle roared, painting the battlefield in vivid hues of carnage, as both sides fought desperately. Yet the scales of victory began to tilt ever so slightly towards the Tartars. Nevertheless, the Tartars were not unscathed. Their losses were lesser than those of the Ming, but not by much. Moreover, as cavalry, they were expected to achieve greater victories. The state of the battle fell far below their psychological expectations. To make matters worse, they had not seized a single grain of food. For them, this expedition felt like a devastating loss. Minutes turned into a quarter of an hour, then half an hour, and finally an hour, as the fierce conflict gradually diminished, nearing dusk, and almost came to a halt. Then, unexpectedly, the Tartars began to retreat. Shi Hung and Zhang Fu were both perplexed, unable to comprehend why the Tartars, with such a significant advantage, chose not to continue their assault, but instead started to withdraw. Could it be due to fatigue? Yet, who among them was not weary? The two pondered this conundrum, but decided to set it aside. After all, a favorable outcome was still an outcome. Quickly, assemble the troops and proceed to rendezvous with the emperor. Shi Hung bellowed. Gather the troops, return to the central camp. From the watchtower, after issuing military orders, Zhang Fu immediately dashed down, mounting his steed and racing at breakneck speed towards the central camp. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the central command. Upon seeing the command tent, his expression froze, and a chill coursed through his veins. The command tent had been reduced to rubble. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Zhua, the Deputy Minister of Personnel and Academician of the Hamlin Academy, Chao Nai, the Deputy Minister of War, Kuang Yi, the Right Vice Commander of the Censorate, Deng Li, and dozens of civil officials lay dead. Among them were also the Duke of the Crown Prince, Jing Yuan, and several other noblemen. All perished in this calamity. With a thud, Zhang Fu collapsed to his knees, drained of color, resembling a specter rather than a living being. The sight shattered Shi Heng's heart, his disheveled hair standing on end as he clutched his head in disbelief, his eyes wide and his jaw nearly unhinged. Fear could scarcely encapsulate Shi Heng's present emotion. It was sheer horror, a terror of the utmost degree. The enormity of this catastrophe was beyond Li Qing's capacity to bear. Shi Heng felt a profound despair, cursing Li Qing's ancestors in his mind repeatedly. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Fu managed a sorrowful smile. Drawing his cherished blade across his neck while weeping to the heavens, Emperors Taizong, Renzong, and Xuanzong, I have failed your grace. Clang. Shi Heng, quick as lightning, knocked Zhang Fu's weapon away and urgently implored, Your Grace, you must not succumb to despair. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. If the Duke were to take his own life in atonement, what fate would await me as the commander? It was a jest, for the scapegoat, Li Qiping, had already perished. They could not allow the prospective scapegoat, the Duke, to perish as well. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shi Heng embraced Zhang Fu, pleading fervently, fearful that he might truly end his own life. Your Grace, we are still uncertain of the Emperor's fate. Moreover, the Tartars may only be momentarily at rest, poised to strike again. For the Emperor, for the Ming dynasty, you must rally yourself. Shi Heng felt a profound ache, not just for the tumultuous events, but also for his own future. The outcome was evident. Although the Emperor had not yet been located, the impending fate was all too clear. The life of the Emperor held no more value than that of a common soldier amidst the chaos. Bring torches and search for the Emperor, Shi Heng shouted, still holding Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu, reminded by Shi Heng, gradually emerged from his despondency. Indeed, the battle was not yet concluded. He could not afford to perish. No more searching, Zhang Fu rasped. Assemble the troops to guard against a nocturnal assault by the Tartars. Shi Heng was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly nodded in agreement. We shall heed the Duke's command. Assemble the troops. With that, he clasped his fists and knelt on one knee, declaring, I, Shi Heng, General of Datong, am willing to serve as the Duke's vanguard. He bore a fearless demeanor, resolutely stating, whatever the Duke commands, I shall comply. Please, Duke, provide your orders. Zhang Fu let out a bitter laugh, fully aware that Shi Heng was attempting to shift blame. However, he chose to remain silent. Whether Shi Heng succeeded in his diversion was of little consequence to him, as this burden was one only the seasoned ministers could bear. Zhang Fu had long since relinquished his personal concerns, focusing solely on offering his last ounce of strength for the Ming dynasty. He hastily directed his remaining troops to regroup and ordered scouts to investigate the movements of the Tartars. With that, he sank wearily onto the ground, as if he were nearing the end of his endurance. Shi Heng respectfully acknowledged the command and promptly set off to execute it. Before long, Shi Heng returned, vigilantly watching Zhang Fu to prevent any rash act of self-immolation in atonement. As night descended, the weary Ming soldiers, famished from prolonged combat, awaited Zhang Fu's orders for a meal, but he remained silent on the matter. It was not from a lack of compassion. The imminent threat of the Tartars rendered any such indulgence perilous. Should they begin to cook, the enticing aroma of food would surely tempt the soldiers to abandon their posts, leading to a massacre. Minutes felt like hours for Zhang Fu as he anxiously awaited the return of the scouts, fearing the Tartars might strike at any moment. Yet, the absence of an attack during this period was almost more torturous than the prospect of confrontation itself. After an hour, the scouts returned, their voices brimming with ecstatic news. The Tartars have retreated. The Tartars have withdrawn. The announcement swiftly spread through the camp, filling the soldiers with exuberance and joy. Chapter 147. The unfortunate Wang Zhen. As the saying goes, one must accept both gains and losses. Where there is loss, there is often gain. On the battlefield, When a commander issues orders and soldiers fight valiantly to secure victory, the glory belongs to the commander, while the soldiers merely receive a share of the spoils. Conversely, in defeat, the commander bears the responsibility. Historically, there has never been a case where defeat was attributed to ordinary soldiers, especially when they have fought earnestly without insubordination. Of course, the emperor's fate was uncertain, and he was likely to have perished in service to his country. While the loss weighed heavily on their hearts, it paled in comparison to the relief of survival. The common soldiers primarily fought for their livelihoods, though some possessed a sense of loyalty to their sovereign. It was not the predominant sentiment. Noble characters existed among them, yet most were pragmatists at heart. Though the camp was initially filled with joy, the commanders quickly silenced the revelry, for while the soldiers were unscathed, the commanders faced dire matters. Zhang Fu felt a sense of unreality. The Tatar's actions were utterly illogical. Shi Hung shared his confusion, tugging at his hair in frustration, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, they exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously realizing the Tatars have captured the emperor. Their faces briefly lit up with hope, only to be quickly overshadowed by the gravity of the revelation. While it was a relief that the emperor was alive, being taken captive was hardly a favorable outcome, especially given the historical precedent set by the Song dynasty just a few centuries prior. The shame of Jinling was a bitter reminder. Would history repeat itself? The two men's expressions grew somber, particularly Zhang Fu's. In that moment, he even wished for the emperor to sacrifice himself for the nation. Such an act would preserve dignity for both the emperor and the Ming court. However, Shi Hung understood the severity of the situation, bellowing, "All soldiers, exert every effort to locate the emperor. If he is not found, no one shall eat." "Wait," Zhang Fu interjected urgently. "Let the soldiers have something to eat. They have done their utmost, and it is our failure." Yet, the reality was clear, and further discussion seemed futile. Zhang Fu, in anguish, waved his hand, urging them to cease their relentless efforts. Should they resort to more forceful measures, it could lead to chaos in the camp, and the record of our transgressions would surely grow. Shi Hing felt a chill in his heart and quickly responded, "Your Grace, I have exerted all my efforts." The Duke understood. Zhang Fu, disheartened, no longer wished to argue, commanding instead that some remain on watch while allowing the soldiers to rest. Sighing, Shi Hung felt somewhat reassured, clasped his hands, and said, "I shall attend to it at once." After taking a few steps, he turned back to offer consolation. "The emperor's fate is not yet sealed. Do not be overly pessimistic, Your Grace. Perhaps a miracle awaits us. After we dine, I shall gather some men to search." Zhang Fu remained silent. Shi Hung sighed again and took his leave. The next day, as they cleared the battlefield, the miracle Shi Hung had spoken of failed to materialize. They searched the central command and the surrounding area for miles, yet there was no sign of Zhu Yunjian. However, an unexpected discovery did arise. Wang Zhun, having been knocked unconscious by a kick from Qing, was fortunate to have escaped with his life, evading the Tatars' finishing blow. When the soldiers were collecting the bodies of the officials, they inadvertently revived him. "Do not kill me." Wang Zhun's first instinct upon regaining consciousness was to plead for mercy. Upon realizing he was surrounded by Ming soldiers and that the battle had concluded, his demeanor shifted from fear to defiance as he straightened his back and demanded, "Where are the Tatars? Where is that rascal?" The soldiers, unfamiliar with Wang Zhun, recognized his imposing presence and dared not offend him. They replied, "The Tatars have retreated." "Retreated?" Wang Zhun was taken aback, then burst into laughter, hands on his hips, proclaiming, "No reinforcements could save us." Glancing at the corpses of the fallen officials, he scoffed, "My fortune is abundant. How could these short-lived wretches compare?" Nevertheless, Wang Zhun understood the gravity of the situation and felt a profound gratitude towards Qing for having spared him from a fate akin to theirs. "Considering your indirect rescue of me, as long as the emperor does not pursue this matter, I shall remain discreet upon my return," he mused cheerfully, then inquired, "Where is the emperor?" The soldiers exchanged glances, and one responded, "The emperor has yet to be found." "Then search diligently." "What do you mean he cannot be found?" Wang Zhun suddenly realized the implications and jumped up, startled. His piercing scream was so unexpected and sharp that several soldiers stumbled back, goosebumps rising on their skin. They had never encountered such a shrill cry before. "Have you found him? Have you searched?" Wang Zhun's face turned pale as he seized the collar of the responding soldier. His expression fierce and his eyes wide with urgency, demanding, "Have you searched?" "Yes, We have searched continuously, the soldier stammered. You lot are useless, a bunch of fools. Wang Zhen, exasperated, gritted his teeth and shouted, Where is Li Qing? Where has he gone? Seeing the soldiers' bewildered expressions, he pressed further. Who is the highest-ranking officer in the army now? General Shi. Oh no, the Duke of England, the soldiers replied in turn. They remembered Shi Heng's orders clearly. They were to heed the Duke above all. Quickly, take me to him. Wang Zhen commanded urgently. You survived? Zhang Fu was astonished. Shi Heng was equally surprised, remarking, This old eunuch possesses remarkable luck. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality. Isn't the scapegoat here yet? Wang Zhen. Shi Heng bellowed, You wretched dog. How dare you incite the emperor to leave the camp without permission, leading to a crime from which your death cannot atone. Wang Zhen was taken aback, then immediately erupted in fury. Nonsense. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Are you seeking death? Shi Heng, the chief military officer, wielded considerable power in his domain, yet Wang Zhen was unperturbed by him. Since his last outburst, in the capital, who among the ministers and grand scholars did not show him respect? It is you who seeks death. Shi Heng struck, landing a punch that sent Wang Zhen reeling, blood streaming from his nose. In the past, Shi Heng would not have dared such an act, despite his high rank. However, the situation had changed, the emperor was captured, and someone had to bear the blame, particularly a person of high standing. The more such individuals there were, the more advantageous it would be for him. Clearly, the chief eunuch of the imperial secretariat was qualified to take the blame, and with Wang Zhen's only protector now captured, no one was left to shield him. With the master gone, the dog could be beaten freely. Although Shi Heng was in Datong, he was aware of affairs in the capital and understood that nearly every official harbored disdain for Wang Zhen. Placing the blame on Wang Zhen was politically expedient. As Shi Heng continued to strike, he shifted all blame squarely onto Wang Zhen. Initially, Wang Zhen was furious, but he soon realized he could not match Shi Heng's stature. He could only endure the beating while venomously cursing. However, as the blows rained down, fear began to creep in, not from being subdued, but from the realization of the precariousness of his situation. It wasn't he us. We did not incite the emperor. No, it wasn't he us. Wang Zhen was thoroughly panicked, even disregarding the blows raining down upon him as he frantically attempted to explain. Shi Heng merely grinned in silence. There is a saying, those who wrong you often know your plight better than you do. Shi Heng was well aware Wang Zhen was wronged, but what did that matter? After all, he was merely a disgraced eunuch, reviled by all. He could help divert attention, allowing the court to vent its anger, truly a scapegoat delivered to him on a platter. Enough, Shi Heng. Zhang Fu raised his hand to stop him. Shi Heng immediately ceased, as he had no desire to kill Wang Zhen. Duke, Wang Zhen's crimes are grievous. He must be taken to the capital to await the court's judgment. Shi Heng bowed respectfully. Seeing Zhang Fu nod, Shi Heng raised his hand, commanding, bind him. At once, the soldiers, indifferent to rank, swiftly removed Wang Zhen's belt and looped it around his neck. Let go of me. I am wronged. I must see the emperor. Your Majesty, save me. Wang Zhen's shrieks faded into the distance. Shi Heng's fierce demeanor softened as he looked to Zhang Fu with a fawning expression. Duke, what shall we do now? Zhang Fu frowned, stating, by rights, with the Tartars having captured the emperor, they should press their advantage and force him into the borders. So why would they return to the steppe so quickly? Shi Heng pondered for a moment and replied, I believe they have suffered significant losses this time as well. Perhaps they wish to regroup. After all, the initiative lies with the emperor now. Perhaps, Zhang Fu replied in a low voice. Shi Heng, at your service. Clean the battlefield promptly. Once the reinforcements from Xuanfu arrive, send them back immediately, and then you will lead the troops back to Datong for garrison duty. Zhang Fudao. The Tatars may arrive at any moment. You must atone for your past mistakes. Given the current circumstances, it is unwise to become overly entangled. Zhang Fudao patted Shi Heng's shoulder and returned to the capital, stating, I shall bear the blame myself, and I hope you will not let me down. Shi Heng, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt on both knees and vowed, I will not fail the Duke. Zhang Fudao forced a smile and commanded, prepare the horses. Half an hour later, he escorted Wang Zhen and set off on the journey back to the capital. He gazed up at the sky, filled with a profound sense of desolation and sorrow, a burden heavier than death itself. What would he say upon returning to the capital? Chapter 148. How could anyone treat their emperor in such a manner? Have something to eat, Li Qing offered, presenting a half-eaten roasted leg of lamb to Zhu Yunjian. Come, open your mouth. You. Zhu Yunjian glared at Li Qing with disdain. A gentleman does not eat. It's quite fragrant. Zhu Yunjian took a bite, then another, eating slowly, cautious of making large swallowing motions. As the sword was still pressed against his throat, and any sudden movements would be painful, Li Qing, having already eaten his fill, shouted at the densely packed Tatars. Keep your distance. I am a timid man. If startled, I might act unwisely. You wouldn't want the Emperor of the Ming to die, would you? Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot through the air with tremendous force, aiming directly for Li Qing's nape. Just as it seemed to strike true, Li Qing, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, discarded the leg of lamb and deftly caught the arrow in his grasp, before saying, Your Majesty, bear with me. Just as Zhu Yunjian was about to retort, a searing pain pierced his chest. The arrow had struck deep, blood gushing forth, twisting Zhu Yunjian's features into a grimace. Li Qing whispered, Do not cry out, the crown will fall. He then added coldly, Should anyone attempt to play tricks again, I shall not hold back. I will gladly perish alongside the emperor. Zhu Yunjian could not comprehend Li Qing's words fully, but he grasped the gist. Essentially, Li Qing was threatening the Tatars with his own life. He understood, yet his anger remained unabated. How audacious of Li Qing! He was in excruciating pain. Esteemed official, do not act rashly, To Baluo implored loudly. He is the emperor of the Ming. You are a minister of the Ming. Such behavior is unbecoming of a subject towards his sovereign. He was far more anxious than Li Qing, growing increasingly agitated. Days had passed without any progress. Although the emperor of the Ming was in their possession, he was not truly within their grasp. They had gained something, yet not entirely. Both sides were engaged in a psychological battle, yet Li Qing held the upper hand. Zhu Yunjian's neck bore several cuts, and an arrow had pierced his chest, leaving him in a state of near death. Baluo could see that if they pressed Li Qing further, he would undoubtedly drive the arrow into Zhu Yunjian's heart or slit the throat of the Ming emperor. In truth, even if Li Qing refrained from his provocations, without timely medical attention, Zhu Yunjian in his current state would not survive until reaching the Tatar camp. Damn it! How could anyone treat their emperor in such a manner? Baluo muttered under his breath. Do the Han people not often say, when the ruler is troubled, the minister is humiliated. When the ruler is humiliated, the minister dies? He was helpless and could only earnestly advise, regicide is an unforgivable sin. Do not tread further down this path of no return. There is a saying among the Han people, put down the sword, and one can attain enlightenment. At this point, his confidant chimed in, Indeed, indeed. Baluo raised his voice, exclaiming, Put down the sword and attain enlightenment. Esteemed official, do not commit any foolish acts. We merely wish to invite the Emperor of Ming to visit the grasslands. We harbor no ill intentions. Li Qing curled his lip, but refrained from retorting, as he did not wish to escalate the situation further. The battle had just concluded, and he was averse to seeing the Tatars charge again in desperation. He needed to buy time for the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, it is all for the sake of the Ming. Please endure a little longer, Li Qing spoke softly. I shall endure nothing, damn it. Zhu Yunjian's face contorted in pain. Quickly, stop the bleeding. He did not wish to die. Having lost considerable blood and exhausted from the journey, he felt somewhat disoriented. As soon as Zhu Yunjian finished speaking, Baluo shouted once more. The Emperor of Ming's wounds must be treated promptly. We can provide herbal remedies. No need. He is not dying just yet. Li Qing shook his head. I believe I still require it. Zhu Yunjian insisted. I feel dizzy and on the verge of collapse. No, your feelings are irrelevant, Li Qing replied. In the capital, after a hasty 5-day journey, Zhang Fu finally arrived in the city. Wang Zhen, his voice hoarse, said, Duke, while others may be unaware, you know we have never incited the emperor. Zhang Fu merely cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He was well aware that Wang Zhen had not misled the emperor. Yet Wang Zhen was indeed dispensable, and the court needed to maintain its dignity. Zhang Fu glanced at the time. The midday court session was approaching. Let us proceed to the palace. Can you not loosen my bonds? Wang Zhen asked cautiously. Zhang Fu ignored him, saying, Silence him, and head to the royal city. In the central hall, a young attendant reminded, Your Highness, it is almost time for court. Ah, I know, Zhu Yunjian sighed. He was truly weary of this monotonous routine, far preferring the leisurely life at the Wang residence. Oh, elder brother, please return soon, Zhu Yunjian silently prayed. he was reluctant to attend the court, feeling a strong aversion to the assemblies. Not to mention the scheming and hidden agendas. Simply being surrounded by a crowd incessantly bickering was unbearable for anyone. Moreover, Zhu Qiyu was merely a temporary regent, not the emperor himself, and the ministers spoke without restraint, even threatening him with remarks about the potential wrath of the emperor upon his return, should he delay state matters. This left Zhu Qiyu with a severe headache. If he could, he would certainly abandon his post. He tapped his fingers against his head, lamenting, "What a headache! Your Highness, would you like to summon the imperial physician?" The young attendant asked, not daring to be dismissive. "No need." Zhu Qiyu waved his hand. Then his eyes glinted as he cheerfully said, "Go to the Fengtian Hall and inform the ministers that I am unwell, and today's court session is cancelled." "As you command." The young attendant did not dare to defy him. "I shall go at once." "Wait," Zhu Qiyu added, "cancel tomorrow's early court session as well." "Understood." Zhu Qiyu settled back into his chair, reflecting, "Why had I never thought of feigning illness before? There is truly no point in attending. It is better to avoid their incessant chatter." He stretched languidly, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Truly delightful, this feeling of not having to attend court. So soothing that he soon fell into a deep slumber. "Your Highness, the Duke of England has returned, along with Lord Wang, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss with you," announced a young attendant with an odd expression. "What?" Zhu Qiyu suddenly lost his drowsiness, sitting up abruptly. "Where is my imperial brother? Has the emperor returned yet?" "The emperor has not returned." The young attendant shook his head. "They are waiting at the palace gate." "Would you like to see them?" The joy on Zhu Qiyu's face gradually faded. "Very well, let the Duke of England enter the palace." The absence of his brother suggested that the battle was not yet concluded. It was likely that the emperor was returning to manage military supplies. Zhu Qiyu sighed heavily. When would these days come to an end? After a brief interval, Zhang Fu personally brought in the bound Wang Zhan, who was struggling to speak. His face drenched in sweat, contorted with fear. Zhang Fu bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your Highness, the Duke of Qing." Quickly, no need for formalities. Zhu Qiyu rose to offer support, his demeanor amiable. "Is your return concerning military supplies?" He paused before inquiring, "What is the situation on the battlefield? When will it conclude? When will the emperor return?" Zhang Fu opened his mouth, yet his throat felt constricted. He was at a loss for words. Wang Zhan wished to speak, but his mouth was truly sealed, powerless to defend himself. Duke? Zhang Fu took a deep breath and knelt. Zhang Fu is guilty, a crime beyond pardon. What crime could the Duke possibly have? Zhu Qiyu found the situation both perplexing and amusing. Even if Zhang Fu were guilty, it was not within his purview to pass judgment. Yet, in an instant, his amusement vanished. With reddened eyes, Zhang Fu declared, "Your Highness, the Emperor, he cannot return." "What?" Zhu Qiyu was taken aback. "What did you say?" Having begun to speak, Zhang Fu felt liberated from his initial hesitation and spoke solemnly. 35,000 Ming troops were overwhelmed by 60,000 Tartar cavalry. The central command was dispersed, and the emperor is missing. Missing? Zhu Qiyu was momentarily stunned, then swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, his urgency mounting. "Have you searched? Are you certain?" Zhang Fu nodded. "We have searched the vicinity of the command post for miles, digging nearly 3 feet into the ground, yet the emperor remains unaccounted for." With a thud, Zhu Qiyu collapsed back into his chair, his expression blank. After a prolonged silence, he snapped back to reality, as if ignited by a sudden flame, and shouted, "To court! To court! I must attend court." Chapter 149. The plan to rescue the emperor. What is happening? We've just returned home, and you already speak of court? The ministers, filled with resentment, hurried to the court. At the Fengtian Hall, the ministers were astonished to find that the Duke of England had returned. Even more so to see Wang Zhan bound and subdued by Zhang Fu. What on earth is happening today? The ministers were bewildered, looking to Zhu Qiyu in confusion. Zhu Qiyu's expression was grave as he addressed Zhang Fu. "Duke of England, please, enlighten us." Zhang Fu nodded and succinctly recounted the events. His voice was not loud, yet it struck the ministers like a thunderclap. The sky of the Ming dynasty had fallen. The Fengtian Hall was initially silent, then erupted into chaos. Those devoid of responsibility, when confronted with a calamity, instinctively seek not to remedy the situation but to cast blame upon fate and hold others accountable. Wang Zhan, without a doubt, became an ideal target for their ire. It is unclear who struck first, delivering a kick to Wang Zhan, which unleashed a torrent of aggression. The ministers surged forth, rolling up their sleeves, shedding their usual decorum, their faces contorted in rage as they vented their pent-up frustrations. Wang Zhen, unfortunate as he was, found himself immobilized and voiceless, subjected to a relentless assault. In the heat of the mob mentality, individuals tend to overlook the gravity of their actions. And soon it became evident that Wang Zhen lay completely still. Yet, the fervor of the crowd had already been ignited, and more joined in the fray. Zhu Qiyu was taken aback. Could this rabble be so brazen? Enough! Zhang Fu's commanding voice rang out, proving surprisingly effective as the throng parted. Upon closer inspection, one could see Wang Zhen sprawled lifelessly on the ground, the cloth that had muffled his cries now expelled, along with his tongue. Blood streamed from his orifices, rendering him utterly lifeless. The crimson liquid stained the golden tiles of the Feng Tian Hall, a stark and jarring sight. Zhu Qiyu's heart raced. Such an event was unprecedented. The ministers too recognized the excessiveness of their actions, yet they were beyond caring. The emperor was lost, and the upper echelons of the civil officials had suffered significant casualties, presenting a severe blow to their ranks. While only a handful of nobles had perished, dozens of civil officials had met their demise, and the two classes could not be compared. The death of a civil official was merely a loss, but the nobility, with their progeny poised to inherit titles, faced little consequence. This disparity was deeply unsettling. Previously, the civil officials and nobles had shared a common purpose, yet in light of this incident, the impending conflicts would undoubtedly sow discord between the two factions, once partners in enterprise, now destined to oppose one another for their own power. Zhu Qiyu, however, remained largely unconcerned with these intricacies. His grasp of the court's complexities was superficial at best. He merely perceived the arrogance of the ministers. The burden of regency weighed heavily upon him, and he declared loudly, "Bring the Empress Dowager here." His fear was not solely for himself. As a regent, his status paled in comparison to that of the emperor's mother. Moreover, any decision he made would inevitably invite scrutiny. Zhu Qiyu was not oblivious. He understood that this was not a moment for unilateral action. To forcefully intervene could lead to failure and further jeopardize his position. Wang Zhen's death was regrettable, yet it was steeped in dramatic irony. Whether it was misfortune or luck remains a matter of perspective. The implications of this incident were vast. It was not simply a matter of eliminating Wang Zhen. The abduction of the emperor would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. The ministers, naturally anxious, recognized that their power and status were bestowed by the Ming dynasty, and they were loath to see it repeat the fate of the Song dynasty. The collapse of the court would serve no benefit to them. Lord of England, what exactly transpired? Inquired Su Cheng, the Hanlin Academy's scholar. Even if the emperor was misled from the camp, one should have been prepared for such eventualities. Yu Qian turned to glance back and countered. In the midst of chaotic warfare, how could the Lord of England attend to every detail while leading the charge? At this juncture, it is imperative that the scope of accountability not be expanded, particularly concerning someone of Zhang Fu's considerable stature within the military. Setting aside personal relations, Yu Qian harbors no desire for Zhang Fu to be punished. Regarding the Minister of War, my inquiry pertains to the Duke of England. Su Cheng remarked that a mere fifth-rank official dares to confront the Minister of War, indicating that there must be influential backing behind him. Yu Qian is acutely aware of the underlying dynamics and understands the reasons behind such behavior. The majority of high-ranking civil officials have been summoned to the battlefield by the emperor, leaving only those of lesser rank in the capital, which naturally breeds envy and resentment towards his elevated position, particularly given that Yu Qian is fundamentally at odds with them. He cast a penetrating glance at Su Cheng, silently lamenting the truth of the adage that scholars often scorn one another. Recalling Li Qing's words about the capital being a great cauldron, murky and turbulent, Yu Qian felt a sense of helplessness. Amidst such dire circumstances, the incessant struggle for power among them was truly reprehensible. Who do they think they are? To question a duke of our nation? Zhang Fu, unyielding as ever, felt no obligation to coddle anyone, having lost all hope for his own safety. His assertiveness momentarily quelled the ambitions of those harboring ill intentions. As the situation remained ambiguous and premature action was unwise, they would wait to see the Empress Dowager's stance. Zhu Qiyu's position was exceedingly precarious. With the Empress Dowager, the Crown Prince, and the Emperor still alive, he was hardly regarded with any seriousness. Indeed, Zhu Qiyu himself bore no ambitions. As a prince of a fief, he lacked any foundation in the capital, and pondering such matters would only lead to dissatisfaction. The hall of heavenly blessing fell into a profound silence, each face shadowed with solemnity, each individual lost in their own thoughts. A quarter of an hour later, Sun Shi hurriedly entered the hall, disregarding the customary salutations of the ministers, and exclaimed in urgency, "Zhang Fu, how did you conduct the battle?" Zhang Fu had no retort, stating, "I willingly accept punishment." The Empress Dowager deliberated carefully. Yu Qian stepped forward, asserting that with the Emperor on the northern expedition and the Tatars poised to strike again, the nation faced a critical moment. The true instigator had been apprehended, and the Duke was entirely wronged. After a brief pause, Yu Qian surveyed the assembly and declared, "The Duke of England has achieved remarkable military feats, an elder statesman of the Ming dynasty, a pillar of our realm, as formidable as the renowned General Yu Fei of the Song dynasty. With the Tatars lurking menacingly, who among us would dare to play the traitor?" In light of this proclamation, none dared to criticize Zhang Fu, at least for the moment. Sun Shi's expression shifted, partly provoked by Yu Qian's words, but more so as she noticed Wang Zhen lying lifeless in the Hall of Heavenly Blessing. The chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial had been murdered, and in such a significant location, it spoke volumes. She was unaware of the identity of the perpetrator and dared not inquire. Yet she recognized the precariousness of the current situation. Zhang Fu undoubtedly bore undeniable responsibility, yet Sun Shi understood his unwavering loyalty. To act against him at this critical juncture would be far from wise. Clearing her throat, she stated, "The true instigator has been dealt with. Our foremost priority now is to bring the Emperor back." She held considerable reservations about her son, yet he was still her son, and she desired Zhu Qijian's return. After a moment of silence, Yu Qian respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, if we are to save the Emperor, we must establish a new sovereign." "What did you just say?" Sun's voice pierced through the air in fury, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her expression softened momentarily. Yet, in an instant, she was back to her furious demeanor, exclaiming, Yu Qian, dare to utter such words." Su Cheng, witnessing this, promptly interjected, "Your Majesty, Yu Qian has committed a grave offense. Withdraw." Sun, noticing that he was merely a fifth-rank official, immediately retorted, "You have no place to speak here." Su Cheng silently returned to his position. Sun huffed, "Yu Qian, do enlighten us on how establishing a new ruler could possibly rescue the Emperor." Yu Qian, gritting his teeth, resolved to abandon any pretense of deference to Zhu Qijian, stating plainly, "The Tatars hold the Ming Emperor under two possible scenarios. Either they have taken him hostage to invade the Ming, or they demand the empire's vast wealth. This mirrors the events of the Jinling incident." Sun's face turned ashen. "Yu Qian, you are quite bold. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to finish," Yu Qian continued. "However, if the Ming were to establish a new ruler, the Emperor would cease to be the Emperor, thus the Tatars would be unable to leverage him against the Ming. They would never dare to harm the Emperor. If they did, the Ming would pursue them to the bitter end. This logic is surely understood by the Tatars." Sun's chest heaved, yet she refrained from punishing Yu Qian. Though she was indeed angered, she secretly concurred with his strategy, primarily for her own desire for power. If her grandson were to ascend as emperor, she would become the Grand Empress Dowager, enabling her to control the court openly. Chapter 150. Why is it always me? She thought this, but could never voice such sentiments, nor could she directly endorse Yu Qian's idea. Glancing around, Sun turned to Zhu Qiyu, asking, "What is your opinion?" Zhu Qiyu felt overwhelmed. What could he possibly say? He wished he could close his eyes and ignore the situation. Everything hinged on the Empress Dowager's decisions. "It is up to the Empress Dowager," he replied. What a jest! He dared not speak in such a precarious situation, where the fate of the court was beyond his control. Whether or not a new ruler was established had little to do with him, and he saw no benefit in undertaking such a thankless task. As one plan failed, Sun could not afford to appear overly eager. She calmly ordered, "Issue a decree to prepare the borders for a potential Tatar incursion." Yu Qian quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, should the Tatars take the Emperor hostage and enter the capital? What then?" Sun hesitated, swiftly realizing this presented an opportunity to gauge the minister's sentiments. She lamented passionately, "Everything must prioritize the Ming. If the Tatars truly resort to such actions, we must not jeopardize the very foundation of the Ming for the sake of one individual." After a brief pause, she added, "I believe the Emperor would understand. What do you all think?" The ministers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were astute individuals, and Sun's intentions were transparent. However, they recognized that her actions did not compromise their interests. In fact, they could exploit this situation for their own gain. When the barely 8-year-old Zhu Yunjian ascended the throne, they had accrued significant benefits, and now, with the crown prince not yet 2 years old, he was merely a figurehead. They also noted that Sun, aspiring to be the Grand Empress Dowager, lacked the integrity of her predecessor, Empress Dowager Zhang. Should they collaborate, the currently formidable Yu Qian would find himself at a disadvantage. As the advantage lay with them, on the grasslands, To Luo was seething with rage, for he had yet to encounter Zhu Yunjian, a reality he found intolerable. However, he truly did not dare to press Li Qing too hard, for Li Qing genuinely did not regard Zhu Yunjian's life as precious. The Grand Master remarked that without holding the emperor of the Ming dynasty in his grasp, he could not wield authority over the feudal lords. To Luo articulated this sentiment, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." The rugged man inquired, "Should we not consider a strategy?" To Luo, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Do you think this Grand Master has not contemplated it? Damn it, that madman of a Ming official, if he is pushed too far, could kill the emperor of the Ming. Will you take responsibility, or shall I?" The rugged man, somewhat sheepish, replied, "Grand Master, you have misunderstood me. I meant that the Ming is unaware of the situation. Why not employ a ruse? What was it called again? The empty city stratagem?" To Luo rolled his eyes, and then his eyes brightened. "Yes, the Ming knows nothing of the details. Given our considerable losses this time, let us first secure some interest." "Wise as always, Grand Master," the rugged man chuckled, for his troops had suffered significant casualties in this battle, making him particularly concerned. "Indeed." To Luo patted his shoulder. "Take 3,000 men and go to the Ming capital to demand funds," stating that the expenses for maintaining the emperor are far too great for us to bear. He grinned maliciously. If they wish to spare the emperor any distress, they should prepare 200,000 taels of silver. This is merely the first wave of our probing." To Luo continued. "There will be many more requests for 200,000. The rugged man, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Grand Master, why must it always fall upon me? My subordinates have suffered greatly. You are aware of this." To Luo laughed. "Oh, do not dwell on such trifles. Furthermore, the opposition surely would not dare to act against you." After a pause, he added, "Thus, upon securing the funds, you shall receive half." "Really? Has this Grand Master ever uttered a falsehood?" The rugged man gritted his teeth. "I shall go. Remember, do not bring too many. 3,000 will suffice," To Luo advised. "Understood. I truly feel I am nearing my end." Zhu Yunjian weakly uttered. Li Qing offered him some water and asked, "Are you afraid of death? You truly intend to kill me?" Zhu Yunjian could hardly accept this, and after a pause, he finally said, "Perhaps I am afraid, but more so, I do not wish to die. It is a matter of unwillingness." Li Qing smiled lightly. "I thought you would be more defiant. Why have you come?" Zhu Yunjian asked, bewildered. At this moment, he felt a mix of resentment and admiration towards Li Qing, a complex tangle of emotions that could hardly be called hatred. "With your abilities, you could undoubtedly survive on the battlefield," Zhu Yunjian remarked. "You are but a 7th-rank official. It is not your place to bear the weight of the sky. Yu Qian will protect you. You need not go to such lengths." Li Qing scoffed. "Do you truly believe I am here for titles and riches?" Zhu Yunjian remained silent for a long while before saying, "There must be some reason, mustn't there? You are not entitled to know." "Sir, I wish to make amends," Zhu Yunjian stated. Li Qing coldly mocked. "Do you not feel a sense of shame in uttering such words?" "I wish to make amends." Zhu Yunjian's gaze was resolute. "It depends on your life. However, do not harbor excessive hopes," Li Qing replied helplessly. "No matter how capable I may be, I cannot breach the heavy cavalry. Even if I manage to break through, I cannot escape with you. I cannot save you." "Then why do you still come to rescue me?" Li Qing replied indifferently. "It is not to save you, but to utilize you to rescue the soldiers of the Ming army." Zhu Yunjian felt a flush of heat on his face and awkwardly remarked, "Indeed, our casualties this time surpass those of the Tatars, yet the Tatars are elite cavalry. One might argue that we have not suffered a loss. But have you considered that after this battle, the Ming army's reputation is utterly diminished, and the borders shall know no peace henceforth?" Li Qing countered. "Engaging in more battles is beneficial. It is a fact that the current Ming army's combat effectiveness has waned since the time of Emperor Taizong," Zhu Yunjian stubbornly insisted. Li Qing, weary of this debate, delivered a sharp slap to him. In Dadong, Shiheng was torn for a long while, but ultimately decided to let the higher authorities take charge, reporting urgently to the capital. Soon, a message arrived from the capital, permitting their entry. Thus, the rugged man successfully crossed the border, for with only 3,000 men. The tribute from Walla was nearly equal to this number, incapable of stirring significant waves. He adhered to the rules, hastening towards the capital without committing any wrongdoing. It was not out of kindness, but rather a disdain for plundering with the Ming emperor present. A mere opening of his mouth could yield him a fortune in silver. Who would resort to theft? This time, he found himself with everything he desired. The rugged man, filled with elation, rubbed his hands together and proclaimed, 200,000 is merely an appetizer. Henceforth, we Tatars shall rely on your Ming. After a swift journey, 5 days later, the 3,000 men arrived at the capital. The city guards had already received orders, and the soldiers on the walls stood ready, not allowing the entire contingent to enter, but permitting the rugged man to bring a few of his companions into the city. The rugged man, unperturbed by this, did not believe the Ming court would risk the emperor's life over a mere subordinate like himself. Following the Ming stipulations, he entered the city with several subordinates fluent in the Han language. In the court, Zhu Qiyu, the Sun family, and the ministers were already aware of the Tatar envoy's arrival and were actively discussing strategies. Prince, what are your thoughts? The Sun family again thrust Zhu Qiyu into the limelight, aiming to pave the way for their grandson. It was a dead end, no matter how Zhu Qiyu chose. He would be wrong and leave himself vulnerable. Why is it always me? Zhu Qiyu seethed with resentment towards the Sun family. His nature was gentle, having rarely clashed with others throughout his life. Yet these past few days he had been driven to the brink of madness by the Sun family. He had never encountered such a shameless woman. It was no wonder his mother referred to her as a demoness. Had it not been for his mother giving birth to him, she might have been sacrificed alongside him. Zhu Qiyu clenched his fists, ultimately suppressing his anger. The Empress Dowager is gracious. As the Empress Dowager, you naturally hold the authority. One cannot say that. The Sun family dismissed. You are the Emperor's appointed regent. With the Emperor absent, it is only natural for you to take charge. As she spoke, she turned to the ministers. What do you think, esteemed lords? The Empress Dowager's reasoning is sound, many echoed, as they shared the Sun family's objective of placing the discontented toddler on the throne to seize control of the court. Zhu Qiyu's face contorted with rage. He could see through the trap, yet he felt he had no choice but to leap. Who will save me? Zhu Qiyu gazed around in despair. I am willing to negotiate with the Tatar envoy. Yu Qian stepped forward, taking on this burdensome task. Overwhelmed with despair, Zhu Qiyu was suddenly filled with profound happiness and gratitude. At that moment, he felt as though Yu Qian was radiating light. Sun furrowed her brow, and soon recalled that the notion of establishing a new sovereign originated from Yu Qian. She would later need to leverage this pretext to elevate her grandson to power. Thus she did not refuse. Since the Yu family had articulated such a stance, she would acquiesce. Sun stated calmly, I shall take my leave for now. The courtiers bowed in respect. We bid farewell to the Empress Dowager. Yu Qian lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Chapter 151. The Etiquette of Hospitality. After the morning court, Yu Qian proceeded to the Duke of England's residence. As the commander-in-chief, Zhang Fu bore an undeniable responsibility for the emperor's capture. Even though the court would not pursue immediate accountability, he would no longer be permitted to command troops in the court. It must be noted that a duke was never meant to engage in political affairs while wielding military power. Zhang Fu's unique situation arose from the fact that Zhu Qizhan was merely a child upon his ascension. And with the tacit approval of Zhu Zhanji and the Empress Dowager Zhang, he was granted the privilege to participate in military governance, a privilege not afforded to others. Though Zhang Fu was advanced in years and had maintained relatively good health, this incident had nearly drained his vitality. In a matter of days, he appeared to have aged a decade, resembling a withering tree. Do not be too hard on yourself, Duke, Yu Qian advised. What has transpired is not solely your fault. You have done well enough. Observing Zhang Fu's unyielding demeanor, Yu Qian sighed. Alas, now that the Tartars have seized the emperor, their insatiable demands will likely lead to renewed warfare. You must take care of your health. The Ming dynasty needs you to steer the course. Zhang Fu managed a bitter smile and shook his head. As a sinner, the court's forbearance in not punishing me is already generous. How could they possibly reinstate me? If such grave transgressions went unpunished, what would become of the court's dignity? Yu Qian fell silent, pondering deeply. Thus, it seems the mantle must fall upon you. Zhang Fu continued. As the Minister of War, your influence in the court is paramount. Aside from you, no one else can step forward. Yu Qian's expression turned grave as he inquired. Duke, have you truly not seen Mr. Li? No, Zhang Fu replied, shaking his head. However, I did hear from Shi Heng that he indeed went to the battlefield. Upon entering, he charged straight into the enemy ranks, and then, if it had not been for his intervention, seizing Shi Heng under the royal banner to rush to our aid, the main force of the Ming might have faced total annihilation. At this, Yu Qian's eyes welled with tears. He is truly immortal. He could have lived a life of ease, detached from worldly affairs, yet he chose to return to this tumultuous fray. He had succeeded in restoring order, suppressing the formidable faction represented by civil interests, and everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet, Yu Qian felt a deep sense of melancholy. He resolved silently that he must not allow this promising situation to be so recklessly squandered. Duke, the casualty figures on both sides have yet to be relayed to the capital. As a first-hand witness, what do you estimate? Yu Qian inquired. Zhang Fu remarked, initially, the Tatars suffered considerable losses while breaching the pass, far exceeding those of the Ming troops. However, once the defenses were breached and our first wave of reinforcements arrived, our casualties became slightly greater than those of the Tatars, though not by a significant margin. Subsequently, the Emperor and I led the main forces to the scene, prompting the Tatars to retreat. Then came the counteroffensive from the main Ming army. Upon reflection, I estimate our losses to be around 50,000, while the Tatars incurred nearly 30,000. Yet, we are the ones to scour the battlefield. The Tatars' losses were solely due to fatalities. Overall, the situation is manageable. Yu Qian nodded gently, realizing that matters were not as grave as anticipated. The Tatars had not achieved a resounding victory. By the way, I have been at leisure these past few days. What is the state of affairs at court? Zhang Fu inquired. Have defenses at the borders been strengthened? The imperial edict has been issued, Yu Qian replied wearily. Troops have been drawn from Shandong, Hunan, Yunnan, Guizhou, and Bashu to be dispatched to Liaodong, Datong, and Xuanfu. But this will take time. The conflict in Luchuan continues, and withdrawing forces now would likely render our previous efforts futile. He paused, furrowing his brow. What we lack most at present is time. Completing the entire deployment will require at least 2 to 3 months, and the Tatars are unlikely to grant us such an extended preparation period. Zhang Fu nodded slowly. Indeed, the immediate priority is to stabilize the situation with the Tatars. However, their losses this time were significant, and with the Emperor in their grasp, emboldened by their leverage, they might not directly assault the Ming, but rather choose to extort us instead. Your insight is commendable, Yu Qian responded. The Tatar envoy has already arrived in the city and is expected to reach us shortly. Oh, Zhang Fu exclaimed, who is receiving them? Yu Qian gestured to himself. Zhang Fu's tense expression relaxed slightly. This is a delicate task. We must safeguard the interests of the Ming while ensuring that they do not adopt a mindset of mutual destruction. The balance must be carefully maintained. Do you have confidence in this? Given the circumstances, we must find a way, even if we are not entirely prepared, Yu Qian asserted. But what if we cannot balance both? Yu Qian fell silent for a moment, then quoted, the people are paramount, the state comes next, and the sovereign is the least significant. They engaged in light conversation for a while before Yu Qian took his leave from Duke Ying. Upon exiting, he encountered Wang Wenqing, the Russia's head of the Ministry of Rights. Minister Yu, I pay my respects, Wang Wenqing said, clasping his hands. The Tatar envoy has arrived and is currently at the main guest hall. You must go at once. Do not keep them waiting. Hearing this, Yu Qian felt less urgency. Let them wait at the Ministry of War, he replied calmly. What? Wang Wenqing was taken aback. Minister, receiving envoys is done at the Ministry of Rights. They cannot be received at the Ministry of War. Moreover, it is not long until mealtime, he added. What does the kitchen matter? They are not worthy of such hospitality. Yu Qian retorted coldly. That is a place for the envoys of Ming's vassal states, not a tavern for the Tatars. Go. Instruct them to wait at the Ministry of War. Minister Yu, he interrupted, you will either follow my instructions or go to receive them yourself. Choose one. Wang Wenqing, not daring to handle such a hot potato, hurriedly replied, yes, I shall arrange it at once. As Yu Qian watched Wang Wenqing's retreating figure, he sighed. Those who rush are not making a wise bargain. With that, he stepped into the carriage. Home. Upon returning home, Yu Qian changed out of his official robes into his customary attire, took out high-quality fodder to feed his donkey, and exhibited no signs of haste whatsoever. At present, what the Ming dynasty desperately requires is time. Even the legs of a fly are meat, and every moment of delay is a moment gained. Who is anxious shall find themselves at a disadvantage. The donkey has grown familiar with Yuqian, comfortably grazing, occasionally baring its teeth at him. Yuqian, stroking its sleek coat, inwardly mused, "You may have to stay here indefinitely." After a while, Yumian approached and said, "Father, there are guests." Acknowledged. Yuqian replied without lifting his head, instructing them to inform the visitors that he would be at the yamen shortly. "Very well, father." Yuqian lingered for another half an hour, finally stepping out of his home by noon. "What time is it? Is this how you entertain guests in the Ming dynasty?" The burly man, famished with his stomach pressed against his back, was infuriated. What he assumed would be a brief encounter turned into a long wait at the main guest office, only to be informed to proceed to the Ministry of War. Another lengthy wait ensued. While tea was plentiful, the imagined hearty meal remained untouched, and mealtime had passed without even a glimpse of the host. What a farce this so-called celestial empire and land of propriety is. Our Ming dynasty is indeed hospitable and values decorum, yet it also depends on the nature of the guest. Yuqian strolled over leisurely to the obedient and virtuous envoy from a vassal state. The Ming would naturally extend generous hospitality, but to the rebellious and capricious scoundrel, The burly man rose and asked, "Who are you?" The Tatar translator stepped in, conveying the message to Yuqian. Yuqian smiled, saying, "I am the Minister of War of the Ming dynasty. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing the translated words, the burly man scoffed at Yuqian, mockingly replying, "It's nothing much. Your emperor is simply too demanding for us Tatars, a mere small tribe that cannot afford him. Prepare 300,000 taels of silver for us." He grinned wickedly. "Rest assured, we will ensure that all this money is spent on your emperor." You wouldn't want him to suffer, would you?" Yuqian remained unfazed, calmly responding, "If that is the case, why not return the emperor? Wouldn't that alleviate your burden?" The translator's countenance shifted, yet he conveyed the truth to the burly man. The burly man became enraged upon hearing this, threatening, "If you refuse to pay, your emperor shall endure hunger and live like a refugee." Yuqian felt a surge of anger but refrained from expressing it as a subject. He did not wish to cause distress to Zhu Yunjian. "We can negotiate the matter of money, but you must return the emperor first," Yuqian assured. "Our Ming dynasty never betrays trust." The burly man laughed, pondering who would forsake a long-term source of income for a one-time deal. "Let us discuss the financial aspect first. Once the price is right, we shall consider our options." He chuckled, saying, "While you claim not to betray trust, you must also demonstrate sincerity, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yuqian realized that further negotiations would be futile. However, this was within his expectations, so he said, "To speak plainly, if you return the emperor quickly, there is a profit to be made. If you do not, you shall gain nothing." Why would I not believe that? If that is the case, there is no need to continue this discussion. Yuqian waved his hand dismissively, saying impatiently, "Go back, all of you. Tatar, this script is incorrect, isn't it?" The burly man, though outwardly imposing, felt the pressure. "Do you still wish to have your emperor?" Chapter 152. Attitude is everything. Are you planning to give it? Yuqian spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "If you refuse, how can we provide? If you offer, we shall certainly accept." The burly man was taken aback, realizing that matters were far more complex than he had initially presumed. This minister of the Ming dynasty seemed rather indifferent to his emperor. What is going on? Wasn't it said that the Han emperor is exalted above all, revered by millions? Is this negotiation even feasible? The burly man scoffed, "At worst, we shall perish together. No one will emerge unscathed." "Very well." Yuqian rose in indignation. "If that is the case, then let us engage in battle." Yuqian appeared even more incensed, declaring, "My Ming possesses 1,000,000 valiant troops. We shall see the truth on the battlefield." The burly man hesitated. He had come seeking financial recompense, not to declare war. "How about this? Let us each take a step back. The Ming court should first offer 200,000 taels. Show us some sincerity to compensate for a fraction of our losses. As for claiming the Ming emperor later, it may not hold much significance. The Grand Preceptor will consider it." Yuqian shook his head slightly. "One hand delivers the person, while the other delivers the payment. Otherwise, there is no negotiation." This time, Yuqian understood the insults hurled at him without needing a translator, yet he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm authority. After a moment, the translator, choosing his words carefully, said, "Esteemed minister, we are currently in discussions. Our presence signifies our commitment to peace, and you should clarify your stance as well." With an air of indifference, Yuqian replied, "This is simply our attitude." The burly man sighed. "It seems we cannot reach an agreement." Yuqian stood and stated, "The emissary should return and confer with your grand preceptor, or perhaps he should come himself." Before the burly man could respond, Yuqian added, "You may leave now." Bang! The burly man slammed his fist onto the table, creating a sizable hole, on the verge of losing his composure. Suddenly, over a dozen officers stormed in, weapons drawn. Eyes fixed menacingly. Yuqian's expression turned frigid. "What? Do you wish to resort to violence?" The burly man, seething with rage, dared not act. Frustration welled within him. What was the Ming dynasty's game? None seemed to regard the emperor with the respect he deserved, unafraid of the consequences of their defiance. "I will negotiate with other officials." "Regrettably, that is not an option," Yuqian replied firmly. "You have two choices: reach an agreement on a price and return the emperor, with the Ming promising payment, or prepare for war. There is no third path. If you are indecisive, you may return to report to your grand preceptor." Yuqian's stance was resolute. He understood that the Tatars dared not execute Zhu Yunjian. At most, they would impose some hardships. For the sake of the Ming, the emperor ought to comprehend. Yuqian thought, as he caught sight of the burly man glaring at him, which ignited his anger. "What are you staring at?" The burly man gritted his teeth. "You are indeed formidable. We shall see how this unfolds." Ultimately, being on Ming territory restrained the burly man from reckless actions. He recognized that Yuqian was not one to provoke lightly. Should he anger him, and if Yuqian were to kill him, he would have no recourse for justice. As the grand preceptor would not seek vengeance by harming the Ming emperor, do not expect any farewells. The rugged man exited the city, only to suddenly realize that he had yet to eat. However, hunger was the least of his concerns. He was filled with indignation. The audacity of the Ming dynasty was beyond measure. Frustrated, he contemplated leading his 3,000 men on a rampage to vent his anger. Yet upon remembering that the Grand Tutor awaited a response, he decided to hasten back. Even if they were to unleash a plunder, how much could they truly seize? The news of Yuqian's fierce rebuke of the Tartar envoy quickly spread, igniting a firestorm among officials who vehemently criticized him, accusing him of disregarding the emperor's safety. The already chaotic court descended further into turmoil. Zhu Qiyu held a favorable view of Yuqian and attempted to speak in his defense, only to inadvertently provoke a hornet's nest, facing veiled insinuations regarding his ulterior motives. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Zhu Qiyu soon faltered. He lodged complaints with the Sun family, but they opted for a measured response, refraining from punishing Yuqian. The astute Sun family recognized the prevailing circumstances. Swiftly elevating the grandson to power was paramount. With the Tartars poised to strike, Zhang Fu had become ineffective, while others were hesitant to act. Although Yuqian was not held in high regard, he was undeterred by challenges. Capable and supported by Wang Zhi of the Ministry of Personnel and Yang Hong of the capital garrison, making him indispensable. However, most civil officials thought otherwise. They feared that without curbing Yuqian's influence, they would forever remain overshadowed by him. It was not that they were incapable of tolerance, but rather that Yuqian's agenda was fundamentally at odds with theirs, leading them to resist his rise to power. The Tartars had yet to invade, yet the court had already succumbed to internal strife. It was a situation that truly exemplified the pain of allies and the joy of foes. Seething with resentment, Yuqian recalled the 6-character mantra left by Li Qing: enforce strict laws and simplify matters. In the northern grasslands, after many days of marching, they were nearing the Tartar territory. Tuatoa Luo had yet to subjugate Zhu Yunjian, but he was no longer anxious. They were soon to reach his domain. No matter how formidable Li Qing was, what could he do? The Ming court was oblivious to the details, and he did not believe Li Qing would remain without a flaw. Li Qing, seemingly disinterested in Tuatoa Luo, suddenly inquired of Zhu Yunjian, "Do you have any wishes?" "A wish?" Zhu Yunjian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you truly going to kill me?" "Not necessarily," Li Qing replied. "It is prudent to be prepared. Should I falter, I may have no choice but to eliminate you. For the greater good of the Ming, you must understand. Right? If I perish, who will clean up this mess?" Zhu Yunjian met Li Qing's gaze, acknowledging, "Yes, This was indeed a miscalculation on my part. But is that reason enough to take my life? Furthermore, if you kill me, can you ensure your own survival? As I said, it is merely a precaution. Li Qing replied coolly. Besides, I may still survive even after your death. Surrender to the Tartars? Zhu Yunjian scoffed. With a sharp clap, Li Qing withdrew his hand, stating, on this vast grassland, they would be unable to capture me alone. This held a kernel of truth. Unburdened, Li Qing thrived, capable of survival without sustenance. And if he truly wished to flee, it was not beyond reason. I do not believe you. With a swift motion, Zhu Yunjian covered his face in exasperation, glaring at Li Qing, as if to say, this is far from over, isn't it? Li Qing, weary of further disputes, sighed and said, speak your wish. I am a man of my word, and I shall fulfill what I promise. Heh, you despise me so, yet you would grant my wish. No, I do not harbor hatred towards you. Rather, I am vexed by your refusal to heed advice. Li Qing sighed again, before this matter unfolded. I held you in high regard. In terms of ruling as an emperor, you are indeed competent. Furthermore, you still play a positive role for the Ming dynasty. And I wish to assist you earnestly. Zhu Yunjian muttered, after this battle, both sides have suffered losses. The Tartars have not gained significant advantage. Is this truly unforgivable? It is not that simple. The initiative now lies with the Tartars, not you, Li Qing replied. They will undoubtedly use you as leverage to extort the Ming. You are aware of how much the Jin extorted from the Song during the Jinling incident, are you not? Zhu Yunjian's expression darkened. Li Qing gently patted his head. Speaking softly, fear not. My blade is swift, and you shall not feel pain. You overstep, daring to insult me. Zhu Yunjian's fury ignited, his demeanor turning fierce as he sought to confront Li Qing. However, the weak's resistance against the strong only appeared comical. Li Qing continued unabated, rest assured, upon my return, I shall portray you in a grand light. Though future rulers may not take pride in you, they will respect you as a man of integrity. Nonsense. Li Qing, you are a fool. Zhu Yunjian spat venomously. Finding his noise bothersome, Li Qing raised a hand to silence him, his gaze shifting anxiously towards the approaching Tartar forces. With one thread pulled, the entire fabric may unravel. Given the current situation, would the Tartars seize this opportunity? He felt uncertain. Zhang Fu was not to be relied upon. As he bore the responsibility for the defeat as the commander, his hopes rested on Yu Qian. Remembering Yu Qian, he tightened his grip on the sword. Recalling the scant history he knew, Zhu Yunjian exclaimed, ha ha ha. Chapter 153, A Breath of Life. Stay calm. Officials of the Ming, you must remain composed. Tuachuo Baoyuo felt utterly exasperated. What just happened? Everything was fine before. How much blood could the Ming emperor afford to lose? Tuachuo Baoyuo was truly fed up. Shouting in frustration, his voice tinged with desperation, cease. Stop this at once. Suddenly, Li Qing snapped back to reality, hastily retracting his strength, his face turning sheepish. That was unintentional. My emotions got the better of me. My apologies. What could Zhu Yunjian say? There was nothing he could utter. Tuachuo Baoyuo sighed in relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death himself. Damn it, this is outrageous. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Tuachuo Baoyuo's heart raced. Just then, a troop of cavalry rushed in, initially startling Tuachuo Baoyuo, but then filling him with joy, his spirits lifting at last. However, it was not long before his expression shifted to confusion. Where's the silver? What happened to the 200,000 taels? Soon, a rugged man stepped forward awkwardly. Grand Preceptor, the Ming insisted we deliver the people first before they pay. Tuachuo Baoyuo was taken aback, and then, the pent-up resentment within him erupted completely. You dare to blame me? They refuse to pay, and yet you come back smiling to relay their message. The sound of slaps echoed, two harsh blows, deeply injurious, and even more humiliating. The rugged man, filled with grievance, pointed toward the distant Li Qing and exclaimed, My lord, that official from the Ming dynasty is of the same ilk as me, utterly disregarding the emperor. I have truly exerted myself. Those scoundrels, they are nothing but scoundrels. Tuatha Luo, in a fit of fury, declared coldly, Go, inform the Ming that they must either pay up promptly, or else, in a month's time, I, the Grand Master, shall rally all the Tatar warriors and launch an assault on the Ming emperor in the capital. The rugged man swallowed hard and stammered, But my lord, are we truly going to engage the Ming in open battle? The words of Yu Qian, stating that the Ming had 1 million strong troops, weighed heavily upon him. as he did not find the Tatars to be in a position of victory. Negotiations, do you understand? With a sharp slap, To Luo retorted fiercely. Why are you still here? Hurry. Yes, yes, I shall go at once. The rugged man, having failed in his task, dared not retort and hastily summoned his subordinates. Wait a moment, he said. My lord, let's ask for more this time. Understood. Luo cast a cold glance at the 3,000 troops returning to the Ming, smirking as he continued on his way. 5 days later, they arrived at the Tatar camp. Li Qing, holding a hostage, was as brazen as ever, demanding food and drink with an air of menace that suggested he would rather perish with the Ming emperor than be denied. The Tatars, having witnessed Li Qing's ferocity along their journey, were reluctant to confront him directly and complied with all his requests. Despite being a prisoner, Li Qing lived quite lavishly, indulging in wine and meat, reveling in his circumstances. The Tatars secretly administered some poison, but for reasons unknown, it had no effect. Li Qing had evolved from the man he once was. His cultivation had advanced significantly over the years, rendering him immune to toxins, even the most lethal ones. However, the Tatars appeared somewhat dim-witted, utterly oblivious to the fact that their attempts at poisoning would alter the flavor of the food. Observing this absurdity, Li Qing threatened. From now on, let the Ming emperor taste the food first for poison. This caused the Tatars to become more compliant. Upon Luo's return to the tribe, he went directly to report to the queen about the war situation. We have captured the Ming emperor? Mu Zhuo's aged visage was initially one of shock, quickly transforming into euphoric delight, as if she had finally fulfilled a long-held desire. The words spoken over 60 years ago, I have finally achieved it. No regrets, no regrets. If only he could witness this. Though she had withered like a withered tree, the wildness in her eyes still burned brightly, especially in that moment, transcending the past. She was acutely aware of the significance of the Ming emperor. This time, they had truly struck gold. What is our loss? Luo replied sheepishly. It's considerable. Over 30,000. One handsome figure can overshadow a multitude of flaws. In comparison to the capture of the Ming emperor, such a cost is entirely acceptable. The wildness in Mu Zhuo's eyes ignited. Now we still have 100,000 warriors. If we invest everything, we may yet advance further. Luo exclaimed in surprise, adding, My queen, there are some matters I have yet to clarify. The Ming emperor has indeed been captured, but he was taken hostage by a madman from the Ming who does not allow us to approach. You cannot handle just one person? Mu Zhuo questioned in astonishment. Luo lamented. That individual possesses an uncanny skill and martial prowess that seems almost superhuman, and he is utterly reckless. I fear that if pressed too hard, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Indeed, the emperor of the Ming dynasty must be approached with caution. Mu Zhuo, unfazed, regarded this as a mere trifling matter, suggesting that if force does not suffice, then one must resort to persuasion, be it through allure or wealth. Offer him whatever he desires. Yes, Luo acquiesced respectfully. Then continued, Your Majesty, the might of the Ming dynasty is formidable. We may not stand a chance against them. The risks are too great. He hesitated, voicing his concerns. Although the Tatar warriors are fierce, they cannot shake the foundations of the Ming, and besides, the Walla are ever watchful. Mu Zhuo gradually calmed her excitement and nodded gently. Indeed, I may have been too impulsive. You are right. We cannot afford to take excessive risks. We cannot compare ourselves to the Ming, and we cannot afford to lose. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, Send envoys to the Walla tribe. What? Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that we ally with the Walla? There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Now that we hold sway over the emperor of the Ming, we could leverage his authority to command the vassals. The Walla will surely recognize the benefits of this alliance, Mu Zhuo stated with conviction. Luo furrowed his brow, but Bo Yin Timur is exceedingly loyal to the Ming emperor. I fear he does not represent the entirety of the Walla, and he may not be as loyal as you believe. Mu Zhuo replied, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should we let it slip away, it may never present itself again. Indeed, Luo nodded emphatically. I shall make the arrangements forthwith. Together, they could muster nearly 200,000 iron cavalry. And if they launched a concerted assault on the Ming, success might be within their grasp. At that moment, a female physician entered with a bowl of medicine. offering a slight bow to To Luo before hastening to the bedside. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine. To Luo halted mid-step, turning back to squat beside the bed with concern. Your Majesty, how do you fare? Mu Zhuyi smiled. Your efforts have yielded greater results than any elixir. I can endure for some time yet. In my lifetime, I wish to once again enter the Ming and behold its splendor. To Luo felt a measure of relief and chuckled. Your Majesty, take care of your health. You will prevail. Yes, go and attend to it. Mu Zhuyi waved her hand, and To Luo took his leave. With the physician's assistance, Mu Zhuyi propped herself up to take the medicine, finding the concoction surprisingly sweet today. Your Majesty, your health. The physician hesitated. I am well aware, Mu Zhuyi replied with a faint smile. Life is sustained by sheer will. My longevity is held together by that very spirit. Now that the Tatars have made such gains, my resolve is even stronger. The physician nodded, helping her finish the medicine before assisting her back to a reclining position. Just as she was about to take her leave, she was called back. Prepare me some potent medicine. I cannot remain bedridden any longer, Mu Zhuyi commanded. Your Majesty, your body cannot withstand it. I can endure, Mu Zhuyi replied softly. I know my limits. Just comply with my request. The physician, caught in a dilemma yet unwilling to defy her, said, it is nearly impossible to achieve instant results. Even so, your Majesty will require time before you can rise. That is acceptable. Just do not delay too long, Mu Zhuyi smiled. Do not worry. I am not on the brink of death. In the capital, the rugged man had returned once more. This time, he was no longer the timid figure he had been before. He unleashed a torrent of complaints onto Yuqian, venting the grievances he had endured at the hands of To Luo. Naturally, Yuqian did not indulge him, retaliating point by point. The rugged man stood tall, a cold smile gracing his lips. Our Grand Master has declared that if we do not receive the money, the Tatar army will surely besiege the city within a month. Yuqian was taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. Are you frightened? Observing Yuqian's subtle reaction, the rugged man grew bolder. Let us start with 10 million taels. I know you cannot make the decision alone, so I am magnanimous enough to grant your court 2 days' time. He chuckled darkly. I also present you with 2 choices. Either produce the 10 million taels of silver or face the wrath of the Tatars. There is no third option. Laughing raucously, he strode out, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 154. Common Goals. Yuqian was filled with unprecedented rage, yet felt powerless to act. Indeed, with the emperor in their grasp, what right did he have to be furious? He despondently returned to his seat, lost in thought for a long while before rising bleakly and exiting the yamen. Instead of heading directly to the palace, he first visited the residence of the Duke of England, as well as the homes of Wang Zhi and Yang Hong. It was only during the afternoon Shen hour that Yuqian sought an audience with Prince Qing in the palace. At the entrance of the central hall, Yuqian paused, his emotions in turmoil. Sir Yu, do not keep His Highness waiting, a young eunuch reminded him. Yuqian shook off his reverie and followed the eunuch up the steps. Each step felt particularly heavy, for he understood the significance of this moment. After navigating through the central hall, he found Zhu Qiyu engaged in reading and sipping tea. Upon noticing Yuqian's arrival, he hastily set aside his book, rising with a smile. There is no need for formalities, Minister Yu. Please, take a seat. Yes, Your Highness. The eunuch quickly fetched a stool and placed it before Yuqian. Move it closer, Zhu Qiyu instructed, so it is more convenient for Minister Yu to discuss matters. The young eunuch complied, positioning the stool nearer to Zhu Qiyu. Yuqian clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhu Qiyu inquired, Minister Yu, have you come with important state affairs today? Indeed, there is a matter of great importance, Yuqian replied, his countenance grave, then glanced at the young eunuch. The palace attendants were astute. Without Zhu Qiyu needing to speak further, the eunuchs discreetly withdrew. What has transpired? Zhu Qiyu asked, a note of caution creeping into his voice. Recently, he had been under immense pressure. Truthfully, he felt caught in a precarious position, neither fully in command nor entirely out of it. He contemplated resigning, yet found himself unable to do so. With the emperor alive, the empress dowager wielding power, and the crown prince still present, Prince Qing found himself in a rather awkward predicament. The Tatar envoy has returned, Yuqian stated, and this time they demand 10 million taels of silver. If this is not met, they threaten to abduct the emperor and invade the Ming. What? Zhu Qiyu exclaimed in shock, quickly lowering his voice. Minister Yu, I truly cannot make this decision alone. Should we not inform the Empress Dowager? After a moment of silence, Yuqian replied, that seems prudent. He then glanced at the books on the table and asked, what are you reading, Your Highness? Ah, the veritable records of Emperor Taizong. I find myself with little to do in terms of domestic affairs, Zhu Qiyu admitted sheepishly, and quite frankly, I am not busy at all. Yuqian nodded and inquired, Your Highness, you possess a profound interest in state affairs, do you not? This sudden shift in topic left Zhu Qiyu somewhat bewildered. He held a favorable perception of Yuqian, remaining unguarded. Indeed, the achievements of the Taizong were truly magnificent, inspiring admiration. After a brief pause, he added, this prince merely expresses admiration for Taizong's sagacity, with no ulterior motives. Yuqian silently lamented, such excessive caution cannot withstand the impending tempest. Yet, he understood that Zhu Qiyu's disposition was not to be blamed. Anyone in his position would find themselves equally at a loss. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Crown Prince, all were united as a family, making it exceedingly difficult for a prince yet to be enfeoffed. However, the current situation could no longer be delayed. Your Highness, the circumstances are now clear. Regardless of whether the Ming dynasty offers 1 million taels of silver, the Tatars will not release the emperor, Yuqian stated solemnly. The impending conflict is unavoidable, and the Ming requires a decisive leader. Zhu Qiyu was taken aback and cautiously responded, that is indeed a concern. Perhaps we should convene during tomorrow's morning court to collectively brainstorm a strategy. Yuqian was aware that some matters he could not articulate directly. Even if Zhu Qiyu grasped the implications, he would likely feign ignorance. Your Highness, our Ming dynasty has yet to reach a century of existence. Yuqian sighed deeply. The Yuan divided the Han people into 4 classes, and throughout their reign, the Yuan emperors never regarded the Han subjects as their own citizens. The Taizu, with his remarkable talents, rose from despair, sweeping away the Tatars and restoring the Han's dominion. Taizong, inheriting the throne, undertook 5 campaigns against the northern nomads, causing the Yuan to flee in terror. After the Battle of Hulanhuashirwan, the Yuan dared not confront the Ming forces directly. During the Yongle era, southern expeditions and northern conquests flourished. The Grand Canal was navigated, and the monumental achievements of the Yongle reign were rightfully celebrated. Under the reigns of the Renzong and Xuanzong, domestic affairs were prioritized, the populace enjoyed peace, maritime trade was expanded, and the people benefited immensely. What a glorious age it was. Yuqian gazed intently at Zhu Qiyu. Your Highness, you too are a descendant of Xuanzong. Zhu Qiyu suddenly rose, his chest heaving, his face flushed, fists clenched until they turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. How could he remain indifferent in the presence of such illustrious ancestry? After a lengthy pause, the boiling blood within him gradually cooled, and Zhu Qiyu despondently relaxed his grip. With his elder brother away on a northern expedition, how could he, as a subordinate, allow the matters of today to pass from your lips to my ears, not to be shared with a third party? Yuqian sighed. The Tatars are emboldened precisely because the emperor is the emperor. To rescue the emperor, one must render him not an emperor. Zhu Qiyu resolutely replied, even so, I have no grounds for it. Traditionally, the succession of the throne is based on the principle that a son inherits upon the father's death, followed by brothers succeeding after one's demise. The crown prince is still under 2 years of age. How could he bear such a heavy burden? Yuqian responded, once the crown prince ascends the throne, who will wield power? Your Highness, surely you understand. You are a member of the Zhu family. This statement ignited the fervor within Zhu Qiyu, stoking his passion further. Indeed, he was a Zhu. He could not permit a woman to jeopardize the Ming dynasty. After a long while, Zhu Qiyu regained his composure, and this time, he did not waver. He inquired, do you believe the Empress Dowager would consent? Such matters cannot be dictated by a single voice, nor can they be managed as such. Yuqian replied, we can only present it in the court. I shall take the lead, but your Highness must also possess the courage to shoulder great responsibilities. Zhu Qiyu nodded and inquired, how confident are you? Very confident, Yuqian replied, mustering his courage. There was no alternative. The enemy was on the verge of invasion, and it was imperative to resort to stringent measures. Yuqian had no genuine assurance, for the Sun clan was formidable, and a significant faction of the civil officials bore him no goodwill, ensuring that he would not easily be credited with this monumental achievement. The obstacles were evident. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qiyu asked, what must I do? Your Highness need not do anything, Yuqian responded. This matter cannot be resolved overnight. until the situation clarifies. You should conduct yourself as usual. Very well, Zhu Qiyu nodded, finding this the most palatable approach. He gazed at Yu Qian, silently acknowledging. It is indeed Yu Shangshu who spares me from difficulty. In return, Zhu Qiyu wished not to burden Yu Qian. Should he require anything, he need only speak without hesitation. If there is anything, I will, Yu Qian affirmed. The following day, in the Fengtian Hall, the Sun clan had been frequenting the court, occasionally interjecting with remarks, striving to establish their presence, all in anticipation of the Sun's ascension. The intentions of the courtiers were clear, yet none dared to voice them. In a sense, the replacement of the emperor was a method endorsed by the Sun clan, Yu Qian, and the officials alike. Their objectives varied, yet their aim was unified. All desired a change in leadership, yet none wished to step into the spotlight, as such actions could easily tarnish one's reputation. However, the civil officials were not in haste. Today, Zhang Fu, who had been idle at home, and Yang Hong, stationed at the capital's garrison, had arrived, along with Wang Ji, who appeared spirited and resolute. Their relationships with Yu Qian were well understood. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the establishment of a new emperor was imminent. To demonstrate her indifference, the Sun clan glanced at Zhu Qiyu, signaling him to take charge. Zhu Qiyu lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance, for he was well aware of the details and sought to avoid suspicion. Ultimately, the Sun clan stepped forward, recognizing the gravity of the situation, her impatience evident. Yu Qian, have the Tatar envoys arrived again? She inquired. Yes, they arrived yesterday, and I have already spoken with them, Yu Qian replied. The Tatars are insatiable, demanding 10 million taels of silver without even mentioning the return of the emperor, instead threatening to advance upon us with the imperial army at their heels. As his words fell silent, a wave of furious denunciations erupted. Shameless Tatars, utterly brazen. Do they think our Ming dynasty's million troops are mere decorations? Their audacity is beyond belief. The officials clamored, as it was their duty to voice their opinions in such a critical moment to express their stance. After a while, the uproar subsided, and the hall fell silent once more. The Sun clan asked, Do you have any brilliant strategies, Yu Qian? I dare not, he replied, but I will speak freely. Her gaze was filled with encouragement. Yu Qian, you are loyal to the nation. Neither I nor the Crown Prince would ever hold you accountable. Would we, Crown Prince? Zhu Qiyu replied, Indeed, the Empress Dowager speaks true. Yu Qian appeared troubled, fearing that his words would be in vain. How could that be? The Sun clan questioned, her impatience palpable amidst the national crisis. You must not hold back. Then I shall speak, he conceded. Please do, the Sun clan urged. Nodding with a smile. Chapter 155. The Ascension of Prince Cheng. Yu Qian took a deep breath and solemnly stated, The only way to resolve this predicament is to have the emperor become the retired emperor. Sun's heart leaped with joy, yet she feigned anger, saying, Yu Qian, is that something a subject should utter? I am guilty, Yu Qian replied, bowing deeply. I implore the Empress Dowager to punish me. Sun waved her hand wearily, alas. You speak out of concern for the retired emperor and the current emperor. It seems there is no better course. Suddenly, she fell silent, casting her gaze towards the ministers. Esteemed lords, do you have any wise strategies? The lords responded with a collective sigh. Sun sighed again and said, Then let us proceed as you suggest. With that, she painfully closed her eyes. The Empress Dowager is wise. Yu Qian seized the opportunity to declare, I earnestly request that Prince Cheng ascend the throne to avert the impending disaster. Zhang Fu immediately seconded him, and the elderly minister echoed, I too support this. Wang Ji followed suit. I concur. I beseech the ascension of Prince Cheng. Yang Hong, a military man not known for eloquence, grunted in agreement. I second this. The lords exchanged puzzled glances. I implore the ascension of Prince Cheng, Yu Qian reiterated, directing his gaze towards Zhu Qiyu. Zhu Qiyu understood it was time for him to express his stance. Despite his apprehension, he did not waver this time. Clearing his throat, he stood forth. Wait, Sun interrupted. Her expression cold. Yu Qian, what do you mean by that? This time, her anger was genuine, by now. She fully realized that Yu Qian had never intended for her eldest grandson to ascend. The others also wore displeased expressions. One was a discontented child of merely 2 years, while the other was a grown prince closely allied with Yu Qian. Everyone knew who would be chosen. The emperor has heirs. The Ming has a crown prince. It seems it is not Prince Cheng's turn to ascend, the head of the Ministry of Revenue scoffed. For the sake of personal gain, The minister dares to abandon the ancestral temple. This is truly a grievous offense. The Minister of Rights followed suit, stating, I propose severe punishment for Yuqian. Throughout history, there has never been a case where a crown prince was overlooked in favor of a prince ascending the throne. It is simply ludicrous. Dissenting voices rose in chorus. Sun narrowed her eyes, but did not turn her ire towards Yuqian. Instead, she immediately looked towards Zhu Qiyu. Prince Chen, what is your view? Zhu Qiyu felt torn. He did not wish to contend, yet the matter pertained to the enduring legacy of the Ming dynasty, and he dared not remain silent. Thus, he spoke. Does the Empress Dowager believe that if the crown prince were to ascend, he could manage the affairs of the state? Sun stiffened, her agitation evident. But she could not refute him outright. A child of under 2 years could hardly be expected to lead. There are laws of the nation and rules of the family, established by our ancestors. Sun gritted her teeth. The founding principle of the Ming states that the legitimate heir should ascend in precedence, followed by the brothers, as decreed by our great ancestor. Do you dare to contravene this? Zhu Qiyu replied, in chaotic times, strict measures are required. With the emperor currently away on a northern hunt and the Tatars eyeing us covetously, if no one steps forward, what will become of our ancestral lands should the Tatar cavalry truly invade? I asked the Empress Dowager, is the welfare of the nation more important? Or is the family rule paramount? Sun was rendered speechless. What is a mere Tatar to fear? Can they truly threaten the foundation of our great Ming? Zhu Qiyu coldly laughed. Now that the matter has been laid bare, there is no need for hesitation. Surely, the emperor thinks likewise. Such audacity. Sun erupted in fury. Zhu Qiyu, you dare to slander the emperor. I merely stated a fact. Zhu Qiyu remarked, I do not wish to see the ancestral empire perish. As for the throne, today as crown prince remains the crown prince tomorrow. Zhang Fu stepped forward and said respectfully, establishing a new sovereign is imperative. Consider this. If, amidst the chaotic battlefield, the Tatars proclaim the emperor of the Ming, how shall our army respond? Wang Ji echoed, Your Majesty, if a new sovereign is not established, the emperor will undoubtedly be used as a shield by the Tatars. Once the emperor becomes a retired sovereign without real power, the Tatars will neither dare nor be able to threaten the Ming. Sun's eyes glinted coldly. When did I ever say we should not establish a new sovereign? The crown prince is still too young. I urge the Empress Dowager to consider the greater picture. Yuqian spoke solemnly. Do not attempt to impose lofty principles upon me. Your Majesty, Sun scoffed. Do you truly believe that because the emperor is absent, you may act with impunity? Yang Hong stepped forth, his voice resonant. Your Majesty, soldiers are risking their lives on the front lines. If the ruler is a mere 2-year-old child, how can we expect to maintain the morale and fighting spirit of our troops? We may even witness desertions, and once that occurs, the situation will spiral out of control. I second that, Zhang Fu replied, clasping his hands. May I ask, Your Majesty, how can a 2-year-old emperor reassure the soldiers? Sun glared fiercely. Are you plotting a rebellion? We would not dare, the ministers replied in unison. Yuqian spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, the crown prince is the emperor's own son. If the Tatars were to seize the emperor, the soldiers would face the birth father of the Son of Heaven. Would they dare to fight with all their might under such circumstances? His words awakened the ministers to the complex reality of the situation. Indeed, who would dare to strike against their own father? Failing would incur guilt, while succeeding would still bear consequences. How could one fight under such conditions? For a moment, many officials who had previously opposed Yuqian fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the issue. Sun's expression shifted rapidly, a storm of emotions crossing her face. At that moment, Su Cheng, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, stepped forward, stating, I believe the Tatars, emboldened by their might, cannot be resisted. The main forces of the Ming are deployed elsewhere, and it is unwise to engage in battle. Zhang Fu retorted coldly, the problem is, they intend to wage war. Your Grace, that is incorrect, Su Cheng replied with a smile. They may choose to fight, but we need not engage. The assembly looked puzzled, and Sun turned her gaze towards Su Cheng. Relishing the attention of his peers, Su Cheng cleared his throat and declared, the 6 ministries of southern Jinling are well established. It is the birthplace of the Ming. My suggestion is to relocate southward. A wave of astonishment rippled through the court. No one had anticipated such a proposal. To be fair, the idea of relocating southward had considerable appeal. Ever since the capital was moved to Beijing, discussions of a southern migration had persisted for quite some time. The region was prosperous and fertile, with a temperate climate, and it was home to a majority of the officials. Returning to southern Jili would undoubtedly yield greater benefits, aligning with the interests of most. It should be noted that even Yuqian hailed from the south. Su Cheng observed the varied expressions of those present. Feeling a surge of pride, an opportunity to stand out had finally arrived. Just as he was about to elaborate, Yuqian suddenly interjected sharply. The Jingkong incident of the Song dynasty shall not repeat in the Ming. The enemy has not yet struck, and you are already in such disarray? Advocating for relocation is no different from the treachery of Qin Hui. Such treason deserves the death penalty. His thunderous voice resonated, startling even Sun into a momentary shock. Su Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as he defended himself, stating, I am merely concerned for the future of the Ming dynasty. To this, Yuqian erupted with fury. Previously, he had restrained himself when the ministers attacked Wang Zhan, but this time, he could no longer contain his outrage. The malevolence of Wang Zhan could not compare to the suggestion of relocating south. If such a move were to occur, the Ming dynasty would be left with but half its territory. Such treachery could not be allowed to persist. Yuqian strode purposefully to the golden gourd warrior, seizing the gourd with the intent of striking Su Cheng. However, Yu Shangshu remained composed. Yang Hong, quick to act, rushed forward to hold Yuqian back, whispering, Do not act impulsively. This is not the moment for rashness. Unlike Wang Zhan, who was a common enemy to all officials, Su Cheng merely proposed a suggestion. Although his intentions were questionable, he had yet to commit an actionable offense. Last time, nearly everyone had participated. This time, Yuqian stood alone. Should he strike? It was uncertain whether Su Cheng would survive, but Yuqian would certainly face grave repercussions. Many officials harbored animosity towards him and would seize this opportunity. Yang Hong urged, You must not allow anything to happen to you. Otherwise, Crown Prince Chang's ascension will be thwarted, and should a new heir be installed, chaos will ensue in the harem. Yuqian, cease at once, commanded Zhu Qiyu, his voice booming. Yuqian begrudgingly held back his fury. The golden gourd struck the golden bricks, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds that caused the onlookers to instinctively retreat a step, their brows furrowing in alarm. Even Sun Shi was startled. For the first time, she refrained from scolding Yuqian. It was not out of magnanimity, but rather a sudden realization that she could not control him. The notion of a southern relocation had barely emerged before she extinguished it. In the palace, she was the Empress Dowager, the most senior and esteemed individual in the Ming dynasty, but beyond these walls, her authority was uncertain. Yuqian, Zhang Fu, and Yang Hong wielded substantial power. Should a coup arise, it could spell disaster. At the very least, within the confines of the palace, she remained the revered Empress Dowager. Sun Shi understood the shifting tides of power and, after weighing the pros and cons, resolutely declared, the territory of the Ming dynasty was painstakingly acquired by our ancestors. How could we surrender it to others? Anyone daring to speak of relocating south shall be charged with treason. She then turned to Crown Prince Chong, commanding, Crown Prince, come with me. After a pause, she sighed, Duke of England, you shall accompany us as well. The ministers observed this development and could not help but sigh inwardly, acknowledging that the situation had been settled. Chapter 156. The blurring of reality and illusion in the Jinling Palace, within the inner hall. Sun Shi and Zhu Qiyu took their seats, with Yuqian and Zhang Fu accompanying them. Aside from these four, no one else was present, with fewer individuals. The conversations flowed with less restraint, allowing for a more candid exchange. The atmosphere was markedly different from the court. Each person was calm and composed. After a moment of silence, Sun Shi broke the stillness. Crown Prince, do you truly wish to become emperor? She asked directly. Zhu Qiyu shook his head slightly. Empress Dowager, if it were up to me, I would prefer not to take on this hot potato, but I have no choice. The late emperor left only me and my elder brother as his sons. Given the current circumstances, if I do not step forward, my nephew, besides me, it would fall to the princes of the late emperor's generation to take the throne. Of course, if the Empress Dowager agrees, I have no objections. The words may sound insincere, yet they emanate from the sincere heart of Zhu Qiyu. These days have been nothing short of torment for him. If it were within his power, he would rather not shoulder this troublesome burden. Let us dispense with the empty rhetoric and speak of more tangible matters. Sun openly declared, I can agree, but with certain stipulations. Zhu Qiyu nodded. Please articulate your conditions. First, the crown prince must be Zhu Yunjian, and no changes shall be made. That is acceptable, Zhu Qiyu affirmed. Second, all efforts must be made to bring your royal brother back. Of course, that is a given, Zhu Qiyu responded earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Sun continued. Third, release the two uncles and restore their official positions. The Sun family title shall be inherited by the eldest uncle, Sun Jizong. Zhu Qiyu hesitated momentarily before nodding. That can be arranged. Sun's demeanor brightened considerably as she turned to Zhang Fu and Yu Qian, stating, You both are esteemed elders, and I trust your loyalty to the throne and the nation. You shall bear witness to today as proceedings. The two men clasped their hands in respect, promising to uphold their commitments. However, Sun, with a suspicious mind, insisted, take an oath. Given the urgency of the situation, the three agreed to take a solemn oath as she requested. Yu Qian interjected, Your Majesty, with the Tartar forces preparing to mobilize, we must promptly hold the coronation ceremony for the crown prince, allowing the news to reach the steppes and thwart the Tartars' plans. Indeed, Your Majesty, the sooner the crown prince ascends, the greater the benefits for both the emperor and the realm, Zhang Fu concurred. With the emperor absent, Sun alone possessed the authority to make such decisions. The stance of the Empress Dowager would command respect. Sun gazed at Zhu Qiyu and solemnly proclaimed, In the ages to come, you must return power to the lineage of Zhan. Should you betray this oath, I shall not spare you. Zhu Qiyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall issue the imperial decree at noon, and the coronation ceremony will be held tomorrow, Sun stated with an expressionless face. The Empress Dowager's wisdom is commendable. I hold you in the highest regard, Zhang Fu and Yu Qian humbly expressed. Sun rose and coolly remarked, Let us refrain from empty words. Your adherence to commitments is what matters. After a pause, she added, I am not one to be trifled with. Should you dare to renege, none of you shall fare well. Understood. At the Ministry of War, a burly man sipped his tea, having barely touched his meal, and displayed a sullen demeanor, muttering, The Ming dynasty is far too arrogant. We travel countless miles only to be served this? With a bang, he slammed his bowl onto the table, declaring, Forget eating. When the Minister of War returns, let him procure us some imperial dishes. This is truly an affront. As if summoned by his words, Yu Qian entered just then. The burly man leaned back comfortably in his chair, commanding, Go, fetch us some fine wine and delicacies. It must be from the imperial kitchen. Apologies, but there is none. Nonsense, there is nothing at all. Truly, there is none, Yu Qian affirmed. You. The burly man erupted in fury, reverting to his usual threats. Do you still wish to reclaim the Ming emperor? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qian replied, There is indeed nothing today, but there will be tomorrow. We have to wait until tomorrow? Yes, the crown prince will be crowned tomorrow, and a banquet will be held in the palace, Yu Qian confirmed, then added, I understand that food is scarce on the steppes. Bring them each a bowl of rice. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the overturned rice on the dining table, his brow furrowing instantly. Who did this? It was me, and what can you do about it? Yu Qian, with an expressionless face, turned to give instructions. Serve one bowl less. He is not hungry. The rugged man, momentarily taken aback, was about to erupt in anger when he caught a crucial piece of information. His anger froze on his face as he exclaimed, What did you just say? Who is ascending the throne? The king of Zheng is ascending tomorrow, Yu Qian patiently reiterated. He's ascending? What will happen to your emperor? Asked the rugged man, his fury dissipating as he added, And when will you pay our 1,000,000 taels of silver? Allow me to explain. Yu Qian replied with great patience, beginning to elucidate that the title of Taishang Huang, or Emperor Emeritus, is conferred upon a retired emperor or the living father of the reigning emperor. Usually, it is granted to an emperor who has abdicated but is still alive. After a lengthy explanation, the rugged man finally comprehended that the emperor in their hands had become obsolete. This cannot be. How can you do this? The rugged man exclaimed, now agitated. What about the money? Will you pay it? What money? Yu Qian inquired, perplexed. The ransom for your emperor. The rugged man clarified. Our emperor is only ascending tomorrow. No, it is the Taishang Huang, your Taishang Huang, the rugged man insisted, growing increasingly frantic. One must not abandon the old for the new. Yu Qian nodded. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. You grant the Ming a month, and in turn, the Ming shall grant you a month. After 1 month, if the Taishang Huang is not returned, Ming will assemble 1,000,000 troops to march against the Tatars. The rugged man was taken aback, and after a long while, he finally processed Yu Qian's words. Suddenly, He leaped as if scorched by fire, letting out a series of exclamations. The next day, Zhu Qiyu ascended the throne. Due to the urgency, the process was expedited. Yet the sense of ceremony did not diminish the significance of the succession. The rugged man and a few companions, as invited guests, witnessed the entire ceremony of Zhu Qiyu's ascension. Upon seeing Zhu Qiyu donning the dragon robe, wearing the imperial crown, and referring to himself as I, the rugged man realized that what Yu Qian had said was indeed true. The Han people placed great importance on propriety and would not act frivolously in such matters. This is disastrous. The emperor in our hands has become a mere substitute. Recognizing this, the rugged man could no longer focus on the feast and hurriedly made his way back to the grasslands. He was frantic, realizing that his notion of a month until the army was at the gates was merely bluster. Such a rapid mobilization was implausible. However, the Ming was also merely boasting. Assembling 1,000,000 troops at the border, it would take at least half a year, and that was under the most negligent circumstances. The rugged man, being somewhat simple-minded, assumed that gathering 1,000,000 men from a populace of millions would be straightforward. Damn it, and I came away empty-handed. The rugged man's face was contorted with frustration, and he felt a pang of pain. He traveled at a breakneck pace. Half a month later, in the camp, Tuobaluo implored earnestly, "You have taken the Ming emperor hostage. You cannot return to the Ming. Why not remain on the grasslands? I can offer you the position of a tribal leader, and together we can thrive." He boasted, "Women, cattle, sheep, whatever you desire, I shall provide in abundance." With good intentions acknowledged, Li Qing shook his head in refusal. Although Tuobaluo was in such close proximity, Li Qing could have easily taken him hostage. However, such an act would bear little fruit and only serve to exacerbate the existing tensions. The people of the grasslands possess a worldview distinct from the Han, rendering them impervious to threats. They can swiftly select a new leader should one fall. Thus, Li Qing focused solely on feasting and keeping a vigilant eye on Zhu Qiyu, resolute in his refusal to release him. After attempting to persuade Li Qing for an extended period, Tuobaluo, seeing that Li Qing remained as unyielding as a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, became completely incensed. "I refuse to believe that you would dare to kill the emperor of the Ming." With a commanding gesture, he summoned his men. A throng of individuals surged into the tent. "Your Majesty, please take your leave first. I shall follow shortly," Li Qing proclaimed dramatically, simultaneously thrusting a blade towards Zhu Qiyu. "Stop! Stop! This is enough!" Tuobaluo exclaimed, flustered as he realized Li Qing was indeed serious. "No more fighting. Let this be the last time." Li Qing, displeased, protested, "What is the meaning of this? I was fully engaged." Throughout the commotion, Zhu Qiyu remained resolute and silent. A surge of frustration welled within Tuobaluo. Just as he was about to vent his ire, the tent flap was hastily lifted, and a rugged man rushed in. "So soon?" Tuobaluo inquired, astonished. "What has the Ming court offered?" The rugged man grimaced, stating, "There are matters more pressing than money to report." "Speak," Tuobaluo demanded. "The Ming has crowned a new sovereign. Our current emperor is now a mere pretender." The rugged man lamented, gesturing towards Zhu Qiyu. "He is no longer an emperor, but a retired monarch." Zhu Qiyu, unable to comprehend the Mongolian tongue, shot a resentful glance at Li Qing, seeking clarification. Li Qing, smacking his lips and patting Zhu Qiyu on the shoulder, remarked, "Congratulations. You've circumvented decades of detours and have ascended to the status of a retired monarch at such a young age." Chapter 157. A Reunion Retired Monarch? Zhu Qiyu was momentarily dazed, then shocked, followed by a profound sense of worry. What can a child under 2 comprehend? A sharp slap brought Zhu Qiyu back to reality. "What? The Ming offers not a single coin?" Tuobaluo seethed with rage, exclaiming, "What a useless creature you are. How can you be so easily swayed?" "Master, it's not that I am easily swayed," the rugged man protested, covering his face in distress. "The emperor we have here is no longer recognized. A retired monarch is still a monarch. How can he not be recognized?" Tuobaluo, incensed, prepared to raise his hand when a personal guard hurried in, whispering, "Master, the king seeks you." "Understood," Tuobaluo nodded, casting a fierce glare at the rugged man before glancing at Li Qing and departing with a huff. The rugged man shot Zhu Qiyu a fierce look, muttering a curse about his uselessness before exiting as well. "Ha ha ha," Zhu Qiyu pointed at himself. Li Qing rolled his eyes, regaining his ability to speak. What's this? I hear you've become a retired monarch, and now you're anxious? Li Qing teased. Zhu Yunjian, disregarding the wound, urgently exclaimed, a 2-year-old emperor cannot even recognize characters. What can be accomplished? You said you could return, so hurry back and take charge. That is not possible. Li Qing shook his head. I must keep watch over you. Why must you keep watch over me? To prevent you from retracing the same path. Li Qing replied. Zhu Yunjian found himself in a perplexing situation. Given the gravity of the circumstances, he could not afford to tread the same old path. The situation was dire, leaving no room for delay. He recognized that the true power lay with the Empress Dowager, and he was in a state of distress, urging, "You must flee tonight. I shall provide cover for you. We cannot allow the Ming dynasty to fall into the hands of a woman." Rest assured, Li Qing replied, unfazed. With Yu Qian and Zhang Fu present, the young prince shall never ascend the throne. Who else but the crown prince? Zhu Yunjian was taken aback. He could become emperor? Impossible. Of course it's impossible. Zhu Yunjian frowned. He has never been groomed for the role of emperor. And with his lack of understanding of court affairs, how could he possibly govern? He would fail miserably. Li Qing scoffed. Nothing is absolute. A person often reveals a vastly different side when presented with an opportunity. You could become emperor. Why not him? Certainly not, Zhu Yunjian replied solemnly. From a young age, I was aware of my destiny to become emperor, while he exists as a carefree prince, enjoying life. Our educations differ vastly. Such matters cannot be judged lightly. Perhaps, Li Qing smiled. In terms of imperial strategy, he may not match you. He might indeed struggle as an emperor. However, the inability to be a good emperor does not negate the possibility of being a decent one. Zhu Yunjian muttered, do you hold such faith in him? We both once believed in him. Why can't we believe again? Li Qing smiled, then inquired, by the way, if you could return, would you still wish to be emperor? Of course, Zhu Yunjian affirmed. No one could intimidate the court as I do. I must stand forth. Li Qing replied coolly, then you cannot go back. Not necessarily. Zhu Yunjian retorted. The Tatars dare not kill me. I am now the retired emperor. Li Qing interrupted, one must face the consequences of their actions. This predicament arises from your obstinacy. Can I make amends? Zhu Yunjian argued. Li Qing, uninterested in further debate, said, first, bandage your wounds. Ah, it hurts. Your Majesty. Tua Baluo exclaimed in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? The ailing king was able to walk. Mu Zhuer chuckled. There is a saying among the Han people. One feels invigorated when encountering joyful events. Capturing the emperor of the Ming is a tremendous opportunity for us. How could I remain bedridden? But how can this be celebrated? Tua Baluo opened his mouth, filled with bitterness. He was unsure how to broach the subject. But the truth could not be concealed. He tentatively said, Your Majesty, there have been some changes. You must prepare yourself. Mu Zhuer furrowed his brow. Is he unyielding? Not entirely, Tua Baluo sighed. The main issue lies with the Ming court. They have installed another prince as their new ruler, making our current one obsolete. What? Even Mu Zhuer, accustomed to turmoil, was shaken by the news of the Ming's new ruler. Tua Baluo lamented. Such is the reality, with the Ming's maneuver. We have lost all our advantage. Mu Zhuer pondered for a long while. It is indeed a challenging situation, but not insurmountable. How are matters on the Walla side? The message has been dispatched. However, they have yet to respond. Tua Baluo remarked, such matters cannot remain concealed. It appears that our hopes of collaboration are futile. At this juncture, he harbors little ambition, seeking merely to exchange Zhu Yunjian for gold, though he fears he may not even secure that. Yet Mu Zhuer remained resolute, believing there was still room for negotiation. Does the emperor of the Ming dynasty know of this? He may not yet be aware, but he ought to be. After all, certain officials of the Ming can converse in our tongue, Tua Baluo replied. Inform this Ming emperor that while his empire does not recognize him as sovereign. We do, Mu Zhuer declared. Tell him we are willing to provide men and resources to assist him in reclaiming his throne. What? Tua Baluo exclaimed. Taken aback, Mu Zhuer chuckled. He shall acquiesce. As a ruler, he would not willingly allow his throne to slip through his fingers. With the presence of this former emperor and our 100,000 Tartar troops, it is highly likely that the Walla would also join us. Thus, our grand ambitions remain attainable. Tua Baluo hesitated, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of the Ming. Although it seemed they had gained some advantage, they had not truly weakened the heart of the Ming. Conversely, Their own forces had sustained considerable losses. 30,000 cavalry was a significant blow to them. More critically, Mouguer's approach seemed excessively perilous, evoking a sense of impending doom akin to after me, the deluge. This was a strategy that seemed aimed at living recklessly. My lord, is this not rather reckless? The Xuanfu is perilously close to the Ming capital. Should we breach the gates, our cavalry could reach the capital within days. Mouguer asserted. Once we enter, those complacent scholars will undoubtedly tremble, pressuring the emperor to relocate the capital. She was confident. The new emperor, fresh upon his throne, is already in a precarious position. Faced with an army at his doorstep, he will have no choice but to comply. Is that truly the case? To Bo Luo mused. Mouguer chuckled, observing, this scenario bears a striking resemblance to the Jinling incident of the Song dynasty. Confronted with over 100,000 cavalry, the Ming court would inevitably make decisions akin to those of the Song court. The Ming may be vast, yet that does not equate to strength. If their forces remain disunited, they are but a scattered assemblage. To Bo Luo's ambition ignited. He proclaimed, you speak truth. My queen, we shall reclaim our Yuan capital. He sneered. They often claim the Yuan lasted but a century. It seems the Ming is no different. Truly, the tides of fortune ebb and flow. Mouguer shook her head with a sigh. To devour the Ming in one fell swoop is implausible. We must advance step by step, first capturing the capital. Pausing, she added, I may not live to see that day, but you are still youthful. Time is on your side. Do not be overly hasty, lest you suffer great losses for minor gains. Indeed, Bo Luo responded respectfully. I shall remember your counsel. Mouguer, unwed and childless, posed no threat to Bo Luo. In contrast, she was a direct descendant of a noble family, and Bo Luo required her endorsement. This was the fundamental reason behind his unwavering loyalty to her. By winning her favor, he could secure his own power. My queen, there remains another matter to address, Bo Luo stated. Is it concerning that Ming official? Indeed, he is impervious to persuasion. Bo Luo expressed his frustration. I have employed both gentle and forceful means, yet nothing proves effective. That man is quite mad. And the Ming emperor bears numerous wounds. Such significant affairs cannot be jeopardized by a mere trifling figure. Mouguer frowned. Her time is running short, and her patience is wearing thin. Bo Luo lowered his head in shame, awkwardly admitting, it is my incompetence. I truly cannot manage him. Mouguer cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, where is that person? Is the king going to confront him personally? Time is of the essence. The Ming must be preparing for war vigorously, and we cannot afford any delays. Mouguer commanded, take me to him. Bo Luo hesitated slightly, saying, Your Majesty, that individual possesses terrifying skills. It would be unwise for you to proceed. If he truly seeks death, he would have already taken the emperor's life in a show of loyalty. Mouguer dismissed his concerns, stating, very well, the king shall follow. Inside the tent, Li Qing squinted his eyes, comfortably reclining in a chair, feigning sleep. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching and promptly opened his eyes. Someone was coming. Li Qing approached Zhu Yunjian, addressing him, Your Majesty, no, I mean, Your former Majesty, you represent the Ming and must embody the grace befitting a former emperor. So, Zhu Yunjian retorted, I shall first seal your ability to speak. This way, when I poke you later, you won't embarrass yourself, Li Qing replied. Zhu Yunjian was left speechless, rendered mute by Li Qing's words, glaring fiercely at him, his eyes ablaze. All for the Ming, your former Majesty, bear with it, Li Qing insisted. Zhu Yunjian was nearly apoplectic. He would rather Li Qing address him by name than hear the title former Majesty. It is well known that while the title sounds grand, in reality, it signifies little. Most former emperors are political casualties, abandoned by the very politics that once elevated them. These individuals either faced violent usurpation or were compelled to abdicate due to circumstances beyond their control, leaving them with little dignity. Since the Qing dynasty, former emperors have appeared throughout various dynasties, yet only a handful have retained any real power. Ha ha ha. Do not be angry, former Majesty. Li Qing teased with a smile. Just then, the tent flaps parted, and Bo Luo entered, supporting an elderly woman who walked with measured steps. Li Qing still bore a smile as he turned to regard the newcomer. Mouguer also saw Li Qing. With just one glance, she could not look away. Chapter 158, Li Qing, The eternal Duke. Is it really him? Yes, it is indeed him. Mu Zhu'er was certain. What Lu Tai said was true. Li Qing truly does not age. Li Qing was also observing Mu Zhu'er. It had been far too long since their last meeting, and his memory was now fuzzy. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Li Qing, Mu Zhu'er spoke, her voice trembling as she addressed him in the Han language. You are Mu Zhu'er. Li Qing recalled, recognizing her instantly by her distinctive eyes. You remember me, Mu Zhu'er smiled, her joy radiant. It had been an eternity since she had felt such happiness. Tuatao Bo Luo was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a side of the king. How to describe it? It was simply strange. Mu Zhu'er, suppressing her intense joy and confusion, turned to Tuatao Bo Luo, saying, You may withdraw for now. No one is permitted to enter without my permission. After a pause, she glanced at Zhu Yunjian. Shall we ask him to leave as well? Li Qing shook his head. That won't he do. Very well, as you wish. Mu Zhu'er readily acquiesced, waving her hand at Tuatao Bo Luo. With a conflicted expression, Tuatao Bo Luo hesitated for a moment before bowing and departing. Mu Zhu'er trembled as she approached Li Qing and took a seat before him. She was no longer the carefree Mu Zhu'er who used to walk with her hands clasped behind her back, bouncing along the way. She glanced at Zhu Yunjian and inquired of Li Qing, Are you well versed in the languages of the grasslands? I can speak a few simple phrases and understand some, but I wouldn't call myself proficient, Li Qing replied with a smile. He felt a twinge of nostalgia, surprised to encounter an old acquaintance, albeit one with whom he shared an adversarial relationship. Yet, an inexplicable sense of camaraderie arose within him. As time passed, all those he knew and who knew him returned to dust, especially those from the Hongwu era, leaving only the elderly Zhu Yunjian behind. And he? Mu Zhu'er hesitated, considering Li Qing's feelings. It's of no concern, Li Qing reassured her. Oh, very well, she nodded, her heart brimming with unspoken thoughts, yet feeling constrained and unsure of how to express them. The bashfulness of her youth resurfaced, a complex mix of emotions bringing her joy, yet also embarrassment, self-pity, and insecurity. After a lengthy silence, she lamented, I have grown old. Li Qing felt an unexpected pang in his heart, despite their lack of deep emotional ties. He sensed a certain indebtedness towards her. Who among us does not age? He consoled, with a hint of self-deprecation. Are they well? They are no longer with us. Li Qing replied, his eyes glistening. They have been gone for quite some time. Mu Zhu'er's heart quivered. A conversation abruptly halted. Li Qing gently shook his head. Do not seek them out. Do not search anymore. Sigh. Mu Zhu'er exhaled softly, her sigh encapsulating the bittersweet essence of sorrow and heartache. Li Qing felt a blur of emotions, hastily wiping the corner of his eyes, regaining clarity. Let us speak of happier things, he suggested. But then he couldn't help but smile wryly. They were still adversaries. What cheerful topics could they possibly share? Then let us speak of joy, Mu Zhu'er cheerfully proposed. Do you recall that night when we returned to the Ming from fishing sea? Li Qing nodded with a bittersweet smile. I remember. I won, Mu Zhu'er chimed, her voice filled with defiance, as though she had been transported back in time, her aged face adorned with a stubborn pride reminiscent of a petulant young girl. I told you, the wheel of fortune turns. One day, we shall invade the central plains, slay your ministers, and capture your emperor alive. You achieved that. Li Qing acknowledged after a moment of silence, nodding with sincerity. You did remarkably. Mu Zhu'er beamed. Are you praising me? You have acknowledged it, she replied with delight. Zhu Yunjian watched the two in a daze, feeling a sense of absurdity, as if this elder harbored a fondness for Li Qing. How ludicrous. Zhu Yunjian questioned whether it was merely his imagination. You know, Li Qing, I have envisioned countless times what our reunion would be like. How does it feel now? Li Qing asked. It is wonderful, something I dared not even dream of, Mu Zhu'er replied dreamily. It is truly splendid. You remain unchanged. Is it hard for you? Li Qing merely smiled bitterly and remained silent. Do not burden yourself so, Mu Zhu'er advised gently. There are countless things in this world that cannot be retained or prevented. Yes, I understand, Li Qing responded. I often remind myself of that. Mu Zhu'er gazed at him intently. There is something I have held in my heart for over 60 years, and I wish to ask you once more. Speak, he urged. If I had not been so headstrong back then, would you have married me? Mu Zhu'er nervously toyed with the hem of her garment as she gazed at him. Yes. Li Qing uttered a falsehood. She smiled, fully aware of the truth, yet it did not hinder her joy. Despite knowing it was a lie, she remained elated. However, After the happiness came an overwhelming wave of regret. Muzhuer self-deprecatingly remarked, "That year when I returned to the grasslands, I turned back 3 times. The first time, I hoped to see you relent. The second time, I wished for your pleas to retain me. The third time, you didn't even spare me a glance." Li Qing's eyes lowered. "I'm sorry." "No, I do not blame you." Muzhuer shook her head, her heart heavy with melancholy. "I was too proud, far too proud." She continued, "If I could choose again, I would certainly not be so arrogant. The price of pride is far too great, spanning over 60 years. Had I humbled myself back then, even if you did not care for me enough, you would still have married me, wouldn't you?" Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Any response would only deepen Muzhuer's sorrow, thus he opted for silence. However, Muzhuer spoke the truth. Li Qing did not harbor feelings for her, yet had she tempered her temperament for the sake of harmony, he would not have minded making some sacrifices. But now, what significance does this discussion hold? For a moment, both fell into silence. Zhu Yunjian's heart trembled with astonishment, even more so than when he first learned he had become the Grand Emperor. At this point, he could discern that the two had known each other for over 60 years. When exactly was that? It was self-evident. The Battle of Buzhuer marked the complete annihilation of the Northern Yuan court by the Ming dynasty. The significance and outcome of that battle were nothing short of resplendent. After that battle, the Northern Yuan had no emperor left. Following it, the commander Lan Yu was conferred the title of Duke of Liang, achieving fame in a single battle. The vice commander Li Jinling was promoted to the left supervisor of the Grand Commandant's office. The Duke of Yongqing was elevated in rank. The founding emperor was exceedingly cautious with rewards, seldom bestowing them upon his ministers, yet that particular reward was unprecedented, underscoring the importance of that battle. As the emperor, Zhu Yunjian undoubtedly understood the history of the Ming dynasty, and it was only at this moment that he fully realized that Li Qing was indeed Li Qing, or rather, Li Qing was the Duke of Yongqing. Entering the court in the 15th year of Hongwu, he held positions such as the physician to Empress Xiaoxi, 1,000 household commander of the Jinyue, pacification envoy, and military supervisor during the surrender of Nairua, as well as during the Battle of Buzhuer, and the military supervisor during the expeditions led by both Emperor Taizong and Emperor Xuanzong. Though he served as a military supervisor, Li Qing was far from a mere figurehead. Each campaign he participated in yielded substantial achievements of great significance, such as locating the Northern Yuan's main forces and eliminating Mahamu in the Northern expedition. It turned out they were indeed one and the same. No wonder his father had insisted on that. No wonder he demanded my unconditional trust in him. Zhu Yunjian turned his gaze towards Li Qing. He understood it all now. Zhu Yunjian finally grasped that Li Qing, with a mere 7th grade official title, could stir the winds of change and rectify chaos. It became clear that he had always been playing at the pinnacle of competition. The Grand Tutor of the Hongwu reign, the Grand Tutor of the Yongle reign, and the Crown Prince of the Hongxi reign, his father, had all been taught by Li Qing. A person of such caliber only needed the emperor to heed his counsel and accept his advice. Zhu Yunjian made a sorrowful realization that the reforms he took pride in were orchestrated by Li Qing. Without him, could he truly be this exceptional? His sole initiative led to the defeat of the Ming army, resulting in his own capture. Had it not been for Li Qing's timely intervention, what dire circumstances might have ensued? Zhu Yunjian felt a profound sense of despair. In that moment, his pride was utterly shattered. He abruptly awakened to the unsettling truth that he was far less formidable than he had believed. Perhaps he was indeed unsuited to the role of emperor. After a brief silence, Muzhuer composed herself and inquired, "Are you still comfortable here?" Li Qing replied earnestly, "I adapt wherever I go. The prosperity within the borders is splendid, while the grasslands possess their own charm. Both are delightful." He continued with sincerity, "If it were possible, I would truly wish for the inner and outer realms to be like one family. People from the inner lands could graze their livestock on the grasslands, while those from the grasslands could cultivate the fertile lands within. Take, for instance, those tribes from the grasslands that ventured into the Ming territory. Over the years, their lives have improved significantly. They have arable land, homes, their children are well fed, and the elderly are warmly clothed. They no longer need to raid nor fear being raided." Li Qing remarked, "They are genuinely happy, and I wish for more people to experience joy like theirs. War is far too cruel." Muzhuer scoffed lightly. "Only you would speak such words. If anyone else said it, I would have them punished." She paused, realizing that such a disposition would not endear her to others. Thus, she altered her tone, stating, "It sounds pleasant, yet isn't it still the Han people who dominate?" She added, "Moreover, the integration of both sides will inevitably lead to conflicts. Considering the vast differences in our ways of life, this is unavoidable, but conflicts can be resolved." Li Qing chuckled. "It is a process of seeking common ground while reserving differences. Initial friction is normal, and with time, both sides will inevitably discover a suitable way to coexist. Will they not?" Mu Zhuyi fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Perhaps what you say is indeed the true way to resolve conflicts, but I cannot assist you. I am a Tatar king, and there are many matters where I am powerless. One day, it will happen," Li Qing asserted confidently. Mu Zhuyi smiled. "Today, let us not dwell on such troubling matters. I am not a Tatar king, nor are you an official of the Ming. Let us simply enjoy each other's company as old friends, conversing and sharing stories. What do you say?" Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. The two conversed for quite some time, with Mu Zhuyi becoming increasingly animated until nightfall, when she slowly rose to her feet. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Do not be polite with me." After a moment, she added cautiously, "I would like to come by again tomorrow." "Then do come," Li Qing responded with a smile. As Mu Zhuyi departed, her steps were unsteady yet filled with a smile. Despite her evident struggle, she could have asked Li Qing for support, but ultimately, pride prevailed. Such a disposition would ultimately lead to her downfall. She remained silent, and Li Qing did not offer assistance, merely watching her stubbornly depart in a wobbly fashion. Ha ha ha. Chapter 159. The Tatar scheme. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Li Qing restored Zhu Qijian's ability to speak. Zhu Qijian exhaled deeply. He had countless questions, yet momentarily found himself at a loss for where to begin. After a considerable pause, he finally asked, "Are you truly the Li Qing? In the grand hall of the Forbidden City in Jinling, an image of me resides. Though it is not a lifelike portrait, the essence can still be discerned." Li Qing chuckled. "If you doubt it, I shall take you to see it later." "Was this your intention all along?" Zhu Qijian asked in astonishment. Li Qing nodded. "I could easily render you unconscious." "Why?" Zhu Qijian inquired, bewildered. "You must understand the allure of immortality, especially for someone of my disposition." Li Qing laughed lightly. "If immortality could truly be replicated, the throne would never belong to you." After a brief pause, he continued, "The reason I have revealed this to you is straightforward. I wish for you to relinquish your claim to the throne." Zhu Qijian fell silent, reluctantly questioning, "Is it truly because of the mistake I made this time?" "Yes, though not entirely," Li Qing sighed. "In theory, mistakes can be rectified, but our philosophies diverge." "In what way?" Zhu Qijian asked, puzzled. "Were we not in harmony before? Aside from this military campaign, our ideologies have been aligned. You cannot simply dismiss everything." "It is indeed different." Li Qing shook his head. "You are an unwavering supporter of absolute imperial power. All your actions are predicated on the consolidation of authority rather than the welfare of the realm and its people. Certainly, you possess a heart that cares for the populace. But in comparison to your fixation on imperial power, it pales significantly. Take your recent military expedition as an example. It was more an attempt to emulate Taizong and Xuanzong, to wield control over the army and thereby suppress the ministers. If your true aim was to strike down the enemy and safeguard the people of the Ming, you should have devised a strategic plan in advance, ensuring the evacuation of citizens from the border regions and distributing relief grain, prioritizing the lives and property of the populace. Instead, you recklessly led your army to the front lines without regard for the consequences. In essence, your focus lay solely on seizing power and claiming glory that rightfully belongs to the emperor, rather than on the well-being of the Ming subjects and army." Zhu Qijian's face flushed with indignation. "That is not the case. I do care for them. I merely believed victory was attainable." "Do you think warfare is a mere game?" Li Qing replied coldly. "Do you know? Taizong prepared meticulously for each campaign. The longest preparation spanned over 6 months. And you, well, I find it pointless to continue this discussion with you. I shall amend my ways," Zhu Qijian asserted. "Moreover, as the sovereign of a nation, the emperor of the Ming, am I truly in the wrong for acting as I have?" He countered, "If the emperor does not uphold and strengthen imperial authority, does he still deserve the title? From your perspective, you are not mistaken. However, from the viewpoint of the common people, you are," Li Qing explained. "In truth, Taizong laid a solid foundation. You need only to inherit the governance philosophies of Ren and Shen to ensure the continued prosperity of the Ming. But what of you? From the very outset, I discerned where your true priorities lie. Zhu Yunjian fell silent. You have contributed immensely to the Ming. I lack the standing to criticize you. He hugged his knees, filled with melancholy. You are right. My love for imperial power surpasses all else. Alas, it is what it is. Zhu Yunjian, engulfed in despair, asked, will you kill me? Why would I do that? Li Qing chuckled softly, affectionately smoothing the disheveled strands of his hair with a hint of endearment. If I truly wished to harm you, I would not have been so restrained. Otherwise, after enduring so many blows, you would have long since met the king of hell. Zhu Yunjian stared blankly at Li Qing, feeling no aversion to his gesture, and found himself on the brink of tears. Mr. Li, may I inquire about my father, the emperor? He is quite intelligent, perhaps even more so than you, and certainly more fortunate. Li Qing reminisced, a smile gracing his face. As Li Qing spoke, Zhu Yunjian listened, the two immersed in tranquil recollections. After a considerable time, the following morning dawned. The clamor outside gradually intensified, rousing Li Qing from a light slumber, his brow furrowing slightly. What could be amiss? Li Qing pondered. Could the Ming have launched an assault? This thought flickered briefly before he extinguished it. Such a notion was implausible. Even if the Ming were swift, they could not arrive at such an accelerated pace, and even if they could, they would not attack. After all, Zhu Yunjian was still present. Amidst his musings, the tent flap was raised, and To Bo Luo entered. At that moment, Zhu Yunjian also awakened, sitting up in confusion, unsure of To Bo Luo's intentions. To their astonishment, To Bo Luo performed an unexpected gesture, bowing deeply and articulating fluently in Mandarin, I, To Bo Luo, pay my respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Ming. This scene left both men momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Yunjian regained his composure and gestured for To Bo Luo to rise. Pausing briefly, he added, I am no longer the emperor. You may refer to me as the retired emperor. Despite his bewilderment at To Bo Luo's actions, Zhu Yunjian offered an explanation. Nay, the Ming does not recognize your majesty as emperor. We do. To Bo Luo asserted with righteous fervor. I have communicated with the leader of the Walla. They are equally outraged by your majesty's predicament and are inclined to support you. You wish to support me? Zhu Yunjian inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Indeed. To Bo Luo replied respectfully. We are willing to accompany your majesty into the capital and assist you in reclaiming your throne. Li Qing chuckled. What a clever scheme. Once you enter the capital, it will be your dominion. The millions of subjects of the Ming and the multitude of soldiers. How could we possibly stand against them? To Bo Luo countered, shaking his head. Our sole request is that upon your majesty's restoration, you would engage in trade with us. Who would believe such a claim? I have not made any promises to you. Li Qing retorted, casting a sidelong glance at To Bo Luo, who then turned to Zhu Yunjian, stating, Your Majesty, at your command, 100,000 Tatar warriors would respond without hesitation. One must admit, these words were quite stirring and persuasive. Had it been the Zhu Yunjian of yesterday, he would have been greatly tempted, yet now, his focus lay elsewhere. Reflecting on the matter, it appeared that being an emperor was not all it was cracked up to be. With Li Qing as his safety net, there was little for him to worry about. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline, Zhu Yunjian said. Being the retired emperor suits me just fine. Since you Tatars are willing to acknowledge my authority, kindly escort us back. What? To Bo Luo was taken aback, stammering, Your Majesty, your throne has been usurped. Not only will you be subjugated, but your lineage will also be extinguished. That is of little consequence, Zhu Yunjian replied slowly, shaking his head. We are all of the Zhu family. It is not a matter of great import. To Bo Luo was left speechless, having prepared his arguments only to find himself at a loss for words. He had truly not anticipated Zhu Yunjian's lack of emotional response to the usurpation of his throne. There was no animosity towards the Ming court, nor towards his brother who had seized the throne. This was utterly astonishing. Is there anything else? Zhu Yunjian inquired. Tu Yuo awkwardly clasped his hands and beseeched the emperor to reconsider, for you are the legitimate sovereign of the Ming dynasty. If that is all, there is no need for persuasion. Zhu Yunjian decisively interjected, I am not overly attached to the throne. If you wish to avoid animosity with the Ming, it would be best to escort us back. Otherwise, a conflict is inevitable. Tu Bo sighed. Your Majesty, please contemplate this further. I shall take my leave. Li Qing turned to Zhu Yunjian. Do you truly wish to relinquish the throne? I do, Zhu Yunjian replied with a wry smile. After all, with you by my side, I have little to fear. The weight of this burden is indeed significant. If I can lay it down with a clear conscience, why should I not? What do you mean by with you? Li Qing teased. It sounds as if I owe something to your Zhu family, much like your father, that scamp. Sir, Zhu Yunjian said, lifting his robe, I humbly request your blessing. Li Qing did not hinder him. He graciously accepted, feeling worthy of it. Very well. Relinquishing the crown is indeed preferable, for it spares one from undue toil. Li Qing continued, if we are able to return, I shall impart some methods for preserving health. Eternal life may be unattainable, yet longevity is feasible. As for your wife, I shall devise a plan. There remains a possibility for her as well. Really? Zhu Yunjian exclaimed with delight. Can you truly accomplish this? Indeed, Li Qing murmured, I have treated the empress before. Zhu Yunjian felt a surge of joy, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by sorrow. He had promised her he would return. But how is she now? Is she weeping daily? Zhu Yunjian's heart ached. He longed to return, to do so immediately. Chapter 160. Regicide. The commotion outside persisted, and from the sounds, it was clear that a grand army was assembling. Perhaps in training, undoubtedly preparing for an incursion against the Ming. Zhu Yunjian felt a pang of anxiety. He no longer wished to be emperor, nor to be deemed a traitor of the Ming, yet he also did not desire death. He had loved ones, and those who cared for him. Sir, if they resort to force, what shall we do? Zhu Yunjian asked, his voice tinged with tension. Li Qing remained silent for a moment before softly stating, I truly would have to kill you. Zhu Yunjian stared at him, bewildered, and murmured, I do not wish to die. Grandfather Qing will act swiftly. It will not hurt. Do not fear. Zhu Yunjian's lips trembled. He said nothing further, bowing his head and embracing his knees, burying himself in despair. Li Qing, unable to bear the sight, turned away. At that moment, the tent flap was drawn back, and Mu Zhuo entered, supported by a female physician. Li Qing regarded Mu Zhuo. Are you planning to invade the Ming? Yes, Mu Zhuo nodded. This rare opportunity must not be squandered, just as we once did. Missing it would mean a lifetime of regret. Li Qing remained silent for a moment, then sighed. You have no chance. Heed my words and do not proceed. How can one know without trying? Mu Zhuo gently shook her head. Perhaps I would regret it for several years if I went. But not going would lead to centuries of remorse. I am the Khan of the Tartars. This time, I cannot heed your counsel. There is no opportunity. Defeat is your only destiny, Li Qing stated gravely. I have no choice, as you well know, Mu Zhuo sighed softly. In this battle, the once formidable might of the Ming army has vanished. If we do not strike hard this time, the warriors of the tribe will never be at peace and will spill even more blood. Mu Zhuo forced a smile, remarking, you understand this principle, otherwise, you would not remain here. This is our only chance. If we triumph, all will be well. If we falter, it will still instill a renewed respect for the Ming among the tribal warriors, thus paving the way for a more harmonious existence. In the grand scheme of things, whether we win or lose, this battle is imperative. Li Qing let out a deep sigh, choosing to remain silent. At these words, Zhu Yunjian felt a shiver run through him. The enemy was astutely seizing opportunities. He suddenly felt like an innocent child in the presence of such formidable figures. He had naively believed that although the Ming forces would suffer some losses in this battle, they would be manageable, never anticipating the profound depths of the situation. The outcome had already been sealed from the moment of their defeat. He glanced at Li Qing, finally comprehending why Li Qing had not fled. It was indeed to ensure his demise. The female physician exited the tent, leaving only the three of them. Mu Zhuo remarked, we shall depart in approximately 3 days. So there is no need for you to hasten in killing him. You know I will kill him, yet you still intend to march? Li Qing asked, astonished. I have no choice, Mu Zhuo replied, weariness evident in his voice. Regardless of whether you kill him or not, this battle is unavoidable. What if I choose not to kill him? Li Qing inquired. Mu Zhuo shook his head. If you do not take his life, we will certainly compel him into battle, psychologically undermining the Ming's combat effectiveness. Li Qing sighed softly. You are aware that I could end his life, yet you are destined to take him with you. Perhaps it would be wise to spare him. He could strike, but if given the choice, he wished to refrain from doing so. Zhu Yunjian looked at Mu Zhuo, understanding that his fate rested firmly in the hands of this elder. Mu Zhuo sighed and addressed Zhu Yunjian. Child, in truth, I harbor no enmity towards you. If it were possible, I would not take your life for his sake. However, you are the emperor, and you are aware that an emperor is not omnipotent. Similarly, I, as a king, am bound by the same limitations. Mujwir continued, your survival grants me no reason to prevent the warriors from taking you along. Should you perish, it would sever the Tartars' retreat, effectively creating a situation of no return. Therefore, I must express my apologies. Zhu Yunjian's complexion turned pale. He said nothing, fully aware that his death was inevitable. As he faced his end, he held no animosity towards anyone. Were he in Mujwir's position, he too would have executed Zhu Yunjian. He bore no grudge against Li Qing, who had exerted every effort to secure his survival, truly an act of utmost benevolence. If there were to be blame, it lay solely with himself, for his ambition and his disdain for the enemy had led him here. Zhu Yunjian forced a bitter smile. I am sorry, Xiao Qian, but this time I must break my promise. I cannot return. Due to Zhu Yunjian's predicament, Li Qing's spirits dampened, and he lost the desire for conversation. Mujwir, feeling a sense of guilt, chose not to linger. After exchanging a few brief words, he rose unsteadily and exited the tent. Do not be overly afraid, Li Qing whispered comfortingly. Rest assured, I will bring you back to the Ming. Zhu Yunjian nodded, holding back his emotions, yet tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He felt an attachment to life, a sense of indebtedness towards the woman he loved, and a fear of facing his ancestors. In this battle, he faced defeat, yet he never anticipated the grave cost it would incur. Zhu Yunjian fell into a profound silence. Who could feel joy when condemned to death, with execution looming in 3 days? He consumed his meals in silence, drifted into oblivion without truly resting. For the moment he closed his eyes, memories flooded back. The regal visage of his father and the benevolent figure of his grandmother flashed through his mind. Vivid recollections of his youth appeared like a slideshow. His father teaching him to ride, Wang Zhen engaging him in Kuju, Yu Qian guiding him in literacy. The tender moments shared with his beloved, the innocent babbling of his son. Did he regret it? Indeed. Yet, what purpose does regret serve? With eyes shut, tears escaped the corners of his eyes, coursing down his cheeks and pooling on the mat beneath him, leaving it damp. Li Qing, observing this, felt a pang of unease in his heart. Zhu Yunjian was not a tyrant. He had committed no malevolence, save for this solitary misstep. To err is to face punishment. Yet he had reigned for 14 years, and still, he was but 22. Those 3 days stretched endlessly for Zhu Yunjian, as if he were reliving 20 more years. Yet time slipped away before he could grasp anything. On that morning, Mujwir did not arrive, nor did Tuopo Luo. Instead, it was a rugged man who came. Our Grand Tutor has declared, surrender the Emperor of the Ming, and we shall grant you women, cattle, and sheep at your command. He proclaimed, this time, we shall not be intimidated by your threats. Li Qing disregarded him, turning away to assist Zhu Yunjian in adjusting his robes, straightening this side and patting that, finally resting a hand on Zhu Yunjian's shoulder, whispering softly, do not fear, do not fear. Zhu Yunjian closed his eyes, slightly raised his head, fists clenched tightly, trembling as he took a deep breath, opening his mouth yet failing to utter a word. The rugged man contemplated advancing to seize Zhu Yunjian, but the thought of Li Qing's extraordinary prowess deterred him. After all, both Wang and the Grand Tutor had stated that Li Qing could choose for himself. There was no need to risk his life. To kill an emperor of the Ming was merely a trivial task. With a swift clang, a cold glimmer flashed, and a sword severed the throat. Li Qing executed the act with fluid precision, devoid of hesitation, as smooth as silk. Zhu Yunjian clasped his hands around his neck, blood seeping through his fingers. His mouth agape, unable to voice his unspoken question to Li Qing. Did you not say it would be quick and painless? With a thud, Zhu Yunjian collapsed onto the ground, his mouth closing, his gaze drifting towards the outside, cherishing one last glimpse of life's brilliance. He pressed desperately against his neck. Yet blood continued to flow uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, yet also a fleeting moment, Zhu Yunjian ceased to tremble, his head tilting to one side. The rugged man gazed at Li Qing with trepidation, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to approach. Checking for Zhu Yunjian's breath and listening intently to his chest for a prolonged interval. Ultimately, he confirmed that Zhu Yunjian had truly perished. Come here. A throng of men rushed in. Just as the rugged man was about to issue commands, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by a sharp pain. He quickly interjected, do not misunderstand. The king must not be insulted. This is our custom. We simply wish to provide a grand burial for the retired emperor of the Ming. That is unnecessary, Li Qing replied, his tone frigid. The Han people have their own customs. Prepare a coffin. Very well. The rugged man cautiously pushed aside the knife at his neck, leading the others out of the tent. Outside, the army had assembled, the Tatar forces poised to strike. Tua Bo Luo, clad in armor, radiated confidence. Upon seeing the rugged man approach, he inquired, "What news?" "My lord, they are utterly dead." Tua Bo Luo drew his curved blade and proclaimed, "Warriors, the Grand Emperor of the Ming has died unexpectedly last night. There is no possibility of reconciliation with the Ming. Follow me, the Grand Commander, into battle against the Ming. If we win once, we can win again. Reclaiming the Central Plains and restoring the Great Yuan. Kill, kill, kill." Chapter 161. Only regret for time's shortness, the Tatar forces marched forth, advancing towards the Ming. Mujue arrived, seeking to reminisce with Li Qing. "I apologize," Mujue said. Li Qing sighed heavily. "Is there any use in saying that?" After a moment of silence, Mujue stated, "We must relocate. The Tatar tribe has nearly emptied its ranks. To guard against a surprise attack from the Walla, we can only move early." "This is your affair," Li Qing replied sternly. "Indeed," Mujue gently nodded and expressed hope. "I do not have long to live, so I shall not leave. Would you accompany me for the final stretch? The issue is that if you do not release me, I cannot take Zhu Yunjian with me." Li Qing acknowledged. "Very well. Thank you." In the capital, with no one else available, the court had no choice but to entrust defense to Yu Qian. The ministers unanimously agreed, raising their hands in approval. Although Yu Qian was not on good terms with them, he was a civil official. And having a civil official in command of the military was their long-held aspiration. Now that their wish had been fulfilled, how could they refuse? Once the precedent was set, the benefits for them were immense. Sooner or later, Yu Qian would retire, and even if they were no longer present, their successors would be able to take over. The Ming dynasty employed a system of imperial examinations, yet hereditary privileges still existed. The offspring of high-ranking officials could directly enter the National Academy, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely secure minor official positions. With proper maneuvering, the younger generation could potentially achieve the same accomplishments as their forebears. Moreover, they excelled at investing. During each examination, they would forge relationships with candidates, employing various means to provide financial support, thus forming early alliances. Even those who ultimately failed to pass would receive funds for their return journey, fostering goodwill in case of future success. This was the operation of the bureaucratic system in the Ming dynasty, difficult to guard against, as the court could not detain all candidates. If a candidate firmly claimed that the money was theirs, could one truly resort to severe punishment? The power of the civil officials in the Ming dynasty was rooted in this. However, it must be noted that other dynasties were not much better off. At least the Ming's examination system was relatively fair. Thanks to measures such as sealed envelopes and transcription methods to prevent cheating, it became exceedingly difficult to commit fraud, unless there was a leak of questions. Generally, few dared to take such risks given the threats posed by foreign tribes. Based on the collective future interests of the civil official group, Yu Qian's command of the military became the consensus. For this, Yu Qian felt quite helpless. He had consistently endeavored to suppress the civil officials, preventing them from wielding military power, yet ultimately, he had become an unwitting accomplice in their ascendance. Yu Qian sighed, alas. Nothing ever goes as smoothly as one hopes. Yu Qian once recommended Zhang Fu, yet all opposed, for Zhang Fu's grave error of losing Zhu Yunjian was deemed unforgivable. Indeed, it was exceedingly fortunate that Zhang Fu faced no punishment. The court would never consider reinstating him. The absolute trust bestowed upon him by Zhu Qiyu compelled Yu Qian to step up. The defense of the capital and the borders suddenly rested entirely on Yu Qian's shoulders. Zhu Qiyu, in his generosity, rewarded him with luxurious residences and a precious sword, showering him with unparalleled favor. After all, Yu Qian was the only one who had spoken and acted for him even before his ascension to the throne. Zhu Qiyu's rise was undoubtedly due in part to Yu Qian's support. In this regard, Zhu Qiyu was far more gracious than his brother. Time was not on their side, and preparations for border defense were somewhat rushed. Yu Qian had no choice but to focus on the capital, flitting between the court and the palace daily, leaving no time to return home. As the days passed, Yu Qian remained vigilant, exerting every effort in his preparations. The capital was bustling with activity. while Li Qing on the grasslands enjoyed a leisurely life, indulging in food and drink, or reminiscing with Muzhuer. However, he was not fond of this existence. He longed to return to the capital. Although his position as a seventh-rank official in the court did not grant him authority over the greater affairs, he could at least offer support to Yuqian. Here, he could accomplish nothing, and he was even oblivious to the happenings in the capital. This uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart. "Are you worried for the Ming?" Muzhuer inquired. "Indeed," Li Qing sighed. "This is cruel for both sides. I truly hope they can cast aside their prejudices and coexist harmoniously. The biases in people's hearts are like mountains. They are not easily discarded," Muzhuer replied. "You are too idealistic," she added. "Actually, it is possible. Before the first emperor, there were 7 states in the Central Plains, speaking different languages and using different scripts. Yet in the end, did they not unify?" Li Qing countered. Muzhuer, however, disagreed, stating, "The grasslands are vast, although the Ming is powerful. It cannot conquer us by force. We are different. You value stability and prosperity, while we cherish freedom. Wherever there is lush water and grass, we can pitch our tents and call it home." "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "This is unlike the time of the first emperor. Hence, I never intended to conquer by force. In fact, the national policy of the Hongwu era was quite commendable. You were willing to embrace the Ming, and the Ming was prepared to welcome you back, offering seeds and plows to help you settle." With a sigh, Li Qing lamented, "Unfortunately, this gentle and pragmatic policy was abandoned before it could take root." "Are you blaming me?" Muzhuer asked, her mood dimming. Li Qing shook his head. "Not at all. You merely fanned the flames. Even without you, it would have faltered. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of trust in the Ming, or perhaps an unwillingness to let go of the past glory of the Yuan dynasty." "Indeed." Muzhuer nodded. "It remains the case even now." The two conversed for a long time, until nightfall, yet Muzhuer seemed disinclined to leave. When the female physician came to summon her, she did not depart. When medicine was brought to her, she refused to drink. Even when a sumptuous feast was presented, she showed no interest, gazing intently at Li Qing, lost in thought. Li Qing felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of others. As the night grew late, Muzhuer showed no intention of leaving. Reluctantly, Li Qing said, "Let us continue our conversation tomorrow." "No, I have not finished speaking," Muzhuer retorted stubbornly. "I shall not depart." Li Qing, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "I am rather tired. Do you find me so disagreeable?" "There is always tomorrow," Muzhuer pouted, glancing outside. "The moonlight is truly beautiful. Stay with me to admire it." "Very well." Li Qing rose, waiting for her. However, Muzhuer remained still, and after a prolonged silence, she finally said, "I lack the strength to move." Taken aback, Li Qing bent down and offered, "Allow me to assist you." Exhausted, Muzhuer could not walk any longer, and Li Qing lifted her like a princess, carrying her outside to sit. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Muzhuer did not respond, instead gazing blissfully at the moonlight. "Tonight's moon is indeed lovely. It is quite beautiful. The scenery on the grassland is splendid," Li Qing replied, smiling in agreement. The pure moonlight cascaded down, resembling a frozen frost, creating an ethereal ambience. Their shadows elongated, yet they never seemed to converge. Observing her delicate shoulders, Li Qing's heart ached with compassion, and he reached out, drawing her into his embrace. Muzhuer was momentarily taken aback, but then an unparalleled sense of happiness enveloped her. Tears streamed down her face. She wrapped her arms around Li Qing, nestling against him, and fervently declared, "Li Qing, I like you so much. Truly, I do." "I like you as well," Li Qing responded. "If I could live this life again, I would never let you go." "I knew it," Muzhuer exclaimed bashfully. "As a princess, I am exceptional. What is so remarkable about you, a mere marquis? You are the one who has climbed too high." This was indeed true. Li Qing nodded. "Primarily, I fear that you, as a princess, are too fragile and may feel neglected." "I am not fragile," Muzhuer huffed. "It is you who lacks fortune." Li Qing nodded. "Indeed, I am a man of little fortune." "You must not say such things," Muzhuer retorted. "I can speak about you, but you cannot speak about yourself." "Very well," Li Qing said, lifting her onto his lap, holding her tightly. With her cheek pressed against his chest, Muzhuer spoke with some effort. "Li Qing, they say you can tell stories. Will you tell me one?" "Certainly," Li Qing replied, gazing at the bright moon. "Shall I tell you the tale of Chang'e flying to the moon?" "Yes," Muzhuer said, her eyes brimming with tears. her face radiant with joy and affection. Deep down, she knew everything, yet what did it matter? It was akin to understanding that this was not her moon, but at that moment, the moonlight truly fell upon her. He narrated, and she listened, lamenting that time was too fleeting, as she never reached the story's conclusion. Moujuer departed. Chapter 162. The journey home as dawn broke. Li Qing held the now cold Moujuer, feeling a sense of loss. The female physician approached, pausing slightly at the sight of Moujuer, though not overly surprised. She sighed softly and stated, "The king has made arrangements. Once she departs, we must all relocate. The king also expressed a wish for you to bury her yourself." "Understood," Li Qing replied, his voice hoarse. "How do you bury the deceased here? Where one dies, there one is buried." The female physician remarked that Wang's will was executed according to ancient Mongolian burial customs, and preparations had been made on their end. After a brief pause, she added, "Once Wang is interred, you may take your leave." Li Qing nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to Moujuer in his arms, and whispered his gratitude. Mongolian traditional funerals are remarkably simple, involving the deceased's tent, a central cloth, a fine horse, bows and arrows for the afterlife, and a low table adorned with meat, milk, and wine. Beyond these items, nothing else is included. This symbolizes that the departed has transitioned to another realm, where they have a tent to dwell in, a horse to ride, bows and arrows for hunting, and sustenance in the form of meat, milk, and wine. Li Qing set to work, digging a substantial grave and placing the burial goods within. He gazed at Moujuer, feeling a profound sense of indebtedness. He removed the jade pendant gifted to him by the elderly Zhu long ago and placed it in Moujuer's palm, urging her to hold it tightly before he gently lowered her into the grave. The tribe's priests encircled the grave, praying fervently for their king. After a considerable time, the rites concluded. Li Qing personally sealed the grave, devoid of a mound or headstone. In the coming year, grass would grow over this spot, and no one would know that a former king of the grasslands lay to rest here, a queen who had battled wits with the Ming dynasty for decades. Li Qing stared for a long while, sighing deeply, his heart heavy with melancholy. Once the tasks were finished, the physician brought forth a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 horses, laden with dried meats, various herbs, meticulously brewed mare's milk wine, and grains and liquor from the Han people, ample enough for his return journey. Li Qing loaded the coffin onto the opulent carriage, casting one last glance before driving away. The sky was a deep azure, unblemished by clouds. As the wind carried the fragrance of fresh grass, lifting his long hair, but failing to dispel the sorrow within. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the coffin, prompting Li Qing to tighten the reins and halt the carriage. He turned and stepped inside. Zhu Yunjian had opened his eyes, his gaze dazed and unfocused, until he spotted Li Qing, at which point his vision began to sharpen. Mr. Zhu Yunjian was in a precarious state, barely clinging to life. Yet his mind remained relatively clear. Li Qing's sword had not fully severed his throat, but had merely grazed his windpipe, leaving a deep cut that nearly claimed his life. Thanks to Li Qing's timely intervention and the nurturing of his vital energy, Zhu Yunjian managed to retain his breath, though it was a fragile hold. With the milk gone, Li Qing offered him some mare's milk wine as a makeshift substitute. He assisted Zhu Yunjian in sitting up from the coffin and uncorked the wine, bringing it to his lips. Zhu Yunjian sipped from the pouch, only to erupt into a fit of violent coughing. "Ouch, that hurts. Do not be so delicate. You should rejoice in your survival," Li Qing teased. Zhu Yunjian, filled with astonishment, inquired, "Are we back?" "Not yet. We have just departed from the Tatar camp, and the road ahead is still long," Li Qing chuckled. "But rest assured, this time we will return." "Thank you, sir," Zhu Yunjian expressed his gratitude. After the sword incident, he had not remained unconscious the entire time. He had intermittently regained consciousness, lying in the coffin to avoid detection, only occasionally sipping milk to sustain himself. Without nourishment for such an extended period, even Li Qing's formidable vital energy would be insufficient to preserve him. Li Qing sighed, remarking that the Tatar queen was aware of your survival. She merely feigned ignorance. Otherwise, there would not be holes left upon your coffin, nor would she have provided such an abundance of medicinal herbs. She knows? Naturally, Li Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. It is evident that I wouldn't remain on the grasslands for a mere corpse. Hence, she used the pretense of wanting my company to conceal the truth. Zhu Yunjian sighed. "Sir, you have indeed wronged her." Li Qing, with a stern countenance, responded, "What is it? Are you already feeling restless after awakening?" "Sir, You are my elder, yet I have once held the title of emperor myself. Zhu Yunjian smiled wryly. Could you grant me a modicum of face? Face is earned, not bestowed, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. By the way, I wish to discuss a matter with you. How could I refuse such a request? Zhu Yunjian murmured. Very well. Allow me to inform you of something. Li Qing shifted his tone. I shall require your royal mausoleum for a time. Zhu Yunjian, taken aback, inquired. Is your time approaching swiftly? Not at all. Li Qing shook his head. This is a request for another. Zhu Yunjian found himself in a predicament. After all, the imperial tomb was not accessible to just anyone. Sir, this is not a matter of my stinginess, but your great-grandfather, Zhu Gaoxiu, Li Qing interjected. I promised him that after his demise, I would bring him back, allowing him to return to his roots and acknowledge his ancestry. Is it he? Zhu Yunjian fell silent for a while before nodding. Very well, I consent. By the way, when did he pass? Li Qing, somewhat exasperated, replied, How should I know? It will likely be quite some time. After all, he is from your grandfather's generation. Your filial piety is commendable. Zhu Yunjian silently scoffed, unimpressed. He was aware of his great-grandfather's rebellious actions and held no fondness for him. However, considering Zhu Gaoxiu's 2 acts of righteousness, coupled with Li Qing's request, he acquiesced. As long as it did not lead to usurpation, he had no objections. You need not worry about that, Li Qing assured him. Not long after, Zhu Yunjian reclined once more, for he was still exceedingly weak. Li Qing did not urge him onward. With Zhu Yunjian in tow, he could not hope to catch up to the Tatar cavalry that had already set forth. It was likely that warfare had erupted in the Ming dynasty. Assessing Zhu Yunjian's condition, Li Qing prepared a concoction for him and utilized his vital energy to aid in his recovery. After this treatment, Zhu Yunjian's health improved significantly. The pallor of his face was replaced with a hint of color, and his spirit visibly lifted. Following 3 days of recuperation, Zhu Yunjian was no longer half alive and had regained some strength. Sir, how shall we return? To the Xuanfu, which the Tatars are attacking. We shall take the route through Datong, Li Qing contemplated. The situation in Xuanfu remains uncertain, and with just the 2 of us, we may not affect any change. Especially since you are no longer an emperor. Zhu Yunjian nodded in silence. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. He appeared despondent and anxious. Sir, with the Tatars nearly emptying their nest, can the capital withstand such a fierce assault? Now you recognize their might? Li Qing remarked with a composed expression. Zhu Yunjian offered a bitter smile. At this juncture, please refrain from lecturing me. Ha, Li Qing replied coolly. The Tatars are formidable. Yet the Ming army is not to be underestimated. Despite the years of peace in the north, the 3 great camps of the Ming are not mere names. As long as we refrain from foolish strategies, the defense of the capital should pose no significant issue. After a moment's pause, the question arose. In these years of suppressing rebellions and deploying troops to Luchuan, has the Ming army ever faced defeat? Li Qing retorted with indignation, suggesting that if one did not personally lead the campaign, the situation would not have unfolded in this manner. Enough of the blame. I acknowledge my faults, Zhu Yunjian conceded, reluctantly nodding. As the gentleman says, we should hasten our return. Li Qing replied, I must forewarn you, even upon our return, until the conflict concludes and the situation clarifies. You cannot return to the capital. Why is that? Zhu Yunjian inquired. The one who ascended the throne is King Qing, who has been in power for merely a few months. How would he handle your return? Li Qing countered. What do the Ming soldiers and the officials in the court think? Will they not be wavering in their loyalties? If, at this juncture, we cannot unite as one, then the Ming dynasty shall indeed be in peril. Zhu Yunjian fell silent, expressing concern for the empress. Rest assured, I will return to the capital and find the time to inform her of the details, Li Qing assured him. Very well, Zhu Yunjian sighed. When might I return? It would be best if you do not return at all, Li Qing advised. Put yourself in King Cheng's position. How would you treat your own retired emperor? Zhu Yunjian's gaze sharpened. What would he do to his own retired emperor? Surely, he would seek to eliminate him completely. Yet, Li Qing was certain that Zhu Qiyu would not resort to murder. He sought to prevent Zhu Yunjian from returning to avoid any resurgence of ambition for the throne. Should Zhu Yunjian return, he would undoubtedly find supporters in the shadows, eager to achieve merit by aligning with him and thus elevate their own status. Over time, Zhu Yunjian might rekindle aspirations for restoration. His advantages were substantial. His mother ruled the harem, and his son was the crown prince. In contrast, Zhu Qiyu was isolated and lacked the resolve for decisive action. It could be asserted that once Zhu Yunjian returned to the capital, his restoration would become almost inevitable. More critically, given Zhu Yunjian's political acumen, he would undoubtedly act once he perceived that Yu Qian held excessive power. Such outcomes were what Li Qing sought to avert. And the only solution was to prevent Zhu Yunjian from returning to the capital, addressing the issue at its root. Chapter 163. The Retired Emperor Cultivating Immortality. Benefiting the nation and the people sighing, Zhu Yunjian lamented, "In all the world, there is no land but that of the king. Where else could I go?" To Jinling. Li Qing suggested, "Although many have seen you, with a bit of embellishment and by keeping a low profile, it would be challenging to be recognized. Over time, even if you were discovered, few would care." Zhu Yunjian fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, implored, "Could you perhaps transfer a small sum of money?" Lowering his gaze, Li Qing sighed, "For a considerable time, that will not be possible. Once the storm has passed, I shall devise a plan." "Thank you," Zhu Yunjian replied. Indeed, a few days of rest had endowed Zhu Yunjian with the resilience to endure the hardships of travel, and the two resumed their journey. The scenery of the grasslands was exquisite, with lush greenery and fragrant grasses stretching endlessly, providing a special solace that effortlessly dispelled unpleasant memories. They did not hasten their pace deliberately. Firstly, it was impractical to do so, and secondly, even if they could catch up, they could not afford to reveal themselves. As the sun set, horses grazed peacefully while Li Qing kindled a fire, the smoke curling gracefully into the air. Zhu Yunjian sat against a tree, hugging his knees, bathed in the orange glow of twilight, creating a scene of serene beauty. Time, whether a day or two, served as a balm for their wounds, quietly mending scars that had been inflicted. Zhu Yunjian's condition improved steadily, and the sorrow and anguish within his heart gradually diminished, leading to a newfound openness. He became more loquacious, occasionally even laughing. He accepted the punishment of this battle with equanimity, acknowledging the wounds it left behind. While one cannot become immune to harm, one can learn to digest it. After more than 20 days, the two finally crossed the boundary marker and entered the territory of the Ming dynasty. In truth, although the land beyond the Great Wall was uninhabited, it remained part of the Ming domain. Any encroachment by the Yuan would be deemed a transgression. Since the Yongle era, decades had passed without anyone daring to cross this threshold. Yet from now on, Li Qing murmured to himself, engaging in battle may prove beneficial. The residual power of our might will eventually wane, and it is imperative to restore our reputation. If we achieve a resounding victory, it could ensure peace along the borders for an extended period. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Many matters possess a duality, rarely existing purely as good or evil. Indeed, the Ming army's deterrent influence over the outer borders has endured long enough. Absent this conflict, the grasslands would inevitably remain restless in the years to come. However, should we emerge victorious, not only would we revive the Ming army's renown, but the Tatars, weakened by significant losses, would see their strength plummet, and the Walla would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rise. Having endured Tatar bullying for so long, they would not let this chance slip away. In the past, Zhu Yunjian had devised a strategy to mitigate internal strife and divide the grasslands, a plan that could be set into motion once more. It is akin to a cycle, returning to its origin, strikingly similar, and evoking a sense of profound reflection. Li Qing felt compelled to contemplate the so-called inevitable trends of fate. Has it changed? Yes, it has. Has it remained the same? No, it has not. This is a perplexing equation, impossible to decipher or calculate. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Li Qing's mouth as fatigue etched itself upon his face. He recognized the long road ahead. Yet he was uncertain if he could endure to the end. At times, he yearned to rest, to indulge in a long, deep slumber. As day broke in a dim haze, the two awoke and resumed their journey. The proximity to the pass grew ever closer, and Zhu Yunjian felt a twinge of anxiety. "Sir, shall we be permitted entry? I carry the royal command and insignia. We can enter," Li Qing replied. "You lie in the coffin quietly, and do not reveal yourself." Zhu Yunjian nodded and reclined back into the coffin, while Li Qing closed the lid, casting a glance at the indistinct past visible to the naked eye, feeling a sense of reassurance swell within him. After all this time, he had seamlessly integrated himself, considering the Ming dynasty his home. "Giddy up," Li Qing cracked the whip, his thoughts drifting to his master, his junior brother, and his adopted son, anticipating their reunion soon, which alleviated much of his sorrow. He had inadvertently delayed Mu Zhuore's life, yet the wound inflicted by her parting blow still stung deeply. Since ancient times, longing has been the most lethal, and he realized he had not seen her for quite a while. Giddy up. The frequency of Li Qing's whip cracking quickened. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar figure in the distance. It was too far to discern clearly, but he surmised it was heading towards the grasslands, though it did not resemble a Yuan individual. Strangely enough, Li Qing felt a familiar warmth within him. Whoa! He called to his horse, halting it, then turned back to the cart, shouting, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he spurred his horse towards the figure. Li Qing moved with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of war horses, racing towards the individual ahead. Yet this person was not slow either, charging headlong into the grasslands. Reluctantly, Li Qing pushed his speed to its utmost limit, gradually closing the distance. To his astonishment, he soon realized that this person was also relying solely on their legs for speed. After the initial shock, enlightenment dawned upon him. Apart from himself, there existed another capable of such swiftness, his master, Zhang Lada. "Master," Li Qing called out with a booming voice, "where are you headed?" Upon hearing him, the figure halted and then sprinted towards Li Qing. Shortly thereafter, the master and disciple met. It was only then that Li Qing noticed the peculiar manner in which the elderly man was running. He bore an oversized sword on his back, one taller than himself. "Master, what is this?" Li Qing inquired. "I knew you would be fine. My disciple cannot perish so easily." Zhang Lada sighed with relief before scolding. "You truly possess some nerve. Do you believe yourself invincible, daring to charge into a sea of enemies? Do you wish for death? If you were to die, who would support me in my old age?" As he spoke, he pinched Li Qing's ear, causing him to grimace in pain. My apologies, I was wrong," Li Qing pleaded. "So, master, you came to rescue me?" "Indeed," Zhang Lada replied gruffly. "I brought a counterfeit to the capital to find you. Upon hearing from Minister Yu that you failed to return from battle, this old man came to collect your remains." Li Qing felt a pang of guilt, but blurted out, "With your frail frame, what could you possibly do?" "Hey," Zhang Lada retorted, "even with this small frame, I could still make you regret your words." "Indeed, master is truly formidable," Li Qing complimented with a smile, then asked, "Why did you not ride a horse?" Zhang Lada rolled his eyes. "In this situation, the city gates are closed, and I could not bring a horse out. Besides, those creatures are as slow as snails. What good would riding one do?" Li Qing found the situation amusing yet heartwarming. "Master, let us return home." Upon reaching the cart, Zhang Lada gazed at the coffin, astonished. "Who has died?" "The emperor." Li Qing paused. "Ah, now he is the retired emperor. However, he is not deceased. I intend to escort him back to Jinling." "I am at a loss for words," Zhang Lada said. "What do you take our home for, a refuge for the emperor?" "Well, circumstances dictate such actions," Li Qing replied, as certain conversations were best left unspoken in front of Zhu Yunjian. He resorted to massaging Zhang Lada's back, attempting to soften him. Zhang Lada, unaccustomed to such treatment, grumbled, "All right, I truly cannot deal with you. You are the best, master," Li Qing beamed. "You were initially reluctant to accept a disciple, yet it turned out to be quite delightful, did it not?" Zhang Lada rolled his eyes again. "Times have changed. This old man has little time to spare." Li Qing's laughter abruptly ceased. "Well, you still have a while to live. Do not always act so dramatically." Zhang Lada stood and patted the coffin before directly opening it. "Greetings, esteemed sir." Zhu Yunjian swallowed hard, his demeanor tinged with respect. Li Qing's master must have lived an extraordinary length of time, a thought that daunted Zhu Yunjian. Was this truly immortal? Zhang Lada glanced at Zhu Yunjian and remarked, "To be fair, the people of the Zhu family are not unattractive. Indeed, the concubines are all beauties, passed down through generations, resulting in handsome men and lovely women." Li Qing jested, introducing to Zhu Yunjian, "This is my master." Zhu Yunjian nodded. Having just heard that, "Greetings, esteemed elder," he said, gazing at the disheveled Zhang Lada with a mixture of reverence and curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "May I ask how old you are?" "Focus less on matters of the Tao," Li Qing admonished, playfully tapping the top of his head. "Go lie down." Zhu Yunjian's curiosity was piqued. He was reluctant to let the matter go. The old man wore a benevolent expression, and Zhu Yunjian found himself gradually warming up to him. "Elder, are you older than the Hongwu emperor?" Zhu Yunjian asked, considering that Li Qing had already made a name for himself during the Hongwu era, thus implying that he must be older than the Jingde emperor. Zhang Lada chuckled. "When I was cultivating, not only was the Ming dynasty non-existent, But the Yuan dynasty had yet to come to an end. Really? Zhu Yunjian exclaimed, astonished. May I then take you as my teacher? Seeing this exchange, Li Qing couldn't help but laugh heartily, reflecting on how the emperor's pursuit of immortality could lead to the suffering of the common folk, whereas the retired emperor's quest for transcendence could instead benefit the nation and its people. Do you know the immortal Zhang Lada? This is him, Li Qing continued. Zhu Yunjian nodded vigorously, then suddenly asked, Did you mention the emperor's refuge? Could it be? Li Qing, with an air of mystery, replied. Do you know about Jiangwen? Jiangwen. Zhu Yunjian paused, taken aback. He certainly knew that Jiangwen had perished during the Jingnan campaign. Is it possible? Li Qing, with a cryptic smile, said, You will understand once you arrive in Jinling. He then turned to Zhang Lada, asking, Master, do you have any knowledge of the current state of affairs in the capital? Not much, just that the Tatars are encroaching, Zhang Lada responded. However, the court has been well prepared. When I left the capital, I had not heard of any breaches, so I believe the situation is not overly dire. Not breached yet. Li Qing felt a surge of relief. It seemed the matter was not as grave as he had feared. Yet, anxiety soon crept back in. This time, the Tatars were resolute, having burned their boats and fully committed to their cause. Just because the gates were still intact did not guarantee they would remain so. He glanced at Zhang Lada, hesitating to speak. Are you considering a trip to the capital? Zhang Lada discerned his thoughts. Li Qing nodded sheepishly. This is of great importance. Once this tumult has passed, I shall find some respite. After all, with a new emperor comes new ministers. I expect to enjoy a lengthy period of leisure thereafter. I knew you wouldn't let it go, Zhang Lada sighed. Once you enter the gates, you may proceed. Ah, thank you, Master, Li Qing assured him. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. That is not a phrase to be tossed about lightly. Such words can lead to trouble, Zhang Lada admonished. By the way, I left those fakes at your home. Remember to swap them for the real ones when you return to Jinling. What fakes and real ones? Zhu Yunjian, who had been hesitant to interject earlier, finally chimed in. Focus less on matters of the Tao, Li Qing dismissed him, playfully delivering a light slap. Zhu Yunjian felt somewhat guilty and refrained from retorting. Sir, once the dust settles, please make some time to speak with Xiao Qian. She ought to be informed. Do not worry, I will not forget, Li Qing teased. You certainly possess a romantic side. Perhaps I should bestow upon you the title of the most sentimental person in the Ming dynasty? With the imperial command banner in hand and donned in the official robes of the Ming dynasty, now cleansed of the stains of battle, Li Qing was clearly identifiable. The guards at the city gates, seeing that he approached in a mere horse-drawn carriage with no ambush in sight, allowed him entry into the city. Li Qing inquired with the garrison about the situation. Why are there so few soldiers on the city wall? Where's General Shi? The response came, My lord. Upon learning of the urgent situation in Xianzhou, General Shi immediately led his troops back to reinforce the capital. The officer defending the city, recognizing his superior, displayed a more respectful demeanor, abandoning any intention to inspect the carriages. The young man nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Understood, you all maintain your vigilance. Yes, my lord. Shortly after entering the city, Li Qing bid farewell to Zhang Lada, taking with him an enormous sword, weighing no less than 100 pounds. If wielded, it would be more akin to a tool for butchering than a weapon, truly a cheat's artifact. Yet, even if one wished to cheat, few possessed the strength to wield such a weapon. In the capital, although it was not the time for court meetings, everyone had gathered, actively discussing strategies. However, their discussions amounted to little more than empty rhetoric. News of the Tatar invasion had already reached them, with the enemy poised to attack within days. Yet, these individuals continued their futile debates, causing great frustration. The scholar's failed rebellion over 3 years was not an injustice. Zhu Qiyu was anxious. As the emperor, his concern was natural. Truthfully, he derived no joy from his imperial status, yet he bore the weight of sovereignty. It was a burden akin to a crumbling edifice. Observing the chaos, Zhu Qiyu raised his hand to silence the crowd, but his gesture had no effect. They were utterly indifferent. In their desperation, they brought forth previously unspoken opinions. The proposal to retreat to southern Zhili resurfaced. With over 100,000 cavalry approaching, could these privileged officials remain unafraid? Especially in light of Zhu Yunjian's capture? In southern Zhili, they could continue their bureaucratic lives, enjoying their privileges in a prosperous region. Zhu Qiyu persisted in his attempts to impose order, but as no one heeded him, even his patience wore thin. He smashed a jade paperweight, exclaiming, Do you not regard me as your emperor? If you refuse to acknowledge my authority, speak your mind, I shall no longer serve you. Lacking imperial majesty and power, he resorted to this almost petulant method to compel his ministers to acquiesce. Though it was hardly dignified, Zhu Qiyu had little choice. At last, the ministers bowed in unison, symbolically declaring, "We know our faults." Zhu Qiyu's heart eased slightly. He genuinely did not know how to proceed if they continued to disregard him. His reign was indeed a pitiable one, but this was not solely his fault. He had recently ascended the throne, thrust into power, with neither the harem nor the crown prince being his own. Yet, even with his lack of power and prestige, Zhu Qiyu could not consider relocating the capital. For he was, after all, the emperor. Zhu Di, Zhu Gaoqi, and Zhu Zhanji, 3 generations of emperors were interred in Beijing. To relocate would mean betraying his ancestors. His father, grandfather, and great-grandfather lay buried near Jiong Pass. Their ancestral tombs must not be forsaken. Zhu Di's relocation was a gamble he was willing to take, having already rebelled. However, subsequent rulers lacked his audacity. Zhu Qiyu turned to Yu Qian, his face composed as he inquired, "What do you think of the requests from the ministers?" Aware that Zhu Qiyu was reaching his limit, Yu Qian boldly strode forward to seize the golden gourd from the warrior, declaring with fierce determination, "Those who advocate for relocation shall face execution." Though a civil official, Yu Qian remained robust, being relatively young at 51, which was considered youthful among the esteemed elders. Furthermore, he had participated in numerous military campaigns, having led efforts against pirates and served as a provincial governor, thus exuding a potent aura of intimidation. Who would dare speak of relocating the capital? With the golden gourd in hand, Yu Qian embodied the threat that any mention of relocation would be met with his wrath. The ministers, filled with frustration yet powerless, could only glare at the warrior holding the gourd. The warrior, inwardly distressed, had no means to express his plight. Zhu Qiyu spoke gravely. "In the face of national peril, anyone who shows cowardice shall not be spared. The capital is the foundation of our nation and must not be abandoned." The ministers fell silent. At that moment, the general of the guards hurriedly entered, kneeling to announce, "Your Majesty, General Shi Hung of Datong reports that he has led his troops to support the capital and will arrive by dawn tomorrow." Zhu Qiyu exclaimed in delight. "Excellent news." Seizing the moment, he continued, "Our capital is fortified with high walls and thick defenses, bolstered by tens of thousands of troops and reinforcements. We shall surely defend it." The ministers, reassured by his words, felt their earlier panic dissipate. However, at that juncture, Su Cheng, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, interjected, "Your Majesty, I urge caution. Do we not recall the late Eastern Han when Dong Zhuo entered the capital?" Yu Qian, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought, after such difficulty, reinforcements finally arrive, and you bring up this comparison? It is entirely different. He stepped forward, ready to strike Su Cheng, his anger unprecedented. His eyes reddened, causing unease among the assembly, no one daring to intervene. Su Cheng, pale with fear, retreated while attempting to clarify, "Your Majesty, my intention is to suggest that we appoint a trusted individual to coordinate and command the troops, to prevent unforeseen circumstances." Seeing Yu Qian still intent on pursuing him, he raised his voice, "I recommend Minister Yu. As the Minister of War, he is the most suitable to lead the forces, and the public will support this choice." "Your Majesty." This suggestion resonated with Zhu Qiyu, who found trust in Yu Qian over others. Though the circumstances of the Ming dynasty were not comparable to those of the late Eastern Han, a precautionary measure could yield no harm. He promptly stated, "Minister Yu, step forward to receive your decree." Yu Qian hesitated, turning to Zhu Qiyu, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." As his words fell, the ministers, well trained in protocol, bowed in unison. Whether aligned with Yu Qian like Wang Zhi and Yang Hong, or those from the opposing civil faction, they echoed in unison, "We support this." Su Cheng weakly added, "Since it is the will of the people, Minister Yu should not decline. Does he not wish to serve the nation?" Zhu Qiyu affirmed, "Minister Yu, do not be modest." "Your Majesty, Yu Qian began, but Zhu Qiyu interrupted, "I appoint you as Grand General of the Pillar of the Nation, overseeing all matters and commanding the defense against the Tatars. All will fall under your authority." Indeed, with no one else suitable for the task. Encountering a loyal and capable individual, Zhu Qiyu naturally sought to employ him to the fullest extent. Yu Qian, however, comprehended the intricacies involved. This development effectively placed civil officials in command of military affairs, with far-reaching implications. It was not that Yu Qian wished to decline, but as Zhu Qiyu descended the jade steps and approached him, he solemnly declared, "In the face of national peril, we must yield in all matters. You, my dear minister, still have not accepted the decree." Overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, Yu Qian acquiesced. Chapter 165. They have burned their boats, and so shall we. Ultimately, Yu Qian accepted the heavy responsibility. Under different circumstances, he would have certainly refused, yet at this juncture, no one else could bear the burden, nor did anyone wish to. Zhu Qiyu bore the mantle of the emperor's duties, yet it was unreasonable to appoint someone who had been a carefree prince merely months prior to command large-scale military operations. With Yu Qian taking on the weighty task, everyone found satisfaction. Zhu Qiyu could breathe a sigh of relief, and the ministers achieved their objective, resulting in a collective sense of joy. Only Yu Qian bore the anguish, fully aware of the implications of this decision. Nevertheless, with Zhu Qiyu's insistence on yielding in the face of national crisis, he found himself unable to utter words of refusal. Alas, he silently hoped for a remedy in the aftermath. The following morning, Shi Hung and his troops arrived at the capital. As the grand commander of Datong, Shi Hung was far from a mere brash warrior. He stationed his army outside the city and only entered with a dozen personal guards. At such a critical moment, leading nearly 15,000 soldiers into the city without prior consultation was indeed conspicuous. The more crucial the situation, the greater the need for caution. His intent was to achieve merit, not to create discord. Shi Hung did not proceed to the palace, as he was not well acquainted with Zhu Qiyu, and instead made his way directly to the Ministry of War. Datong was not far from the capital, and with aspirations for advancement. Shi Hung was naturally attentive to the situation in the capital, knowing well of the close relationship between Yu Qian and Zhu Qiyu. In the back hall of the Ministry of War, the two took their seats, and Yu Qian promptly addressed the matter. "How many men have you brought this time?" 15,000. Shi Hung skillfully sought recognition, "All infantry. I was genuinely concerned about arriving late this time. The soldiers have truly endured much hardship. You have labored greatly." Yu Qian affirmed positively, "I will, shortly, petition His Majesty to reward the soldiers, regardless of Shi Hung's motivations." His hurried return was for the purpose of alleviating the national crisis, and the martial spirit to achieve merit should always be met with commendation, lest one dishearten those willing to serve. Shi Hung modestly remarked, "As one who eats the emperor's grain, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens. The Tartars are attacking from the direction of Zuanfushi, and advancing from outside the pass would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs from within the pass. I feared I would not arrive in time. The capital is the cornerstone of the nation, hence I made haste to lead my troops here, fortunately arriving just in time." Yu Qian nodded, responding with delight, "Your decisive actions, Commander Shi, are indeed timely." With the addition of these 15,000 troops, Yu Qian felt a renewed sense of confidence. This was the Ming dynasty, and particularly in the capital. As long as they could withstand the initial onslaught, the Tartars would find it impossible to prevail. Shi Hung sheepishly added, "In truth, this suggestion also came from Li Qiping, Li of the Central Secretariat. He was not a gentleman. Rather, he had heard many others overhear Li Qing's remarks at the time, and fearing that it might leak later, he opted for transparency. Regardless, Shi Hung's timely arrival was indeed a significant achievement." Yu Qian continued to affirm Shi Hung, yet internally he sighed. "Oh dear sir, have you truly become a martyr for the nation?" To speak candidly, Yu Qian felt a sense of unease within, and who could blame him? If this battle were to be lost, it would spell disaster. Such immense pressure would unsettle anyone. The Tartar forces would be at the city gates by tomorrow morning at the earliest, and by the evening of the day after at the latest. Yu Qian stated solemnly, "We must not harbor any illusions of luck. We must prepare for the worst. You must leave the city immediately and bring the army in." "As you command," replied Shi Hung respectfully, rising to take a few steps before turning back to inquire, "May I ask, how many troops are stationed in the capital?" "They are already encamped at the 9 gates. You should have noticed," Yu Qian responded, somewhat surprised. Shi Hung chuckled awkwardly and clarified, "What I mean is, how many soldiers are currently available in the capital?" "Quite a number," Yu Qian replied nonchalantly. "Including those you have brought, we have over 100,000. While Yu Qian spoke no falsehood, he also did not reveal the entire truth. Nearly half of those numbers were agricultural soldiers, though they were indeed troops and could train. They lacked combat experience. In reality, Only about 60 to 70,000 were truly battle-ready. Even with Shi Heng's reinforcements, the total was still shy of 90,000. However, the total count did exceed 100,000, albeit with diluted combat capabilities. Shi Heng, not fully grasping the situation, expressed his surprise. The reinforcements have arrived so swiftly? Oh, I had made prior arrangements, Yunjian replied. Our reinforcements will continue to grow in number. The latter statement was indeed true, as the order for troop mobilization had already been dispatched, but the journey was long and uncertain. Nevertheless, the reinforcements from Shandong should arrive shortly, likely within 5 to 7 days at most. Shi Heng felt slightly reassured and cautiously asked, "Is it around 160,000? Yunjian provided a precise figure, stating, "The provisions and weaponry are already in place. Bring the troops into the city, and I shall go forth to petition the emperor for rewards for the army." The soldiers would be fighting with all their might this time. Even before the battle commenced, it was crucial to reward them in advance to effectively bolster their morale. Facing 160,000 against 100,000, particularly in a defensive position, one would expect the odds to favor the defenders. Yet, the calculations were not so simple, for the Tartars were mounted troops, capable of swiftly altering their attack vectors. The capital had 9 gates, providing myriad options for assault. The attacking forces could choose to concentrate their efforts on a single point, while the defenders had to be vigilant at every front, thus putting the defending Ming forces at a disadvantage. The primary issue was the vastness of the capital. The distance between each gate was significant, and 2 legs could never outpace 4. Shi Heng nodded. "Shall I prepare then?" "Yes, do so, and return by noon," Yunjian instructed. "I will promptly petition the emperor for funding. You will come to receive the rewards to distribute among the soldiers." "Very well," Shi Heng chuckled. "I take my leave." In the imperial study, Zhu Qiyu stared blankly at the numerous memorials, his eyes devoid of focus, completely failing to absorb their contents. With the capital in such peril, he had little inclination for governance, and thus ceased to read further. Alas, Zhu Qiyu rose, agitated, and commanded, "Go, summon Yunjian at once." The attendant hurriedly complied, taking small, swift steps before turning back. "Your Majesty, Minister Yu requests an audience." "Let him in, quickly." Moments later, Yunjian entered. "No need for formalities," Zhu Qiyu said, stepping forward to support Yunjian. "Have preparations for the capital's defense been finalized?" "Indeed," Yunjian affirmed. Yunjian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Your Majesty, the Tatars are about to invade. The soldiers must fight valiantly. I suggest we grant them rewards to bolster their morale." "Very well," Zhu Qiyu replied without hesitation. "How much do you require?" Seeing his prompt agreement, Yunjian felt a weight lift from his heart, and he swallowed his prepared remarks. If each soldier is to receive 2 taels of silver, that would amount to over 300,000 taels. "Give each 5 taels," Zhu Qiyu declared generously. "Even the officers shall be rewarded. I will allocate 1 million taels from the imperial treasury." Zhu Qiju's treasury was quite substantial. Even after dispersing 1 million, several million remained. Zhu Qiyu was unconcerned, as this was not the time to be frugal. By the afternoon, the rewards were distributed to every soldier. In such critical moments, especially under the emperor's watchful gaze, no one dared to withhold the funds. The rewards were accurately delivered to every soldier. With the monetary incentive, the soldiers naturally felt invigorated. This also alleviated some of the pressure on Yunjian, who was managing the overall situation. After all, there was some resistance to a civilian leading the troops, and Zhu Qiyu was aware of this and specifically noted that it was Yunjian's proposal. 5 taels of silver was indeed a generous sum. The soldiers were grateful, particularly since the previous emperor had only dispensed 1 tael. In the Ministry of War, the generals gathered. Yunjian spoke solemnly, "Esteemed generals, this battle is of monumental significance, both for us and for the entire Ming dynasty. Likewise, it is crucial for the Tatars, who are resolute in their determination to fight. We must adopt a similar tenacity." The generals nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Victory would mean everything, while defeat would lead to a repeat of the disastrous Jinling incident. Shi Heng said, "Minister Yu, how shall we engage the enemy? Please, speak plainly." The others echoed his sentiment, looking to Yunjian for guidance. "They are committed to this fight. We must do the same," Yunjian asserted. "We cannot simply adopt a defensive stance. They advance, we shall advance as well." "What?" The general's expressions changed. Shi Heng remarked, "Minister Yu, defending the city is easier and incurs fewer losses." Yunjian shook his head. Defending the city risks breaching its walls. If the enemy breaches, there will be no chance for recovery. If over 100,000 Tatars breach the city and reach the palace, all will be lost. Therefore, the battlefield must be established outside the city gates, rather than relying solely on the city for defense. The generals fell silent. Understanding Yu Qian's intent, one cannot merely protect the last line of defense. To thwart the Tatars, one must sever their own retreat. Noticing their solemn expressions, Yu Qian declared, "I will guard the Dashing Gate." Facing the Tatars directly, the Dashing Gate would undoubtedly witness the fiercest combat. With a civil official making such a declaration, the martial generals had little choice but to remain silent. Yu Qian scanned the room and, seeing no further dissent, continued, "Now, let us discuss the military regulations during this great conflict. Pay close attention." Chapter 166. The Death Struggle Before the Capital. Commanders shall disregard any soldiers who show signs of cowardice. Those in command need not hesitate to execute them. The vanguard shall not spare those in the rear who falter. The rear shall execute the vanguard. Any soldier who displays cowardice and fails to advance shall face execution by the entire army. Yu Qian paused for breath and continued. Any who surrender to the enemy shall face execution along with their entire family, and their assets shall be confiscated. Those who spread rumors to mislead the troops shall face execution along with their entire family, and their assets shall be confiscated. Any soldier who abandons their post and disobeys the commander shall result in the execution of the commander. Yu Qian surveyed the assembled leaders. "I have finished speaking. Do any of you wish to add anything?" The generals fell into a profound silence, their faces etched with indignation, for they had never encountered such draconian military regulations. It was truly an affront to their dignity. Yu Qian's actions had effectively cornered them all into a perilous position. Ordinarily, victory or defeat bore no responsibility for the ordinary soldiers. However, under Yu Qian's military code, a single misstep could lead to the execution of an entire family. This was utterly excessive, and what was even more outrageous was that Yu Qian did not spare even the commanding generals. For a soldier to flee from battle and disregard the orders of their commander would lead to the commander's execution. Such a harsh decree was indeed too severe. In such a high-pressure environment, it was nearly impossible to ensure that soldiers would not abandon their posts. This principle of collective punishment had no place in the military. Unlike the bureaucratic arena, these commanders were acutely aware that pushing people too far could provoke a violent backlash. A mutiny or rebellion could erupt at any moment, enough to send them into disarray. It must be understood that the common soldiers merely sought to earn their daily bread. One could hardly expect them to possess a high level of awareness. When a scholar encounters soldiers, reason often fails. The common soldier is not one to be swayed by logic. Does Yu Qian truly understand military affairs? Shi Hong spoke in a low, rumbling voice. "Minister Yu, if such military orders are enforced, I fear that before the battle even commences, our Ming army will descend into chaos." Yu Qian replied, "I recognize that this is excessive, but we have no other choice. Let us consider the esteemed individuals present here." He cast a sweeping glance across the assembly and continued, "If the city falls, who among us can hope to survive?" The generals remained silent, comprehending that Yu Qian had included them in his calculations. In this battle, no one would escape unscathed. From the highest commander to the lowest soldier, they were all bound together in fate. Yu Qian then stated, "Before the battle has even begun, the emperor has already bestowed a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, he has promised that after the battle, merit will be rewarded, from the soldiers to the commanding generals, based solely on their achievements in combat." Yu Qian spoke calmly, "Gentlemen, whether we ascend to higher ranks or face annihilation depends entirely on this battle." Yang Hong gritted his teeth and rose. "Gentlemen, the capital is the foundation of our nation. Although the situation is precarious, this is our territory. The orders for troop movements have already been dispatched, and soon, reinforcements will arrive in abundance." Hearing Yu Qian's encouraging remarks and Yang Hong's words of reassurance, the expressions of the generals brightened considerably. Shi Hong slammed his fist on the table and declared, "A true man, living in this world, must serve the nation with loyalty and strive for achievement. Serve the nation with loyalty and strive for achievement." The other generals echoed. Clearly, this was a trial of life and death, but it also presented an opportunity. As long as they could weather this crisis and make a name for themselves before the newly enthroned emperor, their rise in status would be nearly guaranteed. Observing the atmosphere, Yu Qian promptly stated, "There is no time to waste. Generals, please make haste to prepare." The subordinate generals accepted their orders. Upon returning home, Yu Qian took a bath, changed into clean clothes, fed his donkey, and bid farewell to his family. He then donned his armor and proceeded towards Deshin Gate. In this battle, neither the commanding generals nor the soldiers had a path of retreat, and neither did Yu Qian himself. It was a decisive battle, a point of no return. Let it commence. At this moment, Li Qing was still on the way, riding swiftly. The weight of the large sword he carried significantly slowed his pace. Yet he was reluctant to part with it, for in his position as a seventh-grade official, he held no authority to command an army. Even if he went into battle, he could only engage the enemy, and in combat, one could not afford to relinquish a capable weapon. The great blade was exceedingly large, nearly matching his own height. Not something one could easily procure. However, it was primarily due to Li Qing's lack of urgency. He was devoid of the desperate fervor that characterized Zhu Yunjian's expedition, reflecting a confidence in the Ming dynasty and trust in Qian. The present-day Ming was incomparable to the northern Song. Its national strength was robust. Free from the treachery of figures like Qin Hui, the soldiers were united in purpose, making it far from difficult to repel the Tatars. This was Ming territory, with a steady stream of reinforcements. The Tatars would amount to naught. The Tatars arrived sooner than anticipated, encamping at the city by the following evening. To Bo Luo gazed towards the distant city, exhaling deeply. As a true descendant of the Yuan dynasty, he was aware that before the establishment of the Ming, this was their grand capital, their Dadu. A century prior, they had been the lords of this land. In Bo Luo's eyes burned a fierce desire for battle, brimming with ambition and an uncontainable arrogance. There is a saying, take a chance, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. This was precisely the mindset of Bo Luo. Should this battle be won, while conquering the entirety of the Ming might be improbable. Seizing this territory and pursuing further victories to claim half of the Ming was within reach. In his lifetime, the glory of your could indeed be resurrected. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, despite the distance, the capital loomed majestically, grand and spectacular, seemingly aglow. The thought of it becoming his own stirred an exhilarating tremor within Bo Luo's soul, suppressing the quaking of his heart from overwhelming excitement. He intoned solemnly, "Prepare the pots and cook, eat and rest well, then launch the night assault." He was resolute, yet cautious. For the current Ming was far mightier than when the great Yuan once ruled here, and should they fail to strike decisively, subsequent endeavors would grow increasingly arduous. May the eternal heaven grant us protection. Bo Luo looked skyward, offering a fervent prayer. At Deshin Gate, atop the city walls, Yu Qian let out a sigh, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, "At last, they have arrived." The multitude of Tatars could not be concealed. Yu Qian was already aware that they were near the capital. Their current inaction was evidently a strategy to conserve strength, preparing for a nocturnal assault. Prior to the arrival of the Tatars, Yu Qian had felt anxious, but with their presence now confirmed, he found a sense of calm. This battle left no room for retreat. Success or death. Yu Qian instructed the Jinyui atop the walls, once the battle commences, immediately shut the city gates. No matter who knocks, do not open them. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Yes, my lord, the Genie 100 households replied, bowing in acceptance. Yu Qian turned his gaze towards the sky and commanded his personal guards, "Relay the message. It is time to dine." Without nourishment, how could one muster the strength for battle? The emperor could not afford to have starving soldiers. Though Yu Qian's words were stern, he did not intend to enforce them to the letter. To take a step back, should the capital fall, it would be impossible to account for the multitude amidst the chaos of the battlefield. His true aim was to galvanize all, to unify the hearts of 16,000 men. Only through collective effort could they safeguard the city and preserve their realm. As time passed, the sun transformed from orange to a deep red before finally disappearing. Ushering in the night, torches blazed atop the city walls, while the soldiers below gazed into the distance, preparing for the impending decisive battle. It was the second watch of the night. The sound of hooves, like the heavy drumming of fate, resounded as thousands of horses thundered forward, shaking the very earth beneath them. "Come forth." Yu Qian inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering, poised to descend from the city, only to be obstructed by the officers clad in fine silks. "Do not take offense, my lord. The emperor has decreed that you must oversee the overall strategy and must not engage in battle. A cohort of the imperial guards encircled Yunjian, preventing him from reaching the battlefield. On the front lines, even a seasoned general, much less a civilian like Yunjian, could not guarantee his safety against the oncoming cavalry charge. Yunjian paused, suppressing his emotions. His duty extended beyond merely defending Dishan Gate. He was responsible for the security of all 9 gates of the capital. With a heavy heart, he struck the battlement and commanded, "Secure the city." The officers of the imperial guards, seeing his willingness to cooperate, promptly relayed the order. If they were not to complicate his situation, he too must not make things difficult for them. With a creaking sound, the heavy city gates closed, sealing the soldiers who were to defend their positions with no avenue of retreat left to them. The Tatar cavalry drew nearer, racing forth with unmatched force. In this age dominated by cold steel, the might of cavalry extended beyond mere combat prowess. It wielded a psychological intimidation that foreshadowed their advantage even before the first clash of arms. As the sound intensified, it thundered like a war drum against the hearts of the Ming soldiers. Many of these troops were mere agrarian conscripts, poorly seasoned in the art of war. Casting a glance back at the tightly shut gates, despair flickered across their faces. The path of retreat was severed, leaving only the option to advance. Form ranks. The commander's orders were transmitted through the flag bearer, and upon receiving the directive, the officers of each unit promptly issued commands that flowed down the chain of command to every soldier. In this confrontation, retreat was not an option for anyone. They surged forward like a tide, compelled to unite, to engage in battle, and to shoulder burdens that were never theirs to bear. No one yearned for death, yet they found themselves at the mercy of fate. The galloping Tatar steeds, caught by the chevaux de frise, stumbled and were flung aside, their cries mingling with the chaos. Many Tatars met their demise, bones shattered upon impact. Even before the battle commenced, they suffered losses. However, this was merely a temporary setback, for the barricade was soon breached, and the Tatars surged forth. Kill! The command from the officers echoed once more, compelling those behind to advance, while those in front, reluctant to move, were pushed forward by the tide of their comrades. The clash of cavalry against infantry was inevitable. Upon contact, the front lines of the Ming forces were thrown into disarray, with some soldiers hurled into the air, blood spraying in a tragic arc. Even more grievous were those trampled underfoot, reduced to mere pulp beneath the relentless hooves. In that initial encounter, the Tatars displayed formidable combat strength, fully realizing the advantages of their Mongolian cavalry to devastating effect. However, the favorable circumstances did not last long. The momentum of the Tatar cavalry was gradually hindered by the resolute phalanx of the Ming army, ultimately coming to a halt. What followed was a fierce counterattack from the Ming forces. Bang, bang, bang. The Divine Machine Battalion at the center of the formation unleashed its fury, followed by a synchronized barrage from the artillery positioned at the rear. Shells traced brilliant parabolas across the night sky before erupting with thunderous detonations. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery possesses a natural advantage against cavalry, particularly concerning the steeds. The immense explosions significantly increased the likelihood of startling the horses, prompting unpredictable behaviors. Although the Tatars had prepared by stuffing cotton in their horses' ears, this merely reduced the chances of fright, but could not eliminate it entirely. Cries of anguish and curses filled the air, as many Tatars near the blast sites, unable to evade the shells, were thrown off their startled mounts, only to be trampled into oblivion by the advancing cavalry. With the introduction of firearms, the Ming army's earlier decline ceased to expand, and as the Tatar charge was neutralized, their combat effectiveness also experienced a slight downturn, restoring balance to the battlefield. All humans possess emotions. When faced with loss and the vivid portrayal of comrades perishing in battle, even the previously timid soldiers, who had never seen combat, felt their cowardice dissipate, igniting a fervor akin to that of seasoned warriors. The Ming forces commenced their counteroffensive. On this night, the clash of arms echoed through the air. On this night, countless lives were lost, their blood staining the dark sky. In the dead of night, Li Qing hastened to the battlefield. Upon witnessing the overwhelming darkness and the thunderous cries of battle, he did not immediately engage but instead circled to Dishan Gate, knowing it to be the epicenter of the conflict. As he arrived, the fighting had intensified. Without hesitation, Li Qing plunged into the fray. The ominous whir of blades cut through the air as he wielded a heavy sword, delivering unparalleled strikes. With a swift motion, he cleaved through both man and horse. This time, his movements were even more fluid, wielding a blade that exceeded 500 pounds, making the act of slicing through foes akin to chopping vegetables. An inch in length, an inch in might. Li Qing's sword was not merely an inch longer, it was a meter in length. Before the enemy could reach him, they were dispatched beneath his blade. However, this came at a cost. It drained his horse's stamina rapidly, necessitating a change after a while. It must be noted that although Mongolian steeds were generally not as tall, their endurance far surpassed that of the Ming cavalry. As Li Qing surged through the chaos, his prowess was effectively showcased. At that moment, Shi Heng arrived with reinforcements. The selection of defenders for the 9 gates had already been made before his arrival. Shi Heng's task was to maneuver and provide support. Aware of the fierce combat at Desheng Gate, he swiftly dispatched a portion of the Tatars before racing to the scene, arriving just in time. Upon arrival, he beheld Li Qing wreaking havoc. Under the hazy moonlight, Shi Heng could not discern who it was. Yet that massive sword was indeed striking, appearing to be twice the weight of the one he usually practiced with. Shi Heng swallowed hard. I thought my weapon was formidable enough, but whose subordinate is this? Damn it, regardless of whose subordinate it may be. I must recruit this person later. Shi Heng licked his lips and shouted, "Brothers, follow me to victory." Xiang, with unparalleled valor, boldly led the charge. His audacity served as a powerful catalyst, invigorating the troops in a manner that greatly uplifted morale amidst the tumultuous circumstances. The arrival of nearly 10,000 fresh reinforcements revitalized the weary Ming army, infusing their exhausted bodies with newfound vigor. The already intense battlefield was ignited anew. In Chapter 167, armored bodies and sinews were severed, as heads and horse heads flew through the air. The Ming forces, now emboldened, fought fiercely, their spirits soaring. Xiang targeted the weak flank of the cavalry, and the effectiveness of this maneuver was evident. The Tartar charge was effectively subdued. In the chaos of battle, while cavalry could maneuver their steeds, forming a cohesive and lethal assault proved challenging. Seizing the opportunity, the reinforcements unleashed their might, thrusting long spears and striking at horse legs with their broadswords. The soldiers under Xiang were seasoned warriors, having previously engaged with the Tartars during their support of Zhu Yunjian and Datong, equipped with rich combat experience and unwavering discipline. They adhered strictly to the battle plan devised by Xiang, yielding remarkable results. In a moment, the Tartars were thrown into disarray, their advantage as cavalry rendered ineffective. Li Qing, twirling his long sword, turned his horse towards the flank to join the fray. Previously, he had ventured alone, aware of the high risks involved in attacking the flank. Now, with reinforcements, he could maneuver amidst the chaos. Li Qing's prowess in combat transcended the ordinary, yet he was no deity, unable to confront legions head-on. The melee was his domain. Charging directly at the oncoming Tartar cavalry alone would be tantamount to courting death. With Shi Heng's reinforcements, the confrontation evolved into a grand melee, disrupting the Tartars' cavalry cohesion and rendering their strategic coordination ineffective. "Kill!" Li Qing shouted, raising his sword to wreak havoc. Xiang, observing Li Qing's colossal blade spinning like a windmill, was taken aback. The sheer force behind that swing was astounding. Xiang estimated the weight of the sword to exceed 100 pounds, combined with Li Qing's strength and momentum. Each strike must possess at least 500 pounds of force. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, the chill from the blade was palpable. With a resounding crack, armor and bones shattered, heads and horse heads scattered. Shi Heng's face twitched in disbelief. 800 pounds. The force behind that blow is undoubtedly 800 pounds. By my mother's grace, is this man a reincarnation of a warlord? Kill! Shi Heng's warrior spirit ignited, as he swung his 20-pound broadsword, each strike exceeding 100 pounds under the strength of his arms. While he could not match Li Qing, he exhibited remarkable ferocity. In the thick of battle, individual valor significantly influenced morale. With a warrior god among their ranks and a fearless commander, the Ming forces were emboldened, their battle cries echoing thunderously. On the battlefield, the aura of the fighters held paramount importance. Through their shouts, they not only rallied their spirits, but also coalesced their energies, dissipating the fear that loomed within. Kill! A multitude of voices erupted in unison, swiftly igniting the spirits of the Ming forces stationed at Deshengmen. This harmonious echo intensified their resolve. manifesting as a palpable wave of sound that delivered a profound psychological blow to the Tatars. Moreover, this was within the confines of the capital, the heart of the Ming dynasty. Unaccustomed to the terrain, their confidence waned. Confronted by such a formidable Ming army, their initial bravado began to falter, and thoughts of retreat began to stir. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the Tatars withdrew hastily. Cursing under his breath, Shi Hung watched the dust settle. Acknowledging their swift escape, the entire army regrouped, preparing to provide support at Andingmen in 2 hours' time. His trusted aides bowed in affirmation and hurried to relay the orders. Shi Hung cast a glance at the distant Li Qing, who was seated on the ground, recovering his strength, and approached him with the intent to engage in conversation. General Shi, your arrival at Dishengmen was indeed timely. Several commanders hastily approached to express their gratitude. In the initial throes of battle, they had felt despondent, fearing the imminent demise of their forces. We are all comrades. It is only natural, Shi Hung replied dismissively, his gaze lingering on Li Qing. Observing that their conversation seemed never-ending, he interjected, let us first allow our brothers to have some sustenance to regain their strength. Surely, there will be another confrontation before dawn. A wise suggestion, General Shi, they concurred, acknowledging that such common sense was well understood and had already been acted upon. As camaraderie flourished, the group bowed in farewell and returned to their duties. Once they departed, Shi Hung promptly made his way to Li Qing's location, determined to recruit this formidable warrior into his ranks. Yuqian was unable to retain him, as he had mentioned. The distance of several dozen meters was swiftly traversed, and Shi Hung soon stood before Li Qing. The moonlight was hazy, yet at such proximity, he recognized him immediately. Li of the 7th rank. Shi Hung exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this fearsome individual was indeed Li Qing, nor that he was still alive. Shi Hung had assumed that Li Qing, venturing deep into enemy lines, would surely have perished. Li Qing opened his eyes and nodded. Ah, General Shi, your timely reinforcement to the capital is commendable. What is the current situation in the city? Have you just returned? Indeed, I arrived only this evening, Shi Hung replied. How long have the Tatars been besieging the city? He inquired cautiously, wary of the royal command insignia in Li Qing's possession. The Tatars commenced their assault only tonight, Shi Hung admitted earnestly. You, Li of the 7th rank, are truly fortunate. Li Qing offered a weary smile and asked, who is guarding this city gate? Ah, it is overseen by Minister Yuqian, Shi Hung responded. Would you like to meet with him? Yes, that would be beneficial, Li Qing nodded. Please take me to him. Certainly, Shi Hung replied, somewhat displeased. After all, he was a general, and this seemingly insignificant 7th rank official spoke to him without the expected deference, as if it were a matter of course. Was the royal command insignia so impressive? Admittedly, it was indeed remarkable, yet a modicum of respect for his rank would not go amiss. Although Li Qing addressed him as general, there was a distinct lack of reverence, making the title seem trivial and commonplace. Discontent aside, Shi Hung dared not display his feelings. Having fully grasped Li Qing's formidable nature, with the royal command flag in hand, Li Qing found himself in a rather vexatious situation. Upon arriving at the garrison camp, he learned that Yuqian was stationed atop the city walls. Observing this, Shi Hung rubbed his hands together and remarked, Master Li, the city gates are securely locked. Until this battle concludes, they shall remain so. Why not join forces with me? Join forces with you? Li Qing replied with a peculiar expression. Indeed, Shi Hung declared, thumping his chest. Serve as my supervising officer, and I assure you, you shall be promoted by 3 ranks afterward. Shi Hung was no fool. A person capable of wielding the royal command flag would undoubtedly possess substantial backing. Moreover, given Li Qing's undeniable ferocity, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship. Apologies, but I have grown weary of serving as a supervising officer. Li Qing waved him off. You may take your leave. Shi Hung, frustrated, exclaimed, you squander such an opportunity. What of it? I, too, shall rest, Li Qing replied. Disregarding Shi Hung, Li Qing sought a secluded spot to recuperate his strength and internal energy. While simultaneously analyzing the current predicament, the situation unfolded largely as he had anticipated, perhaps even slightly more favorably. The defenders were resolute, and reinforcements were en route. If they could endure for 3 to 5 days, the Tatars would surely retreat. Casting a glance at the city walls, Li Qing dismissed the notion of ascending them. Under the watchful eyes of the public, should he be spotted, it would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on morale. With a grunt, he drove his massive blade into the ground and leaned against it for rest. After several days without respite, he swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening 2 hours later to the clamor around him, Li Qing approached Shi Heng and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To Nanding Gate," Shi Heng responded. "Having suffered such a considerable loss here, the Tartars will likely target the nearest Nanding Gate." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Shi Heng's spirits lifted. "Have you agreed to serve as my supervising officer?" "Supervising officer?" Li Qing scoffed. "I am here to slay enemies." With that, he unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, resting it upon his shoulder as he departed. "Uncle, who is that man?" Shi Heng's nephew, Shi Biao, had just arrived, having organized the troops. Yesterday, while Shi Heng charged ahead, he focused on maintaining order in the center, thus failing to notice Li Qing's formidable presence. "Someone even more formidable than you," Shi Heng grumbled, feeling a bit put out. "Well then, is everything organized?" "All set," Shi Biao grinned. "Uncle, let me lead the charge this time. I wish to earn a promotion." "You little rascal," Shi Heng chided playfully. "Do you think I would neglect you? Fine. You shall be the main assault force at Nanding Gate." Shi Biao was elated, thumping his chest proudly. "All right, uncle, just watch. I will ensure the Tartars weep for their mothers." He then cast another glance at Li Qing's retreating figure, muttering, "I am eager to see who truly excels." Chapter 168. The Tempest. By the time Li Qing arrived at Nanding Gate, the battle had already commenced, fiercer than the previous night's skirmish at Dishing Gate. The Tartars, evidently perceiving Dishing Gate as the stronghold of the Ming forces, had shifted their strategic focus to Nanding Gate, amassing a formidable force of 40,000, nearly half of their total strength. The sheer scale of cavalry they deployed wreaked havoc on the defenses. The wooden stakes were swiftly breached, and within a mere half hour, they had reached the city gates, inflicting severe casualties upon the Ming troops. Fortunately, the city gates remained robust, showing no signs of imminent breach. The eastern factory guards in the city and the Jinling utilized artillery, powerful crossbows, and rapid-fire crossbow arrows to provide some relief to the defenders below, albeit limited. Ultimately, it was the imposing city walls that truly stood in the way of the cavalry. The high and thick walls of the capital meant that even the fiercest Tatar would have to breach the city gates to enter, thus granting the Ming army invaluable time. "Damn it!" Li Qing exclaimed as he witnessed a portion of the Tatars begin to batter the city gates, his expression shifting dramatically as he immediately brandished his sword and charged forward. The Nanding Gate was in a precarious state, and news of the dire situation quickly reached Yu Qian at Disheng Gate. Overwhelmed with anxiety, yet unable to provide effective support, Yu Qian was acutely aware of the Tatar cavalry's swift advance, far surpassing that of the infantry. He feared this was not merely a diversion, but a cunning ploy to lure the defenders away. Should he send reinforcements to Nanding Gate, only for the Tatars to launch a counterattack, it would be too late for any remedy. Alas, Yu Qian gritted his teeth and instructed the Jinling and eastern factory guards atop the walls, "Take the artillery and proceed immediately to Nanding Gate to provide fire support." "Yes," they replied, not daring to question his orders. Once battle commenced, all fell under Yu Qian's command. The Ming soldiers below formed a defensive line, yet the anticipated Tatar assault was delayed. Still, Yu Qian refrained from allowing them to advance in support, for he could not risk such a gamble. While Disheng Gate remained secure, and Nanding Gate was on the brink of collapse, the gates nearly shattered. This was compounded by Li Qing's reckless solo efforts to disrupt the Tatar siege engines. Both above and below, all exerted their utmost. Yet the enemy was overwhelming in number and ferocity, rendering the Ming forces significantly outmatched, with a mere 160,000 troops spread across 9 cities. And despite Nanding Gate being a primary target, only 25,000 defenders remained, many of whom were agricultural soldiers, illustrating the dire nature of the situation. Li Qing, too, began to panic. At this rate, the city would likely fall within the hour. Damn it, where are Shi Heng's men? Frustration welled within him, oblivious to the fact that most of Shi Heng's forces were infantry. Fortunately, Shi Heng did not arrive late. Within mere moments after Li Qing's exclamation, reinforcements appeared. "Stay steady. We can win," Li Qing shouted, slaying his foes while attempting to bolster the morale of his troops. However, the reality was that even with Shi Heng's arrival, they were still at a disadvantage. The Tatars were relentless, having altered their tactics to avoid static warfare, opting instead for successive charges. As one cavalry unit surged forward, they swiftly retreated, only for another wave to crash in like turbulent ocean waves, relentlessly battering the Ming forces. Li Qing swung his sword, seizing the brief respite between charges to redirect his horse towards Shi Hong. "General Shi, I need these 2,000 cavalry under your command," Li Qing bellowed. "Li, with just these 2,000 cavalry, how can we provide any substantial support?" Shi Hong retorted, equally agitated and showing no deference to Li Qing. Li Qing, unwilling to engage in further argument, pressed his heavy blade against Shi Hong's shoulder, making him gasp for air. "I ask you, will you or will you not?" "You." Shi Hong fumed, yet felt powerless to resist. "Shi Biao." In the distance, the desperate struggle of Shi Biao was interrupted by the urgent call of his uncle, causing him to turn around in shock as he realized his uncle was being held at knife point. After swiftly dispatching several foes, he seized the opportunity to gallop over. Such audacity to hold a general hostage. Li Qing remained silent, tightening his grip on his massive blade. Shi Hong, struggling to catch his breath, shouted, "Enough chatter. He holds the royal edict and banner. Follow his orders, or you're doomed." "Call me general." Shi Hong bellowed, "Hurry. If the city gates fall, we are all in peril." Since they were all to be implicated, why not take matters into their own hands? Shi Biao, true to his name, disregarded even the royal decree. Typically, he was not so reckless, but once battle was joined, he was a force that even his parents could not restrain. What a lad. Li Qing mused, conceding, "Follow my lead, and should anything go awry, I shall bear the consequences." "Can you truly shoulder that burden?" Shi Hong implored, "Stick with him. Enough dilly-dallying. If the gates fall, we are all finished." The fate of the soldiers was uncertain, but as a general, there was no escaping the blame. And Shi Hong was genuinely anxious. Without awaiting his nephew's response, he rallied his men to charge at the enemy. Shi Biao shot a resentful glare at Li Qing. "Follow me." The two fought their way to where the Ming cavalry was stationed, retreating as they battled, and by the time they emerged, only 1,300 of their 2,000 cavalry remained. "Where shall we charge?" Shi Biao inquired, his voice heavy with doubt. Li Qing, wielding his sword with one hand, pointed towards the open ground left in the wake of the Tartar cavalry's charge. "With so few, can they truly be our adversaries?" Shi Biao swallowed hard, his voice faltering. The sight of Li Qing holding his sword aloft was indeed intimidating, and Shi Biao genuinely believed his uncle was truthful. Li Qing was indeed fiercer than he. "Success or failure, we must fight," Li Qing declared. "The Tartars' assault is overwhelmingly forceful. It is imperative we disrupt this deadlock." "Very well, it's merely death we face. I shall fight alongside you and see who is the mightier." Shi Biao grinned fiercely, resolved, "Brothers, let us go." Amidst the bloodshed, Shi Hong glanced back only to find that Li Qing and his group had vanished, prompting him to curse. "Damn it, are you not even going to call for reinforcements?" He was disillusioned, expecting some brilliant strategy from Li Qing, yet here he was, dragging so many along in his wake. Shi Hong fought desperately, cursing Li Qing's ancestors in his heart. Everyone was fighting for their lives, including the guards on the city walls. Ma Shun, the commander of the Jinhui, surveyed the precarious situation below, his face twitching with anxiety. Since Wang Zhen's demise, he had been cautious, especially after Zhu Qiyu ascended the throne, fearful of repeating Wang Zhen's fate. Though his freedom was curtailed, the position of genie commander still held its allure, and he did not wish for the city gates to fall. "Stop throwing stones, fire the cannons." "Damn it, fire the cannons," Ma Shun roared. "But commander, given the chaos, friendly fire is a concern." A subordinate protested. "What does it matter? Fire away," Ma Shun retorted, indifferent to the risks, for he was not on the battlefield. The officer lamented, "But the artillery and crossbow bolts have already been exhausted." "Damn it all." Ma Xuanqi, filled with determination, paced back and forth before issuing a decisive command. "Go, move all the stones down and block the city gate. Build a thick stone wall. We must not allow the Tartars to enter." Observing the hesitation of his subordinates, he approached and kicked one of them, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Even if the Ming soldiers outside are annihilated, we cannot let the city gate fall. Hurry." "Yes, sir, I will do it right away," replied the subordinate. Meanwhile, Li Qing and Shi Biao engaged the Tartar cavalry in fierce combat. This contingent of cavalry numbered 5,000, while the Ming soldiers were a mere 1,300. Despite the advantageous angle of attack on the Tartar flank, they gained little ground. After a bloody skirmish, their numbers were halved, leaving only about 500. Nevertheless, they had succeeded in disrupting the Tartars' rhythm of assault. Retreat. Upon achieving a successful strike, Li Qing promptly ordered a withdrawal, wary of being encircled by the Tartars. Their objective lay at the city gate, and they did not pursue Li Qing's group, but swiftly redirected their focus towards the battlefield. Stop! Seeing that the Tartars had not followed, Li Qing commanded again, let us engage another group of Tartars. Shi Biao glanced at the remaining 500 men. Feeling a deep respect for Li Qing, he truly was formidable. Is 500 enough to make an impact? The truth was evident. When pushed to the edge, one could still fight fiercely. In the second round, the surviving 500 did not face total annihilation. Over 70 remained. Shi Biao had sustained 2 wounds, but thankfully, his armor had protected him from grave injury. Shall we fight again? Shi Biao licked his lips, his soldier's temperament ignited. In my view, we can fight once more. Li Qing chuckled, then let us do so. He turned to the remaining 70 men and solemnly declared, I serve the king's command, executing the emperor's orders. I promise you, those who sacrifice for our nation in this battle will have their families generously compensated. Having been driven to desperation by Yu Qian, they had no choice but to respond with fervor, shouting, let us fight again. Chapter 169. The valor unfading. Li Qing took a deep breath, formed the spearhead formation. Yes, the 70-plus men echoed with the fervor of 700. Li Qing wielded his great sword at the forefront of the spearhead, with Shi Biao striving to match his pace. You there, shift slightly to the north. Li Qing raised his sword. One sword at the front makes for a true spearhead. 2 swords at the forefront dull the edge. Shi Biao scoffed. You, Li Qiping, are formidable, but I, Shi Biao, am not to be underestimated. I know you are not weak, Li Qing replied, glancing at Shi Biao's wounds. Yet in your current state, you are unfit for the front lines. War is not a matter of pride. Step back slightly. Li Qing's tone was calm, yet left no room for dispute. Shi Biao huffed, falling back half a pace. Moments later, another group of Tartar cavalry charged forth, though this time their numbers had dwindled to just over 3,000. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qing shouted, kill, kill. Recalling the days of gallant warfare, they charged forth, their spirit undiminished despite their reduced ranks. Li Qing led the charge, and the Ming soldiers followed suit, all displaying their courage as they surged towards the Tartar flank. With precise strikes and deft maneuvers, each soldier employed their most proficient methods of combat, effectively inflicting harm upon the enemy. Li Qing's vitality was nearly depleted, and his physical strength had significantly waned. He mechanically wielded his massive blade, endeavoring to inflict as much damage upon the enemy as possible. Although others did not exhibit his ferocity, they exerted their utmost efforts, battling fiercely on the battlefield to protect their homeland. Yet, they could only hold their ground for a mere quarter of an hour before the Tartars retreated, clearly dismissing the handful of them as inconsequential, even too indifferent to deliver a finishing blow. This time, Li Qing bore wounds of his own. Several gashes marred his shoulder and arm, while Shi Biao fared even worse, with over a dozen cuts and his left pinky severed. At least they were still alive, while others had lost their lives. Additionally, 2 others remained, one with a gaping abdominal wound and the other trampled by a Tartar steed, his chest caved in, their physiological agony eliciting unrestrained screams. Shi Biao approached with his blade, his voice hoarse. Brothers, fear not. Those who live shall avenge you. With that, he plunged his sword into the heart of one, and soon both fell silent. Li Qing bowed his head, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. The Anding Gate was a disaster zone, and other entrances fared no better. The East and West Jimen, Chuangmen, Xuanwu Gate, Xingyangmen, Fuqingmen, Chongwenmen, and Dishengmen all faced Tartar assaults. However, comparatively speaking, these gates were far less critical than Anding Gate. The Tartars had a clear objective, to prevent any reinforcements from reaching Anding Gate. By the time Li Qing and Shi Biao returned, the 25,000 Ming troops, along with 6,000 reinforcements from Shi Hong, had dwindled to fewer than 10,000, all crowded against the city walls. This was only due to a disruption in the Tartars' assault rhythm. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more dire. Shi Hong, at his wit's end, shouted at the commander of the Genie Wei on the city walls, Ma Shun, I command a contingent to hold the rear. You must open the gates and defend the city. I'm afraid I cannot comply, Ma Shun replied, shaking his head. Minister Yu has decreed that the gates cannot be opened, even if the sky were to fall. In truth, the gates had been blocked with stones and could not be opened in the short term. Moreover, Ma Shun had no intention of doing so. As he stood atop the city, he felt no urgency. In a fit of rage, Shi Hong clenched his teeth and bellowed, "Damn it!" It was unclear whether he was cursing Yuqian or Ma Shun. After venting his anger, worry set in. Gritting his teeth, Shi Hong chose a ruthless path. All soldiers, advance and slay the enemy. Those who retreat shall be executed. Officers who retreat shall be slain by their subordinates. Soldiers who falter shall be cut down by their comrades. For those who hesitate in battle, the entire army shall be punished. Kill for me. Shi Hong cast aside all fear of death, since retreat was impossible. They would charge forward. The soldiers, with no alternative, understood that not returning would mean facing death, since they were to die regardless. It was preferable to face the enemy rather than be struck from behind. At least the court would offer compensation afterward. What to do? Shi Biao looked to Li Qing, already convinced by him. Li Qing let out a long sigh, his voice weary. We must hold our ground. Upon hearing this, even the typically fierce Shi Biao fell into silence. Indeed, there was no choice but to hold fast. Curse it, even if he fell on the battlefield. He would earn the respect of the spirits below. With determination, Shi Biao seized the moment of the Tartars' lull and charged forward with his blade once more. Li Qing held a favorable impression of this soldier and fought alongside him, taking moments to protect him as they made their way to rendezvous with Shi Hong. Despite facing numerous setbacks, both Li Qing and Shi Biao endured several wounds, ultimately reuniting with Shi Hong. "You two finally returned," Shi Hong exclaimed upon seeing the pair. "When will our reinforcements arrive?" "What reinforcements?" Shi Biao replied. "We went to intercept the Tartars. Otherwise, how could you have held on this long?" Shi Hong's last hope shattered as he turned to Ma Shun atop the city wall and shouted, "Tell Yuqian that I can't hold on any longer. Ask him if we still need the ending gate." It was indeed becoming unbearable. Ma Shun recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately dispatched someone to swiftly inform Yuqian at Dishengmen. He could see that the soldiers below had reached their limits, their potential utterly drained. With great urgency, the Jin Yiwei officer arrived at Dishengmen and reported the dire situation to Yuqian. Upon hearing that the ending gate was on the verge of falling, Yuqian's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth, insisting, "Tell them to hold on. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." The officer hastily bowed and departed. Although Yuqian was not in a position of abundance, he had no choice but to send reinforcements to the ending gate, squeezing every last resource he could muster. Ultimately, he managed to rally all available cavalry, amounting to 2,700 men, to aid the ending gate. However, by the time they charged forth, only 2,000 remained. While 2,000 may not seem substantial, they were cavalry nonetheless, and Yuqian fervently hoped they could alleviate the immediate crisis at the ending gate. At that moment, the forces at the ending gate had dwindled to fewer than 7,000, many of whom were wounded, their fighting spirit diminished to less than half of its peak. After enduring such a protracted battle, their stamina and morale were nearly exhausted. The Tartars had also suffered significant losses. The resolute resistance from the Ming troops exceeded their expectations. From an initial 40,000, only 28,000 remained, and both men and horses were severely fatigued. The relentless waves of assault had taken a toll on the horses, leaving them unable to charge. Kill. The Ming reinforcements charged in, roaring from a distance with overwhelming fervor. "Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived." Ma Shun, standing high, surveyed the scene and immediately rallied his subordinates. "Everyone shout. Raise the morale. Tell them our reinforcements are here, 2,000 strong." "What?" the Jin Ichindu murmured. "Isn't that an exaggeration? Just shout." Ma Shun kicked at him, and the Chindu instinctively dodged, stumbling as he fell. "Enough dawdling, shout. Shout." Seeing their leader's fierce demeanor, the Jin Yiwei immediately began to roar, "Brothers below, hold on. Our reinforcements have arrived, 2,000 strong. Hold on." The defenders below could not see the reinforcements, but faintly heard the distant sounds of battle cries. In their nearly hopeless state, they instinctively clung to the words of hope, for it was their last lifeline. The final vestiges of strength among the thousands of defenders were summoned forth, transforming into renewed vigor to withstand the Tartar onslaught. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Shi Hong, invigorated, bellowed, "Brothers, charge. The time for counterattack has come." Li Qing silently lamented. Where did these 2,000 reinforcements come from? This is absurd. Yet, at this critical juncture, he chose not to expose the ruse and joined the charge against the Tartars. The Tartars were also deceived. Mounted as they were, they could see the number of Ming cavalry from afar, yet they remained uncertain about the presence of foot soldiers behind them. Nevertheless, they did not retreat. The Grand Master had issued a stern command, not to withdraw until the Yinding Gate was breached. It was already late afternoon, and the battle raged on. Li Qing was exasperated, while Shi Heng and his nephew, Shi Biao, were muttering their grievances. As dusk approached, not only were the men fatigued, but even the horses were nearing exhaustion. Finally, under the relentless assault of the Tartar forces, the heavy gates succumbed to the pressure, yielding a significant breach. However, before they could revel in their triumph, they were met with a wall of tightly packed stones beyond the gates. Unbeknownst to them, behind the stones, the guards were still fortifying their defenses. The Tartars, in their haste, had arrived without ladders or catapults, solely to exploit the element of surprise. Thus, their only means of entry into the city was to breach the gates. Now that the gates had fallen, they discovered a stone wall behind them, which was disheartening. The Ming forces were holding their ground purely through sheer will, while the Tartars, filled with initial fervor, found their spirits waning as fatigue set in. The stone wall shattered their morale. The rugged warriors displayed looks of despair, lamenting the Grand Master's miscalculation. Retreat, they urged. After such prolonged combat, the Tartars were not faring significantly better than the Ming. In this predicament, even if they were to annihilate the Ming forces, they could not breach the city. Withdrawing was the wisest course of action. At long last, the great battle concluded, leaving all combatants utterly exhausted, barely possessing the strength to breathe. Li Qing gazed at the dimming sky, recovering his energy while murmuring, "We cannot continue like this. Reinforcements will likely take 3 more days, but we cannot endure that long. We must take the initiative." Chapter 170. Enticing the Jinhui into action after resting for a brief half-hour, Li Qing had partially regained his strength and energy. He slowly sat up and called out to the uncle-nephew duo not far away, "Have you rested enough?" Shi Heng grunted, ignoring him, while Shi Biao, surprised, asked, "Do you have another idea?" "A little," Li Qing replied, noticing their reluctance to move. He approached them. "I believe we need to take the offensive." "Don't be ridiculous." Shi Heng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Shi Biao, looking despondent, remarked, "You, Biao, are you serious?" "I am," Li Qing affirmed. "This battle has lasted from morning until dusk. We are weary, and the Tartars are weary too, but their psychological burden is far greater than ours." "And then what?" Shi Heng retorted, "With just our numbers?" Shi Biao chimed in, "Please make it clear how many of us are still fit to fight." Li Qing surveyed their ranks. "About 2,000 to 3,000, I suppose. So you can count." Shi Biao teased, "Go find death on your own." Li Qing smiled bitterly. "Let me ask you, if the Tartars return tomorrow, do you think we can hold them off?" Both Shi Heng and Shi Biao fell silent. "But charging ahead would be equivalent to courting death," Shi Heng sighed. "With only 2,000 to 3,000 men, how can we confront them head-on?" "We certainly cannot confront them directly," Li Qing replied. "Regardless, we cannot hold out until tomorrow. We might as well take a gamble." "Gamble on what?" "The empty city ruse." Shi Heng paused, then said, "You mean we create an illusion for the Tartars, making them believe reinforcements have arrived?" "Precisely. The number of people is far too few. At the very least, we need 5,000, along with some cavalry," remarked Shi Heng. "Otherwise, one misstep could lead to intelligence being undone by its own cleverness. This is only natural." Li Qing nodded in agreement, stating, "You handle the remnants of the army, and I shall seek reinforcements. We will depart before midnight." "How many can you procure?" Shi Biao inquired eagerly. "That is uncertain," Li Qing sighed, "but I shall do my utmost." Shi Heng cast a glance at the remnants of the army, frowning as he remarked, "To be honest, the losses today are so severe that if it weren't for the closed city gates and the blocked retreat, compounded by Yu Qian's decree of collective punishment, we would have already collapsed. As it stands, motivating them to engage in battle is exceedingly difficult. This is the truth. Although the Ming army is defending the city, they do not stand firmly within its walls. Rather, their numbers are gathered outside the gates. If they are not to fight, you might as well tell them they are merely running a few laps," Li Qing stated. "We shall abandon the defense of the city. It is futile to maintain it anyway." "What?" Shi Heng said in a deep voice. "How will we account for this later?" "I will take responsibility," Li Qing replied. Shi Heng shot Li Qing a skeptical glance, questioning, "You are certain of this?" "Indeed," Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Shi Biao added, "The garrison at Yinding Gate is the largest. The other gates have even fewer defenders. Even with a royal command, I suspect it would be quite challenging. If the city falls, it is certain death. They may not comply. I understand. Li Qing pointed at the individuals on the city walls, who had yet to move. The agents of the Eastern Depot and the Jinhui combined number at least 10,000, but in this urgent situation, we have no choice but to draw upon them. However, Li Qing was uncertain how many he could actually rally. Shi Heng turned to look back, grinning savagely. That sentiment resonates deeply with me. He had long harbored disdain for Ma Shan. Since you have a good relationship with Yu Qian, go to him and pressurize Ma Shan. That coward will likely hide and delay. We do not have that luxury of time, Shi Biao retorted. There is no need to seek Yu Qian. I shall bring him here myself, Li Qing declared. The city gates are blocked. You cannot pass. I can, Li Qing replied, clapping his hands. Prepare yourselves. I will descend immediately. Ignoring the disdainful looks from his uncle and nephew, he strode purposefully toward the city gate, raising his voice. Brothers up there, lower a rope. His uncle and nephew exclaimed, You truly are naive. Indeed, the response from above was quite official. That is not permissible. Minister Yu has issued a strict order. Li Qing fully anticipated such a reply. It was merely to prepare those above in case of an overzealous reaction. In midair, it is difficult to muster strength. If a barrage of crossbow bolts were to be unleashed, he would surely meet a bitter end in the northwest. If you refuse to assist, can I still ascend? The Jinhui officer grinned. Then come up. Excellent. Li Qing inhaled deeply, bending his knees slightly, then propelled himself upward with sudden force. This leap spanned over 10 feet. Indeed astonishing. Yet, in comparison to the towering city walls, it still fell short. As he halted his ascent, Li Qing quickly grasped the crevice in the wall, pushing off with his feet to soar once more. The guards atop the wall were left in shock by the time they regained their wits. Li Qing had already made a third leap, swiftly arriving before them. Clinging to the parapet, Li Qing executed a swift somersault, landing atop the city wall. You really made it up here? The Jinhui officer stammered in disbelief. Did you not summon me here? Li Qing chuckled, producing the royal command flag. Enough with the pleasantries. Take me to see Ma Shan. The commander, his pupils narrowing, clasped his hands in acquiescence. Below the city, soldiers fought valiantly. While those atop the walls seemed quite at ease, the guards lounging against the walls, munching on steamed buns, exchanging laughter and banter. Li Qing silently scoffed, well-fed and well-watered. They will soon have to exert themselves. Navigating to the gate tower, they found Ma Shan indulging in copious amounts of wine and meat, even accompanied by a concubine. Had they arrived a mere quarter of an hour later, they might have witnessed a rather scandalous scene. Who the hell is Li? Is Li now a court official? Ma Shan's anger shifted to astonishment, for he was aware that Li Qing was a favored individual of Zhu Yunjian. What brings you here? That is of little consequence. Li Qing waved the royal command flag before him. Follow me. Uncertain of Li Qing's intentions, Ma Shan felt a foreboding sense of unease and replied, Mr. Li, I have pressing duties. I truly cannot be spared. Li Qing's cold smile revealed his disdain. While the soldiers risked their lives below, you indulge in revelry above, even bringing your concubine along. For this alone, I could have you executed. Very well. Ma Shan grimaced, fully aware of Li Qing's notorious ruthlessness in dealing with officials. The two ascended to the city gate, where Ma Shan tentatively remarked, The Tartars have fought all day and are weary. I suspect they will not launch an assault tonight. Li Qing made no reply, placing a hand on his shoulder. Come with me. Where to? Ma Shan's face paled. The swiftly descending surroundings left him terror-stricken. Jumping from such a height would surely result in grievous injury or death. Enough of your shouting, Li Qing patted his face. We have landed safely. Upon opening his eyes, Ma Shan found himself outside the city, confronted by the furious gazes of Shi Heng and his nephew Shi Biao, particularly Shi Heng, who looked as if he wished to devour him whole. This. Ma Shan glanced back at the city walls and cried, Someone, bring me a rope. I want to go back. Shi Heng, seething with rage, swung a fist the size of a sandbag directly at him. Ouch! Ma Shan, now furious himself, retorted. I did not provoke you, Shi Heng. Bang! Another punch landed as Shi Heng sneered. Damn it! While I and my brothers fight below, what have you been doing? He suddenly caught a whiff of something, his fury intensifying. Well, it seems you still had time to drink. All right, Shi Heng. Li Qing intervened, turning to Ma Shan. Get those on the wall to come down, quickly. Ma Shan, embarrassed, replied, That is manageable, but I must go up to speak to them. Shi Heng, coldly smirking, drew his knife and handed it to Li Qing, Li of the 7th rank, show me the same fierce demeanor you used against me. Li Qing touched his nose, accepting the blade and placing it against Ma Shun's neck, his voice icy. Either they come down, or you die. I will count to 3. 1. Come down. All of you. Ma Shun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, realized he could not afford to bear the brunt of the consequences alone. Hurry up. Li Qing tightened his grip on the knife. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ma Shun seethed with anger, yet dared not retaliate, directing his frustration toward the wall. Everyone, come down. The Jinui exchanged glances, reluctant to descend, yet fearful of repercussions later. After a prolonged hesitation, they finally untied their belts and began their descent into the city. After a short while, all the guards at Anding Gate had descended, nearly 2,000 strong. Now this is somewhat intriguing, Li Qing mused, a smile gracing his face as he patted Ma Shun on the shoulder. Let us proceed. Chapter 171. Infighting among the Tatars in the Tatar camp, the generals sat together, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. This all-or-nothing gamble had proven far less straightforward than anticipated. Merely breaching Xuanfuzhen had consumed an additional 3 days beyond expectations. After arriving here, they had attacked continuously for an entire night and throughout the day that followed. Coupled with their recent arduous journey, the Tatar soldiers were now utterly exhausted. Moreover, their siege efforts had yielded no progress, severely dampening their morale. Tuobaluo felt somewhat disheartened as well, but having come this far, turning back would render their prior efforts futile. He attempted to reassure his men, saying, today's results at Anding Gate are promising. The Ming forces have reached their limit. If we attack again tomorrow, we are likely to secure victory. The burly man scoffed, offering no praise. You flatter me, Grand Preceptor. I dare not claim this credit. No. It should be said that I have done nothing of merit. Indeed, both sides had sustained losses the previous night. Today, with our 40,000 troops against their 30,000 defenders and reinforcements, we were already at a disadvantage. The main commander attacking Anding Gate alongside the burly man wore an expression of frustration. True, the Ming have suffered greater losses, but those reinforcements are merely hastily gathered. We have yet to breach the city walls. Exactly. Another commander chimed in. If we do not breach the city, our efforts are in vain. We have already delayed for so long. Who knows when the Ming reinforcements will arrive? Clearly, the Ming are committed to their defense. The city gates are firmly barricaded. The Ming cannot enter, so what use is it for us to kill more enemies? Unlike the Ming, the Tatars consisted of numerous tribes, each listening to Tuobiluo's commands selectively. While they may outwardly obey during favorable times, when crucial moments arose, each had their own agendas. The commanders leading the assault on Anding Gate had suffered significant losses, their spirits dwindling. We are all comrades. It is unbecoming to speak like this, Tuobiluo awkwardly interjected. After this, you may choose first. The others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Despite the lack of progress, who among them did not wish to choose first? Nevertheless, the burly man displayed unusual clarity of mind. There is no need for choosing. I desire nothing further. I wish to return. After suffering severe losses multiple times, he could no longer bear it. Furthermore, he had lost faith in the possibility of breaching the capital. Continuing this way, whether they could secure any spoils was uncertain, and his standing among the Tatars would inevitably plummet. I too shall not fight any longer, another echoed, with the Walla watching us closely and our rear already unstable. Even if we were to breach the city, could we truly conquer the Ming? With the Walla in the rear and the Ming boasting 1,000,000 strong. What purpose would we have for this city? Such calculations do not add up. Togbalu furrowed his brow, stating that capturing the capital would deliver a tremendous blow to the Ming court. Some ambivalent wealthy merchants and landlords might even voluntarily pledge allegiance to them, and it was conceivable that a portion of the Ming officials would also swear fealty. Moreover, the Ming emperor was present, and they could still leverage his authority. The rugged man scoffed, asserting that the Ming court could replace one emperor as easily as they could install another. Togbalu, filled with fury, ultimately suppressed his anger, recognizing that the people's sentiments were already unstable. The tribal leaders were discontent, and expressing his wrath at this juncture would only exacerbate the situation. This is different, Togbalu clarified. Last time, we merely abducted the emperor. This time, we are seizing the entire capital. The Ming still possesses another capital in the south. The rugged man, acting stubbornly, had every reason to be incensed. He was consistently used as a pawn, suffering the most significant losses each time, only to gain nothing substantial apart from a few trinkets, all while losing numerous subordinates. Grandmaster, forgive my rudeness, the rugged man stated bluntly. You are aware of the animosity that the Walla hold against us. We have nearly committed all our forces this time. Such a commotion cannot be concealed. What if they attack our main camp? You need not worry about that. Togbalu reassured him. Before we set out, Wang mentioned she would relocate our people. But with the elderly and children remaining there, how can I feel at ease? The rugged man countered. I will return to check on them first. Togbalu felt a surge of frustration. Under normal circumstances, he would have slapped him across the face. However, given the current situation in the Ming, particularly with the morale of the troops wavering, he could only acquiesce, saying, Calm your tempers. The Ming reinforcements will not arrive anytime soon. We must hold our ground. Togbalu froze, and the others were equally alarmed, instinctively glancing towards the entrance of the tent. Soon, a blood-soaked individual burst in, exclaiming, Grandmaster, the Ming army is upon us. The crowd gasped in horror. Togbalu, taken aback, urgently inquired, How many are there? Who are they? At least over 5,000, the messenger replied, mostly infantry, with very few cavalry. 5,000 was not a considerable number, nor a major concern for the Tatars. But the implications of such an arrival were perilously significant. Grandmaster, the rugged man spoke gravely, I am willing to confront them. Togbalu, momentarily stunned, mused. This shouldn't be possible. Why do they always arrive so swiftly? It was the same when we clashed with the main Ming forces last time. It is always like this. Seizing the moment of Togbalu's distraction, the rugged man quietly slipped away to quickly gather his subordinates. We cannot fight. It is utterly impossible. Once the Ming reinforcements arrive, the tides will swiftly turn, he spat. You all can continue fighting. I shall not serve any longer. If it comes to that, I will simply defect to the Walla. The Walla were outsiders, with a sparse population, and many of their leaders and warriors were of Mongolian descent. Thus, while the Walla held a disdain for the Tatar factions, they did not reject Tatar individuals. The rugged man had no intention of fighting. He merely sought an opportunity to escape. Retreat, let us move. Li Qing commanded, having achieved his objective. He ordered a withdrawal, ensuring that the Tatar scouts would take notice. In the event of a real confrontation, his few thousand men would be of no match. Withdraw to the left rear, Li Qing added. Ma Shun swallowed hardly. Don't we head back? He felt an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to riding a horse on the edge of a cliff, where one misstep could send him plummeting into the abyss, leaving nothing but shattered bones. You talk too much. Just listen to Li Qiping, Shibiao scoffed. If you keep dragging this out, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Under the eaves, Ma Shun had no choice but to lower his head, awkwardly conceding. Li Qing turned to Shi Hong. It's still early. Why don't you go to Dishengmen and bring down the city guards? If you hurry, they should arrive before dawn to intimidate them. No problem, but you'll need to lend me the royal order flag, Shi Hong replied. Or I'm afraid I won't be able to summon them. Here you go, Li Qing agreed generously, showing no concern for the consequences of passing the royal order to another. Splendid. Shi Hong chuckled, hastily departing with a dozen personal guards. Report. A scout rushed into the command tent, breathless. Commander, a contingent of Ming soldiers is approaching us, numbering around 5,000. Again? Togbalu nearly stumbled over his words, bewildered. This doesn't make sense. The others, however, were less composed. The seeds of retreat already taking root. Commander, the situation is unclear. Perhaps we should withdraw? One general suggested. Others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Commander, let us reassess after dawn. This is, after all, Ming territory. Better safe than sorry. Reluctantly, Togbalu sensed this was indeed a ploy by the Ming forces. We must engage them, he declared. Who is willing to fight? The generals exchanged glances, none daring to respond. If that is the case, I shall confront them myself. The commander of the assault on Andingmen interjected, seeking an excuse to flee. Togbalu's expression softened slightly as he promised. After we breach the city, I shall reward you handsomely. Understood. The man discreetly smirked before hastily exiting the tent. Togbalu surveyed the gathered generals. This is a pivotal moment. Retreat now would render our previous efforts futile. We cannot withdraw. Yes, the generals replied, steeling their resolve, knowing that any suggestion of retreat would be untenable. Minutes turned into a quarter hour, then half an hour, and finally an hour. Togbalu waited anxiously, the dawn approaching. Yet he still awaited the 2 detachments sent to engage the Ming forces. Damn it, where are they? Suddenly, To Bo Luo's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. This is very bad. What is it, Commander? The drowsy general stirred, looking at him in confusion. To Bo Luo felt a wave of discomfort. How could he explain that their men had fled? If he did, it would surely lead to greater disarray among the ranks. He forced a smile. It's nothing. I simply forgot to send someone to roast lamb. At that moment, another scout rushed in, urgency in his voice. Commander, the Ming soldiers are upon us. Huh. To Bo Luo scoffed repeatedly. If I am not mistaken, it is still 5,000 Ming soldiers, yes? No, it's more like over 10,000, the scout gulped. And another 5,000 Ming soldiers are converging with them. What? To Bo Luo was taken aback. Has aid from the Ming truly arrived? Commander, I am willing to stand against them. I am willing to fight as well. A group of commanders engaged in a heated argument, gradually realizing the gravity of their situation. The rugged men had already fled, and they too contemplated escape. To Bo Luo could see through it all, yet he hesitated to issue a direct order for confrontation, fearing that these commanders might defy him outright. Thus, he proposed, let us retreat for now, and once dawn breaks, we shall assess the situation further. Meanwhile, Li Qing found his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, astonished at the number of troops Shi Hong had brought along. The Desheng Gate had been utterly depleted. Chapter 172. Thus, let us counterattack. Shi Hong, what on earth is going on? Li Qing scolded. I instructed you to bring the factory guards, yet you brought everyone. Well, the more people, the easier it is to get things done, Shi Hong replied nonchalantly. Do not worry, there are still 2,000 to 3,000 men left at Desheng Gate. 2,000 to 3,000 is hardly sufficient, Li Qing lamented with a wry smile. Let us return immediately. I truly wish to engage in battle. Shi Hong sighed in discontent and added, you need not be overly concerned. I just inquired with Minister Yu. Aside from our Ding Gate and Desheng Gate, which have been heavily assaulted, the damages at other gates are minimal, not even reaching a fraction of ours. Oh, is that so? Why would I deceive you? Shi Hong retorted, exasperated. We are merely unfortunate. The other gates suffered losses ranging from 1,000 to 2,000. Shiji Gate was particularly fortunate, sustaining only 500 to 600 losses. Damn it, the Tatars have unleashed their fury upon us. After a pause, fearing the Tatars might capitalize on their momentum to strike in Ding Gate, Minister Yu urged me to bring reinforcements. We shall head directly to Ding Gate. And what of Desheng Gate? Li Qing expressed his concerns. Minister Yu is actively reallocating forces. Do not fret. He is the overall commander and will not act recklessly. Very well, Li Qing nodded. You shall lead the troops back first. I will assess the situation with the Tatars. I shall accompany you, Shi Biao interjected. Shi Hong shot a fierce glare at his nephew, rebuking him. Have you gained some courage, have you? Hey, I merely wish to take a distant glance. Shi Biao replied sheepishly. After a long night of effort, one must at least see the results, no? Li Qing, uninterested in their banter, urged, Shi Hong. You must return quickly. With so many troops, should we falter, it would be indefensible. Understood, Shi Hong nodded solemnly, casting another glance at his nephew. Be cautious. I will. Uncle, Shi Biao assured him. Just call me that. Shi Hong shot his nephew a pointed look before proclaiming, return to the city. As Li Qing and his companion rode forward for over 10 miles, they reached a high slope and gazed into the distance. The sky had begun to brighten, though visibility remained poor. Shi Biao strained to see more clearly and wished to advance further, but Li Qing restrained him. The Tatars have already retreated. What? They fled just like that? Shi Biao was taken aback. They have merely withdrawn. Retreat does not equate to flight, Li Qing explained. Perhaps they are uncertain of our circumstances and are tactically pulling back. We must not let our guard down. Very well, Shi Biao replied, somewhat disappointed. So, does that mean our efforts were in vain? Not at all, Li Qing smiled. As the military adage goes, to besiege a city is to act from below. To conquer the heart is to act from above. This is our territory, and our advantages will gradually increase with time, while theirs will diminish. The disturbances of this night will ensure they hesitate to unleash their full might. Li Qing turned the horse around and continued, the Tatars are different from our Ming dynasty. On the battlefield, the authority of their grand commander pales in comparison to that of our general, especially in adverse conditions, where they may even openly defy orders. I've heard my uncle mention this, replied Shi Biao. Do you genuinely believe that after this uproar, the Tatars' fighting spirit will diminish? I cannot claim it with absolute certainty. But I would say there is an 80% chance, Li Qing chuckled. In any case, today's Tatars are certainly not what they were yesterday. Shi Biao nodded lightly. I concur. The battle yesterday was exceedingly fierce. We suffered, and so did the Tatars. The combat today will undoubtedly fall short of yesterday's standards. To Luo gazed at the Tatar warriors, silent for a long while. From an initial force of 100,000, only 50,000 remained. And even that was a struggle. In truth, they had not lost that many. Several commanders had fled under the cover of darkness. The sudden decrease troubled Tu Luo greatly. To engage or not to engage was a pressing dilemma. If they fought, 50,000 would be woefully insufficient. Yet, to retreat was equally unsatisfactory. At this moment, Luo lacked confidence. Primarily because he could not discern whether the figures he had seen before dawn were Ming soldiers defending the city or reinforcements arriving to assist. Cursed be it, they left without a fight, which was utterly disheartening. With clenched teeth, Luo began strategizing. While his immediate subordinates listened intently, others feigned seriousness, secretly contemplating their escape. As noon approached, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, and Li Qing stood atop his horse to observe, a smile breaking across his face. There were only about 15,000, still fewer than their own numbers. The remnants of yesterday's army combined with the factory guards and the over 10,000 troops dispatched by Yuqian had bolstered the garrison at Anding Gate to over 22,000. Having withstood the lesser numbers yesterday, they could easily manage today, especially with the Tatars' noticeably waning fighting spirit. Indeed, Li Qing's predictions proved accurate and even exceeded his expectations. Upon seeing the garrison at Anding Gate swell to over 22,000, the hearts of the Tatars plummeted, signifying that reinforcements had indeed arrived. This contingent was Luo's elite forces. If they were so demoralized, one could only imagine the state of the other commanders. The battle soon commenced. And this time, the Ming forces no longer played a passive role. They defended while simultaneously launching their own attacks. The numerical superiority restored their confidence. Conversely, the Tatars grew increasingly despondent, retreating after merely an hour and a half of combat. In the afternoon, another engagement ensued, albeit reluctantly, lasting just an hour before they withdrew once more. Li Qing understood that this conflict was nearing its conclusion. The true reinforcements from the Ming would likely arrive the day after tomorrow. The Tatars had but two choices: fight desperately tonight or flee. After finishing his bun, Li Qing clapped his hands and mounted his horse. Shi Biao hurried forward. Where are you going? To Deshan Gate, Li Qing replied, somewhat exasperated. Shi Biao had become his shadow, following him wherever he went. I will accompany you. Let us go then. At Deshan Gate. Yuqian had hastily dispatched only 8,000 troops, yet the Tatars were even fewer in number, primarily due to the many who had fled during the night. Today's combat was notably subdued, with minimal casualties on both sides. This was precisely what Yuqian desired. He was unperturbed by delays, for the longer the wait, the better. In just 2 days, reinforcements would arrive. Standing upon the city walls, Yuqian exhaled deeply, his mind at ease, especially upon recalling that last night. Shi Heng had mentioned that Li Qing had returned. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, though he remained concerned about the Grand Emperor's well-being. Sighing softly, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He focused intently and realized it was none other than Mr. Li, the one he had been thinking of. Yuqian felt a warmth in his eyes. Indeed, Mr. Li was alive. Li Qing looked up at Yuqian on the wall and called out, Minister Yu, I have matters to report. Ah, Mr. Li, please hold on. I will come down immediately, Yuqian replied hastily, instructing his guards to fetch a rope. Moments later, he descended gradually with the rope in hand. He had declared that the Tatars would not retreat and the city gates would not open. He could not go back on his word. Upon reaching the ground, Yuqian approached Li Qing swiftly, surveying him for any injuries and expressing his relief. I am glad to see you unharmed. Li Qing inquired, what is the specific situation at the 9 gates? The losses at Anding Gate have been particularly severe, while Deshan Gate fared much better, Yuqian responded. As for the other gates, the losses were minimal. The Tatars merely aimed to hinder us, initially focusing on Deshan Gate before shifting their attention to Anding Gate. He elaborated on the current circumstances. Listening attentively, Li Qing nodded occasionally. Shi Biao was astonished. This Li, a 7th-rank official, was remarkably unpretentious, maintaining a calm demeanor even in the presence of Minister Yu, who was responsible for the defense of the capital. He had the peculiar impression that it was not Li Qing who was familiar with Yuqian, but rather Yuqian who was well acquainted with Li Qing. How remarkably confident Li was. He had almost become Shi Biao's idol. The retreat of the Tatars seemed inevitable. Yet they might make a desperate last stand tonight or tomorrow. Li Qing pondered. We still have nearly 120,000 troops. They likely do not possess even half our strength. Therefore, we should counterattack. That may not be prudent, Yuqian hesitated. If we merely hold our ground, they will retreat on their own. There is no need to take risks. Although he expressed this, he understood the necessity of being vigilant against a final, desperate assault. Li Qing sighed. They certainly will not attack Desheng or Anding gates again. They will likely stake everything on one of the remaining 7 gates. Shi Biao interjected. If the Tatars truly gather all their forces to attack a single point, we may not be able to withstand it. The capital is vast, and reinforcements may not arrive in time. Even if they do, what shall we do if they redirect their assault towards an unguarded city gate? He bowed respectfully. Minister Yu. It may be wise to heed Li's counsel. Yuqian contemplated for a considerable time before stating, gathering 120,000 troops all at once is unfeasible. Let us assemble a few tens of thousands and engage them for now. Shi Biao nudged Li Qing. What do you think? Li Qing, somewhat speechless, thought, surely. He doesn't believe my name is merely Li 7 rank? He replied, let us deploy 60,000 troops, while the remainder continues to defend the city. Li Qing asserted. The Tatars are currently weakened. The more assertive we appear, the more they will fear us. Our primary objective is not merely to engage in battle, but to crush the Tatars' final desperate effort in its infancy. Otherwise, we will inevitably face a repeat of the devastation at Anding Gate. 60,000 infantry against 60,000 cavalry does not present an advantageous position, Yuqian remarked, furrowing his brow. Li Qing smiled gently. You are mistaken. You must understand that the Tatars have come to seize the capital, not to engage the Ming army in a fight. The Ming forces have already retreated. They will not stubbornly resist, but rather intensify their desire to withdraw. Chapter 173. The pursuit. Yuqian was persuaded. However, the mobilization of the 9-gate soldiers could not be accomplished in an instant. From dusk, they remained busy until the break of dawn, barely managing to assemble 60,000 soldiers. Sir, this battle is of paramount importance. If we sense any danger, we must retreat immediately, Yuqian expressed his concern. The capital must not suffer any loss. Rest assured, I have a plan, Li Qing reassured him with a nod. Shi Heng and Shi Biao, the uncle and nephew, grew impatient and urged, speed is of the essence. Let us depart quickly, Li Qiping. Li Qing nodded and smiled at Yuqian, saying, do not worry. Nothing will go awry. Yes, sir, be cautious, Yuqian replied with a smile, feeling reassured with Li Qing by his side. Grandmaster, let us retreat. The tribal commanders urged in unison. Tuatao Bo Luo looked at them, feeling despondent. Even his direct subordinates were not optimistic, which troubled him greatly. Yet, having come this far, he did not wish to concede so easily. A retreat would render all previous efforts futile. This is the last time. Tuatao Bo Luo gritted his teeth. If we make no progress this time, we will withdraw. His eyes reddened, resembling a gambler who had gone all in. This time, the Grand Master himself would lead the charge, concentrating all forces to attack the Zizaman. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the commanders stiffened. With Tuatao Bo Luo personally involved, their chances to be cunning were diminished. Understanding their thoughts, Tuatao Bo Luo calmly stated, after this battle, regardless of success or failure, I shall not treat you unfairly. As for those who flee, there will be consequences upon our return. The commanders exchanged glances, nodding helplessly. Very well, let the soldiers have a hearty meal. This is our final battle, so there is no need to save, Tuatao Bo Luo remarked, glancing at the red sun outside the tent. They would set off in an hour. This battle must be won. He had no retreat left. After 2 previous battles, the Tatars had suffered significant losses. Without further progress, returning to the steppe would be extremely difficult. The Walla were not to be trifled with. An hour later, the Tatar soldiers had their fill. Tuatao Bo Luo stood atop the watchtower, preparing to deliver a few words to bolster morale. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a vast number of Ming troops approaching from the far right. The distance was too great to see clearly, but he estimated no fewer than 50,000. A jolt of panic surged through Tuatao Bo Luo's heart. Soon after, a scout rushed up the watchtower, panting heavily, and exclaimed, Grand Master, the Ming army is coming, with as many as 70 or 80,000. What shall we do? 70 or 80,000? To Bo Luo was taken aback. Could there truly be that many? His astonishment caused him to speak loudly, and the commanders below, including some minor leaders, overheard him. Instantly, their faces turned pale, and the already low morale plummeted further. Realizing his mistake, To Bo Luo quickly asked, "Are you certain?" Approximately, the scouts stammered, evidently unaware of the gravity of the situation. This was indeed stirring a hornet's nest. "Let us retreat, Grandmaster. We must retreat." All had ceased their efforts. They had come not to contend with the Ming, but to seize the capital. The vast populace of the Ming and their mighty forces numbered in the millions. No matter how valiant they were, they could not match such strength. "Grand Tutor, the Ming reinforcements have arrived. We must retreat," the generals urged in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon him. To Bo Luo, unwilling to concede, argued, "The Ming army could not possibly send such a large force all at once. I beseech you, Grand Tutor, to withdraw our troops." The generals pressed him again. They were indifferent to the circumstances, acutely aware that the conquest of the capital was utterly unattainable and that immediate damage control was essential. To Bo Luo faltered, his expression darkening to an extreme. He realized he could no longer suppress the discontent. It was a choice between a dignified retreat or a forced withdrawal. He felt a profound sense of frustration. If those few scoundrels had not fled, and if everyone had united, perhaps they could have captured the capital. Despite his anger, To Bo Luo could not act unilaterally. He lacked both the capacity and the courage to do so, for otherwise, his subordinates would swiftly teach him a lesson. "Alas, let us retreat." The Tatars withdrew. Standing atop the earthen embankment, Shi Biao watched the Tatars retreat with exuberant gestures. "Silence," Shi Hung admonished as he rode forward and delivered a sharp rebuke. "You chatter too much. Have you lost your senses?" He lowered his voice, stating, "The Tatars were driven back by us, not by their own volition." Li Qing remained speechless, yet Shi Biao, as if awakened from a dream, nodded eagerly. Yes, it was indeed my uncle's astute thinking." "General," Shi Biao quickly corrected himself. "Uncle General. Shall we pursue them?" "Of course we must pursue. It is time to strike down the dog in defeat," Shi Hung grumbled. "They had previously pressed us so fiercely. We must reclaim our lost ground." Li Qing furrowed his brow, tempted to caution against pursuing a desperate foe. But recognizing that allowing the Tatars to return unchecked would result in them pillaging the innocent on their way back, he chose not to intervene. Shi Hung understood that the decision-maker of this army was Li Qing and turned to him, asking, "Li Qiping, what do you think?" "We may pursue," Li Qing replied. "But let us not chase them relentlessly. Our goal is merely to drive them away." "Very well," Shi Hung grinned. Biaozi quickly summoned the cavalry to follow. Among the 60,000 troops, only 5,000 were cavalry, the rest being foot soldiers. The two Shi uncles spurred their horses to give chase, with Li Qing leading the infantry closely behind, prepared in case the Tatars, pressed too hard, retaliated. Initially, all was well. The infantry marched swiftly, managing to keep the Tatars from regrouping. However, after a day, they completely vanished from sight. In a hurried reallocation of troops, already limited to 2 days' provisions, Li Qing had no choice but to halt and order the army to return to the capital. Thus, the crisis in the capital was declared resolved. Nevertheless, Shi Hung and Shi Biao were too reckless, fearing they might entangle the 5,000 cavalry in a deadly engagement with the Tatars. Li Qing rode after them in a frantic pursuit. The Ming forces pursued relentlessly while the Tatars fled desperately. 5,000 pursuing nearly 50,000 was tantamount to courting death. Yet the Tatars did not dare to counterattack. They were unwilling to gamble any further. Who could predict whether turning back to fight would lead them deeper into peril? Moreover, no one wished to suffer further losses. Each leader harbored the intent of preserving their strength. After all, defeating these 5,000 Ming soldiers would yield them little advantage. Yet should they be cornered, the arrival of the Ming reinforcements could spell annihilation for their entire army. The imbalance between effort and reward is stark, leading to a reluctance to take risks. Shi Hung and Shi Biao, emboldened, pursued the Tatar forces like hounds on the scent. Witnessing the enemy's disarray as they fled like frightened dogs, the duo scavenged the abandoned supplies of the retreating Tatar army while relentlessly chasing them down. To think that 5,000 could send 50,000 into a disordered retreat, what monumental credit they would claim. They had already devised grand tales to boast about their triumphs. A promising future lay before them. How could they not strive with all their might? As the chase continued, the Ming soldiers too became overly enthusiastic, under the illusion that the Tatars were indeed feeble. While Shi Hung and Shi Biao feasted on glory, the rest settled for the scraps, spurred on by fervor. The air was thick with dust as they pursued the fleeing enemy. "They have gone too far," roared To Bo Luo, finally unleashing his pent-up fury upon witnessing the Ming forces doggedly pursuing them. No longer willing to retreat, he resolved to teach the Ming a painful lesson. In cavalry combat, the Tatars held the upper hand. After all, this was their forte. "Gather!" To Bo Luo bellowed. But his call fell on deaf ears as his troops continued to flee in disarray. "Form up," he demanded, his frustration mounting. Shi Biao, invigorated by the prospect of glory, declared, "Uncle, I'm going ahead." Regardless of Shi Hung's consent, he charged forward. "You little rascal, you infuriate me," Shi Hung muttered in exasperation before also rushing into the fray. Within a quarter of an hour, the two forces were separated by merely 2 miles. To Bo Luo hastily assembled 3,000 men, yet he remained unconcerned, having dispatched his trusted soldiers to rally the others. Today, he vowed, he would reclaim his dignity. His anger was palpable. Soon enough, the two armies faced each other. Shi Biao laughed heartily. "Tatar wretches, why do you not flee?" To Bo Luo, understanding and speaking Chinese, retorted with a cold smile. "There is an ancient saying among the Han, do not pursue a desperate foe. This time, I shall make you pay dearly. So you acknowledge yourself as a foe?" Shi Biao scoffed. "Behind me stands Li Qipin, leading over 50,000 men on the way." Shi Hung, sensing To Bo Luo's formidable presence, raised his sword and proclaimed with great gravitas, "Shi does not slay nameless men. May I know your name?" "Huh, speak it, and I shall strike fear into your heart." With a fierce roar, Shi Biao charged at To Bo Luo on horseback. "You scoundrel!" Shi Hung fumed, but fearing for his nephew's safety, he commanded, "Fight on." To Bo Luo, filled with indignation, lamented, "Can I not even finish my words?" Chapter 174. The curtain falls when Li Qing arrived. The battle was already in full swing. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray. The morale of the Ming troops, already high, surged further as 5,000 faced 3,000, firmly gaining the upper hand and pressing the Tatars relentlessly. "Damn it, where are they?" To Bo Luo seethed, grinding his teeth. While he could not guarantee others would obey, his elite forces should have followed his orders without fail. Shi Hung too was anxious, fearing a counterattack from the Tatar army. "Li Qipin, you must hurry." Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the much-anticipated Li Qipin. "What the hell? Where's the reinforcement?" Shi Hung was momentarily taken aback, but with the cacophony of battle surrounding him, he had no opportunity to inquire further. He could only resolve to end the conflict swiftly. The reinforcements from the Ming army had yet to arrive, and neither had the Tatar reinforcements. Both sides had anticipated the arrival of their allies, yet reality had proven contrary. Thus, it stood at 5,000 against 3,000, with the Ming forces holding the advantage. The Tatars, waiting in vain for their reinforcements, found their morale dwindling, while the Ming troops surged with vitality, bolstered by the expectation of their own infantry, albeit delayed. After all, they were the favored side in this conflict. Bo Luo, realizing the absence of his reinforcements, understood the gravity of the situation. Setting aside his frustration, he resolved to gather his troops and retreat. Bo Luo. A sudden, sharp call echoed in his ears, akin to thunder. Instinctively, he turned to see a flash of brilliantly white teeth, glimmering in the sunlight, sending a chill down his spine. It was Li Qing. Bo Luo was astounded. Wasn't he on the steppe? How had he returned? Before he could fully grasp the situation, Li Qing was upon him, swinging his blade. Bo Luo dared not underestimate him. He had already witnessed the absurdity of Li Qing's martial prowess. Hastily, he raised his weapon to parry. The clash resounded. A jolt surged through his hands as his curved sword flew from his grip. It dawned upon him just how vast the disparity was. He could not even withstand a single strike from his adversary. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qing had held back. Had he not, the outcome would have been far more dire, with not merely weapons, but lives being sent flying. Thinking he could escape, Li Qing chuckled. In the next instant, he leapt forward, charging at Bo Luo. The latter's lips trembled in fear as his horse nearly bolted, yet it was of little consequence. It was not that his steed lacked strength. Rather, Li Qing's speed was overwhelming. Before the horse could muster its full power, Li Qing had already mounted. Togtog felt as though iron rods were jabbing into him, and soon, his entire body went numb, devoid of any strength. Li Qing grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, which appeared particularly menacing in Togtog's eyes. With a firm grip, Li Qing seized him and broke free from the melee. He then bellowed, "Your Grand Master has been captured alive. Will you not surrender at once?" This proclamation, delivered in the tongue of the steppe, had a profound impact. Upon realizing that their Grand Master was indeed lost, the remaining Tatars' morale shattered completely, leading them to abandon their arms and surrender. Observing this, Li Qing commanded, "Shi Heng, Shi Biao, seize the prisoners." His voice resonated powerfully, clear for all to hear. As the Tatars relinquished their resistance, the two men signaled their soldiers to cease combat. Over 1,700 Tatars were bound, their hands secured with their own belts and linked together by reins, forming three small groups reminiscent of candied hawthorns. Shi Heng left over 1,000 men to manage the battlefield, then led 3,000 troops, herding the Tatar captives alongside Li Qing as they made their way back. Is he truly called Grand Master? Shi Biao approached Togtog, scrutinizing him. Upon meeting the latter's glare, he slapped him twice, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Don't your Han people say a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated?" Togtog's anger nearly reached a boiling point. What business did a prisoner have to speak so boldly? Shi Biao showed him no mercy, delivering another couple of slaps. "Damn it, I'll hit you again. What are you going to do about it?" "Grand Master, indeed, quite a title." "Enough," Li Qing interjected, relishing the rare moment of peace and wishing to quell the noise. Shibiang withdrew his hand and chuckled. "Li Qiping, do you not find him rather deserving of a beating? You are called Qiping, while he is addressed as Taisher. And yet he has ascended directly to the rank of Yiping." Li Qing cast a sideways glance at Shi Heng and teased, "Is your nephew not quite bright?" Shi Heng's face flushed. After all, he had been kicked in the head by a donkey in his youth, which might explain his rather brash demeanor. Shibiang, growing impatient, retorted, "It didn't even injure his brain, you know." Shi Heng, with a hint of resignation, clarified, "Eldest nephew, I bestowed the nickname Li Qiping upon him." "What was his actual name again? Have you also been kicked by a donkey?" Li Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shi Heng then smacked his forehead. "Ah, I remember now. His name is Li Qing. I had previously called him Li Qiping due to some previous discord between us." Pausing briefly, he added, "Taisher is merely a title among the Tatars, not a name. He is actually called Tuochuo Baoyuo." Shibiang scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, "Uncle, why did you not mention this to me earlier? Just call me Zongbing." Shi Heng, exasperated, attempted to correct him. "Your brain is not functioning properly. Why should I tell you this? I've already said, that donkey did not injure my brain." Shibiang, now irate, countered. With a grin, Shi Heng responded, "Then it must be that you were simply born with a less capable mind. Surely that is acceptable?" The grand battle had finally reached its conclusion, with the Tatar Taisher captured alive, leaving Li Qing in exceptionally high spirits. Even the bickering between the uncle and nephew sounded melodious to him. During the last campaign led by Zhu Yunjian, the Tatars had suffered considerable losses, and this time they faced even greater devastation, capturing the Tatar chieftain alive. With Muzhuer no longer present, the future for the Tatars was bleak. Li Qing was certain that the steppes would be engulfed in internal strife for a prolonged period. Although the Ming dynasty also endured significant losses in these two battles, their foundation remained unshaken. The only notable change was the ascension of a new emperor, which greatly affected Li Qing's strategic plans. He felt uncertain about Zhu Qiyu, who was an enigma to him. Zhu Yunjian, though an autocrat, had generally been amenable to his proposals, while Zhu Qiyu's disposition was unclear. The following evening, the group returned to the capital. Reinforcements were expected within the next couple of days. Even if the Tatars were to retreat, they would be too late. Thus, Yuqian commanded the gates to be opened, allowing the wounded soldiers to enter the city for recuperation. 3 days later, news of the Tatars fleeing beyond the borders reached the capital, bringing immense relief and joy to all. The ministers, too, were unable to contain their elation as the custodians of the Ming's fortunes. They certainly did not wish for any calamity to befall it. Amidst their celebrations, they also began to contemplate their futures. Consequently, Yuqian's residence was bustling with visitors. Having moved from Lianjiaten, he had been awarded a grand mansion by Zhu Qiyu, and his family had all taken up residence there. The entire household was filled with delight. Even the servants stood tall with pride, sharing in their master's joy. Only Yunjian remained discontented. He understood the treacherous nature of court politics. Today's triumph could easily turn into tomorrow's peril. With the new emperor newly enthroned and his power still tenuous, Yunjian's prominence and the considerable authority he wielded would surely arouse suspicion from any ruler. It is easier to share adversity than to share prosperity. Thus, he locked his doors and chose to see no one. Qing was likewise denied entry. However, he was determined to scale the wall. In the grand hall, the two faced each other as Yunjian recounted the current situation to Qing in meticulous detail. Alas, sir, residing in this grand mansion fills me with an unshakable anxiety, Yunjian remarked with a bitter smile. If it were possible to decline, I would truly prefer not to accept this. Yet this is rightfully yours. Why would you refuse it? Qing responded with a smile. As for the matter of civil officials leading troops, that is of paramount importance. While we may have acted in haste previously, we cannot allow this issue to become established. Yunjian nodded in agreement. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? There is no rush. We must first ascertain the current emperor's intentions, Qing pondered aloud. Yunjian sighed. Are you aware of any news regarding the retired emperor? Qing slightly shook his head and stood up. I must make a visit to the palace. There are matters I need to attend to. Is it concerning the royal decree and flags? Yunjian inquired. I shall accompany you. This time, your contributions in battle have been monumental, and the emperor must be informed. That is acceptable. Qing did not refuse. Zhu Yunjian was rather stingy, even assigning a mere 7th-rank official to a position of authority, which indeed made it difficult for one to achieve greatness. Of course, if Zhu Qiyu were to trust him as Zhu Yunjian did, it would matter little whether he received a promotion or not. Qing sighed inwardly, pondering the disposition of the new emperor. Chapter 175. A message for Empress Qian in the imperial palace, within the central hall. Zhu Qiyu had grown accustomed to conducting affairs of state from this very location during his regency, and today was no different. However, unlike previous days, he felt invigorated. The hardships had passed, and now was the time for him to relish the authority of an emperor. Seated in this position, he scrutinized the affairs of the realm, for many matters rested solely on his will. Such absolute power could easily ensnare even the most unambitious of individuals, leading them to become entranced and ensnared. From its inception, power has bewitched all who harbor ambition. Even those devoid of ambition find it challenging to retain their original disposition once they attain power. Zhu Qiyu reveled in this sensation. Though reviewing memorials demanded great mental exertion, he found it thoroughly enjoyable. In truth, he was not alone in this. Every emperor, upon ascending the throne, experiences a similar euphoria. The allure of the sovereign's exalted seat is profoundly irresistible. Your Majesty, Minister Yu and chiefly seek an audience, announced a young eunuch, entering with an even greater air of reverence than usual. Zhu Qiyu set aside the memorial and smiled. Quickly summon them. In a swift transition, Qing and Yunjian entered the great hall. Minister Yu, Qing, pays his respects to your Majesty. Quickly, there is no need for formalities, Zhu Qiyu responded, stepping forward to support Yunjian. Observing this, Qing also chose to forego further formalities. Zhu Qiyu, however, paid little mind to this, his attention solely on Yunjian. Ah, beloved minister, your arrival is fortuitous. I was just about to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Yunjian suppressed his own concerns and focused on the emperor. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have for your servant? Now that the battle is concluded, the promises made must be fulfilled, Zhu Qiyu declared. It is thanks to the valor of the soldiers that we stand victorious. As the sovereign, I cannot allow their spirits to be dampened. He smiled warmly. I wish to allocate 200,000 taels as a reward to the soldiers of the Ming army. Given your integrity as an official, I intend to entrust this matter to you. Both Qing and Yunjian were taken aback. What? Is 200,000 taels insufficient? Zhu Qiyu asked, surprised. Not at all. It is far too generous. You are indeed exceedingly magnanimous, Qing replied, astonished, realizing that the two brothers were indeed polar opposites. However, the soldiers of the Ming army steadfastly defended the city, and any rewards or compensations would not be excessive. Both men had no objections. They clasped their hands together and remarked, Your Majesty is wise. Indeed, those who have rendered service should naturally be rewarded, as is fitting. Zhu Qiyu smiled, and then glanced at Qing, inquiring, "When did you return?" "I have just returned from the borders," Li Qing skillfully responded. Zhu Qiyu did not ponder further and nodded, saying, "I have read your memorial, my dear minister. Capturing the Tartar commander is a remarkable achievement. Speak. What position do you desire?" "As a loyal subject, I would not dare to covet personal glory," Li Qing replied modestly. "Ah, I see," Zhu Qiyu remarked, tapping his forehead, realizing that if he did not bestow rewards, he would be remiss. "Let us appoint you as an assistant minister for now." Zhu Qiyu was indeed generous, offering an assistant minister's position right away. The primary reason for this was his unstable foundation. He sought to consolidate his position by winning over key figures. This included allocating 2 million for rewards and compensations for the soldiers, stemming from the desire to be seen as a benevolent ruler who cares for his subjects. To be fair, Zhu Qiyu harbored ambitions, but also aspired to be a good emperor. Li Qing symbolically declined before readily accepting the offer. Zhu Qiyu exchanged a few cordial words before turning his attention to Yu Qian, asking, "Dear minister, what brings you to court?" Yu Qian replied earnestly, "Your Majesty. The calamity of civil officials wielding military power is profound. The precedents set by our forebears, the Taizu, Taizong, and the Rinxian emperors, have never allowed this. While we acted in haste previously, this system must be reverted immediately, accompanied by a decree." Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow. This matter could wait, as he needed time to consider. His reign was still in its infancy, and he did not know many officials well enough to recklessly relinquish military authority. Yu Qian was trustworthy, but others remained to be assessed. Just as Yu Qian was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Li Qing. He sensed that Zhu Qiyu was not inclined to break convention, but rather lacked suitable candidates. At this moment, Yu Qian's insistence on delegating authority could be perceived as shirking responsibility. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report," Li Qing said, bowing slightly. Zhu Qiyu nodded in affirmation. "Proceed." Before the former emperor embarked on the northern campaign, he entrusted a confidential edict to me to convey to Her Majesty, the Empress, Li Qing stated. Zhu Qiyu immediately became anxious. What did the former emperor write in this secret edict? It was merely a verbal message, Li Qing explained, some intimate words for the Empress. "I see." Zhu Qiyu's expression shifted slightly as he realized he had overreacted earlier and attempted to rectify his tone. "Alas, I wonder how the former emperor is faring now." "Li Qing, when was the last time you saw him?" Li Qing pondered for a moment before replying. "When I was dispatched with the banner to assist the former emperor." Yu Qian paused, then his brows slightly knitted together. He understood that Li Qing was not being truthful. The reasoning was simple. Li Qing had gone to provide assistance, not to seek Zhu Qiyu, and if he were indeed providing aid, he could not have arrived that quickly. Otherwise, Zhu Qiyu would not have fallen. Moreover, Yu Qian had already learned the details from Zhang Fu and Shi Hong, confirming that by the time Li Qing's troops arrived, the main forces had already been scattered. "Why do you lie?" Yu Qian contemplated, glancing at Li Qing, his lips moving slightly before ultimately falling silent. "Besides the Empress, does the former emperor have anything else to say?" Zhu Qiyu inquired. Li Qing shook his head, stating that the situation was unforeseen, even by the former emperor. Zhu Qiyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since it is the former emperor's request, I cannot hinder you." "Summon the Empress." In the imperial palace, Qian Shi held little power, especially after the incident involving Zhu Qiyu. Her status had diminished even below that of consort Zhou. Nonetheless, Zhu Qiyu remained uneasy. He felt compelled to oversee matters personally. Li Qing anticipated this, adopting a demeanor of official business. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Shi, guided by a young eunuch, arrived at the central hall. Her eyes were red and puffy, her demeanor weary, and her steps unsteady, revealing her distress. "Your Majesty," she greeted. To which Zhu Qiyu hastily replied, "Sister-in-law, please do not stand on ceremony. Your current state is truly disheartening for me. Henceforth, there is no need for formalities when you see me." Li Qing and Yu Qian both paid their respects to the Empress. After the exchange of pleasantries, Zhu Qiyu turned to Li Qing. "Li Qing, what message does the former emperor have? Please convey it to the Empress." "As you command." Li Qing nodded and began to relay, "Your Majesty, the former emperor wishes for you to take good care of your health, to regularly consume your medicinal concoctions. He expressed that he misses you dearly." As Li Qing continued with increasingly sentimental remarks, Yu Qian, unable to bear the intimacy, made a hasty exit. Zhu Qiyu, too, found it difficult to endure. After all, Zhu Yunjian was his elder brother, and Qian Shi was his sister-in-law. Listening to such private exchanges made him feel quite uncomfortable. However, as Li Qing showed no signs of stopping, he reluctantly stepped outside. Qian Shi, believing it to be her husband's wishes, felt tears streaming down her face. While these words brought her joy, they also deepened her sorrow. "Your Majesty, please do not overexert yourself. The former emperor would be distressed to see you in such a state," Li Qing consoled her, observing Zhu Qiu's departure. He stepped closer. "Your Majesty, please sit down first. The former emperor instructed that I must take your pulse upon my return." Though her heart felt like ashes, Qian Shi did not wish to refuse her husband's request. She moved to a nearby seat and extended her wrist. Li Qing settled beside her, placing his hand on her wrist, speaking in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty, the words I am about to share must remain confidential, and you must not display any unusual reactions." Qian Shi was momentarily taken aback, about to speak. But Li Qing interrupted, "Do not show any signs. There are still young eunuchs nearby." With great restraint, Qian Shi maintained her composure. "The former emperor is safe and has not remained on the grasslands. I have brought him back, though he is not in the capital," Li Qing whispered. Noticing the tremor in her wrist, he gently pressed down, urging her not to reveal any emotion. Qian Shi subtly nodded, striving to maintain her previous demeanor. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone, for it would cause chaos within the court, and the former emperor's safety could be jeopardized, Li Qing insisted, his voice barely above a whisper. "You must take care of yourself. The former emperor is very concerned for you." Internally, Qian Shi was overwhelmed with emotion. Longing to inquire further, but fearing that it might jeopardize Li Qing's mission and consequently endanger her husband. "Do not rush, Your Majesty," Li Qing reassured her, understanding her urgency. He continued in a tone only she could hear, his lips barely moving. "In the next 3 to 5 days, find an opportunity to return to your family. I will take you to see him then." Qian Shi looked at Li Qing, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Li Qing, with an air of solemnity, began to expound on pathology, rambling on until Qian finally calmed down, at which point he took his leave. "Alas, I have become nothing more than a caretaker for the Zhu family," Li Qing remarked with a bitter smile, contemplating that Zhu Yunjian was likely nearing Jinling. He pondered what the encounter between Zhu Yunjian and Zhu Yunjian would unfold. Upon returning home, Li Qing tidied his bedding with minimal effort before succumbing to a deep slumber. He was utterly exhausted. The relentless pace of his recent endeavors had left him no respite. Most of his time was spent hurriedly riding from place to place. Additionally, the recent battles had left him not only physically drained, but also mentally fatigued. During those days on the grasslands, relaxation was a luxury he could not afford, especially after receiving a wound from Muzhuer and sustaining further injuries in battle. He was truly battered and bruised. He slept soundly until the following afternoon. With the onset of early summer, the temperature had risen considerably, and the air was thick with the oppressive heat of high summer. Li Qing awoke languidly, remaining in bed in a daze for some time before rising to wash his face with a basin of water in the courtyard, feeling much revitalized. The physical relaxation alleviated much of his psychological burden. After stretching and yawning, he began to sort through the imitations his master had brought. However, he found himself lacking the inclination and time to indulge in any clandestine readings. He needed to escort Empress Qian to Jinling and return to oversee matters, ensuring that his previous efforts would not go to waste. He could not allow the civil officials to gain the upper hand. The transfer of power had always been a prime opportunity for civil officials to exert their influence. Each time there was a change in the throne, they had attempted, strived, and even succeeded in their endeavors. When Zhu Yunjian ascended, they had indeed prevailed. Now that the immediate danger had passed, they would surely revert to their old tactics. By the time Li Qing finished his tasks, it was already late afternoon. He ventured out to a nearby eatery for a meal before heading to Yu Qian's new residence to see his donkey. The donkey, now fully grown and thriving under Yu Qian's attentive care, stood tall and robust, its glossy black coat gleaming, more impressive than many fine steeds. Had it not been for its overly conspicuous ears, one might easily mistake it for a noble horse, for most households would not lavish such care on a donkey. "Brother Donkey, do you remember me?" Li Qing asked, gently patting its head with a smile, a nostalgic sentiment washing over him. The donkey brayed softly, nudging his palm. Clearly recognizing him, Li Qing chuckled in delight. After conversing with the donkey for a while, he turned to Yu Mian, inquiring, "Is Minister Yu still busy?" "Indeed. Yumian nodded. With over 100,000 soldiers to reward and compensate, it is a significant undertaking that will likely take at least a month to resolve. Very well. Li Qing acknowledged. The donkey will remain here. I must make a trip in a few days. Yumian had grown accustomed to this arrangement. The donkey had practically become a part of his family, and he had developed a fondness for it. The thought of Li Qing taking it away filled him with reluctance. A trivial matter, Yumian chuckled. You might as well sit in the guest hall for a while. I expect my father will return soon. Despite Li Qing's beard, he still appeared younger than Yumian. Yet, since Yu Qian referred to him as Sir, Yumian did not dare address him as an equal, speaking with great respect. No need. This is quite comfortable, Li Qing replied with a smile. As dusk approached, Yu Qian returned home, weary from his day, and was taken aback to find Li Qing present. When did the gentleman arrive? He inquired. Yumian replied. Father, Mr. Li has been here for nearly half an hour. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for having kept his guest waiting, Yu Qian suggested, let us retire to the parlor for a chat. Pausing momentarily, he added, prepare some wine and dishes. I would like to share a few cups with Mr. Li. Yes, father, Yumian acknowledged before departing. The two men settled in the parlor, and a servant hurried to serve tea. There is no need for service here. You may go outside. Yu Qian waved off the servant and poured a cup of tea for Li Qing himself. Li Qing surveyed the parlor and remarked with a smile. Now this resembles the residence of a minister, much improved compared to before. Yu Qian smiled wryly. Please do not jest, sir. With a family this large, even the minister's salary barely suffices. Given your substantial contributions this time, did the emperor not reward you? Li Qing inquired, surprised. Indeed, I received quite a sum. Yu Qian nodded, but spending it leaves me feeling uneasy. To eat the emperor's grain. Li Qing interrupted him. Let us be clear, what the emperor bestows should not be declined. Regardless of the emperor's thoughts, if you do not enjoy what you rightfully deserve, how can others find their footing? Those officials already harbor grievances against you. Acting this way will only incite their animosity, making your future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Li Qing teased. Do you know what this is called? What? Stubbornness. He replied, exasperated. The money is a reward from the emperor, a merit-based gift, not a bribe or misappropriation. It comes honorably and should be spent justly. One cannot be virtuous merely for the sake of virtue. Li Qing continued. You have set your moral standards too high. On the surface, scholars may praise you, but secretly, they will despise you deeply. Why choose to endure hardship when it is self-imposed? Yu Qian smiled wryly, acknowledging. You have a point, sir. It is not merely a point. It is the truth, Li Qing said earnestly. What is the purpose of being an official? To serve the ruler and the country? No, it is to live better. Li Qing added, it is not that I wish to condemn everyone. Both civil and military officials have good individuals and well-intentioned officials. However, many prioritize their own interests. Everyone seeks promotion. What is the purpose of such ambition? Yu Qian fell silent. Therefore, Li Qing said, patting his shoulder, if it is yours, accept it. If you let your desire for a good reputation lead to a life of misery, you are misplaced in your priorities. Furthermore, it does not tarnish your reputation. Can you not spend the emperor's reward? Yu Qian nodded. You are correct, sir. I have been too traditional. Precisely, Li Qing replied, smiling as he took a sip of tea. You know, compared to absolutely incorruptible and conservative officials, I prefer those who are slightly mercantile, yet exceptionally capable. Those who are rigidly virtuous do not compare to those lacking moral integrity, but possessing great ability. What the Ming dynasty needs are capable officials, not mere paragons of virtue. Yu Qian nodded, acknowledging the gentleman's words. As the dishes and drinks were served, the two paused their conversation to indulge in the feast. After a few rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, they resumed their discourse. Sir, you are aware of the recent circumstances surrounding the retired emperor, are you not? Yu Qian inquired, his gaze piercing as he looked at Li Qing. Li Qing did not respond immediately but instead remarked, you are now a distinguished minister under the new emperor, one of the top officials. Do not waver in your resolve. Do you still wish to welcome him back? How can this be considered wavering? Yu Qian replied earnestly. If it were possible, I would certainly want to bring the retired emperor back. Huh. If he returns, you shall find no favor, Li Qing scoffed, rolling his eyes. You do not truly understand Zhu Yunjian. You should refer to him as the retired emperor, Yu Qian said, somewhat taken aback by Li Qing's casual use of the emperor's name. Although he was aware of Li Qing's status, there remained a distinction between sovereign and subject. Unfazed, Li Qing continued, Just focus on assisting the current emperor. Do not entertain those extraneous thoughts. Seeing Yu Qian about to argue further, Li Qing added, I too am unaware of his current state. The pressing matter at hand is the issue of civil officials leading troops. Yu Qian paused, then slowly nodded. Indeed. It is foreseeable that those people will push me forward regardless. That is inevitable, so we must first bring them into our fold, Li Qing advised. What do you mean, sir? Nobility. Li Qing elucidated. Zhu Yunjian is well, while the retired emperor's campaign resulted in significant losses for the civil officials, although the nobility also suffered casualties. Their losses are comparatively minor. In fact, one might say they have sustained no losses at all, as their titles and legacies remain intact. Yu Qian nodded in agreement. You make a valid point, sir. However, the new emperor has just ascended the throne, and his position is precarious, leading to some weakness in governance. Those individuals are adept at creating momentum and inciting public opinion, and I fear he may not withstand the pressure. That is simple, Li Qing replied. In the battle involving the retired emperor, numerous high-ranking officials from the 6 ministries, the cabinet, and the censorate perished, resulting in many vacant positions. As long as these positions remain unfilled, those aspiring to power will not dare to act too recklessly. After a moment, he added, discuss these intricacies with the emperor. And while you're at it, extend the timeline for the rewards and compensations for the soldiers. Use this as a pretext to delay, keeping them in suspense. Just as Yu Qian was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Sir, you do not intend to stay and manage this before embarking on a long journey? I find myself longing for home, Li Qing admitted. I plan to return to Jinling in a few days. Yu Qian hesitated, feeling the weight of national affairs, but recalling Li Qing's months of arduous travel, strife, and fatigue. He chose not to protest. First, we must prioritize compensating the fallen soldiers, then reward the wounded, and finally honor those who have merited distinction, Yu Qian mused. If there is no urgency, perhaps in 2 months, please do not return too late. Rest assured, I shall return in time to share the burden. Li Qing replied with a smile. By the way, there is one more matter. Please, go on. The soldiers who rushed to the capital for support, have they not yet returned? Indeed, they arrived in haste and are currently stationed at the capital's garrison, utterly exhausted, Yu Qian confirmed. Then let us offer them some benefits, Li Qing suggested. Li Qing remarked, they may have missed the opportunity, yet we cannot allow their efforts to be in vain. The hardships faced by soldiers far exceed those of officials, and the court must not discourage them. Yu Qian nodded in agreement, stating that he would mention this to the emperor, and at the very least, each soldier should receive a couple of taels of silver. Li Qing chuckled lightly, indicating that there was little else to discuss, encouraging Yu Qian to attend to his matters. Promising to resume their conversation upon his return. You must be swift. Do not lose yourself in leisure upon your departure, he jested. This exchange lightened Yu Qian's spirits considerably, allowing him to engage in light-hearted banter. I would indeed indulge in such leisure, but alas, fate does not permit, sighed Li Qing. However, Yu Qian retorted, you chide me. Yet you are the one who has elevated moral standards to their zenith. Oh, what do you mean? Li Qing inquired. After all your toil, what is your purpose? Yu Qian mused aloud. Your aim is the welfare of the people. That is the true embodiment of benevolence. In comparison, I find myself lacking. Do not exaggerate so. Li Qing replied, somewhat bashfully. I merely find myself with an abundance of time and must occupy myself with some endeavor. Yu Qian smiled in response, choosing silence. Upon returning home, the sky had darkened significantly. After a refreshing cold shower, Li Qing retired for the night. For the next few days, he languished at home, recuperating from his previous exertions. It was not until the 3rd day that he seized the pretext of treating Empress Qian's ailments to enter the palace and meet the emperor. The status of Empress Qian was rather delicate. Conventionally, the Empress Dowager should be the principal consort of the Grand Emperor. However, the successor was not the Grand Emperor's son, but rather his brother, complicating matters of familial hierarchy. It would be rather awkward to address the emperor as sister-in-law or Empress Dowager, especially with the presence of the Sun clan. Should the Qin family ascend to the position of Empress Dowager, the Sun family would inevitably become the Grand Empress Dowager, creating a convoluted relationship between Zhu Qiyu and Empress Qian, akin to that of an aunt and nephew. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, as long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Following discussions among the ministers, Empress Qian was elevated from her status as empress to that of Grand Empress, a title that was more palatable and circumvents potential awkwardness in address. Li Qing did not encounter Empress Qian in the palace, as she had returned to her family home. Meanwhile, Zhu Qiyu engaged Li Qing in lengthy conversation, displaying an amiable demeanor. After assuming power, Zhu Qiyu's primary focus was not on state affairs, but rather on reviewing the policies implemented during Zhu Qijian's reign. This approach allowed for a more immediate and intuitive understanding of the national matters and familiarity with the ministers. The more Zhu Qiyu learned, the more he recognized the extraordinary capabilities of the seventh-rank official, further enhanced by the close ties between Yu Qian and Li Qing, which led Zhu Qiyu to regard Li Qing with admiration. Li Qing had previously served as Zhu Qijian's tutor, a fact known to Zhu Qiyu, who held no reservations regarding it. Likewise, Yu Qian had also instructed Zhu Qijian. However, such details were of little significance. Zhu Qiyu believed that as long as one was a loyal subject, all capable ministers could be utilized. It is worth noting that Zhu Qiyu indeed possessed a broad-minded disposition. He made no alterations to the foundation left by Zhu Qijian, eschewing the typical practice of replacing officials with his own. Even the Jinyue, the emperor's own institution, remained unchanged, with Ma Shun continuing as the commander. Zhu Qiyu sought stability rather than the elevation of his own faction. Certainly, it cannot be dismissed that he wishes to establish an unequivocally positive image of a benevolent ruler. Nevertheless, it must be said that Li Qing holds a remarkably favorable impression of the new emperor. In matters of the heart, no one is flawless. Zhu Qiyu's accomplishments have far exceeded Li Qing's expectations. Concurrently, it has led Li Qing to believe that Zhu Qiyu's ascension to the throne does not impede his own strategic plans, and may even be more advantageous than during Zhu Qijian's reign. In certain respects, Zhu Qiyu bears a resemblance to Zhu Yunjian, yet they are not entirely alike. Zhu Qiyu possesses a gentle disposition, lacking grand ambitions, and favors stability in his endeavors. In contrast, Zhu Yunjian embodies a typical exterior softness with inner strength, often exerting excessive vigor in his actions. While they share similarities, they are not identical. If one were to draw a comparison, Zhu Qiyu could be considered a diluted version of the chubby prince. His capabilities may not match up, and his aspirations may fall short, but for Li Qing, this is of little consequence. He is prepared to support him. At present, the foundation of the Ming dynasty is remarkably stable, and its prospects for development are exceedingly promising, necessitating a ruler who seeks stability. Provided that the emperor refrains from causing turmoil, the Ming will continue to flourish. After a thorough discussion, Li Qing's apprehensions dissipated, leaving him feeling unburdened. Though he could not avert Zhu Qijian's fate, he has altered the trajectory of the Ming dynasty. The Ming forces suffered considerable losses in this battle. Yet the Tatars did not emerge unscathed either. This is merely the visible aspect. Once the Tatars returned to the steppes, their struggles would surely intensify. Moreover, this conflict did not disrupt the populace of the Ming. The empire remains vibrant and thriving, which is sufficient. Upon departing the imperial palace, Li Qing turned towards the Qian residence. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon. The affair of Zhu Qijian's northern expedition was no secret. The Qian family was acutely aware of it, and they were understandably distressed, even fearful. The title of Grand Empress Dowager, though grand, paled in comparison to that of Empress. The Qian family had abruptly transitioned from imperial kin to former imperial kin. Qian Gui had been deeply troubled in recent days, fearing for his own position as deputy minister of the Central Secretariat. Zhu Qiyu was not his son-in-law. He had his own legitimate consort, and the promotion of an empress was merely a matter of time, while his daughter had not borne the crown prince. Qian Gui's worries led him to approach Li Qing as soon as he concluded his examination, urgently inquiring, "Mr. Li, did the emperor send you to attend to the Grand Empress Dowager's health?" This matter is significantly tied to the new emperor's disposition, and Qian Gui was keenly interested. Li Qing responded with a smile. This was a prior request from the Grand Empress Dowager, though the emperor is aware of it and has essentially sent me. With Zhu Qijian as a connection, the two had dined together in the palace on numerous occasions, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Qian Gui recognized Li Qing as a confidant of his son-in-law. He pulled Li Qing aside and spoke in hushed tones, "Mr. Li, the former Grand Empress Dowager was quite generous to you. You must give me some insight. What is the emperor's current attitude towards the Qian family?" Li Qing scratched his head, chuckling as he replied, "There is no particular stance. The emperor holds the Grand Empress Dowager in great esteem. Do not take offense." "How could I possibly take offense? Qian Gui replied with a wry smile, his eyes filled with envy. By the way, I must congratulate Mr. Li on your promotion to deputy minister. Li Qing smiled, remarking on Qian Lao's perceptiveness, though he cautioned that it was premature to extend congratulations as the appointment was yet to be finalized. The emperor, demonstrating compassion for his soldiers, would first attend to their rewards and compensations before addressing vacant official positions. What a benevolent ruler! Qian Gui interjected, attempting to flatter, then awkwardly inquired, Mr. Li, as an old acquaintance, could you candidly tell me if the emperor intends to dismiss me from my post as deputy governor of the central court? After a brief pause, he added, I simply wish to know the outcome. Qian Gui assured him, rest easy, regardless of the emperor's decision, I, as a loyal subject, will accept it willingly. Li Qing sighed, I truly cannot say. However, you need not be overly concerned. Your grandfather served the Prince of Yan and distinguished himself during the Jinling campaign. Your father accompanied the Taizong and Xuanzong on their northern expeditions. The Qian family has held esteemed positions, including Right Commander of the Golden Guards and later promoted to the third-rank Deputy Commander. Such tangible contributions will not be overlooked by the current emperor. What a benevolent ruler! Qian Gui reiterated, feeling somewhat reassured. He then produced a bundle of silver notes, hoping that Mr. Li could speak favorably of him to the new emperor. You are too modest, Li Qing replied, though he accepted the money without hesitation, saying, given our acquaintance, I shall certainly speak well of you. Ah, Qian Gui said, feeling secure upon receiving the payment, I was just worried you would refuse. Not at all, Li Qing smiled. By the way, the Empress Dowager is not in serious condition but requires a period of quiet recuperation. It is crucial that she is not disturbed. Please ensure no servants attend to her during the night. Understood, Qian Gui replied, trusting implicitly. He was oblivious to Li Qing's ulterior motives for that evening. Chapter 178. The Meeting of Two Emperors, A Clash of Sovereigns. In the dead of night, the Qian residence was shrouded in darkness, broken only by the sound of cicadas. Li Qing rapped on the door of the Qian household with a distinct pattern. Moments later, the door creaked open slightly, then fully. Qian Shi's eyes sparkled with joy, yet she felt a twinge of trepidation. This encounter conflicted with the teachings she had received since childhood, and she could not fully trust Li Qing. Sensing her hesitation, Li Qing asked, do you still wish to see the Empress Dowager? With a single question, he had her in his grasp. I need to leave a letter for my father, Qian Shi whispered, please be patient. Li Qing frowned. You must not disclose our destination. Just say you wish to take a stroll for your peace of mind. This concerns the safety of the Empress Dowager. Yes, understood, she answered, closing the door to deliver her message, leaving Li Qing alone in the wind, bewildered. In such times, propriety dictated that he should not intrude upon a lady's chamber. So he sought a place to conceal himself. Shortly after, Qian Shi opened the door again. Li Qing emerged from the shadows, nearly startling her into a scream. But she managed to stifle it just in time. Hurry, we must scale the wall, Li Qing urged. Qian Shi, aware of the urgency, did not hesitate. Follow me, she instructed, knowing the best spot to climb. They hurried to a wall, where Qian Shi pointed to a nearby tree. Let us climb the tree and jump down. Oh, that is unnecessary, Li Qing replied. I will assist you over the wall. As she spoke, she reached out to the Queen of Money. The Queen hesitated for a moment. But considering the time it would take for her to climb the tree alone, she concealed her delicate hand within her sleeve and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, extended her arm. Given the circumstances, Li Qing found little to criticize and grasped her arm, lifting her up. The queen felt the ground gradually receding beneath her, only to soon draw closer once more. By the time she regained her senses, they were already beyond the courtyard wall. Can you ride? Li Qing inquired. The queen nodded. For she was the descendant of a martial general, and although she was a woman, she had acquired some horsemanship skills. Follow me, Li Qing instructed, leading her to the stabling area, where each mounted their respective steed and hurried towards the city gate. Clearing her throat, the queen whispered, Sir, you haven't deceived me, have you? By altering her self-reference, she aimed to assert her status over Li Qing, fearing he might trick her. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I would not dare. Li Qing replied, somewhat speechless. That's good to hear, the queen said, observing that Li Qing did not seem to be lying. She relaxed, contemplating that soon she would be reunited with her husband, her brows and eyes brightening, and a smile gracing her lips. However, her joy was fleeting, and worry soon crept back in. Sir, my father must know I've gone missing. He will surely search the entire city, she said, her delicate brows furrowing with concern. Li Qing chuckled. You need not worry about that. He is currently preoccupied with the new emperor's ambitions. The loss of the former empress would never be disclosed, lest it provide the new emperor with a pretext to remove him from office. His search will be conducted discreetly. After a pause, he added, It will only cause him some worry, but it is of little consequence. Oh, then there is no problem, the queen nodded, her anxiety dissipating in an instant. You are truly a dutiful daughter, Li Qing thought to himself. However, reflecting on the societal norms of the time, it was evident that once a daughter was married, she was considered part of her husband's family, rendering her birth family as outsiders. This notion of valuing sons over daughters was deeply entrenched. It seemed that before becoming empress, the queen was not highly regarded in her own household. Yet, there was one aspect of this era that was commendable. There were few who exploited their siblings for personal gain. Once married, daughters typically devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their husband's family. Of course, this also stemmed from the low status of women. At dawn, the two halted, having approached the city gate. The wall loomed too high. Li Qing could manage to slip out alone, but with another person, especially under the constraints of gender propriety, it was impossible. They could only wait for daybreak. They won't recognize me, will they? The queen asked nervously, her palms growing clammy. As the former empress, she had once aspired to set an example for all women, but now her act of fleeing was a disgraceful, even humiliating affair. They should not recognize you. But just to be safe, we should procure a carriage, Li Qing suggested. There is a carriage service 10 miles away. We shall go there and exit the city at dawn. In Jinling, in the rear courtyard's guest hall, Zhu Yunjian and Zhu Yunjian met. The old man dismissed the servants and allowed the two to sit across from each other. He lounged comfortably, munching on melon seeds, preparing to savor the day's juicy news. Ah, such news is rare and precious, indeed. It could be said to be a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. But alas, Qingzi cannot witness it, he thought regretfully. The two scrutinized each other, both harboring disdain in their eyes, yet neither spoke, as if they were two martial arts masters engaged in a battle of internal strength. The first to speak would lose their composure. Zhang Lada had already cracked 2 sunflower seeds, yet the two continued to gaze at each other in silence, which was indeed golden. He grew somewhat anxious and exclaimed, Why don't you two engage in a quarrel? I'm merely a spectator here, not a seed cracker. Clearing his throat, Zhang Lada attempted to stir the pot, saying, You are bound by blood, after all. Humph. Both individuals simultaneously scoffed, their eyes filled with derision as they regarded one another. Seeing that the two were still unwilling to argue, Zhang Lada pressed on. By virtue of lineage, you ought to address him as grandfather. Zhu Yunjian faltered for a moment, and then felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to having swallowed a fly. Jiangwen is not listed in the royal genealogy. I have no connection to him. After a pause, he proclaimed with pride, Only Li Shimin and our esteemed Taizong could ascend the throne as vassal kings. That said, if the difficulty of Li Shimin's military coup rates 5 stars, then Zhu Di's Jingnan campaign is a constellation of challenges. The two are not on the same level. The power wielded by King Qing, Li Shimin, far surpasses that of King Yin, Zhu Di. Zhu Yunjian played his opening hand with a powerful move, striking directly at the heart. Even Zhu Yunjian, with his exceptional temperament, found himself defenseless against this onslaught, his defenses shattered. Soon, he retaliated with a sharp remark. At least I am not like certain individuals, taken captive by others. Ah, Zhu Yunjian mused. One can only imagine the boundless beauty of the grasslands. TSK. Is the mare's milk still delightful? You. Zhu Yunjian's face flushed with anger. Things were becoming interesting. Zhang Lada continued to crack seeds, his eyes narrowing into slits. Zhu Yunjian's incisive jab pierced through Zhu Yunjian's facade, causing him acute discomfort. Seizing the moment of Zhu Yunjian's furious indignation, Zhu Yunjian pressed on. You are far more capable than your father and great-grandfather. They never ventured as far as the Datar camp. TSK, in the nearly century-long history of the Ming dynasty. You are the only one to have reached such a place. Zhu Yunjian declared, the war god of the Ming, none other than you. You. Zhu Yunjian trembled with rage. Do you even have the audacity to speak to me? It's merely a matter of being highlighted by your peers, Zhu Yunjian replied coolly. Zhu Yunjian, in a fit of rage, laughed icily. When I engaged the Datar, despite being outnumbered, I did not suffer significant losses, unlike certain individuals. A chill ran down Zhu Yunwan's spine, the previously relaxed expression on his face turning grave. The atmosphere grew ever more riveting. Zhang Lada held the seeds to his lips, momentarily forgetting to crack them. Zhu Yunjian sneered. Who could it be that boasted of 300,000 and then 50,000 troops, yet couldn't even conquer a mere city of over 10,000 defenders in Beiping? I shan't say, but that person knows well in their heart. Zhu Yunjian crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority. Now that I have played this card, how shall you respond? Zhang Lada turned his gaze towards Zhu Yunwan, silently urging him to rise to the occasion and not be overshadowed by this young man. Zhu Yunwan retorted, what do you understand? That battle was not as you perceive. Do you truly believe your great-grandfather was formidable? Yes, he was impressive, but not to the extent of defeating 50,000 with a mere 10,000. Zhu Yunwan replied. Many of the generals had defected and did not fight earnestly. Zhu Yunjian chuckled, shaking his head. As the saying goes, those who are righteous receive assistance, while those who stray find themselves alone. Have you considered why the generals abandoned you? With a sharp thrust, Zhu Yunwan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Soon, he found a point of contention. I am certainly superior to certain individuals, for my position as emperor is dictated by others. Zhu Yunwan chuckled. One moment I am reigning as emperor, and the next, alas, I have become a retired sovereign. Is that not amusing? Ahaha. Zhang Lada laughed uncontrollably, doubling over in mirth. Chapter 179. You can only boast with words. Dare you challenge me to a duel? If I am not welcomed here, there shall be a place that welcomes me. Zhu Yunjian's defenses crumbled. Initially, evenly matched, and even slightly superior, he was utterly defeated by the meddling of the old man, leaving him in disarray. Such bullying is intolerable. Zhu Yunjian, with a swift flick of his sleeve, strode out. As an emperor, how could he languish beneath another? Look at you, why so irate? Zhang Lada hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him. Under the blazing sun, what a dreary affair it would be without a melon to enjoy. One must be magnanimous, Zhang Lada urged. With his master providing cover, Zhu Yunwan seized the opportunity to continue his verbal onslaught. Your pride seems formidable now. But was it the same when you were in the Dada camp? The pair of master and disciple was quite the spectacle, one advocating for generosity, while the other relentlessly thrusting daggers of words. Zhu Yunjian, unaccustomed to such indignities, rolled up his sleeves, ready to duel Zhu Yunwan. If you are a man, let us settle this. Zhu Yunjian's eyes glowed with anger. Zhu Yunwan hesitated. He truly could not match him. How old was he, after all, compared to Zhu Yunjian, a young man in his early 20s, brimming with vigor? The adage rings true. Youth is formidable, and with a single punch from Zhu Yunjian, he would be left begging for mercy. Zhu Yunwan, still yearning for life, retorted. A gentleman uses words, not fists. I am not as uncouth as you. Truly, it is a shame you are an emperor, yet you behave like a child. You. Zhu Yunjian fumed. You can only flaunt your tongue. Do you dare to duel with me? A crude warrior. Zhu Yunwan rolled his eyes and gracefully departed. Having delivered his verbal jabs, he left without granting Zhu Yunjian the opportunity for revenge, indeed, rather sly. Zhu Yunjian was beside himself with fury. Never had he felt such rage. If it were anyone else, he might not have reacted so vehemently, but it was Jiang Wen. Despite perceiving himself as inadequate, he believed he was superior to Jiang Wen. And to be so belittled by someone he disdained was infuriating. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Yunjian took long strides, intent on delivering a harsh blow to Zhu Yunwan. This time, it would be a physical confrontation. Zhang Lada, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly embraced Zhu Yunjian. Enough, enough, one must be magnanimous. Magnanimous my foot. Zhu Yunjian, blinded by rage, even cursed at Zhang Lada. What has gotten into this young man? Zhang Lada pondered, simultaneously administering a light slap to Zhu Yunjian. With that single strike, Zhu Yunjian fell silent, his eyes rolling back as he fainted, collapsing into Zhang Lada's arms. Zhang Lada sighed, rolling his eyes. Were it not for the prospect of continued enjoyment of the spectacle, he would not have been so gentle. He carried Zhu Yunjian to the inner chamber, laid him upon the bed, and, upon returning to the main hall, picked up a book, reclining in a chair, engrossed in reading. Muttering to herself, she pondered the whereabouts of Qingzi and when he would return. Having left the city, Qian lifted the curtain of the carriage and cast a glance back at the receding capital, feeling both anxious and hopeful. After a gentle sigh, she lowered the curtain. Li Qing, comfortably traversing the road, cradled a bag of snacks, occasionally flicking the reins, moving leisurely yet steadily. After a fortnight had passed, Li Qing drove the horse-drawn cart, swaying gently as he entered the bustling city of Jinling. During the Rinxian era, particularly in the Xuande reign, Li Qing's advocacy for the development of handicrafts had been thoroughly embraced by Zhu Yunjian. The notion of entering the city for work had taken root, with minimal requirements for official travel permits. Of course, officially it remained confined to the local prefectures, excluding outsiders. However, with slightly relaxed regulations, some would exploit loopholes for profit. In truth, as long as one had wealth, they could venture almost anywhere. The once stringent rules established by the late Zhu had become mere formalities. Fortunately, although the access had broadened, the common folk were generally reluctant to wander far from home, as the prevailing sentiment of strong local attachment prevailed. Necessity dictated their movements. The vast majority of ancient people lacked a concept of travel, and the inconvenient transportation further discouraged aimless wandering. "Mr. Li, are we nearly there?" "Yes. Just a little over half an hour more," Li Qing replied with a smile, assuring her that they would soon reunite. Despite the curtain between them, Qian felt her cheeks flush with shyness as she softly acknowledged him. The thought of seeing her husband soon transformed her bashfulness into joy. Whether Zhu Yunjian ascended to the throne or not mattered little to her. As long as he was well, she would be content, even if their future held only simple meals and a life of obscurity. In fact, she felt a tiny thrill at the thought that she did not particularly fancy the palace. Lifting the curtain, she beheld the bustling streets teeming with carriages and people. Vibrant and lively, more splendid than the capital by a third. If she could share a life with her husband here, it would be delightful indeed. Unlike men, women perceive home through their husbands. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. The air was thick with the sultry heat of summer, a wave of warmth enveloping her face, yet she reveled in it, lost in her daydreams of a blissful future. Qian felt her lips curve into a smile, her heart alight with joy. Arrived. Li Qing's voice broke her reverie. As she regained her senses, Qian lifted the carriage curtain and gracefully descended from the cart. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the impressive estate before her, never expecting Li Qing's home to be so grand. It surpassed the typical marquis residences. "This is not my home," Li Qing chuckled at her astonishment. "This belongs to a dear old friend of mine." Feeling reassured yet more concerned, Qian softly inquired, "Is this friend of yours trustworthy?" "Absolutely," Li Qing affirmed with a smile. "You will see once we enter." Qian nodded gently. Having come this far, she would certainly not hesitate. Li Qing knocked on the door, which swiftly swung open. The servant who answered recognized Li Qing and, seeing him, respectfully greeted, "Mr. Li." "Yes," Li Qing replied. "Is Master Zhu and the elder gentleman at home?" "They are." "Please come in," the servant responded. The servant nodded, noticing the momentary surprise on Madame Qian's face. The boy, having met Mr. Li, suggested they proceed inside. However, Li Qing interjected, preventing Madame Qian from feeling awkward. "Ah, indeed," the servant quickly affirmed. "Please, Mr. Li, and you, madam." Upon arrival, Madame Qian could not escape the fate of being addressed as Madame Li, though it was of little consequence. Married women are generally referred to as Madam. It was simply inappropriate to precede Madame with Li. Li Qing corrected, "This lady is the wife of the esteemed guest who visited previously. Please refrain from making such errors again." "Ah, yes, it's my mistake," the servant awkwardly apologized, rephrasing, "Mr. Li, please, madam." Li Qing nodded and remarked to Madame Qian, "Shall we enter?" She nodded, feeling a mixture of nervousness and trepidation. Though she was aware of Li Qing's promising future, the thought of deceiving her was unnecessary. Yet, one tends to become overly concerned about matters of significance, leading to anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Madame Qian stepped over the threshold and entered the once vibrant residence of the Yongqing Marquis. At this juncture, Zhu Yunjian and Zhu Yunwen were engaged in a fierce debate, which had escalated to a fever pitch. This time, Zhang Lata refrained from taking sides, indulging in the spectacle with delight. In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, the two opponents bore serious expressions, as if facing a formidable adversary. As the conflict reached its current state, both parties had exhausted their trump cards, leaving only the finer details to determine the outcome. Zhu Yunwen, having lived several decades longer and benefiting from Li Jinglong's guidance, was filled with experience and initiated the attack. "I have one regret. I have not ventured to the grasslands. Might you enlighten me about the beauty of the steppes?" A singular strategy, study abroad, was the cornerstone of Zhu Yunjian's approach. Zhu Yunjian, feeling exasperated, retorted, "So you cannot move past that, can you? Must you repeat yourself incessantly? If you lack originality, allow me to take the lead." Zhu Yunjian, momentarily taken aback, countered, "And you accuse me? You cling to the issue of fiefdoms just the same. Very well, let us abandon this topic. Can we dare to discuss something fresh?" Zhu Yunjian challenged. Unwilling to be pushed further, Zhu Yunjian scoffed. "What is there to fear? I shall begin," Zhu Yunjian declared. "During your 3-year reign, you printed over 578,003,520 strings of currency. Do you comprehend economics? 500 million, is that excessive? I exercised considerable restraint, mind you," Zhu Yunjian retorted dismissively. At the time, the nation's strength was on the rise. 500 million was insignificant for the vast Ming dynasty and even facilitated economic growth. "What do you know?" "Huh?" Zhu Yunjian scoffed coldly, "in an avalanche. No single snowflake is innocent. Now that the purchasing power of currency has diminished, is that not the doing of your branch of the Yin royal family?" Zhu Yunjian interjected, dragging in his uncle and nephew. "The throne was seized from me, yet you still seek to speak? Moreover, the decline in currency purchasing power cannot solely be attributed to him." Pausing for a moment, Zhu Yunjian queried in astonishment, "How do you know such details? Surely, you're not fabricating this?" To be honest, he had even forgotten the specifics himself. Zhu Yunjian, however, was seething with anger. "Of course, I know. I have my debts to settle." Chapter 180. His softness. The servant led the two to the entrance of the backyard and paused, explaining, "Mr. Li, madam. Recently the old master has prohibited us from entering the backyard during the afternoon. However, he instructed that if you return, you may enter directly." Li Qing understood that the old man was trying to keep Zhu Yunjian's identity a secret and nodded. "All right, you may go about your business." "Yes, sir, please proceed." The servant replied respectfully before turning to leave. Li Qing looked at Qian Shi and smiled. "He is inside. Let's go in." Qian Shi nodded gently and stepped into the backyard. The front yard was spacious, and the backyard was also considerable, divided into an inner and outer courtyard. After walking for a while, Qian Shi halted, intending to inquire about Zhu Yunjian's whereabouts, but before she could speak, she heard a familiar voice. "I will repay my debt. I will repay my debt." The voice was filled with anger, even somewhat off-key, yet Qian Shi recognized it immediately. Despite not having seen him for months, she could be certain it belonged to her husband. She quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run. Li Qing, however, was not as hurried, leisurely appreciating the vibrant spring scenery as he walked in with a light step. "What are you shouting about?" Zhu Yunjian was also angry. There was no need for such a commotion. Did he think that the louder one spoke, the more justified they were? "Exactly," Zhang Lada chimed in, wiping his mouth and picking up a piece of melon. "Reason does not lie in volume." Zhu Yunjian, though laughing in anger, said, "All right, you all are quite something." As he spoke, he was about to step outside. Zhang Lada quickly interjected, Okay, can't we just drop it?" He did not wish for the gathering to end so abruptly. Zhu Yunjian teased, "You say others are fine, yet when others say you are not, what then? Haha, quite the man you are, yet you behave like a woman, ready to leave home at the slightest provocation. You." Just then, the door creaked open, and a stunning figure walked in. Zhu Yunjian and Zhang Lada were taken aback, while Zhu Yunjian's mouth fell agape, his anger transforming into shock. It was indeed his wife. Qian Shi, who felt a surge of excitement and joy, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Yunjian was equally astonished, overwhelmed with happiness and momentarily speechless. He knew Li Qing would keep his promise, but he never expected him to bring Qian Shi to Jinling so swiftly. After a long pause, the old man exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl! By the way, did you enter the wrong door?" "Not at all," Li Qing's voice chimed in as he stepped into the hall, smiling broadly. "Master, junior brother, I have returned. How have you been?" "Quite well," Zhu Yunjian nodded, momentarily forgetting his earlier irritation, smiling as he said, "Brother, you return without a word of notice?" "I wanted to give you a surprise," Li Qing replied with a grin. Zhu Yunjian cast a resentful glance at Li Qing. "You didn't even wish to speak to me, did you?" However, upon reconsideration, with his wife present, whether they spoke or not seemed inconsequential. Zhang Lada rose, laughing as he approached, placing a hand on Li Qing's shoulder. "Let me tell you, you missed quite the spectacle before you arrived. It was utterly amusing." As he spoke, the two walked out together. Zhu Yunjian cast a glance at Shen Xin, a semblance of contemplation flickering in his mind. Being an elder, he felt a twinge of reluctance to linger further, and thus made his way outside. Master, senior brother, wait for me. Upon exiting, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. A gesture of care reminiscent of his grandfather from the Jiangwen era. In the hall, only the couple remained. Zhu Yunjian swiftly approached, gazing intently at his beloved wife. After a moment, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Xiao Qian, I have broken my promise. Zhu Yunjian, filled with remorse, wore a pained expression. You have suffered during these days. I have not suffered, Qian Shi softly replied, tears cascading down her cheeks. Do not cry, do not cry, Zhu Yunjian comforted her, kissing her cheek and then her lips. The couple, reunited after a long separation, held each other tightly, reluctant to part for what felt like an eternity. In the courtyard pavilion, chilled beverages and fruits awaited. Li Qing savored a sip, his face alight with delight. There's nothing like home. Indeed, cold drinks have existed since the Song dynasty. The ice bucket exuded a gentle chill, refreshing against the skin, though his internal energy rendered him impervious to heat and cold. Li Qing relished the invigorating sensation of this summer's heat countered by the coolness. Senior brother, your return is but a brief visit, I presume? Zhu Yunjian inquired. Indeed. With the emperor changed, the political landscape has turned into a realm of opportunism. I cannot remain long. Li Qing sighed leisurely, self-deprecatingly adding, life is seldom smooth sailing. It has been sufficiently smooth, Zhang Lada interjected. The Ming dynasty has flourished for over 80 years, while other dynasties by this point often find themselves in decline. Is that not commendable? Well, Li Qing replied awkwardly, people are never satisfied. When things are good, they desire them to be even better. Zhang Lada nodded. Precisely because people always desire more, the cyclical lifespan of dynasties comes to be. Qingzi, few possess your outlook. Most people only wish for their own betterment, Zhang Lada remarked, patting his shoulder. How long can you bear such weight? You manage now, but as time passes, there will come a day when you cannot. Those entrenched in power often lack clarity, while outsiders see the truth. Zhu Yunjian resonated deeply with this notion. Master speaks wisely. Those wealthy gentry and officials always seek more. But wealth, in the end, is finite. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. Although no longer an emperor, he yearned for the Ming dynasty to endure through the ages and to thrive. Yet, having distanced himself from the throne, his perspective broadened, revealing the daunting reality that such aspirations were nearly impossible. Even with Li Qing at his side, it remained an insurmountable challenge. Li Qing replied with a smile. If the upper echelons cannot bear the burden, let it rest on the lower. In truth, it amounts to the same. Even if that day arrives, it is merely a matter of rebuilding from the ground up. Pausing, he added, I cannot guarantee the eternal continuation of the Ming, but I assure you, should a new beginning arise, it shall still be the Ming, akin to the Han. Having spent considerable time in the political arena, Li Qing's understanding of governance surpassed all others. To be candid, he felt no urgency. He had time to strategize and was confident in his ability to do so. While the overarching trend may be immutable, countless smaller currents could be established to influence its trajectory. Zhang Lada chuckled. In this regard, I confess my ignorance. You may proceed as you see fit. My advice is to do your utmost and leave the rest to fate, without enduring undue hardship in life. Indeed, I am an adult now, Li Qing laughed. Master, please do not always regard me as a child. Zhang Lada curled his lips and chose not to engage further. However, Zhu Yunjian, having not seen Li Qing for a year, was eager to converse, his words flowing continuously. The three of them, master and disciples, enjoyed a leisurely chat under the cool shade, finding immense pleasure in each other's company. As the hour approached Shun, Li Qing stood up, stating, I must step out for a matter. Junior, please keep the master company. Very well, Zhu Yunjian replied with a smile, rising to accompany his senior. Oh, there's no need for such formality, Li Qing chuckled, waving his hand toward the old master. Master, I shall be out for a bit. Go on, go on. Zhang Lada grumbled. Zhu Yunjian watched Li Qing walk away, then took up his cane. Master, you rest for now. I will instruct the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast. Zhang Lada raised an eyebrow. Aren't you averse to that fellow? Not at all, Zhu Yunjian retorted with a dismissive pout. I do this for my senior. He has returned after a long time. We must enjoy a drink together tonight. No need for that. Zhang Lada sighed. He won't be back tonight. How can that be? Zhu Yunjian questioned, incredulous. He has already reached home. Surely he cannot sleep out? Zhang Lada merely sighed again, gesturing toward the sun, now less harsh. Zhu Yunjian followed his gaze, momentarily taken aback, and fell into silence. At Qixiao Mountain, as Li Qing ascended with a basket, the sun had transformed into a warm orange hue. Having not visited in quite some time, the area was overgrown with grass. With time on his hands, Li Qing rolled up his sleeves and diligently began to clear the weeds. Afterward, he gathered numerous beautiful flowers from the surroundings and placed them atop the grave. Surely, they would appreciate his offering. As the orange sun deepened into a rich crimson, it became softer, more beautiful. Li Qing knelt, retrieving offerings, incense, candles, and paper money, and softly spoke. My dear, it has been far too long since my last visit. Lighting the incense and burning the paper money, he opened his heart. These days, the master has been quite busy, and much has transpired in the capital. He recounted his experiences, including a meeting with Mu Zhuo, speaking until night enveloped the sky. The night breeze gently caressed, the mountain air crisp yet cool, comforting and tender against his skin. After sharing these tales, he transitioned into storytelling, his words flowing abundantly, reminiscent of a loquacious chatterbox. That night, he spoke more than he typically would in a month. He felt no weariness in his discourse, believing the spirits of the girls would find no annoyance in his words. As laughter echoed through the night, they unwittingly drifted into the latter half of the evening. The night air grew softer, akin to a gentle stream, cleansing his weary soul, much like a tender caress, alleviating his fatigue. The sounds of insects chirping in the mountains were melodious, resonating like a graceful harp, echoing in harmony. This exquisite relaxation and joy stirred within Li Qing a profound drowsiness, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, resting his head on his arm. In the middle of the night, he dreamt vividly. Amidst the chatter, there appeared a familiar face, that of a peach blossom, her brow framed by willow leaves, half shy, half joyful, reluctant to part. Upon awakening, he realized it had all been a dream, leaving him with an unshakable sorrow. Li Qing opened his eyes to find his sleeves damp. The sun had risen high, dappled light filtering through the leaves and casting a dreamy glow upon his face. He lingered in a daze for a moment, then sighed heavily. After descending the mountain, he procured wine and meat, intending to visit Lan Yu and Li Jinglong, among the few friends he had in the Ming dynasty. Though their past interactions had not been particularly pleasant, in hindsight, they now seemed all the more precious. Lan Yu, once I return, I shall compose a biography for you, transforming it into a television series and a film, allowing you to bask in glory. Rest assured, Li Laodi, you are far from being the god of war of the Ming dynasty. I will ensure that both the movie and series are arranged for you. Li Qing, with his penchant for boasting, reveled in his own charm. Upon returning home, Li Qing leaned against the pavilion, seeking solace from his tumultuous emotions. Xixiao, Zhu Yunjian approached, leaning on his cane and softly calling out. Li Qing turned, a smile gracing his lips. What is it? Seeing his demeanor, Zhu Yunjian relaxed and joined in the laughter. Nothing much. That lady is a concubine, right? Not at all. She is the legitimate empress. The empress? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed, to be precise. She is the Grand Empress Dowager. Is that so? Zhu Yunjian exclaimed, clicking his tongue in surprise. Who would have thought? The grandson of the emperor may not be the most competent, yet he is quite the romantic. Do not mock your elder brother. Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. What shall we have for dinner? What do you wish to eat, Xixiao? Something delicious. Li Qing reclined comfortably on the long bench, murmuring, as the host, you must show some hospitality to your guests. This is clearly your home. I am merely the steward. Zhu Yunjian chuckled in agreement. I shall have someone prepare it shortly. After a pause, he added, Oh, by the way, that couple inquired about you yesterday. Oh, Li Qing responded, what was it about? Perhaps they wish to express their heartfelt gratitude to you, Zhu Yunjian speculated. Without you, they would have truly become a pair of star-crossed lovers. As he spoke, Zhu Yunjian gazed at Li Qing with a hint of concern, sighing, Xixiao, you have truly worried yourself for the Zhu family. Indeed, Li Qing thought, feeling a surge of frustration. What a hassle. In the rear courtyard, within the guest hall, Li Qing sipped his cool tea and remarked, there are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. The young couple exchanged glances, and Zhu Yunjian inquired, Sir, the Empress Qian, she will be well, won't she? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. This indicated that Zhu Yunjian truly had no intention of seizing the throne. There should be no significant issues, Li Qing nodded. Though he did not dare to claim absolute certainty, yet he felt an 80% confidence. Well, that is good to hear, Zhu Yunjian sighed in relief, a smile illuminating his face. Qian Shi, too, wore a sweet expression. Having lost all hope, she now found herself ignited with optimism after witnessing Li Qing's remarkable abilities. Sir, may we remain here indefinitely? Qian Shi asked softly, somewhat embarrassed. Of course, Li Qing replied. As long as you wish, you may stay for as long as you desire. What of your old friend? Li Qing chuckled. He has no objections. What objections could he possibly have? Zhu Yunjian interjected almost in unison with Li Qing, his tone dismissive. Travelers are often rivals, Li Qing mused inwardly. Qian Shi shot Zhu Yunjian a playful glare, but said nothing, merely pursing her lips. With others present, she refrained from undermining her husband's pride. However, Zhu Yunjian showed no reservations about treating himself as one of the family. Qian, you need not hold back. From now on, consider this your home. Stay as long as you wish. That is something I should be saying, Li Qing chuckled in agreement. The Grand Empress Dowager need not feel constrained. This is not the imperial palace. Henceforth, such titles are unnecessary. Qian smiled and said, You may call me Madame Zhu. My husband has no interest in the throne. From now on, let us live as ordinary folk. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhu Yunjian, who nodded slightly and sighed. So be it. When will you return, esteemed sir? Let us discuss that after a brief respite, Li Qing replied with a hum. These past 6 months have been quite taxing. Shouldn't I have the chance to enjoy myself? Zhu Yunjian felt a flush of embarrassment and awkwardly remarked, You have worked hard. Esteemed sir. After a pause, he added, However, the court is certainly unstable. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Just focus on living your life peacefully. Li Qing teased, Rest assured, I have a better grasp of the situation than you. I shall return within a month. Zhu Yunjian offered a shy smile. Seeing that the couple had no further matters to discuss, Li Qing stood and said, Time apart is sweeter than a new marriage. I shall not intrude upon your time together. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Zhu Yunjian nodded and added, I kindly ask you to expedite the treatment for young Qian. You are quite anxious, Li Qing replied with a hint of annoyance. Qian lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the evening, beneath the gazebo, the 3 masters and disciples reveled in wine and conversation, enjoying a most delightful time. Just as they were in high spirits, young Li Hong approached with his father, calling out from a distance, Godfather. After a long absence, he seemed somewhat shy. Less familiar than before, yet still joyous. Godfather, the little one said as he stepped forward, his rosy face revealing a bashful demeanor. How you've grown. Li Qing affectionately ruffled his hair and rose to greet Li's father. Li's father responded with a smile, I apologize for intruding and interrupting your esteemed gathering. Not at all. Zhu Yunjian replied with a laugh. We are thoroughly enjoying ourselves. One must not indulge excessively in drink at our age, right? Li's father felt a tad embarrassed and bowed respectfully to Zhang Lat, saying, Greetings, esteemed elder. Ah, good, Zhang Lat acknowledged, rising to say. You young ones carry on with your conversation. Master, please take your time. Zhu Yunjian smiled at Li's father, assisting Zhang Lat as they exited the gazebo. Although Zhang Lat was far sturdier than Zhu Yunjian, who needed a cane, he did not refuse the assistance, allowing Zhu Yunjian to support him. Li's father paused, watching the two depart before stepping forward a few paces and bowing. Li brother, it has been a long time. You call my grandfather Li brother, and you now call me Li brother. The generational lines seem to blur, Li Qing remarked with a nod. It has indeed been a while. I hope all is well. Everything is fine, Li's father replied with a smile, patting the little one's head. Weren't you always clamoring to see your godfather? Now that he is here, why so distant? The little one turned bashful, his cheeks reddening. At 6 years old, he was no longer the oblivious child he once was, and thus had grown more self-conscious. It is only natural to feel a bit estranged after such a long time apart, Li Qing said with a smile, not bothered by the child's shyness. This is quite normal for children. Li's father shot a glance at his son and turned to Li Qing, asking, How long do you intend to stay this time? Li brother? Not too long. I must return to the capital within a month, Li Qing replied. There are numerous matters to attend to in the capital. Li's father nodded in understanding, aware of the change in emperors he had heard about and recognizing the unrest in the capital. He inquired with concern. Will this affect your career, Li brother? Not in the slightest, Li Qing assured him. Li Qing shook his head, and then began to engage in casual conversation with him. Li's father, a quintessential gentleman of a prominent family, despite being a secondary son, had received a fine education from a young age. He possessed an elegant demeanor and spoke with refinement. Nevertheless, he ultimately exhibited a certain mercenary disposition. The two were not of the same ilk. Yet through the bond of the young child, they managed to find common ground for conversation. Before long, night descended. Li's father rose to take his leave, but he left the little one behind. Beneath the pavilion, both the elder and the younger fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, the child called out, "Godfather." "Yes?" Li Qing replied with a smile, gently adding, "There is no need to force yourself to speak. If you do not wish to remain here, your godfather can take you home." "No, it's not that," the child said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat shy. "I just don't know what to say to you." "Haha, simply speak whatever is on your mind. If you do not wish to talk, then do not feel compelled," Li Qing said, gazing up at the night sky. Softly continuing, "Do not engage in actions you despise or dislike, for life is not exceedingly long." Little Li Hong nodded, somewhat understanding, and felt an unconscious closeness. "Godfather, will you be leaving again soon? Let us focus on the present and address future matters when they arise," Li Qing replied with a smile. The little one did not leave. He spent the night with Li Qing. Their time apart had rendered his emotions somewhat estranged from Li Qing. As he grew older, he was no longer the carefree child he once was. He had acquired knowledge and understanding, which had diminished his previous joy. Days passed, and the child grew much closer to Li Qing, though his feelings were primarily rooted in respect. In this era, filial piety was highly valued, and the notion of friendship with one's parents or elders was virtually non-existent. Such societal norms were deeply entrenched, and Li Qing felt it inappropriate to challenge them. He could choose to be unconventional, but he could not impose that expectation upon others, as it would be unreasonable. One morning, Li Qing rose early, and after a brief wash, he approached the still groggy Li Hong. "Godfather is going out for a while. Would you like to join me?" "Is Godfather going to handle affairs?" Li Hong inquired. "Ah, do not concern yourself with that. Would you like to come along?" Li Qing asked with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Li Hong nodded earnestly. "Yes." "Then let us go together," Li Qing said, taking his hand and leading him out into the courtyard. Chatting about their plans to dine outside, they visited a modest restaurant, enjoying noodles and buns, which were quite palatable. The young boy, accustomed to a life of comfort, relished the meal with great delight. Even the finest foods, when consumed excessively, could become tiresome, and his father had never taken him out to eat. With his godfather, he felt relaxed and joyful, for Li Qing was never stern, nor did he impose the rigid rules that his father enforced. This sense of freedom was ineffable. He simply knew he adored this experience and wished it could continue indefinitely. "Godfather, where are we going next?" Li Hong asked eagerly, offering a handkerchief from his pocket after finishing his meal. In later generations, a 6-year-old child might be considered mischievous, but in this era, children, regardless of wealth, understood the importance of filial piety from a young age. The more affluent the family, the more pronounced this behavior became. They might project arrogance in public, yet they were generally obedient and compliant towards their parents and elders, with hardly any unruly children among them. The children of farmers begin to engage in household chores at a tender age, often assisting their parents with agricultural tasks before they even reach 10 years old. Li Qing felt a pang of nostalgia. He had never paid much attention to this phenomenon until a recent experience profoundly moved him. In the little one, he glimpsed a microcosm of the era. "Well, one must digest after a hearty meal," Li Qing said indulgently. "Come. Godfather will take you for a delightful stroll and buy you some gifts." "All right," the child replied, his eyes twinkling with joy, exuding an air reminiscent of a miniature Li Jinglong. Chapter 182. Greed and insatiability. Perhaps it was Li Qing's fondness for children, or perhaps the little one was a descendant of an old acquaintance, but Li Qing found himself quite taken with the child, showering him with affection and indulgence. The duo wandered through the streets for quite some time, during which Li Qing purchased an array of whimsical items for the young one. As noon approached, they began their journey back. Amidst his happiness, the child expressed a hint of concern. "Godfather, don't you have matters to attend to? Am I delaying you?" "No rush." Li Qing chuckled. "It's not too late to attend to business later. Where shall we go for lunch?" "To your godfather's home." "All right." Not long after lunch, the child succumbed to sleep, allowing Li Qing to set off for the weaving bureau. Upon hearing of Li Qing's arrival, Xiao Liuzi promptly set aside all his tasks and hurried to greet him. Upon their meeting, Xiao Liuzi effusively showered Li Qing with flattery. Naturally, he was aware of the monumental shift in the imperial throne. Such news was common knowledge throughout the realm. Congratulations, Master Li, on your promotion, Xiao Liuzi said with a sycophantic grin. It is said that the new emperor holds you in high esteem. Li Qing replied with a smile. You are quite well informed. My friend, we dine on the emperor's provisions, thus we must remain vigilant. Xiao Liuzi chuckled and discreetly retrieved a stack of silver notes from his sleeve, presenting them to Li Qing. Upon inspection, Li Qing noted they were all of the 1,000-tael denomination, amounting to over 10,000 taels in total. It appeared that Xiao Liuzi was living quite comfortably here. Xiao Liuzi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly clarified. Oh no, master, you misunderstand. This is nearly half of our family fortune. He lamented, we certainly do not forget your teachings, always conducting official business with utmost propriety. Ahem, this is merely a token of gratitude from Boss Shen. Very well. Li Qing pondered for a moment before accepting the silver notes. Seeing him take the money, Xiao Liuzi finally relaxed, beaming like the Buddha. Master, during my absence, how has business fared in Jinling? Li Qing inquired, as he was quite invested in economic matters, given their significance to the nation and its people. Very well, indeed. We have made quite a bit of profit, Xiao Liuzi replied cheerfully. I meant the private sector, Li Qing interjected. Ah, that. Xiao Liuzi hesitated for a moment. Initially, it was not good. Nearly everyone, except for Shen Xin, was losing money. During the worst of times, even Shen Xin struggled to hold on. However, in the past 2 months, things have improved considerably. He lowered his voice. The main issue was that the maritime trade quotas established by the late emperor became merely nominal. Recently, with military tensions easing, the soldiers stationed at the ports have been withdrawn, leading to rampant smuggling. Smuggling? Li Qing frowned. Why has this not been reported to the court? The young sixth son hesitantly remarked that the supreme emperor was away on a northern expedition, and it remained uncertain whether the new emperor truly represented the new regime. Moreover, he paused, expressing his fear of offending others. Indeed, the young sixth son was apprehensive. After all, even Wang Zhun had met a brutal end. How could he not be fearful? Those in the know understood the intricacies of the situation. As a eunuch, he possessed little integrity and was incapable of selfless devotion. Who could guarantee that, even if he reported the matter and it reached the emperor's ears, a newly ascended monarch would resolve the issue favorably? There was a real possibility that, in an attempt to win over the populace and solidify his position, the new emperor might execute the informant. Master Li, I sincerely regard you as one of my own, which is why I share this with you. The young sixth son lamented, his face drawn in concern. You must not betray me. Rest assured, I understand your predicament. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Such a situation was entirely within the realm of reason. The previous oppression had been excessively harsh, and with a new emperor, a backlash was inevitable. Li Qing felt no surprise, yet he was quite displeased. These individuals were insatiably greedy, to the point of entirely evading tax obligations. Such behavior was utterly outrageous. Noticing Li Qing's grim expression, the young sixth son hastily diverted his anger. Ever since smuggling became rampant, that fellow Shen Xin has ceased to cooperate, hoarding goods and refusing to sell to the court. I have heard he has allied himself with a court official and is secretly engaging in smuggling. Li Qing nodded lightly. I understand. Merchants are inherently motivated by profit. Li Qing had never anticipated Shen Xin to possess any notable integrity. His previous admonitions were merely a means of drawing Shen Xin into the fray. However, Shen Xin was not an isolated case. Most wealthy gentry of this era were similarly compromised. I shall meet with him, Li Qing declared as he rose. You may attend to your matters. Oh. The young sixth son nodded, awkwardly saying, Please do not mention that it was I who spoke of these matters. They are rather complex. How complex could it be? It's simply that Shen Xin has bribed you, and you have chosen to stab him in the back, Li Qing replied dismissively before departing. Take care, my lord, said the young sixth son. At the Shun residence, Shen Xin was taken aback upon seeing Li Qing, astonished that despite the change in emperors, Li Qing remained unscathed. Unlike the young sixth son, Shen Xin was not well versed in the situation in the capital and was unaware of Li Qing's impending promotion to deputy minister. When did you return, Master Li? Shen Xin felt a pang of anxiety, having flouted nearly all of Li Qing's previous instructions. However, he was not entirely disheartened, for he had acquired a new patron. Master Shen, I previously mentioned that collaborating with the court would guarantee your profits, Qing stated directly, extending an opportunity based on their past camaraderie. Cease all illicit activities immediately and return to the righteous path. Masterly, I find your words somewhat perplexing. Shen Xin feigned a smile, beckoning to his attendants. Masterly graces my humble abode. Let us prepare food and drink at once. Turning back to Qing, he added with caution, surely, Masterly has not been swayed by idle gossip? Qing chuckled lightly. Master Shen, as a businessman, you ought to grasp a fundamental truth. Pray enlighten me, my lord. Merchants should not contend with officials, Qing explained. I had originally arranged a lucrative path for you. Had you followed my guidance, you would have amassed a fortune, far exceeding your past wealth. However, do not forget that the phrase wealth to rival a nation has always been merely an expression. Do you truly believe that the court would tolerate a merchant whose riches surpass the national treasury? Shen Xin hesitated, his complexion darkening. Qing scoffed, initially. You were to liaise directly with the court, with the emperor himself, yet you insist on involving intermediaries. Is this not inviting your own misfortune? Those individuals are nothing but blood-sucking fiends. By associating with them, you will not only fail to profit, but will be subjected to their ravenous appetite for your gains. Eventually, they will drain you dry, and then, brandishing the banner of justice, they will unceremoniously cast you aside. Await your doom, for you shall witness the ruin of your household. A cold sweat broke upon Shen Xion's brow, yet he remained unconvinced. He did not perceive those individuals as malicious as Qing portrayed, and he suspected that Qing was merely attempting to intimidate him. Sir, I have always held you in high esteem and am grateful for your guidance, Shen Xin said with a forced smile, not wishing to offend Qing. However, I assure you, I have never acted against the interests of the court. You know better than I whether you have, Qing replied coolly. In due time, I shall return. Ponder this well, should you miss this opportunity. Do not blame me for withholding my assistance when misfortune befalls you. With that, he departed without further delay. Upon arriving home, Zhu Yunjian greeted him, Senior brother. Someone from the capital has sent you a letter. Zhu Yunjian handed him a letter sealed with wax. Qing understood that given his connections, apart from Yu Qian, no one would write to him. With 2 months still remaining, Yu Qian's urgency indicated he had encountered a troublesome matter. Qing took the letter and promptly opened it. Upon reading its contents, his expression darkened. What troubles you, senior brother? Zhu Yunjian inquired anxiously. Has something significant occurred in the capital? Yes, one might say so. Qing sighed deeply. It seems I must return sooner than anticipated. Is it quite troublesome? Indeed, but not insurmountable. Qing smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. I am confident I can resolve it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunjian relaxed somewhat and suggested, shall we have dinner and depart tomorrow? Yes, that sounds good, Qing nodded, feeling no urgency to leave immediately. The letter's contents were straightforward, consisting of 3 points. First, the ministers demanded the revocation of his position as Deputy Minister of War. Second, they sought the abolition of the shipping tax. And third, the age-old adage that the state should not compete with its citizens for profit. Qing's greatest ire was ignited by the second point. In this era, the shipping tax was, in a sense, a merchant tax. Eliminating it would forfeit the revenue from maritime trade, a colossal loss that could not be permitted. Newly appointed Zhu Qiu would struggle under the pressure from that faction. Although Yu Qian could bear some of it, he could only offer compromises and sought Qing's assistance. Chapter 183. A frenzied plunder that evening. Xiao Lihong continued to stay with Qing. He appeared somewhat despondent, having learned during dinner of his godfather's impending departure. What troubles you? Are you reluctant to part with your godfather? Qing teased with a smile. Yes, Xiao Lihong nodded. Initially, he had not thought much of it. But his godfather's visit had allowed him to relax and brought him joy. Now, after only a few days, his godfather was leaving again, which saddened him greatly. Godfather, could you possibly take me to the capital? Next time, Qing said. This time is rather urgent. When I have more time in the future, I will take you to the capital. Oh, fine, the little one replied, nodding reluctantly. If it had been 3 years ago, he would have pouted or even thrown a tantrum, but now he had matured and gained some understanding. When will you not be busy, godfather? He asked hopefully. Qing was at a loss for words and could only respond, once I finish my current tasks, I will come back to fetch you. All right. The little one moved closer, gazing intently at Qing with eyes reminiscent of mountain grapes. Li Qing chuckled. It's getting late. You should sleep. I'm not sleepy. I napped well at noon. Then how about I tell you a fable? Li Qing suggested. What is a fable? It's a story with a moral. The little one nodded vigorously. Okay. Before the story concluded, the child had drifted off to sleep, his small hand tightly clutching Li Qing's sleeve. A sudden wave of regret washed over Li Qing. Had it not been for their recent time together, perhaps his departure would not cause the child sorrow. The next day, Li Qing rose early, initially intending to leave without a word, but after careful consideration, he decided a proper farewell was warranted. After breakfast, he spoke to Zhu Yunjian and his wife, advising them to live well without any worries. Zhu Yunjian had no reservations. His primary concern was his wife's health. Upon receiving Zhang Lada's promise of treatment, he felt reassured. Li Qing then reminded Zhu Yunjian to take care of himself. After some playful moments with his godson, he bid farewell to his master. As Li Qing led the fine steed prepared by Zhu Yunjian and was about to mount, the little one dashed out after him. Goodbye, godfather. Goodbye, Li Qing replied with a smile, swinging into the saddle. Don't forget to come back for me when you're done, the little one added. Li Qing turned back, assuring him, rest assured, I will definitely come for you once I am free. Now hurry back. Okay, the little one said. Looking back 3 times before finally returning to the gate, Li Qing waved to Zhu Yunjian, turned, and raised his riding whip. In the capital, the ministers were growing anxious. So many high-ranking official positions remained vacant, and who wouldn't desire a promotion? Not only the ministers, but also military leaders like Shi Hong and Yang Hong were becoming impatient, surprised at how long Yu Qian was taking to issue the compensation. They had hoped for promotions, but the prolonged wait dulled the sense of urgency in their contributions to the nation's plight. The new emperor's temperament was unknown to them. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it felt for themselves. Everyone was anxious, watching Yu Qian with eager eyes, wishing they could give him a nudge to hasten his pace. Yu Qian remained unhurried and calm, though he too felt the pressure. With so many positions unfilled, the ministers were hesitant to push too hard, but even with gentle persuasion, Zhu Qiyu was beginning to buckle under the strain, which frustrated Yu Qian. Logically, Zhu Qiyu should withstand the pressure, but his resolve was too weak. At times, Yu Qian wished he could audaciously ask, what are you afraid of? Why don't you confront them? But such thoughts remained unvoiced. He simply could not act that way. Fortunately, Li Qing did not keep him waiting much longer. In the Ministry of War's back hall, Yu Qian gazed at the weary Li Qing, feeling both reassured and guilty. I appreciate your efforts, sir, he said. It's nothing. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Indeed, Yu Qian replied succinctly. The primary issue revolves around maritime commerce. The people's greed knows no bounds. They aspire to replicate the grand spectacle of the former emperor's ascension and, furthermore, wish to evade taxes entirely. Pausing for a moment, he added, additionally, there is your position to consider. Their animosity towards you is profound. They fear that your elevation will make their circumstances even more challenging, and thus they strive to thwart your appointment as minister. How about the military officials and the aristocracy? Li Qing inquired. The military is manageable. They are eager for the emperor to bestow rewards for their merits. However, the aristocrats are more ambitious, Yu Qian explained. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Qing's eyes. Please elaborate. Inheriting titles is a natural expectation for them. They believe that their ancestors' sacrifices for the nation warrant greater compensation. Yu Qian continued. Conversely, they are also aligning themselves with the civil officials, conspiring both overtly and covertly to exploit maritime trade. Yu Qian let out a wry smile. The realm of maritime trade is not solely represented by the civil officials. The aristocrats are equally involved, sharing a common interest. Li Qing sighed. Indeed, they are never satisfied with what they have. Yu Qian nodded. That is the crux of the matter. What is your perspective, sir? How does the emperor view these issues? Yu Qian's expression was one of resignation. The emperor is indecisive. Li Qing frowned. This is unacceptable. A sovereign cannot display such weakness. If he does not assert himself now, he will find it even more difficult to do so in the future. He set aside his tea. Let us proceed to the palace. Very well, Yu Qian acquiesced, then added, Sir, temper your anger. He feared that Li Qing might act impulsively against the emperor's interests. Rest assured, I shall not be rash. In the imperial study, where the emperor conducted affairs of state, Zhu Qiyu had recently relocated. Alongside him were Chen Xin, Gao Yi, and Miao Zhong from the cabinet. assisting in the organization of memorials and suggesting revisions, while the Office of Ceremonial Affairs had become merely ornamental. Since Wang Zhen's demise, a new chief eunuch had yet to be appointed. Chen, Gao, and Miao were fortunate. During Zhu Yunjian's military campaign, they had been left behind to assist in governance. And now not only had they salvaged their lives, but also gained greater influence. The trio worked diligently, engaging in both overt and covert rivalries, each aspiring to ascend to the head of the cabinet. However, relatively speaking, their competition remained harmonious, lacking the ruthless fervor of envy, and could be deemed a healthy rivalry. Zhu Qiyu was diligent in governance, consistently addressing the backlog of memorials with remarkable efficiency, albeit at considerable expense. In the vast realm of the Ming, calamities were inevitable, particularly droughts. Zhu Qiyu was engaged in both disaster relief and tax reductions, having expended a significant portion of the financial reserves left by his elder brother. Upon opening yet another memorial, Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow. It reported yet another disaster, this time in Jiangnan. He felt a twinge of suspicion. Why were there so many calamities occurring recently? Having reviewed the governance measures implemented by his elder brother during his reign, Zhu Qiyu noted that while disasters occurred annually, their frequency had never been so pronounced. The past 2 months alone had rivaled the calamities of an entire year under his brother's rule. With his brush poised, Zhu Qiyu ultimately refrained from issuing a response. Shen Xin, perceptive and astute, tentatively inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" "The recent natural disasters have been numerous." Zhu Qiyu, furrowing his brow, replied, "Could it be that my virtues are lacking, inciting heavenly displeasure?" Lacking evidence, he hesitated to voice unfounded suspicions and thus took the blame upon himself. "Your Majesty must not speak this way." Shen Xin quickly rose, followed by Gao Yi and Miao Zhong, who also stood and clasped their hands in reverence. As it has been said since ancient times, there is hunger at 3 years, decline at 6, and desolation at 12. This is not the emperor's fault. Their words, though grandiloquent, masked their inner fury. The subordinates had overstepped their bounds, and their actions were intolerable. They had ample reasons to be incensed, for they had not yet savored meat, while those below had already begun to indulge, which was utterly outrageous, especially now, when they were at the apex of their endeavors. They yearned to seize the opportunity for greater gains, and the thoughtlessness of their subordinates was, of course, disheartening. Zhu Qiyu chuckled nonchalantly. "My esteemed ministers, please be seated. Let us proceed with state affairs." He set aside the memorial, intending to summon the Jinui later to investigate the matter at hand. The three expressed their gratitude and resumed their seats. Just as they grasped the memorial again, a young eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Minister Yu and Chief Li request an audience." Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback, their scalps prickling with apprehension. Could that calamity return? Before they could utter a word, Zhu Qiyu cheerfully commanded, "Quickly summon them." They turned, hoping for another official named Li, but regrettably, Li Qing soon came into view. Upon meeting their gazes, he grinned widely, his bright white teeth strikingly noticeable. Chapter 184. The Grand Bestowal of Military Titles. Minister Yu Qian, Li Qing, bowed. "Long live your Majesty." "No need for formalities," Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile, rising to greet them. "My esteemed ministers need not stand on ceremony. Attendant, offer them seats." Yu Qian clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we have come to discuss matters." He glanced meaningfully at Shen Xin and the others. The faces of Chen, Gao, and Miao instantly darkened. Having engaged in courtly intrigues for so long, they were well aware of each other's tactics. A glance at Yu Qian revealed his ill intentions. Especially with the presence of the calamity that was Li Qing, whenever he was involved, they had never fared well. The trio cast hopeful glances toward Zhu Qiyu, reluctant to depart. As long as they remained, at least Yu Qian would exercise some caution, and they could still counter his arguments. Once they left, they would be entirely at the mercy of their adversaries' words. Zhu Qiyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "My esteemed ministers, let us conclude today's affairs here." The trio felt utterly discomfort, akin to a cowherd turned into a lady. Yet, with the emperor issuing a dismissal, they had no choice but to comply. "We take our leave," they said reluctantly, clasping their hands in farewell. "Do sit down." Zhu Qiyu resumed his seat and called out, "Bring tea." Li Qing, benefiting from Yu Qian's presence, also procured a cup of tea. "What brings the two esteemed ministers here?" Zhu Qiyu inquired. Yu Qian replied, "Your Majesty, one can delay matters until the first day of the month, but not beyond the 15th. Some issues must be addressed. Zhu Qiyu's brow furrowed slightly, probing. Minister Yu, do you have a proposal in mind? Yu Qian glanced at Li Qing, prompting Zhu Qiyu to follow his gaze toward Li Qing. Is it Minister Li who has a proposal? Indeed, came the response. Li Qing set down his teacup and candidly remarked that since the founding of the Ming dynasty, in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Song dynasty, there has been a persistent effort to suppress the civil official faction. However, as military conflicts diminished and domestic affairs progressed, the growth of civil officials became unrestrained. In fact, before the abdication of the retired emperor, they had already succeeded in completely overshadowing the military generals, even halting maritime trade. Li Qing, having spent many years in the court, possessed unparalleled insight into Ming politics, and his discourse was exceptionally profound, with Zhu Qiyu listening intently. The benefits derived from maritime trade are crucial for the nation's development. Li Qing stated that the remarkable achievements of the past Emperor Taizong were closely tied to maritime trade. Zhu Qiyu nodded, acknowledging, I have indeed heard of this. The carriage and shipping tax cannot be abolished, and we cannot abandon maritime commerce. The emperor's wisdom was complemented by Yu Qian's agreement. Zhu Qiyu smiled and turned to Li Qing, inviting him to share any further thoughts. He gently encouraged, do not hesitate. I will not punish you for your words. Li Qing, unfazed, continued, moreover, there is the contention between civil and military officials. The true growth of civil officials occurred after the Yongle era. This was due to the political foundation laid during the reigns of the founding and second emperors, which supported military officials. However, after the Yongle period, as military engagements lessened and the court restored civilian strength, civil officials expanded rapidly. Thus, the Xuanzong emperor was compelled to personally lead military campaigns and patrol the borders to exert control over military power and, consequently, political affairs. He paused, adding, in fact, the retired emperor's eagerness to lead military expeditions was also an attempt to emulate Xuanzong, indirectly solidifying imperial authority through military command. Your Majesty, this is indeed a prime opportunity. Firstly, if the military officials achieve merit, it is only just to reward them. Secondly, if they receive rewards, they will feel gratitude towards the emperor and align themselves with him. The rise of military officials will compel the civil officials to be more restrained and considerate. Zhu Qiyu nodded frequently, acknowledging the reasoning. However, he expressed concern, yet, the civil officials will not easily accept this, as I have just ascended to the throne. If they do not perform their duties diligently or choose to abandon their posts, it will ultimately affect the Ming dynasty. His face was marked with worry. Li Qing reassured him, Your Majesty need not be overly concerned. Despite their vocal grievances, few possess the resolve to relinquish the positions they have labored for over the years. Zhu Qiyu, regaining his composure, slowly nodded. The logic is sound, yet if we do not maintain a proper balance, even if they do not resign, they could make my reign difficult by not fulfilling their responsibilities. It is essential to make some compromises, Li Qing suggested. The share of maritime trade could be adjusted to a 3-to-7 ratio. 3-to-7? Zhu Qiyu inquired, taken aback. Yes, Li Qing affirmed. After a lengthy contemplation, Zhu Qiyu nodded. 30% of trade, along with commercial taxes, is still considerable, not to mention the substantial agricultural and salt taxes that cannot be fully expended. Calculating the figures, Zhu Qiyu found it more than sufficient and agreed to Li Qing's proposal. What are your thoughts regarding the military officials, my dear minister? Zhu Qiyu inquired. Expressing an increasing appreciation for Li Qing, he suggested selecting several capable individuals and conferring upon them titles of nobility. Li Qing remarked that this would, to some extent, serve as a reprimand to those unscrupulous old aristocrats, compelling them to engage in competition. Engage in competition? Zhu Qiyu did not grasp the meaning of this term. Yu Qian elucidated. It means to incite them into rivalry, thereby benefiting the emperor. I see. Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile, recognizing it as a commendable strategy. After a brief interval, Li Qing articulated his thoughts, and Zhu Qiyu largely concurred. There was little else to discuss. Li Qing rose and stated, If your Majesty has no further commands, I shall take my leave. Ah, my dear minister, do walk carefully, Zhu Qiyu replied. I too take my leave. Yu Qian followed suit, but Zhu Qiyu interjected, Minister Yu, please stay a moment. Yu Qian paused, nodded respectfully, and slowly resumed his seat. Li Qing did not linger and departed directly. This was merely a solution, It was not to imply that the existence of a plan would guarantee success. The true challenge lay in its execution, which was far more arduous than Li Qing had suggested. The civil officials remained ever scheming, having felt stifled for too long. Moreover, they had a successful precedent from over a decade ago. Li Qing understood that this time, the resistance from the civil faction would be unprecedentedly fierce. In truth, Li Qing did not possess an optimal solution. A calm and rational resolution was utterly unattainable. After years of struggle, the patience of the civil officials was nearly exhausted. If even a change of emperor could not turn the tide, they would undoubtedly resort to desperate measures. The following day, Li Qing arose early. Yet upon reaching the Fengtian Hall, he was still somewhat tardy. As he arrived, Zhu Qiyu entered immediately thereafter. The gathered ministers, well trained in protocol, performed the customary homage. We pay our respects to our emperor. Long live the emperor. Zhu Qiyu, seated upon the dragon throne, rested a hand on a dragon head, surveying the prostrated ministers. Despite the repetition of this scene, he still derived immense satisfaction from it. Such is the allure of imperial power. An inexplicable sense of grandeur surged within Zhu Qiyu. Today, he would not be silenced. All rise, he commanded. Thank you, Your Majesty, the ministers responded, rising and taking their respective places. Zhu Qiyu cleared his throat and announced, recently, the Tatar forces threatened our borders, yet our Ming dynasty stood united, repelling the enemy beyond our gates. Each of you has contributed to this effort. Now, our soldiers have largely received their rewards and compensations. However, there remain many who have yet to receive their due accolades. The ministers paused, a glimmer of surprise flashing in their eyes. At last, it was time to discuss merits and rewards. Li Qing privately scoffed, noting the irony. During the battle, each one had displayed fear. Yet when it came to sharing the spoils, they were all fervently enthusiastic. Casting a glance towards the military officials, he noticed that Shi Heng and his nephew Shi Biao were present, which offered him some comfort. It seemed Zhu Qiyu had indeed heeded his counsel regarding the promotion of military leaders. While he was unaware of what Zhu Qiyu and Yu Qian had discussed after his departure, it appeared that there was little variation in their sentiments. Yang Hong, step forward. I am here. Yang Hong advanced a few steps and bowed. Zhu Qiyu proclaimed, in the defense of the capital, Minister Yang has made significant contributions. I bestow upon him the title of Marquis of Chongping and appoint him as the commander of the capital garrison. Yang Hong trembled with excitement, striving to contain his overwhelming emotions as he humbly expressed, Thank you for your great kindness, Your Majesty. Zhu Qiyu smiled and continued, Shi Heng, step forward. I am here. As Shi Heng emerged from the ranks, his face flushed with excitement, he bowed deeply, proclaiming, Your servant awaits your command. Shi Aiqing was promptly dispatched to the Anding Gate to fend off the Tatars outside the city, receiving the title of Grand Commander of the military. I humbly thank Your Majesty for your grace, he expressed. Shi Heng was even more exhilarated than Yang Hong, nearly shattering a gold brick in his exuberance. Zhu Qiyu continued, Shi Biao, heed the decree. Your servant is here, replied Shi Biao, who, like his uncle, struggled to contain his grin, appearing rather unrefined today. Your contributions to the defense of Anding Gate have been substantial. You are hereby promoted to the position of General of Guerrilla Warfare, Zhu Qiyu declared. I humbly thank Your Majesty for your grace, Shi Biao responded. Yang Jun, hearing the decree, replied, Your servant is present. The ministers listened in silence, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They were displeased and indignant, believing that the rewards bestowed were excessively generous, threatening the balance of power within the civil service. While victory in battle warranted some rewards, the lavish titles and promotions given to so many were undoubtedly excessive. The civil officials had always looked down upon the military, a sentiment that persisted since the Hongwu and Yongle eras, and especially now, as the civil officials had previously enjoyed notable victories during the early Zhengtong period. The civil faction was deeply dissatisfied with the distribution of benefits this time, even harboring considerable anger. Yet, none dared to speak out, for their own rewards were still pending. It would be unwise to expose themselves, as they could settle accounts later when the time was right. Zhu Qiyu, having concluded the bestowal of titles upon the military, shifted his focus sharply towards maritime trade. The ministers, feeling even more aggrieved, could only endure in silence, as they had yet to partake in the spoils. Each wore a countenance akin to that of a discontented bride. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. When Zhu Qiyu announced the reallocation of market shares, allocating 3 parts to the court and 7 to the populace, the ministers felt a slight alleviation. However, their demand for the abolition of the shipping tax was firmly rejected by Zhu Qiyu, who was resolute and unyielding on the matter. This incited further resentment among the civil officials, yet they continued to endure. Unexpectedly, after delivering these proclamations, Zhu Qiyu excused the morning court by citing fatigue from reviewing memorials late into the night. This infuriated the elderly ministers, who were visibly upset, yet they restrained their anger. It was not a matter of being unable to express their discontent, but rather a question of timing. They would bide their time until the dust settled to claim their due share, at which point they would strike back. One might evade the initial challenges, but not the eventual reckoning. They doubted the permanence of such vacancies in significant positions. Li Qing, belonging to the civil service, found his appointment as Deputy Minister of War shelved. Nevertheless, this did not impede his spirits, as he was indifferent to such matters. After the court was dismissed, he visited Yu Qian's residence, taking his donkey with him while Yu Mian saw him off a considerable distance. In the following days, Li Qing refrained from attending court. The military officials had received their titles, and the vacant positions among the civil officials would inevitably be filled. His presence or absence would make little difference. With Yu Qian's support, Li Qing felt no concern. He intended to wait for the ministers to rise in resistance before making his move. However, in the end, Li Qing was indeed somewhat careless. Zhu Qiyu is not Zhu Qijian, given their close acquaintance. He promptly urged Yu Qian to persuade Li Qing upon noticing his absence from court. Yu Qian managed to deflect the matter a few times, but eventually, he had no choice but to counsel Li Qing. Sir, if you do not attend court, the vice minister will be no more. Surely not. He is being rather petty. Li Qing retorted, at a loss for words. Yu Qian, with a wry smile, remarked, the emperor has only recently ascended the throne. Your actions may inadvertently convey a sense of disregard for him. The issue is, even if I attend court, there is little for me to do, Li Qing replied helplessly. Going would merely serve as a formality, utterly useless. I might as well stay home and enjoy a leisurely slumber. Yu Qian sighed. You should go nonetheless. To show some respect to the emperor. I am a man of action, not one to engage in mere formalities, Li Qing countered. This time I shall acquiesce. But if he attempts to manipulate me again, I will not indulge him. He is no different from his brother. Sir, how can you speak of the emperor in such a manner? Yu Qian interjected, visibly perturbed. Li Qing rolled his eyes. All right. Must we continue this debate? Yu Qian sighed. So will you not go? No, Li Qing stated resolutely. Let it be. I do not covet the position of vice minister. Once this tumult subsides and the court stabilizes, I intend to reside in Jinling for the long term. Yu Qian was speechless. Sir? Is this how one conducts themselves in office? Li Qing shrugged. Though my visits to court are infrequent, my contributions surpass those of others. If he only concerns himself with superficial appearances, he cannot be deemed a wise ruler. Do not look at me as if this is a revelation. You have known me long enough, Li Qing mused. I was this way even during Emperor Taizong's reign. Yu Qian could only smile ruefully, exclaiming, it seems only Emperor Taizu could manage you. He was fine at first, Li Qing chuckled, but that old man, cough, he often became exasperated with me, resorting to drawing his sword. Yu Qian suspected Li Qing was exaggerating, yet upon reflection, he recognized that Li Qing had no need to deceive him. This aligned with his character. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, how did you manage when Emperor Taizu drew his sword against you? Are you foolish? He could wield a sword. Would I not know how to flee? Li Qing replied, exasperated. Yu Qian clicked his tongue, equally at a loss. He had never encountered, nor heard of, anyone quite like Li Qing. Sir, I truly believe your survival to this day is nothing short of miraculous. Yu Qian jested. Yet Li Qing countered, you are mistaken. My longevity and prominence are not mere strokes of luck, but rather a testament to my abilities. Yu Qian paused, then nodded with a wry smile. As the soldiers' compensation approached its conclusion, Yu Qian noted that the vacant positions would soon need to be filled. There is no reason for further delay. The court is due for stabilization. Let them make a fuss. I shall intervene when necessary. Li Qing reclined comfortably in his chair. For now, I must conserve my energy. Yu Qian realized his efforts to persuade were futile and ceased his entreaties. By the way, Li Qing suddenly recalled, I almost forgot a significant matter. Is the Baoyuan Bureau still minting coins? It is temporarily halted, Yu Qian replied, The copper for coinage has been depleted. This must be expedited, Li Qing mused. The emperor trusts you more than he does me. You should convey the implications of this situation to him and encourage an increase in trade with Japan. Li Qing, unusually solemn, remarked. This concerns every citizen of the Ming dynasty. We must stabilize the currency. Yu Qian nodded and inquired, do you have a rough strategy for their counterattack? Sir, not much to consider, Li Qing replied. As long as the emperor remains resolute, they cannot shake the imperial authority at this stage. Moreover, with the recent promotion of so many military commanders, there shouldn't be any significant issues. While he was smiling, his expression suddenly hardened. Damn it, I was careless. What has crossed your mind, sir? Yu Qian asked, surprised by his unusual demeanor. Li Qing rarely displayed such expressions, and whenever he did, it heralded significant matters. It's nothing, Li Qing reassured, regaining his light-hearted demeanor. Should the ministers retaliate, the emperor can suppress them using the Ministry of Rights and the palace guards. So it shouldn't pose a headache. Yu Qian, trusting his judgment, lingered a bit longer before taking his leave. As soon as Yu Qian departed, the ease on Li Qing's face shifted to gravity. Curse it, after all the calculations, I still overlooked something. Li Qing cursed, realizing he had forgotten about Zhu Yunjian. It was foreseeable that Zhu Qiyu would fail to meet the psychological expectations of the civil officials, and they would inevitably demand the return of the retired emperor. This was precisely what Zhu Qiyu dreaded. No emperor wished to relinquish power once attained. With Emperor's son in the rear palace and Crown Prince Zhu Yunjian in the eastern palace, Zhu Qiyu's position was already precarious, and Zhu Yunjian's return would only exacerbate his vulnerability. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to Zhu Qiyu. To allow it would mean conceding. Yet even if he consented, Zhu Yunjian would not return, as he was not in the hands of the Tartars. How could the Tartars be persuaded otherwise? If the Tartars refused to comply, the Ming dynasty would inevitably have to mobilize its forces, as this concerned the dignity of the court. For the sake of political correctness, Zhu Qiyu would be compelled to lead an expedition. In doing so, the previously favorable situation would deteriorate. If the Ming dynasty refrained from military action, the Wala and Tartars would inevitably engage in conflict. However, should the Ming dynasty deploy troops under immense pressure, one could not ascertain that both sides would not unite against them. After all, Zhu Yunjian had a favorable relationship with the Wala, while Zhu Qiyu did not. The Wala, prioritizing their own interests, would not idly watch the Tartars face annihilation. Reflecting on this, Li Qing could not help but curse, his earlier confidence dissipating. The strategies he had devised were now rendered obsolete. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should return to Jinling and eliminate Zhu Yunjian. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that such an act would yield little benefit. Even if he returned with a corpse, the blame would still fall upon the Tartars. Even if he claimed it was an assassination, few would believe him. Would he truly bring Zhu Yunjian back and publicly perform the act of regicide? Damn it, Li Qing exclaimed, realizing he needed to confront Zhu Qiyu directly. With determination, he immediately set off for the palace. Chapter 186. Does Your Majesty know of the eternal Qing Marquis? In the imperial study, Zhu Qiyu was busy handling memorials when a young eunuch reported that Li Qing was at the palace gate, requesting an audience. A sense of pride welled up within him. Ah, so he has softened. A feeling of accomplishment washed over Zhu Qiyu, and he felt a sense of joy, having already recognized Li Qing's talents. He naturally wished to utilize them. Now that Li Qing was seeking reconciliation, he knew he should extend a hand. Shen Xin, however, lamented incessantly, seizing the opportunity before Li Qing's arrival to disparage him, exclaiming that with a new sovereign comes new courtiers, and that Li Qing, being the absolute confidant of the retired emperor, would inevitably be fickle. Zhu Qiyu, unfazed by their words, reflected on his solitary state. Recognizing that if he were to heed the trio's opinions, the entire court would need to be replaced. Observing their endless bickering, Zhu Qiyu interjected, "Esteemed ministers, you two are loyal subjects of the rightful dynasty." Shen Xin promptly fell silent, his expression turning awkward. Zhu Qiyu continued with a smile. "I do not concern myself with such matters. As long as an official possesses genuine talent and is loyal to the throne and the nation, I hold them in high regard." The emperor's humility left the old ministers feeling ashamed, and they offered their dry compliments. Zhu Qiyu nodded, stretching lazily, and remarked, "You have all worked hard. Bring forth tea." Small acts of kindness still held some value, for after all, one is often beholden to those from whom they receive favors. The three ministers expressed their gratitude profusely, touched by the emperor's gracious treatment. Nevertheless, they understood the importance of pursuing their own interests, planning to maintain a semblance of politeness when the time was right. A short while later, Li Qing arrived at the study. No need for formalities, Zhu Qiyu said. In good spirits. Please take a seat. The tea on the table is reserved for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing replied as he clasped his hands in respect and sat down to enjoy the tea. Noticing Li Qing's sole focus on the beverage, Zhu Qiyu feigned ignorance and inquired, Li Aiqing, what brings you here today? As long as you show humility and acknowledge your mistakes, I shall not pursue the matter of your absence from court, Zhu Qiyu said with a cheerful gaze. I do indeed have something to report to Your Majesty, Li Qing said, setting down his cup and bowing slightly. But in the presence of these three esteemed officials, I feel somewhat hesitant. Oh, ha, Zhu Qiyu chuckled, rising to his feet. Come, let us speak in the inner hall. He turned back to the trio and said, You three may continue your affairs. I shall return shortly. We shall obey, the three ministers replied, but their hearts were heavy with frustration. According to custom, they believed Li Qing was up to no good again. Their minds filled with resentment. There was no remedy. Li Qing's reputation was too tarnished, and even if he were to propose something beneficial for the civil officials, others would not believe him. Upon entering the inner hall, Zhu Qiyu took a seat at the writing desk and warmly invited, Please, sit across from me. Li Qing nodded and complied. Let bygones be bygones. As long as such transgressions are not repeated, all is well, Zhu Qiyu generously stated, offering Li Qing an easy way forward. What past matters? Li Qing inquired, somewhat puzzled, before realizing Zhu Qiyu was referring to his absence from court. Amused, Li Qing chose not to deny it, feeling no need to refute the truth. Your Majesty, I have come today to discuss. Li Qing glanced at the attending eunuch who had followed him in. Zhu Qiyu waved his hand, dismissing the attendant. You may leave. This servant takes their leave, the eunuch said, departing. Creating an air of mystery, Zhu Qiyu chuckled. Now you may speak freely? It concerns the retired emperor, Li Qing responded. Zhu Qiyu's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he replied, his tone somewhat rigid. Li Qing, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Then I shall be direct. Li Qing seemingly ignored the emperor's displeasure and continued, Your Majesty, once all the vacant positions are filled, the civil officials will undoubtedly retaliate. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow, saying, I am aware, as this esteemed minister has mentioned, but what relevance does this have with the retired emperor? They harbor discontent and may use the return of the retired emperor as a pretext to compel the throne to make concessions, Li Qing replied. Zhu Qiyu felt a chill in his heart, though his expression softened as he realized he had misunderstood Li Qing. He nodded and said, You have a point, Minister Li. Indeed, I also harbor intentions of welcoming back the retired emperor, yet the Tatars are insatiable. As emperor, I cannot act in a manner that would dishonor my ancestors. Sigh. Zhu Qiyu lamented. I trust the retired emperor would comprehend this. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Your Majesty prioritizes the stability of the realm, which is indeed fortunate. After flattering him, Li Qing shifted the topic. If they insist on the return of the retired emperor for their own interests, what course of action does Your Majesty intend to take? Zhu Qiyu hesitated, cleared his throat, and proclaimed grandly, One must choose the lesser of two evils. Li Qing chuckled wryly. Your Majesty, a step back leads to further retreats. They will seize upon this rationale to corner you. What do you mean? Zhu Qiyu's tone grew tense once more. Are you suggesting that I am coveting imperial power, disregarding the safety of the retired emperor? Your Majesty, please lower your voice. Li Qing urged. Zhu Qiyu huffed softly, yet indeed lowered his voice. If the retired emperor can return, I would gladly abdicate. After all, I was originally a prince. Lacking desire for the throne, he rambled on, but Li Qing absorbed not a single word, as Zhu Qiyu's words rang hollow. Of course, Li Qing held no contempt for Zhu Qiyu. Anyone in his position would be reluctant to relinquish power. Given the circumstances at the time, most would hesitate to take the reins. Zhu Qiyu, however, had the courage to step forward, recognizing talent, and fervently supporting Yu Qian and the Ming army, thus averting disaster and stabilizing the empire, which was indeed a monumental achievement. Yu Qian was the foremost contributor, yet without Zhu Qiyu's unwavering trust and support, he could not have succeeded. For this alone, Zhu Qiyu could be deemed a commendable emperor. Li Qing sighed and inquired, Are you aware of the Duke of Yongqing? The Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Qiyu paused, nodding slowly. I have heard of him, having served under the reigns of the founding emperor, the second emperor, and the two subsequent sovereigns, accruing remarkable achievements. What connection does this have with the Duke of Yongqing? Li Qing chuckled and asked, then, are you aware of the whereabouts of the Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Qiyu pondered for a moment. It is said he retired to his hometown during the Xuande reign. And after that, I heard he traveled the world. Given the passage of so many years, he must have long since passed away. Not necessarily. Li Qing replied with a smile. Your Majesty should have heard that the Duke of Yongqing is a disciple of the immortal Zhang Lada. Immortal Zhang Lada? Zhu Qiyu mused, then smiled. Isn't it said that this so-called immortal passed away during the Yongle reign? This misunderstanding was not Zhu Qiyu's fault. It stemmed from Li Qing's prior statements. Initially, during Zhu Di's relentless pursuit of Zheng Wen, Li Qing had no choice but to enact a grand filial piety. Now, it seemed he was reaping the bitter fruits of that decision. Li Qing scratched his head and earnestly stated, in truth, Zhang Lada has indeed died. He revealed that himself. It was not some old man I sought to implicate. However, the Duke of Yongqing is very much alive. Not only is he alive, but he has also returned to the court, Li Qing added. How can this be? Zhu Qiyu realized, astonished. Are you truly the Yongqing Marquis? Li Qing nodded. You Zhu Qiyu stammered before suddenly laughing. You share the same name as the Yongqing Marquis, and thus you are him? Pausing for a moment, he added, I appreciate you and wish to employ your talents, yet you demean yourself in this manner. Zhu Qiyu, displeased, replied coolly, indeed, you have rendered service to the state, but you are not yet worthy of comparison with the Yongqing Marquis. Li Qing smiled wryly, acknowledging that even in future times, proving one's identity is a formidable challenge, let alone in this era. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing inquired, you are merely a year younger than the Grand Emperor. You must be aware of the court's condition before and after he assumed power, correct? Zhu Qiyu nodded solemnly. Li Qing had not employed honorifics, which displeased him slightly. Li Qing continued, do you believe that in just a few short years, the Grand Emperor could restore order? Who do you think facilitated that? I know. Zhu Qiyu scoffed lightly. The Grand Emperor abolished corrupt practices after taking power, and you contributed significantly. Li Qing chuckled. When I first arrived in the capital, I was a scholar. After a single audience with the Grand Emperor, I was appointed to a position in Qingdu, and he honored me as his teacher, referring to me as sir. Do you think that a mere acquaintance would warrant such regard from the Grand Emperor? Zhu Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, and inexplicably, he found himself believing it. Yet reason told him it was impossible. No one could live to such an age, and Li Qing appeared so young. Despite his beard, he could not look older than 30. Li Qing felt a sense of helplessness. He knew he must reveal more of his abilities. Your Majesty, please observe closely. As he spoke, his internal energy surged forth. In chapter 187, not like a mortal guest, Li Qing's hair snapped free, cascading around him like a dark waterfall. His robe billowing dramatically. The strands whipped against his jade-like visage, disheveled yet striking, reminiscent of an otherworldly being descending from the heavens. His eyes were profound, hinting at an underlying weariness and worldly wisdom. Deeper still lay a profound sense of helplessness, a realization of having seen through all worldly matters yet being unable to alter them. Zhu Qiyu was entranced at that moment. The visual impact Li Qing presented was beyond mere words. In a daze, he felt an illusion that the figure before him was indeed a celestial being, a divine entity from the heavens, with arched brows, starry eyes, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, and a face resembling jade. He exuded a youthful appearance that belied a sense of impending twilight, perfectly harmonious and utterly natural. After a brief moment, everything returned to normal. Li Qing resumed his seat. His long hair cascading down like a waterfall, slightly tousled, his starry eyes half closed, revealing a hint of illness upon his pale visage, a weariness that spoke volumes. Do you believe, Your Majesty? Zhu Qiyu gazed at Li Qing, rendered speechless for a long while, his inner shock too profound to articulate. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qing's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, as if he alone were the true sovereign of this realm. He was the one who governed the fate of the Ming dynasty. His appearance, demeanor, and presence were all impeccably formidable, unlike any mortal guest. I believe, Zhu Qiyu marveled, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of defeat. Indeed, he felt somewhat ashamed of himself. After a considerable time, Zhu Qiyu finally took a seat. Upon the return of the retired emperor, The political landscape is destined to descend into chaos. Zhu Qiyu remarked that this time he refrained from grandiloquence. Not only is he, the temporary emperor, in an awkward position, struggling to find his place, but the Ming court will also be embroiled in internal strife. Li Qing nodded, assuring him, "You need not worry. Trust me. He shall not return." Zhu Qiyu was momentarily taken aback. Li Qing's words seemed rather audacious, yet he was entitled to such confidence. "Why do you assist me?" Zhu Qiyu inquired. "It is not for you, but for the sake of the Ming and the people," replied Li Qing, "for the well-being of all under heaven." After a brief silence, Zhu Qiyu asked, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Remain true to your principles and adhere to the strategies we previously established," Li Qing advised. "If they propose to welcome back the retired emperor, I will go to receive him." Zhu Qiyu nodded gently. "You are aware of the retired emperor's situation, are you not? Are you concerned for him?" Li Qing was taken aback. Zhu Qiyu, in anguish and turmoil, confessed, "He is my elder brother. I am not a mere plant, devoid of feelings." Li Qing felt a twinge of sorrow. Indeed, Zhu Qiyu was, as Zhu Yunjian had described, not a suitable ruler. Lacking the iron-fisted resolve and the capacity for ruthlessness, his abilities were rather ordinary, and his character displayed a certain softness. However, Li Qing did not reject such a person. Zhu Qiyu was a good man, and good man is a term of commendation. Unlike Zhu Yunjian, who was ambitious yet inept, soft-hearted towards those who should not be, and harsh towards those who deserved compassion, he had, one might say, perfectly missed all the right answers. Zhu Qiyu was more sincere. Though he could not rival Zhu Di across 3 generations, he would at least not incite turmoil in the Ming as Zhu Yunjian had. Zhu Qiyu sought stability, and the current Ming dynasty needed tranquility. "He is well. You need not worry," Li Qing stated. "You are now the emperor. Focus solely on your role. He is the retired emperor, disinterested in the throne, thus you need not harbor any concerns." Zhu Qiyu nodded slowly. "I understand." After a pause, he added, "In a few days, we must fill the vacancies. Mr. Li Qing, please join us." "I shall not attend." Li Qing gently shook his head. "Once I enter the court, their emotions will undoubtedly run high, making it more difficult for you." Zhu Qiyu responded, "If you do not come, I fear I must appoint you as minister." Li Qing chuckled. "What does it matter whether I hold the title of minister? As long as you trust me, I can assist the emperor in restoring order, even without the title. Moreover, if I were to become a minister and frequently absent from court, they would relentlessly impeach me." Li Qing thought to himself. Zhu Qiyu was not Zhu Yunjian. He did not possess such a robust character. Faced with a barrage of impeachment, even if he could withstand it, he would find it exceedingly burdensome. It was better to maintain the status quo than to endure such distress. Li Qing chose to reveal his identity, not for the sake of the ministerial position, but to earn Zhu Qiyu's trust. As long as the emperor was willing to heed his counsel, any challenge could be surmounted. Upon returning home, Li Qing lay down for a while, contemplating the theft of the Yongle Dian, which was also one of his main tasks. He had no intention of abandoning it midway. If he was to steal, he would take the entire collection. Unlike some, he suffered no procrastination. He acted upon his thoughts. In the dead of night, he donned a dark cloak, hoisted a sack, and ventured further down the path of transgression. Days passed, and the plan was set in motion. All vacancies in the 6 ministries and various departments have been filled, allowing the Ming dynasty to resume normal operations. In truth, the previous disruption was not extensive. It merely created an air of incongruity with so many positions unoccupied. Everyone expressed their happiness, and even those who could not ascend benefited from the promotions of others. The officials wore smiles, and with the reallocation of maritime trade shares, they found themselves in a state of elation. However, their contentment was not absolute. They had just received favorable outcomes and felt reluctant to display any dissatisfaction. Scholars are often mindful of their reputations, and it would be unbecoming to repudiate their fortunes so soon after enjoying them. Thus, the court entered a brief period of tranquility. It is noteworthy that Li Qing ultimately did not attain the position of vice minister, remaining merely a middle-ranking official. This was largely due to his lack of ambition. Had he truly desired the role, Zhu Qiyu would have granted it to him, but he found no necessity for daily court attendance. Of course, Li Qing remained active, playing the role of a cunning gentleman, achieving considerable success. He managed to exchange 3 large boxes of counterfeit goods brought by the slovenly Zhang, converting them into genuine articles. Before long, summer faded into autumn. The previously reticent group of officials felt it was time to act and cautiously began to petition Zhu Qiyu for the return of the retired emperor. Their suggestion was made in the morning, while Li Qing entered the palace that afternoon. Your Majesty, do you believe they genuinely wish to welcome back the retired emperor? Or are they attempting to coerce me into submission? Zhu Qiyu asked, somewhat anxious. What do you think, Your Majesty? Li Qing replied. I believe they sincerely wish to bring back the retired emperor, Zhu Qiyu stated. Noting that they had not presented any conditions, but rather directly expressed the desire for his return. After a moment's pause, he added, of course. It is also possible they intend to first welcome back the retired emperor and subsequently use him to undermine my authority. Li Qing nodded gently, recognizing that Zhu Qiyu had matured significantly in recent days. Your analysis is quite astute. That seems to be the case, he remarked with a smile. However, Zhu Qiyu was not in a jovial mood. He admitted, I do not wish for my elder brother to suffer on the steppes. Yet I also do not want him to return. This left him in a state of conflict and distress. They may urge you, but you are not obliged to acquiesce. Li Qing said calmly. Are you allowing them to dictate terms, rendering your position as emperor mere decoration? Zhu Qiyu hesitated, responding bitterly. In some matters, I can refuse. But in this instance, I cannot deny them. He is my elder brother. To openly reject him would invite reproach from the people. Not only in my lifetime, but for centuries to come. After a pause, he cautiously inquired, by the way, are you willing to share your secrets of longevity? Li Qing smiled wryly, aware that since that day, Zhu Qiyu had repeatedly broached the subject during their encounters. This was a natural inclination, and Li Qing had mentally prepared himself for such inquiries. The pursuit of immortality has always been a goal of emperors, especially with a living example before them. Your Majesty, I must speak frankly, I am quite unique. Li Qing said. I was born this way, not a result of any acquired practices. Is that so? Zhu Qiyu responded. Somewhat skeptical. My secret has been known from the time of the founding emperor to the retired emperor. Why has no one else sought immortality? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Qiyu was momentarily speechless, awkwardly replying, is that so? Li Qing smiled and nodded, stating, the pursuit of immortality and the path of enlightenment are ethereal and intangible. They do not belong to the sovereign's way. Zhu Qiyu paused momentarily in contemplation. To govern the nation and seek the welfare of the people is indeed the sovereign's path. Li Qing's expression turned grave and earnest, asserting that this is the true principle, the genuine path, akin to the founding emperors. One who overthrew the tyrannical Yuan and another who propelled the Ming dynasty to its zenith. Though they have long since passed, they have attained immortality, even after centuries. Even millennia, there will still be those who remember them and their illustrious deeds. Moreover, there are also the benevolent reigns of the Run and Shen emperors. Li Qing continued. The annals of history are richly inscribed, passed down through generations. Is this not a form of immortality as well? Chapter 188. The schemes of the officials. This stirring discourse resonated deeply, igniting Zhu Qiyu's fervor. These were his ancestors, and as their descendant, he felt a sense of pride. However, Li Qing shifted the conversation, stating, Yet, I do not possess eternal life. One day, I too shall age and perish. Therefore, Your Majesty, why forsake the grand path for trivial pursuits? Zhu Qiyu was momentarily taken aback, nodding awkwardly. What you say is true. I was merely curious. Li Qing smiled, refraining from exposing his naivety, and redirected the discussion towards the court's affairs. If Your Majesty finds it difficult to refuse, then it may be prudent to delay. But for how long can we delay? Zhu Qiyu sighed. The longer I procrastinate, the more emboldened they become. Indeed, Li Qing acknowledged, however, it is not insurmountable to punish them. Zhu Qiyu's spirit was lifted. Please, do enlighten me. Li Qing explained, as Your Majesty has just ascended the throne. Your understanding of court dynamics may still be lacking. Your subordinates will surely seize this opportunity. The financial expenditures over the past 6 months have been considerable, have they not? Zhu Qiyu nodded, soon grasping the deeper implication of Li Qing's words, that they might be falsifying reports, concealing information, and embezzling state funds. Is that so? A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Li Qing chuckled. The Jinhui and the Dongchang serve as institutions to supervise the officials. They lie outside the formal bureaucratic structure. In the past, the founding emperor established the Jinhui, and his successor created the Dongchang, precisely for the purpose of enduring oversight of the ministers. Why would Your Majesty choose to abandon them? Noticing Zhu Qiyu's lingering hesitation, Li Qing added with a smile. It is quite normal for the officials to harbor disdain for the two institutions. Indeed, some unsavory characters have emerged from them, but that does not warrant a complete dismissal. To disregard the Jinyue and Dongchang would be akin to crippling your own capabilities, which would only delight your subordinates. Zhu Qiyu spoke slowly. I shall contemplate this, but... He posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. If it truly comes to the point of welcoming back the retired emperor, can you truly accomplish it? I speak with conviction. He shall not return, Li Qing replied earnestly. Very well, Zhu Qiyu said, feeling a measure of reassurance. Let us settle on this for now. As it is all for the sake of the nation, I trust the retired emperor will understand. He will certainly comprehend, Li Qing nodded. Seeing this, Zhu Qiyu's mood lightened. But then he recalled something, and his smile gradually faded. Recently, Minister Yu informed me about minting copper coins, exchanging them for treasury notes, 100 cash for 1 guan. As he spoke, his brow furrowed. That is no insignificant sum, having not experienced the burdens of household management. Zhu Qiyu had lost the carefree attitude he once had regarding expenses. The staggering amounts of treasury notes accumulated over the reigns of previous emperors now rested solely on his shoulders, though he had yet to tally the total. He knew it would be an astronomical figure. This single matter could potentially consume over a decade's worth of national fiscal revenue, perhaps even more. Others may be unaware, but it is said that Emperor Taizong was quite liberal in printing money. Li Qing sighed and inquired, Are there any oranges? Zhu Qiyu appeared somewhat bewildered, responding, What does this have to do with anything? I summoned you to discuss state affairs, yet you are preoccupied with food. Yes, Zhu Qiyu commanded someone to bring fresh oranges. Autumn is indeed the season for ripe oranges, and those designated for the imperial court are particularly large and succulent, their appearance exquisite. Li Qing picked one up, transferring it from his left hand to his right. If you wish to eat, do so. We can discuss matters afterwards, Zhu Qiyu remarked with a hint of exasperation. I suggest you try them. They are quite delightful, he added. Very well, let us converse while indulging, Li Qing responded, peeling one open. Ah, sweet and juicy. Unconsciously, he devoured several more until only 5 remained, at which point he began to expound on the theory of the 5 oranges. Initially, Zhu Qiyu was indifferent, but as he listened, his expression grew serious. Li Qing was presenting a rather novel concept. Although Zhu Qiyu found it somewhat challenging to grasp, he sensed that Li Qing's theory, while astonishing, held significant merit and was not merely alarmist rhetoric. The importance of currency and purchasing power, Zhu Qiyu mused thoughtfully. If the result of the court's money printing falls upon the common people, and ultimately the Ming court bears the consequences, why not abolish the precious notes? Li Qing was taken aback. Abolish the precious notes? Indeed, Zhu Qiyu continued. What if a future ruler were to recklessly print money, and the subsequent emperor refuses or is unable to repay the debts? It might be wiser to abolish them altogether. Zhu Qiyu posited that a permanent solution would be preferable. Li Qing felt a stir of interest, but after careful contemplation, he rationally declined. Indeed, the rampant printing of precious notes was fraught with issues, yet it served as the last line of defense for the court. Should the precious notes be abolished, the Ming dynasty would find itself utterly bereft of funds in times of need. The Ming precious notes function like a trump card. While they may not always be utilized, they are indispensable. Li Qing wiped his mouth and stated, As long as we maintain steady development, the oranges will multiply, and correspondingly, the currency must increase to facilitate the flow of the market economy. The issuance of precious notes remains the most efficient and cost-effective method. Thus, it is prudent to retain them for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Zhu Qiyu nodded gently. Let us proceed as you suggest. After a brief pause, he surmised that they would soon elevate their discussions to the forefront. He cautioned, Please do not vanish as you did previously. Li Qing offered a wry smile and nodded. Rest assured, I shall remain here and go nowhere. It must be said that the civil officials were quite discerning, opting for a diplomatic approach rather than a hasty resolution. They proposed to confer the title of Empress upon the former princess of Qing. Naturally, Zhu Qiyu would not refuse this. As the emperor, it was only fitting that his legitimate wife be named Empress, which would also serve to enhance his stature. However, there was a blemish in this arrangement. His son was not the crown prince. Zhu Qiyu was rather troubled by this fact, but felt bound by a prior promise and an oath he had taken, and with only half a year having passed, he felt embarrassed to openly renege on it. Let us proceed in this manner for now. And once the Ming dynasty is stabilized and the ministers are united in their loyalty, we shall revisit this matter, Zhu Qiyu resolved. Suppressing his thoughts and dedicating himself to the governance of the state with renewed diligence. Simultaneously, he heeded Li Qing's counsel and covertly instructed the factory guards to investigate the counties and states affected by disasters over the past 6 months, as well as the utilization of the funds allocated by the court. The head of the factory guards had been promoted by Zhu Yunjian, and now with a new emperor on the throne, they felt a sense of insecurity. Upon seeing that the new emperor still valued their presence, their hearts brimmed with joy. They rolled up their sleeves, eager to contribute and elevate their standing in the emperor's esteem. On the other hand, the 6 ministries, the censorate, and various cabinet departments exhibited a commendable work ethic, coordinating their efforts harmoniously. The Ming dynasty experienced a fleeting period of prosperity, seemingly heading in a favorable direction. However, this bliss was short-lived. In the 2nd month following the empress's enthronement, the civil officials faction began to stir trouble. They proposed the abolition of the shipping tax. In the court, a multitude of voices cited various arguments, extolling the benefits of eliminating the shipping tax for the prosperity of the Ming, asserting that the commercial tax was excessively high and detrimental to national development, contending that a wise ruler should benefit the populace. To be fair, their arguments held some merit. The commercial tax was indeed high, but this was predicated on the lucrative profits from maritime trade, while the domestic sales tax remained relatively low, primarily targeting exports. Even if the commercial tax were to be abolished, the additional profits accrued by officials and gentry would not trickle down to the common folk. Zhu Qiyu resolutely declined their proposal, jesting that it was insufficient, utterly inadequate. Were it not for the fear of inciting public outrage, he would have considered raising it further. The accumulated loans from previous dynasties now weighed heavily upon him, and Zhu Qiyu felt immense pressure. The civil officials faction, upon witnessing his stance, became disgruntled. They reasoned that if they worked diligently, and the princess had elevated him to emperor, he ought to provide some positive feedback in return. Thus, they suggested that officials should not compete with the populace for profits, proposing to delegate all maritime trade to the private sector. This audacious suggestion was tantamount to jeopardizing Zhu Qiyu's very existence. Halting maritime trade would render loan repayment impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Qiyu categorically rejected the idea. The options presented by the civil officials faction were met with his indifference. Consequently, the civil officials faction resorted to more aggressive tactics. They insisted on bringing back the retired emperor, making their demands public. A chorus of ministers implored Zhu Qiyu to welcome back the retired emperor, particularly the members of the Hanlin Academy, the censorate, and the court officials, who wept profusely, their lamentations echoing within the court. One might mistake their display for that of a fatheress abduction. However, the truth was that many among them had previously suffered from Zhu Qijian's harsh reprimands. Zhu Qiyu found himself unable to refuse, nor could he dare to do so, lest he become the target of widespread condemnation. Welcoming back the retired emperor had become an inevitability. Zhu Qiyu proclaimed with dignified authority, "I shall not disregard the retired emperor, nor shall I neglect the great Ming dynasty. This matter requires serious consideration. Further discussions are necessary." Further discussions indeed. The civil officials faction seethed, plotting their next move. They hoped for Zhu Qijian's return, fully believing that with his presence, Zhu Qiyu would not dare to be so resolute. If the Ming could change emperors once, they could do so again. Chapter 189. Zhu Qiyu no longer appears weak. This was a blatant scheme, an inescapable one. The machinations of the civil officials faction were transparently evident, lacking in sophistication, yet remarkably effective. Zhu Qiyu was elevated to his position, yet why could Zhu Qijian, the retired emperor, not reclaim the throne? This truth is understood by all. They believe Zhu Qiyu comprehends it as well. However, Zhu Qiyu remains remarkably unperturbed. This is partly due to Li Qing's assurances and also because the secret police have uncovered significant information. Many reported disaster-stricken areas were exaggerated or entirely fabricated. The civil officials had a grip on his vulnerabilities, yet he too held leverage over them. In the worst case, they could mutually inflict harm upon one another. Zhu Qiyu thought to himself, "I refuse to believe they can rebel." This fierce determination served to bolster his resolve. The news brought back by the secret police shattered his trust in the civil officials. Upon first hearing it, he nearly succumbed to rage. He had believed he was acting benevolently, safeguarding his subjects, only to find himself made a fool, severely exploited. The recollection of those squandered funds caused him considerable distress. Previously, he had felt an abundance of wealth, indulging extravagantly, but now he wished he could chastise himself for such recklessness. What a wasteful extravagance! Zhu Qiyu's anger was palpable. Anyone would feel the same. It was akin to encountering a pitiful beggar, offering money only to witness that beggar transform into a lavishly dressed figure, reveling in excess. While spitting back with disdain, fools with money abound. Although he did not hear those words, he was acutely aware that such sentiments were likely held by that group. Through this ordeal, Zhu Qiyu gained a stark clarity regarding reality. Those ministers who espoused righteousness and the welfare of the populace had their true natures, which were certainly questionable. He found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the notion that many were merely masquerading their self-interest under the guise of public benefit. Zhu Qiyu had expended considerable resources, yet he had not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, he had purchased a valuable lesson. Li Qing was pleased to observe the transformation in Zhu Qiyu. He was no longer the timid figure he once was, but had grown resolute, increasingly inclined to refuse demands. This was a promising sign, unlike Zhu Yunjian, who professed trust while being led by the nose by the civil officials. Consequently, the civil officials' resistance grew ever more intense. They resembled newlyweds who, after a blissful honeymoon, discovered each other's myriad flaws. One felt wed to a scoundrel, while the other believed they had married an ancestral burden. Domestic strife was on the verge of eruption. In the winter months, the civil officials, unable to endure further, struck the first blow in this domestic quarrel. They incited public opinion against Zhu Qiyu, accusing him of selfishness for not welcoming back the retired emperor, disregarding the court's dignity. His elder brother, as the retired emperor, was subjected to suffering, making him unkind, unjust, disloyal, and unfilial. Of course, such words were not uttered in the court. Nevertheless, they spread throughout the capital, even spawning a nursery rhyme. Zhu Qiyu was deeply troubled. Indeed, it was a case of slanderous tongues and weary feet in refutation. However, it was also true that Zhu Qiyu did not wish to bring Zhu Qizhan back. And in this regard, he was not unjustly accused. At least he was in a better position than Zhu Qizhan had been initially, as the civil officials had even spread rumors that Zhu Qizhan was not the biological child of Emperor Xuanda. Before long, Zhu Qiyu convened a grand court assembly, clearly stating that after deliberating a proper course of action, he would certainly welcome back the retired emperor. Simultaneously, he commenced stringent measures against those officials who, under the pretense of disaster relief, had embezzled public funds. Although they were merely local officials, these individuals maintained close ties with the court officials in the capital. Following the trail, they managed to implicate over a dozen individuals at court, including a vice minister from the Ministry of Revenue. Zhu Qiyu's counterattack was both straightforward and decisive. The civil officials, witnessing this development, were filled with righteous indignation, finding the situation to be entirely contrary to their expectations. Previously, they perceived Zhu Qiyu as approachable and humble. Now, they felt they had misplaced their trust. As if unfolding like a drama steeped in familial ethics, conflicts between the emperor and his ministers deepened, eroding the initial cordiality. Zhu Qiyu, akin to Zhu Qizhan, was an outsider to the court, which further exacerbated the discontent among the civil officials. How could a mere prince wield such authority? They began to seek alliances with third-party factions. In the Jinling palace, Sun sat across from Zhu Qiyu. Hearing that recent proposals from the officials to welcome back the retired emperor had been dismissed by the emperor, Sun took a sip of tea and inquired nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Zhu Qiyu slightly shook his head and replied, "There were indeed suggestions to welcome back the retired emperor, but I have not dismissed them." "Then why not send someone to welcome him?" Sun countered. "With winter approaching, the plains are freezing, and the emperor surely does not wish for the retired emperor to suffer from hunger and cold, does he?" "Naturally not," Zhu Qiyu nodded, with a pained sigh. "On one hand, there is the retired emperor, my brother. On the other, the stability of the Ming dynasty, along with the discontented Tatars. It is truly a difficult choice for me. Surely the Empress Dowager does not wish for me to neglect the Ming dynasty's affairs just to welcome back the retired emperor?" Zhu Qiyu queried. Sun's expression darkened. As the Empress Dowager, if it were truly so, even if the retired emperor were welcomed back, he would bear the weight of public scorn. Zhu Qiyu earnestly remarked, "Would that not be unjust to the retired emperor?" "I believe the retired emperor would prefer to endure hardship rather than bear such a vile reputation," Sun asserted. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Sun was momentarily stumped, nearly striking the table in frustration. She coldly retorted, "Who knows if some individuals deliberately raised the stakes to prevent the retired emperor's return?" "That is unlikely," Zhu Qiyu replied. "The officials desire the retired emperor to return, and I too wish for his return. Then why not send someone?" "Without sending anyone, how can you know the Tatars will not permit his return?" Sun exclaimed in anger. Zhu Qiyu nodded. "I will certainly send someone, but we must prepare thoroughly first. If negotiations fail without preparation, it is the retired emperor who will suffer. Such a silver tongue you possess." Sun, losing her composure, discarded any pretense. "What did you say before you ascended the throne? Wasn't it you who proposed welcoming back the retired emperor? Now you speak of state affairs and righteousness, huh? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhu Qiyu felt a rush of heat to his face, but quickly regained his composure. Responding earnestly, "I will devise a proper plan soon, and then bring back the retired emperor." "Still resorting to that ploy?" Sun scoffed. "I fear it will take you another decade to devise a suitable plan." "It will not take that long," Zhu Qiyu assured her. Yet Sun merely smiled coldly. "Do you truly believe that being emperor grants you the liberty to act as you please? Let me remind you. The crown prince still resides in the Eastern Palace. Some matters can indeed proceed without the retired emperor's return." A chill ran through Zhu Qiyu, and his expression darkened instantly. This is the truth. If a mere prince of Qing can ascend to the throne, why cannot the crown prince Zhu Yunjian? In terms of legitimacy, his elder nephew surpasses him effortlessly. Though the nephew is but a child, this has no bearing on the matter of succession. "Are you afraid?" Sun remarked with a hint of triumph. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow and replied, "Such matters cannot be resolved hastily. Let us wait until after the new year. I shall strive to finalize the plan by spring." He then inquired, "What are your thoughts, Empress Dowager?" Sun, having momentarily lost her composure and uttered words she should not have, now regretted her slip and quickly attempted to amend. "I merely express my concern for your royal brother. I spoke without thought. I beg you, do not take offense." She lamented her imprudent words, wishing to strike herself for her folly. Could such words truly be said? Had Zhu Qiyu possessed a heart of cruelty, he could have quietly orchestrated the demise of his elder nephew without anyone ever knowing. Zhu Qiyu smiled gently. "I would not dare to blame the Empress Dowager. It is only natural for a mother to worry for her child. Ultimately, the fault lies with me." "Indeed. Your Majesty has his own burdens. I understand," Sun replied amiably. "Then let us agree on this. After the new year, we shall welcome back the retired emperor." Zhu Qiyu nodded with a smile. Once Sun departed, his smile faded, and he sat alone in his chair, lost in thought. "I am ultimately but an outsider, a solitary figure." Zhu Qiyu chuckled bitterly at his self-deprecation, yet soon his thoughts turned to Li Qing and Yu Qian. He also recalled the support of the old ministers. Wang Zhi, the Minister of Personnel, and Hu Nuo, the Minister of Rights. This brought him some comfort, yet he could not shake the feeling of awkwardness surrounding his position. He was not the rightful heir, and a profound sense of inferiority gnawed at him, far greater than that of Zhu Yunwen, who had been the designated successor by Zhu Yunjian. Zhu Qiyu was merely a temporary figure thrust into a pivotal role. Being an emperor was hardly pleasant, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the throne. It was akin to wearing a damp cotton coat in winter, cold while donned, yet even colder when removed. From the day of his ascension, Zhu Qiyu was destined to never return to the carefree existence of the Prince of Qing. Chapter 190. The banquet. As heavy snowflakes descended from the sky, blanketing the world in desolation, the forbidden city was enveloped in a thick layer of pristine white. Zhu Qiyu stood by the window, gazing into the vast expanse of whiteness, lost in a trance. Flurries of snow drifted in with the wind, landing on the wooden floor and soon melting into droplets of water. Inside, the palace burned with premium charcoal, radiating warmth akin to spring. Outside, however, the world was a frozen wasteland, bitterly cold. As the window opened, warmth swiftly escaped. "Your Majesty, be cautious of catching a chill," a young attendant warned as he fetched a great cloak to drape over him. Noting the emperor's lack of response, the attendant hesitated, attempting to close the window. "No need to close it," Zhu Qiyu interjected, taking a deep breath as a refreshing chill enveloped him, sharpening his mind. After standing for a while, Zhu Qiyu could no longer endure the biting cold. He turned and returned to his fur-lined chair. The astute attendant promptly closed the window and, upon turning back, overheard the emperor murmuring, "It must be even colder on the plains." Though the window was now shut, the chill had yet to dissipate from Zhu Qiu's body. He tightened the cloak around him, curling slightly, his gaze lowered as he pondered in silence. The little eunuch dared not disturb, contemplating for a moment before preparing a cup of tea and cautiously placing it on the table. Zhu Qiu's eyes flickered slightly, his vacant gaze refocusing as he lifted the steaming cup. Xiao Hengzi, how many years have you been with me? Xiao Hengzi counted on his fingers and replied, I have been by your majesty's side since I moved out of the palace at the age of 12, and this year marks a decade. A decade indeed. Zhu Qiu mused, time has flown by so swiftly. Noticing a peculiar heaviness in the emperor's demeanor, Xiao Hengzi hastily offered a flattering smile. The new year is just around the corner, and with it comes the change of era. The ministers have proposed a beautiful new reign title for your majesty. Is it truly beautiful? Indeed, it is Jingtai, Xiao Hengzi repeated, but soon realized the limits of his own eloquence, feeling embarrassed for lacking the words to flatter further. Zhu Zhanji had established an inner academy, yet it was merely to teach the eunuchs to read. After all, not every eunuch was as capable as Wang Zhen. Zhu Qiu chuckled, suddenly perceiving that these servants were not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, they were obedient and would not oppose him. Jingtai, Zhu Qiu nodded. I too find it quite pleasing. Quite pleasing indeed. Xiao Hengzi laughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat relieved and less embarrassed, and continued to offer a few more compliments, which brought a smile to Zhu Qiu's face, lightening his previously gloomy mood. Yes, after the new year, it would indeed be the first year of Jingtai. Zhu Qiu recalled Li Qing's words on the Great Path. His pessimistic sentiments began to dissipate, and Zhu Qiu felt invigorated. Since fate had bestowed upon him the role of emperor, he could not let it go to waste. He was a descendant of the Zhu family, a scion of his illustrious ancestors. As the son of heaven, he must cultivate the path befitting his station. With renewed determination, Zhu Qiu cast aside his troubling thoughts. Issue a decree summoning Li Qing of the Ministry of War, Minister Yu Qian, Minister Wang Zhi of the Ministry of Personnel, and Minister Hu Yu of the Ministry of Rights to the palace. Yes, your servant obeys, Xiao Hengzi responded, turning to leave, but paused when he sensed the emperor had additional instructions. Have them go to the central palace, Zhu Qiu instructed, glancing at the already closed window. In this biting cold, he ordered the kitchen to prepare a hot pot and to stock up on meats and vegetables. Understood, your servant will convey the message, Xiao Hengzi replied respectfully. And after a moment's pause, seeing no further commands from the emperor, he exited the grand hall. In the central palace, upon his arrival, Li Qing found Yu Qian, Wang Zhi, and Hu Yu already present. The hall was warm as spring, with the bubbling broth of the hot pot and the aroma of spices wafting through the air. Oh, Mr. Li, you have finally arrived. Zhu Qiu gestured to the chair opposite him. Li Qing stepped forward, bowed to Zhu Qiu, greeted Yu Qian and the others, and took a seat. This time, it was not a matter of pretense. Rather, his home in Lianjiatin was quite distant from the palace. In light of the recent peril facing the capital, I am grateful for the tireless efforts of my esteemed ministers, Zhu Qiu said with a smile. Today, let us enjoy a moment of camaraderie. Serving the ruler's needs is our duty, the four men replied in unison, bowing their hands. Zhu Qiu chuckled. There is no need for formality. It is merely a simple meal. Let us all relax. As he spoke, he lifted a succulent slice of lamb and deftly placed it into the bubbling hot pot broth. Your Majesty, allow me, he said, as Yu Qian quickly took the plate, asserting that it was unbecoming for the emperor to be so busy. Let me handle it, Li Qing interjected, taking the plate from Yu Qian and beginning to add the meat slices. Among those present, Zhu Qiu was the emperor, Hu Wei was 74, Wang Zhi was 70, and the youngest, Yu Qian, was 51, making him the most youthful of the group. Yu Qian was not idle. He poured a cup of warmed wine for Zhu Qiu, then served Hu Wei, Wang Zhi, and Li Qing, before finally pouring one for himself. Both Hu Wei and Wang Zhi were seasoned officials, akin to national treasures. Hu Wei had been a top scholar since the second year of the Zhengwen era, and Wang Zhi since the second year of the Yongle era, having served for decades. They were well versed in the intricacies of politics. Despite the emperor's casual demeanor, both men understood that this meal was likely a pretext for discussing state affairs, and of a private nature, as evidenced by the absence of attendants. The two elderly gentlemen sat upright, not out of pretense, but in deep contemplation on how to respond. Their long-standing careers had solidified their positions, especially Hu Wei, who had served as a minister for over 20 years. The hot pot broth bubbled vigorously, with meat slices rising and falling, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Yet their minds were far from the culinary delights before them. Yunjian, too, sensed that this was no ordinary meal, pondering the emperor's intentions. Almost done, Li Qing called out, "Eat while it's hot." "Indeed, you have a knack for dining," Zhu Qiyu replied, adjusting his posture with a smile. "Please, do not stand on ceremony." Li Qing picked up his chopsticks and began to serve himself. Having completed the necessary formalities, he adeptly maneuvered his chopsticks to serve the meat first, waiting until it was half-cooked before adding vegetables, demonstrating his understanding of the essence of hot pot dining. Li Qing's light-hearted banter successfully redirected everyone's focus onto the meal, prompting them to momentarily set aside their concerns and engage in eating. Hu Wei, despite his advanced age, retained his sharp intellect, though his physical abilities were somewhat lacking. After successfully grabbing a handful of vegetables, he found the pot emptied before he could grab a second helping, leaving him speechless. Wang Ji shared his silent frustration. Yunjian, however, had grown accustomed to the scene, secretly amused. As Hu Wei, wary of his digestion, hesitated to indulge in too much meat, he decided to sample the now-cooked spinach. However, just as he reached for his chopsticks, Li Qing snatched away a significant portion. Observing Zhu Qiyu also joining in, he reluctantly set his chopsticks down. Hu Wei cast a sidelong glance at Li Qing, silently lamenting the advantages of youth. It is worth noting that Hu Wei had encountered Li Qing before. Yet at that time, Li Qing had concealed his identity and later donned a mask. After a decade away, Li Qing returned looking youthful, leaving Hu Wei oblivious to the changes. Li Qing, smacking his lips, declared, "Your Majesty, I have finished eating. You may take your time." Zhu Qiyu set down his chopsticks and smiled. There is no rush to leave. Having just broken a sweat, it is unwise to expose oneself to a draft. Li Qing nodded in agreement. Observing this, Yunjian and the others also laid down their chopsticks, turning their attention to Zhu Qiyu. It is well known that today's gathering is ostensibly for a meal, yet it is, in truth, a discussion of state matters. Zhu Qiyu poured a cup of wine for each of the attendees before stating, "The external threats to the Ming have been alleviated. However, internal troubles still persist." Li Qing remained silent, peeling an orange, as he felt it was not his place to interject. The trio of Yunjian exchanged glances, and it was Wang Ji, the Minister of Personnel, who broke the silence. "It is the fault of the ministers that the emperor bears the burdens of state affairs. We are eager to understand the source of your Majesty's worries." "Your words are heavy," Zhu Qiyu replied with a smile, having set the stage adequately. He proceeded without further formality, primarily concerning the return of the retired emperor. The three men were taken aback, and Li Qing momentarily halted his actions. Casting a surprised glance at Zhu Qiyu, "Let us welcome the retired emperor back after the new year," Zhu Qiyu declared. Chapter 191. Li Qing's bottom line. Zhu Qiyu met the gazes of the four men, smiling gently. "I am quite serious." The men fell silent, perceiving his sincerity, yet struggling to comprehend his motives. Even Li Qing could not grasp the reasoning. They had made it clear that Zhu Qiyu would never return. Why then did he insist on this? Zhu Qiyu continued, "The retired emperor will inevitably return. It is merely a matter of time. How can one who was once the emperor of the Ming remain forever on the steppe?" The trio nodded slightly. Truth be told, they too did not wish for Zhu Qiyu to remain in exile. As Zhu Qiyu had stated, he was the emperor of the Ming. "Your Majesty, have you truly considered this?" Li Qing asked solemnly. Zhu Qiyu nodded. "Some individuals wish to coerce me into submission through the retired emperor. As long as he does not return, they will continue to stir trouble. I do not desire internal strife within the court, for this is not a healthy state of affairs." Zhu Qiyu's reasoning was straightforward. If they sought to leverage the return of the retired emperor against him, then he would simply bring him back. What else could they do? Would they dare to openly depose an emperor? Li Qing gazed at him intently, stating, "The return of the retired emperor will only exacerbate your predicament. Do you, my loyal ministers, support me or the retired emperor?" Zhu Qiyu asked directly. The four men clasped their hands, affirming their loyalty to the emperor. "And there you have it," Zhu Qiyu smiled. "In truth, there is little to concern. He is my elder brother. How could I possess a heart of stone? In due course, I shall have someone prepare a residence for him upon his return." With the retired emperor's arrival, there would undoubtedly be dissent among some. Li Qing cautioned, "I implore your Majesty to deliberate carefully." Wang Ji and Hu Lu exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in discontent. This matter pertained to the dignity of the court, having served through several dynasties. They held deep affection for the Ming and were unwilling to witness its former emperor suffer on the steppe. I cannot concur with the views expressed by Minister Li. Wang Ji huffed. If the Ming cannot welcome back the retired emperor, what dignity remains for the court? With rumors rampant among the populace, how will the emperor navigate this situation? Indeed, Hu Lu echoed, casting an irritable glance at Li Qing. Li Qing, disinterested in further debate with the two stubborn elders, turned to Yu Qian. What is your perspective, Minister Yu? With his gaze lowered, Yu Qian did not meet Li Qing's eyes, stating, I believe it is time to welcome back the retired emperor. Li Qing wiped his hands and set down the orange segment. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my boldness. With the return of the retired emperor, will you consider restoring the government to him? Zhu Qiyu hesitated and then replied despondently, I have contemplated this matter. Should he desire to reclaim the throne, then so be it. Li Qing nodded and turned to Hu Wei, Wang Ji, and Yu Qian. Do you share this sentiment? Hu Wei stated, the throne is already established for your Majesty. The retired emperor would not act so rashly. Indeed, all officials support your Majesty. Wang Ji affirmed, stroking his beard. Yu Qian opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Heh, Li Qing scoffed. You three secretaries may appear to wield half the power in the court, yet in truth, your influence is quite meager. Setting aside the cabinet, the censorate, the Hanlin Academy, and the Ministry of Rights, let us focus solely on the 6 ministries. Li Qing remarked with a hint of amusement. In reality, you cannot even manage your subordinates, the secretaries, and the majority of officials. Recently, there was quite a disturbance involving numerous officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Rights, and Military. Do you truly support this? What good is your support? You, Hu Wei, are in your 70s and have never been treated in such a manner. It infuriates you, does it not? If it were not before the emperor, you would certainly have exploded in anger. After decades of service, are you not capable of understanding more than a mere youth? Li Qing shrugged his shoulders. If you are so knowledgeable, then how do you intend to resolve this? Hu Wei became tongue-tied and retorted. Do not presume others to be so vile. There are indeed many good officials. Wang Ji nodded slightly. There are indeed some officials in the court who are not up to the task, but there are also many who are loyal to the nation. Moreover, the retired emperor may not necessarily wish to reclaim the throne as you suggest. He paused. At present, the court is remarkably clear. With Yang Hong and Shi Hung in control of the capital's military, and your Majesty holds the military power. Would the retired emperor not be aware of when to advance or retreat? Li Qing coldly laughed. The Ministry of Personnel has seen the departure of Jian Yi, yet his successor is still Jian Yi, both adept at muddling through. It is truly remarkable. However, Wang Ji's latter statement is indeed accurate. The military in the capital does currently obey Zhu Qiyu. Yet, this is of little consequence. When Zhu Yunjian commanded nearly 1,000,000 troops, he was still defeated by Zhu Di. Admittedly, Zhu Qijian pales in comparison to Zhu Di, yet Zhu Qijian possesses his own advantages. In terms of status, position, and legitimacy to rule, the Prince of Yan, Zhu Di, is far inferior to the retired Emperor, Zhu Qijian. More crucially, Zhu Qijian is right at hand. With but a handful of soldiers, he could easily overturn the situation. Li Qing was acutely aware that historically, Zhu Qijian had ascended to the throne twice. He felt an unease, for while he had altered parts of history, he had not completely changed it. Many significant events still transpired as they once had. Li Qing feared a repetition of history. Indeed, the current Zhu Qijian may be disinterested in the throne, yet upon his return, should he encounter those with ulterior motives, he might be swayed to reconsider. With Emperor's son in the rear palace, the crown prince in the eastern palace, and a council of ministers with divided loyalties, what could Zhu Qiyu possibly contend with? After this confrontation, the martial generals have rallied, and the noble families have infused new vigor into the ranks. The situation appears to be improving. Li Qing would not accept nor permit a recurrence of history. He understood Zhu Qijian well. As long as he does not seek the throne, all may be well, but should he attempt a restoration, none among Yu Qian, Yang Hong, or Shi Hung would escape unscathed. I vehemently disagree, Li Qing declared with resolute conviction. This time, he was unprecedentedly resolute. The so-called historical momentum was one he could not defy. No one could stand in his way. You? Hu Wei sneered, asserting that matters of state were hardly within your purview to meddle in. Li Qing chuckled softly, dismissing Hu Wei entirely as he picked up the remnants of an orange and savored it with delight. Any plots, be they overt or covert, would crumble before absolute power. Li Qing was not contending with an army of thousands, merely with Zhu Yunjian himself. If he could manage Zhu Yunjian, all would be well. There was no need for quarrels, it was beneath him. Other matters could be compromised. But this was the bottom line. The Ming dynasty would not entertain the notion of having a second emperor ascend. Should Zhu Yunjian be restored, Li Qing mused darkly, there would be no need for him to continue existing as a time traveler. He might as well end it all. Zhu Qiyu attempted to mediate, suggesting, why must there be discord over a meal? Come, let us drink. Hu Wei and Wang Ji suppressed their emotions and raised their cups, declaring, we pay our respects to your majesty. Upon exiting the palace, Yu Qian called out to Li Qing, wishing to explain himself. However, Li Qing paid him no heed. Mounting his donkey and heading straight back to Lianjiaten, Yu Qian managed a bitter smile, sighing in resignation. Before long, the year-end approached. The court had temporarily settled into a calm state, adhering to the old tradition of avoiding disturbances during the new year. The people of this era held the new year in great esteem. Furthermore, the period surrounding the new year was one of strict enforcement. Causing discomfort to the emperor often resulted in severe penalties. Everyone wished to enjoy a peaceful celebration. Li Qing, too, desired a pleasant new year and thus sought leave from Zhu Qiyu. Zhu Qiyu, taken aback, replied, did you not say you would remain in the capital to assist me? That was contingent upon preventing the Grand Emperor's return, but now that the emperor had changed his mind, my presence here matters not, Li Qing explained. Moreover, the minister's petitions to welcome back the Grand Emperor would occur after the Lantern Festival. I shall return by then. You hardly attend court, and now you request leave? Zhu Qiyu remarked helplessly. One does not conduct oneself in such a manner as an official. Li Qing retorted, I have always behaved this way since the reign of Taizong. You may check. There are records to verify. Zhu Qiyu, utterly speechless, conceded, very well. Today is the 10th day of the 12th month. You must return after the 15th day of the first month. Over a month's leave is already quite generous. Agreed. Li Qing nodded, then inquired, Your Majesty, do you truly intend to allow the Grand Emperor's return? It is not a matter of desire, but one of inevitability, Zhu Qiyu sighed. Could I allow him to roam destitute on the steppes for a lifetime? If he returns, what do you plan to do? Li Qing asked. Zhu Qiyu smiled. Did I not mention before? I shall invite him to reside in the southern palace. Is it truly that simple? Zhu Qiyu paused, his smile fading into a more serious demeanor as he replied, I shall not permit my ministers to engage with the Grand Emperor privately. Li Qing nodded. That is indeed reasonable. Ultimately, he refrained from disclosing the truth of Zhu Qian's return. Keeping this secret served the interests of all. Zhu Qiyu could reign in peace. And Zhu Qian would not be confined to the southern palace. In the end, Zhu Qiyu was perhaps too soft-hearted. While imprisoning the Grand Emperor sounded ruthless, it was, in truth, a benevolent act. How many could achieve what Zhu Qiyu had in his position? At the very least, had it been Zhu Qian, not only would he not be welcomed back, but he would absolutely have his trusted aides eliminate him before he could return. Li Qing cast another glance at Zhu Qiyu, silently thinking, rest assured, you shall continue your reign as emperor. This time, your tragedy shall not repeat itself. Surely, there is more to this place than merely the 13 tombs. Chapter 1. A new year on the 20th day of the 12th month, in Jinling. As soon as Li Qing entered the house, he was greeted with delightful news, the splendid tidings concerning Zhu Qian. Several months prior, the Qian family had announced their pregnancy, and her abdomen had begun to show a gentle swell. Zhu Qian was overjoyed, his face aglow with happiness, grinning broadly as he reveled in this news with Li Qing. Zhu Yunjian, too, shared in the joy. Though not of the same lineage, he was nonetheless elated as a senior member of the Zhu family. He had prepared red envelopes for his daughter-in-law, for it was only fitting that, as the child grew, he would one day call him great-grandfather. Whether Zhu Qian would be addressed as grandfather mattered little. After all, having a grandson was not an occasion for pride. Yet he delighted in the thought of his son calling Zhu Yunjian as such, his weathered face softening into a gentle smile. As one ages, a fondness for children often blossoms, especially for one's descendants. Li Qing, too, cherished the presence of children. The atmosphere within the estate was brimming with joy. With more than 10 days remaining until the new year, the red lanterns, door gods, and spring couplets were all prepared, and the steward was eagerly procuring festive goods. The household lacked for nothing, and the quality of life was assured, particularly with a pregnant woman in their midst. Zhu Yunjian had specifically summoned over a dozen maidservants, even enlisting the services of midwives in advance, demonstrating his meticulous care. Observing this, Zhu Yunjian set aside his previous annoyance, occasionally offering a pleasant demeanor in return. The two still found each other irksome, each believing the other more insufferable, exchanging only a few words during their encounters, for a third would inevitably lead to an argument. Qian Shi radiated joy. These days were her happiest, free from the tyranny of a wicked mother-in-law and the intrigues of court life. Basking instead in her husband's affection and singular devotion, she had no need to share her husband, enjoying a blissful union. In this manner, life was truly splendid. Li Qing could see that the young couple was genuinely happy. Zhu Yunjian had seemingly lost interest in the throne, having transformed into a devoted husband. Zhu Yunjian frequently teased him, but Zhu Yunjian wore his pride like a badge, turning the tables to mock Zhu Yunjian for being old and out of touch with the sentiments of the youth, which infuriated Zhu Yunjian into a fit of indignation. While debates could ensue over many topics, age was a matter beyond dispute. Zhu Yunjian had just turned 23. What could an elderly man possibly compare? The estate was enveloped in a cheerful ambience, a balm more effective than any healing elixir, allowing Li Qing's spirit to relax and his heart to soar, dispelling the shadows of gloom. Time flew swiftly in such joyous moments, and before long, it was New Year's Eve, with the atmosphere in the estate even more jubilant. Bright red lanterns hung high, and the preparations for the spring festival were in full swing, with people bustling about, joyfully engaged in their tasks. Zhu Yunjian, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves to hang lanterns and paste spring couplets, though he confined his efforts to his own courtyard. The manor was structured with 4 courtyards. Zhu Yunjian occupied one, while Zhu Yunjian and Zhang Lada shared another, and the servants occupied a third, leaving the last courtyard for Li Qing, a space he had never inhabited. It held memories too precious to disturb. Each time he returned, he stayed with his master and fellow disciples. On this day of celebration, all gathered in the main guest hall of the front courtyard. Li Qing and Zhu Yunjian engaged in a game of chess. Nearby, Zhu Yunjian followed Zhang Lada to learn Tai Chi. Qian Shi rested her chin on her hand, her gaze filled with affection for her husband. To the eyes of others, Zhu Yunjian might seem unimpressive, but to her, he was the finest man in the world. With one hand resting on her abdomen, she watched her husband punch with vigor, her delicate face alight with a captivating smile. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qing couldn't help but smile as well. He was uncertain about the historical Qian Shi, but she certainly didn't experience such happiness. As the matchmaker, he felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart. Qian Shi was the one he brought into the palace, and now it seemed to have come full circle. Tai Chi is a practice for cultivating one's inner self, not merely a display of speed or ferocity. Look at how I perform, Zhang Lada was saying. But upon noticing Zhu Yunjian's distraction, he raised his hand and playfully chided, "Stop gazing at your wife and pay attention to me. What is there to see?" Zhu Yunjian rubbed his head. "What were you saying, old master? Forget it. I shan't teach you anymore, even if you beg." Zhang Lada was quite annoyed. "You are a celestial being, yet you possess such a meager capacity for understanding?" Zhu Yunjian hastily flattered him, but Zhang Lada remained unimpressed. "Qingzi, stop your chess and go prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner." "Master, isn't there help in the residence?" Li Qing replied. "When you were away, I ate what the servants prepared. Now that you are back, I shall still eat what they prepare. What purpose does your return serve? Enough chatter. Just get on with it, or I might lose my temper," Zhang Lada retorted. "Understood, master." Li Qing stood up begrudgingly. Zhu Yunjian remarked, "What is so amusing?" Li Qing's expression darkened. "You, come here and assist me." "I am to assist." Zhu Yunjian was taken aback, and after a moment, he huffed. "A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. Less talk and more action," Li Qing commanded ominously. "Why should I provoke him?" Zhu Yunjian lamented. He dared not confront Li Qing, who was known for his ruthlessness. Even as emperor, Li Qing had been capable of striking him where it hurt, with blades entering and exiting without hesitation. Now, without the throne and under someone else's roof, what could he do? Sigh, "If I must assist, then so be it." Zhu Yunjian resigned, casting a glance at his wife, trying to salvage his dignity. "Xiao Qian, I shall prepare a meal for you." His love for his wife was genuine. It was not fear of Li Qing that motivated him. Before his wife, he could not lose face. Qian Shi, understanding and sweet, replied, "Thank you for your hard work." "Dear husband." Li Qing touched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. This is a display of affection like no other. In the kitchen, Li Qing donned an apron and twirled a chef's knife in his palm, exuding the aura of a five-star chef. Zhu Yunjian exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. Less chatter." Li Qing's hand flicked, driving the knife into the cutting board, causing it to tremble. Zhu Yunjian's pupils constricted, and he stepped back hastily, narrowly avoiding a mishap. "You, chop the vegetables," Li Qing commanded. I cannot." Zhu Yunjian stammered. "Honestly, I have never done this before. How can you not even manage this?" Li Qing shot him a look of disdain. "You can knead dough, can't you?" "Well, no, I cannot." Zhu Yunjian rolled up his sleeves, confidently declaring, "You chop, and I shall handle the dough." Having never seen a pig run, he had certainly never made dough either, but he cherished soft buns and light pickles. Believing himself capable of making good dough, Li Qing observed as he rolled up his sleeves, washed his hands, added flour and water, and kneaded the dough with considerable enthusiasm, prompting him to head to the opposite stove to chop the filling for the dumplings. During the New Year's feast, dumplings took center stage, and their deliciousness depended solely on the filling. Thus, Li Qing was determined to take matters into his own hands. The former sovereign and his minister, now one kneading dough and the other chopping filling, had seamlessly transformed into cooks. Zhu Yunjian exerted himself vigorously, relishing the novelty of cooking for the first time. Should the dough become too dry, he would simply add water. Should it be too wet, a little more flour would suffice, and he found joy in the process. However, as he continued, he realized something was amiss. The bowl was too small. He glanced at Li Qing, who was skillfully wielding a knife, the blade creating a blur of motion, and felt a lump form in his throat. This would be the last addition of flour, he thought, his expression turning grave. Soon, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This would be the last addition of water. As Li Qing diligently chopped the dumpling filling, alternating between ingredients and seasonings, he toiled for a good half-hour before finally preparing the most labor-intensive filling. He had chopped 2 large bowls, enough for several meals. Sighing in relief, he looked up at Zhu Yunjian, only to be taken aback. "What are you doing?" "I am kneading the dough," Zhu Yunjian replied, his voice trembling, his expression one of near despair. "I feared it wouldn't be enough, so I kneaded a bit more." "Stop kneading," Li Qing exclaimed, exasperated. "You've kneaded it into a board. Cease at once." "All right," Zhu Yunjian replied, feeling a sense of relief. Kneading dough is indeed a technical endeavor. Feeling guilty about his blunder, Zhu Yunjian awkwardly asked, "Sir, what else can I do?" Li Qing wrinkled his nose in disdain, muttering, "You can certainly light the fire. I'll handle that. Just watch," Zhu Yunjian declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Coughing, a plume of smoke billowed from the kitchen, causing Li Qing to tear up as he shouted, "Get out. Just get out." "Fine, I shall leave," Zhu Yunjian said, tears streaming down his face. Feeling wronged by the treatment he received, unlike his usual self who would only lament over his misfortunes. Chapter 2. The richness of New Year's traditions. Wasting food is a disgrace. Although the family was not short on money, they could not afford to be extravagant. Li Qing diligently worked the dough, dividing it and placing it in several bowls to rise, which would later be used for frying qin hui. He then proceeded to chop vegetables and meat, preparing to fry some meatballs. Every New Year, regardless of the size of the household, a significant amount of food would be prepared and any leftovers would be saved. This was an age-old tradition. Li Qing summoned 2 servants to assist him in the preparations. Working tirelessly, Qian Shi, who was pregnant, felt more lethargic than usual. Zhu Yunjian, not wishing to disturb her, found himself feeling rather lonely and decided to seek out Zhu Yunjian. He made his way to the study, only to find the master and disciple comfortably reclined on spacious lounge chairs, engrossed in their respective copies of the Yongle de Dian. "What is the purpose of reading when you're not preparing for the imperial examinations?" Zhu Yunjian grumbled. "Ahem, does old Zhu wish to play chess?" Zhu Yunjian shifted positions, continuing to read. "Are you afraid?" Zhu Yunjian goaded, feeling the weight of solitude. "Too lazy to engage with you," Zhu Yunjian replied, lightly scoffing. "During the New Year, do not provoke me to strike you." "Strike me?" Zhu Yunjian suddenly became animated. Come, I wish to see the extent of your capabilities." Zhang Lada, irritated by the noise, set down his book and remarked, "How about the old man accompanies you for some practice?" "Huh." Zhu Yunjian stiffened, awkwardly replying, "No, that's really not necessary." Zhang Lada, growing impatient, insisted, "Either quiet down and read, or step outside. My wife is asleep, and Li Qing is in a foul mood." With nowhere else to go, Zhu Yunjian casually picked a volume from the shelf and approached Zhu Yunjian. Old Zhu, scoot over. Zhu Yunjian shot him a glare, remaining immobile. Zhu Yunjian took advantage of the situation, lying down and pushing in. You truly are a piece of work. Zhu Yunjian fumed, but found himself unable to budge the younger man, reluctantly granting him some space. Zhu Yunjian smiled triumphantly, settling comfortably into the soft chair and opening the cover to alleviate his boredom. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. This book. Zhu Yunjian also sensed something amiss, freezing momentarily before glancing at Zhu Yunjian. The two exchanged a look, one with a furrowed brow, the other with an awkward expression. Yet, Zhang Lada, the instigator, remained unperturbed and composed. Where did you acquire this book? Zhu Yunjian questioned, perplexed by its authenticity. The characters and paper were strikingly similar to the genuine Yongle de Dian. While he had little interest in the tome, he had perused it before, recognizing the familiarity it presented. It was copied by Qing. Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed. There are many printed versions available. If you dislike the handwritten one, you may choose to read the printed edition. It is entirely up to you. Zhu Yunjian, his face sour, sought to mask his unease, internally chastising himself. Indeed, it is the master, taking advantage of others while feeling no guilt. Zhu Yunjian remained skeptical, but continued to flip through the pages. Oh, that was close. Zhu Yunjian's heart raced, and he struggled to regain his composure. Then he thought, what is there to fear? He is no longer the emperor. What can he do? With that realization, Zhu Yunjian regained his resolve, adding defiantly, if you wish to read, do so. If not, then leave. Do not overstep, Zhu Yunjian retorted. Do not presume that age grants you the right to act superior. I am not easily intimidated. If you provoke me, do you dare to test my patience? Meeting Zhang Lada's protective gaze, Zhu Yunjian relented. After all, even Li Qing was a figure to be feared. All of you are so rude. I shall find a place to cool off. Zhu Yunjian huffed as he departed. At noon, the banquet featured an extraordinary spread, yongle rice, rib soup, sweet and sour pork, spicy fish, and boiled meat slices, certainly a feast of remarkable abundance. The most precious item was the yongle rice, which, although inexpensive, was harvested in autumn and stored in an ice cellar until now, a rarity for ordinary families in winter. Li Qing, having personally prepared the meal, ensured its exquisite flavor, and the guests ate heartily, praising the delightful dishes. Even Qian and his wife enjoyed 2 small bowls of rib soup, showering Li Qing with compliments. While Zhang Lada and Zhu Yunjian joined in the merriment, Li Qing harbored serious doubts, suspecting that these individuals were conspiring to flatter him excessively. After their meal, they rested for a while, but soon Li Qing was urged by his master to start preparing dinner for the evening. The New Year's Eve dinner was not to be taken lightly. Li Qing was bustling about, hardly pausing for breath, while Zhu Yunjian leisurely meandered through the eastern kitchen, occasionally plucking a piece of freshly fried fish or meatball, savoring them with great delight. Not content with merely indulging himself, he even brought some back for his little family, until Li Qing finally kicked him, prompting him to behave. Xiao Lihong also arrived, and Li Qing prepared a little of everything for him, stacking the small bowls high. The little fellow was overjoyed, resembling a plump piglet, which was particularly endearing. Laughter adorned every face, for the new year was the happiest time of the year, filled with delicious food and drink, naturally bringing joy. As the hour drew near, Zhu Yunjian began distributing red envelopes, ensuring each person in the household received their share, 2 taels of silver each. With the added cheer of the red envelopes, the atmosphere in the household grew even more festive. Zhu Yunjian, unable to remain idle, rallied the servants to move the fireworks outside well before dusk, his mouth stretched in a grin. In the evening, Li's father visited briefly, engaging in light conversation with Li Qing before departing, leaving his son to enjoy the New Year's Eve feast. The little one was ecstatic, settling next to Li Qing, charming and delightful, while Zhu Yunjian and his wife were enviously tempted. The spirit of the new year was palpable. Even Zhang Lada, usually disheveled, was caught up in the merriment, grinning from ear to ear. With a crackle and pop, the fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display that momentarily dimmed the stars above. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, which Li Qing inhaled deeply, relishing the sharp aroma. Zhang Lada, upon seeing this, jokingly scolded him for having peculiar tastes. Zhu Yunjian joined in the teasing, which led to a playful chase from Li Qing. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, casting vibrant reflections on everyone's faces. However, the pyrotechnics were fleeting, despite Zhu Yunjian purchasing a considerable quantity. They were consumed in less than a quarter of an hour due to the crowd. Zhu Yunjian, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, complained about Zhu Yunjian's stinginess in buying too few fireworks, provoking Zhu Yunjian to puff his cheeks and glare, brandishing his cane in response, only for Zhu Yunjian to nimbly evade him. Once the spectacle concluded, Zhu Yunjian cheekily taunted. "Ah, missed again." Li Qing couldn't help but laugh, while Zhu Yunjian, both exasperated and amused, eventually joined in the laughter. After the fireworks, it was time to keep watch for the new year. Qian Shi, prone to drowsiness, soon succumbed to fatigue and returned to rest, while Xiao Lihong, unable to resist, fell asleep in Li Qing's embrace. Concerned he might catch a chill, Li Qing carried him back to the room. Upon his return, Zhu Yunjian and Zhu Yunjian were already engaged in a playful dispute. Zhang Lada, munching on sunflower seeds, beckoned Li Qing over, exclaiming, "Come quickly. This is the true joy of staying up for the new year." Li Qing eagerly approached, grabbing a handful of seeds, cracking and munching them, finding the banter between elder brother and second brother far more entertaining than any grand performance. What a delightful new year it was. On the first day of the new year, Xiao Lihong performed a traditional bow to pay respects, while Li Qing distributed red envelopes. Qian Shi rose early to serve tea to Zhu Yunjian, who beamed with joy and presented her with a generous red envelope. He had entirely forgotten the previous night's irritation with his eldest grandson, yet his disdain for Zhu Yunjian remained, and he bestowed not a single coin upon him. Zhu Yunjian, feeling a twinge of annoyance, thought to offer Zhu Yunjian a chance to redeem himself, but now felt compelled to provoke him further. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his lack of fortune, he turned to Li Qing. "Sir, as a senior, shouldn't you offer a token of appreciation?" Li Qing, puzzled, replied. "What do you mean?" "Just a little something," Zhu Yunjian awkwardly suggested. "I do not comprehend your intent." Li Qing feigned ignorance, recalling how miserly this young man had been in the past, with each red envelope being woefully inadequate. Even the rewards had amounted to a mere 20 taels of silver and a piece of silk. Now he expected something in return. Zhu Yunjian decided to be forthright. "I want a red envelope." Li Qing, no longer beating around the bush, retorted, "There is none. How about just a little something?" Zhu Yunjian pressed boldly. A man must have some money, after all. With a sense of resignation, Li Qing rummaged through his belongings and finally produced 2 gold beans. "Take these." Although scant, they were still gold. As Zhu Yunjian reached for them, Li Qing suddenly withdrew his hand. "Shouldn't you at least wish your elder a happy new year?" It truly was a challenge to earn a few coins from you, Zhu Yunjian thought, his expression darkening. "Happy New Year, sir. Take them." Li Qing laughed heartily, generously handing over the gold beans as if he were bestowing a fortune. In the past, Zhu Yunjian had treated him in the same manner. Chapter 3. The People's Choice. This year, Li Qing celebrated with great joy. It had been a long time since he had felt such elation. The lightness of his spirit was utterly captivating, almost rendering him blissfully oblivious to his responsibilities. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. There were still many tasks awaiting his attention. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Li Qing reluctantly prepared to depart. The little one, visibly upset, lamented, "Godfather, will you take me to the capital this time?" "Perhaps next time," Li Qing replied apologetically, gently patting the child's head. "Once I finish my tasks, I shall come to take you to the capital for some fun." "All right." The young Lihong nodded glumly, clearly displeased. Li Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, crouched down to comfort his godson for a while before rising to bid farewell to Zhu Yunjian and his wife, as well as Zhu Yunjian. Finally, he turned to the old master. "Master, I am leaving." "Go ahead," the old man replied, ever so magnanimous, urging him to set off without delay. With a sigh, Li Qing mounted his horse, turned to wave goodbye to the gathered crowd, and cracked his whip. Upon his return to the capital, it was the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Alone, he found himself quite indolent, even too lazy to eat, spending the entire day lounging at home. After all, one would not perish from hunger. Li Qing remained prone from morning until evening, prioritizing ease above all else. In the evening, Yuqian arrived, leading a donkey laden with boiled sweet dumplings. Li Qing, unceremoniously, devoured them with gusto, leaving no broth behind. Yuqian found it both amusing and pitiful, suggesting, "Why not stay at my home for a while?" "No, I am quite content here," Li Qing replied, patting his belly and reclining comfortably in his chair. "What has transpired in my absence?" Not much, really, Yuqian explained. They wished for me to assume military authority, to wield command over troops. But the emperor did not acquiesce. Currently, military power lies with the capital army, primarily under the control of Yang Hong and Shi Hong. I have not involved myself in their affairs. Pausing for a moment, he added, by the way, the conflict in Luchuan has come to a close. Oh, how is the situation on the battlefield? Li Qing inquired, genuinely interested. Yuqian chuckled. The Ming army has achieved a resounding victory, and the rebellion has been decisively quelled. According to Wang Ji, for at least a century, they will not dare to stir again. Indeed, as long as Zhu Yunjian does not lead the campaign personally, the Ming forces remain invincible. Li Qing nodded with a smile and remarked, although this battle consumed considerable time and resources, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. In future maritime endeavors, both the court and the populace will find matters much smoother. Yuqian nodded thoughtfully and then continued, however, upon Wang Ji's return, a particular issue arises. The Jinling? Indeed. Yuqian affirmed, the current Jinling consists largely of troops drawn from the provinces, stationed to protect the capital. The frontier garrisons are somewhat undermanned. Logically, now that the battle is concluded, they should be allowed to return, but the emperor appears reluctant to do so, correct? Li Qing replied, precisely. Yuqian elaborated. These individuals are celebrated defenders of the capital. They repelled the Tartars and have been rewarded, earning the emperor's trust and support. However, the troops under Wang Ji's command have long served the retired emperor, including Wang Ji himself. His honors and titles were bestowed by the retired emperor, along with many of the martial generals. Yuqian continued, the Battle of Luchuan was initiated by the retired emperor, which complicates matters. Enough said, I comprehend fully. Li Qing interjected, just convey the emperor's intentions. Yuqian replied, the emperor's intention is to restructure the 3 major camps into 10 regiments, reorganizing the Jinling according to the original configuration designed to protect the 9 gates of the capital to prevent Wang Ji from monopolizing power. This is a poor strategy. It signifies regression. Li Qing shook his head. Regression? Yuqian paused, quickly grasping the underlying implications. It cannot be that extreme. The Jinling is intended to safeguard the capital. Dividing them into 10 regiments should enhance their protective capacity. Li Qing offered a wry smile. Do you recall the 6-character mantra I once shared with you? I do. Yuqian replied slowly, to simplify and apply strict measures. Indeed, Li Qing nodded. Let me put it this way. Simplicity is paramount in all matters, especially significant ones, and even more so in military affairs. The 3 major camps have clearly defined roles and cooperate seamlessly. While this approach is straightforward and has indeed been discerned by the enemy, history has shown that simplicity is not necessarily detrimental. Li Qing continued, in the past, during Taizong's expedition, the Battle of Hullenhusher established the tactics of the 3 major camps. Bombard the enemy with cannons, charge with cavalry, instill fear, disrupt their ranks, and then reap the final rewards. This strategy, though simple and even rudimentary, has proven exceedingly effective. Li Qing remarked, to this day, the forces on the northern grasslands remain subjugated by this method. Not only the Yuan dynasty, but before the retired emperor's personal campaign. Has the 3 major camps suffered significant defeats using this tactic? Yuqian found himself speechless. Li Qing asserted, the 3 major camps are the cornerstone of the Ming dynasty. They must not be altered. Transforming them into 10 regiments would not only complicate the soldiers' cooperative efforts exponentially, but would also significantly increase the challenges faced by the commanding generals. Li Qing spoke with resolute conviction. The 10 regiments must not be implemented. Yuqian smacked his lips, offering a rueful smile. The emperor is equally resolute. I shall convey this. Li Qing then inquired, aside from this, have other significant matters arisen? Nothing else of note. Merely the arrangements for welcoming back the retired emperor. Yuqian pondered. However, the emperor has already instructed preparations at the southern palace, and those involved have become notably more compliant. Li Qing chuckled, remarking that compared to the retired emperor, the current sovereign was already rather mild. They were all weighing the pros and cons. Should the retired emperor be reinstated, it would be a case of incurring more losses than gains. Yuqian had grown accustomed to Li Qing's unfiltered remarks and chose not to correct him, instead suggesting, Sir, the return of the retired emperor is a foregone conclusion. Even your opposition will bear no fruit, especially since the current emperor himself has consented. It would be wise for you to refrain from further resistance. This was a matter that could offend many. And Yu Qian did not wish for Li Qing to find himself at odds with everyone. I have an inkling, Li Qing replied noncommittally. Noting his lack of rebuttal, Yu Qian relaxed slightly. There is nothing more to discuss. Today marks the last day of the New Year celebrations. Once the Lantern Festival passes, the tranquil court will inevitably be stirred once more. You must brace yourself. There is nothing to fear. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when water arrives, we shall dam it, Li Qing said with a smile. Upon my recent return to court, the situation was exceedingly complex. Was it not revitalized? Yu Qian stroked his beard, nodding, and jested, shall we continue to patch things up? All we can do is patch things up. Li Qing sighed leisurely, lamenting that each time they repaired matters, irreversible losses ensued. Indeed, they continued their conversation until dusk fell, at which point Yu Qian took his leave. Li Qing sat alone in the small courtyard, contemplating the impending situation. The core issue remained with Zhu Yunjian. Zhu Yunjian was not on the grasslands, and this posed a significant dilemma. To bring Zhu Yunjian back, one must venture to the grasslands, yet the Tatars, in their perception, believed Zhu Yunjian to be deceased. Should the court send envoys to retrieve him, it would only lead the Tatars to assume that the Ming dynasty was declaring war, and it was likely that the envoys would not return. If the envoys failed to return, the Ming would interpret this as a challenge to their authority, prompting them to dispatch a great army northward. Under the pressure of the Ming, the Tatars would undoubtedly seek peace with the Walla, who, well aware of the adage that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, would likely unite with the Tatars. The Walla understood that the Ming supported them to counter the Tatars. Should the Tatars be eliminated, the Walla would find themselves in grave danger. In truth, even if the Tatars were vanquished, total dominion over the grasslands by the Ming would not be an easy feat. The grasslands were simply too vast. This realization left Li Qing with a throbbing headache. The next day, Li Qing attended court. As anticipated, the ministers began to engage in the usual discourse, each one bowing to elevate Yu Qian to a higher position. Under the pretense of recognizing Yu Qian as a meritorious official, they incessantly debated the matter of civil officials commanding troops. Even more amusingly, Shi Hong and Yang Hong voiced their support, wishing for Yu Qian to wield military power. In truth, their desires were not misplaced. Not everyone shared Li Qing's long-term vision for the Ming dynasty. At present, having Yu Qian in power could swiftly stabilize the court, and they would all stand to benefit. Whether for personal or public reasons, Yu Qian was elevated to great heights. He declined. Yet in this era, such declinations often signified politeness rather than outright rejection. Zhu Qiyu, too, desired Yu Qian to hold power, as elevating him would ensure that he could help guard against the return of the retired emperor. The rationale was simple. The higher Yu Qian's power and status, the more he would suffer if the retired emperor were to return. It could be said that Yu Qian's ascension to significant authority was the collective wish of many, save for one, Li Qing. Chapter 4. Mutual Trust. Zhu Qiyu observed the urging ministers, feeling quite swayed. He recognized Yu Qian's loyalty and esteemed his capabilities. Yu Qian's ascension would undoubtedly serve his interests. Zhu Qiyu was on the verge of acquiescence when he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him, causing him to falter. This gaze belonged to Li Qing. Previously, Zhu Qiyu would have dismissed it, but Li Qing's reputation as the Marquis of Yongqing was not to be underestimated. Zhu Qiyu was reluctant to part with this cherished legacy. Ultimately, he dismissed the minister's pleas. The Ministry of War was responsible for military logistics, and operations should rightly be conducted by military generals. Zhu Qiyu remarked, if civil officials were to undertake the duties of military commanders, what role would be left for the generals? In other words, if civil officials can assume military roles, can generals not also perform the duties of civil officials, entering the censorate, the cabinet, and serving as ministers of the 6 departments? Upon hearing this, the civil officials became immediately agitated, exclaiming that such a notion was utterly absurd. Even Hu Luo and Wang Zhi joined the fray, arguing that allowing these brutes to govern civil affairs was preposterous. What is a double standard? This is it. The inherent sense of superiority among civil officials is deeply ingrained. Believing governance is the realm of literati, not of those unlettered brutes. All things are inferior, save for the pursuit of knowledge, regardless of merit. The vast majority of civil officials look down upon military generals. This incited ire among Yang Hong, Shi Hong, and others, who similarly held disdain for the civil officials, believing that while they risked their lives on the battlefield, these individuals merely reaped the benefits without any contribution. Silence. Xiao Hengzi interjected sharply, sensing the chaos was unbecoming. Gradually, the court quieted, and Zhu Qiyu asserted firmly, civil officials and military generals must each fulfill their respective roles. Anyone who dares suggest civil officials lead troops shall receive 20 strokes of the cane. Since he had resolved to welcome Zhu Qiyu back, he had grown audacious. Having confronted his fears, he now stood unafraid. Let us deliberate on state affairs, Zhu Qiyu continued. During the new year, what incidents have arisen in various locales that require urgent attention? Speak up. After the morning court session concluded, Li Qing deliberately slowed his pace, and as anticipated, a palace eunuch soon approached to summon him. Master Li, the emperor requests your presence. Very well, lead the way. In the imperial study, Zhu Qiyu sat alone. The Directorate of Ceremonial had already commenced its operations, and Zhu Qiyu had recently grown somewhat annoyed with the cabinet, opting to have them liaise with the Directorate of Ceremonial for his own peace. Since its establishment during the Yongle reign, the cabinet had continued to fulfill a secretarial role. They possessed the authority to draft proposals but lacked decision-making power. Their opinions required the emperor's approval to be executed. Furthermore, the emperor retained the right to reject or amend their proposals. To date, the cabinet had not reached a state of uncontrollability. In fact, compared to the 6 ministries, they fell significantly short. Please take a seat, sir. Zhu Qiyu gestured toward the chair opposite him. Li Qing, unceremonious, pulled out a chair and sat down. Xiao Hengzi promptly brought forth 2 cups of tea, standing silently beside them. Li Qing cast a glance at him. Zhu Qiyu explained. He is now the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, getting straight to the point. What is the emperor's summons regarding? Wang Ji is returning. Zhu Qiyu felt a tinge of melancholy as the soldiers who had marched to Luchuan returned. This is indeed a fortuitous event, Li Qing remarked with a smile. The Battle of Luchuan has concluded splendidly, ushering in a prolonged period of tranquility that will benefit maritime trade, both for the court and the common folk. I am aware. Zhu Qiyu pondered aloud. What troubles me are the generals, such as Wang Ji, who are loyal to the retired emperor. In due time, we shall welcome him back. You understand my concerns, do you not? Li Qing nodded. Your Majesty is overthinking. They are not only subjects of the retired emperor, but also loyal servants of the Ming dynasty and your subjects as well. The soldiers have achieved victory. It is an opportune moment to consolidate their loyalty. Acknowledging their contributions will surely bring joy to all. After a brief pause, he added, as for the retired emperor, I shall go to greet him. Zhu Qiyu offered a wry smile. You still do not grasp my meaning, dear sir. My fear lies in the possibility that upon the retired emperor's return, they may conspire in secret and sway his opinions. I understand your concern, Li Qing replied. But the retired emperor is not yet back. Let us first resolve the immediate matters at hand. We must not dishearten the soldiers. Zhu Qiyu, recalling the vast sums of silver involved, felt a pang of regret. Dear sir, a crisis does not arise in a day. The issue of overissuing banknotes will take time to rectify, perhaps 5 years, or even 10 or 20. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. We shall repay it in due course. And it shall not take as long as you fear. Zhu Qiyu felt somewhat exasperated. Must it fall solely upon me to bear this burden? Alas, dear sir, you seem quite averse to allowing Yu Qian to wield military power. Zhu Qiyu sighed deeply, adding, Are you not quite close to him? My objections are not directed at Yu Qian himself. Rather, this has nothing to do with him personally, Li Qing asserted seriously. Civil officials commanding the military would lead to a significant decline in combat effectiveness. Seeing Zhu Qiyu remain unconvinced, Li Qing continued. Do you understand why the founding emperors suppressed the civil service with military authority? Is it because civilian officials are more corrupt than military leaders? Yes, but that is not entirely accurate. Li Qing sighed. The primary reason is to prevent the Ming from following in the footsteps of the Song dynasty. Zhu Qiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Li Qing elaborated, corruption is but one aspect. In truth, military leaders can also engage in malfeasance, a fact known to all. The crux of the matter lies in the nature of their responsibilities. Take the recent defense of the capital as an example. If the commanders of the 9 gates were all civilian officials, could they withstand a fierce battle against the Tatars? These individuals live in comfort, having never even slaughtered a chicken. Could they endure the chaos of a battlefield where thousands clash? Li Qing chuckled. Even if they are not paralyzed with fear, they would surely lose their composure. Pausing briefly, he continued, the duty of a military leader is to protect the homeland. Abandoning the city and relinquishing territory is a capital offense. This conviction runs deep in their bones. Thus, when faced with a formidable foe, regardless of their personal virtues, military leaders will fight to the death. However, for civilian officials, Li Qing said, his throat parched, he took a sip of tea before continuing. I do not mean to disparage them. There are indeed some good officials among them. Yet the crux of the issue is that military leaders have no avenue of retreat, while civilian officials do. To abandon the city and surrender land is a death sentence for military leaders, but not so for civilians. In the face of life and death dilemmas, how would civilian officials, who also bear military responsibilities, choose? Li Qing stated, Your Majesty, do not suggest imposing restrictions on civilian officials. Such measures would be impractical and short-lived. I understand, Zhu Qiyu replied, a weary smile crossing his face. The more I comprehend, the more arduous the burden of being an emperor feels. He felt a twinge of frustration. How wonderful it would be if the Emperor Taishang did not lead the expedition. Li Qing also fell silent, reflecting that if Zhu Yunjian did not personally engage in battle, there would not be so many absurdities. However, discussing this now was futile. By the way, Your Majesty, you haven't executed Tu Bo Luo, have you? No. Did you not say he still has value? Zhu Qiyu shook his head. He is still locked away in Zhao prison. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Hengzi. Is he still alive? Yes, Your Majesty, he is alive, Xiao Hengzi replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Qing felt considerably relieved. Leave the task of welcoming back the Emperor Taishang to me. Zhu Qiyu frowned slightly. Sir? Not only is this a perilous undertaking, but it is also thankless labor. It would be best if you refrained from going. Li Qing felt warmth in his heart. You truly care for others. I must go, and it must be I who goes, Li Qing asserted. As the ministers view me as a thorn in their side, and would naturally recommend me vigorously, I shall not permit it, Zhu Qiyu declared firmly. The Empress Dowager will insist that I go. Zhu Qiyu stated resolutely. I shall contest her on this matter. Li Qing chuckled. I wish to go as well. Zhu Qiyu paused, puzzled. Why? What do you seek? For everything to go smoothly. Li Qing replied. Haha, Your Majesty, do you trust me? Zhu Qiyu responded with amusement. If I did not trust you, I would not have agreed to so many of your proposals. Nor would I have suppressed Yu Qian's promotion. Li Qing spoke earnestly. Then allow me to go. You trust me, and I shall not fail you. Zhu Qiyu gazed steadily at him, slowly smiled, and softly said, I trust you. Indeed. Li Qing smiled in return. Although the situation was challenging, it was not without solutions. As long as Zhu Qiyu remained steadfast, he could resolve it. Chapter 5. A different price. Having finalized the plan to welcome Zhu Yunjian, Li Qing meticulously elaborated on the three great camps. In summary, the three great camps must not be reorganized, not to mention the 10th Regiment. Even the 5th Regiment would not suffice. Zhu Qiyu was not firmly convinced about establishing the 10th Regiment. His primary concern was the adverse situation that might arise upon the return of Wang Ji and his faction. How will Wang Ji and his group be arranged? Zhu Qiyu inquired with a furrowed brow. Li Qing replied, This is quite simple. Rewards should be granted based on merit. Noticing Zhu Qiyu's worried expression, Li Qing smiled. In the past, during the Taizong's Jingnan campaign, the former ministers of Jiangwen shamelessly continued to serve the Ming dynasty. What does the emperor have to fear now? Taizong was involved in a struggle for the throne, whereas Your Majesty, you are ascending to the throne. These are fundamentally different circumstances, and besides, it was the court ministers who supported your ascension. Wang Ji and his followers should have no disloyalty, nor any reason to harbor such sentiments. Zhu Qiyu sighed. I hope it is as you say. After a brief pause, he added, Yu Qian has made tremendous contributions. Should we not confer a title upon him? Li Qing smiled. It is entirely up to Your Majesty to decide. In truth, he did not particularly wish for Yu Qian to be granted a title. Having one Wang Ji was already sufficient, and adding another Yu Qian would undoubtedly send a signal to the civil officials. It would suggest that civil officials could also achieve military merits and be ennobled. With such a signal, they would be even more eager to lead troops. Ultimately, this could prove detrimental. However, given Yu Qian's accomplishments, conferring a title upon him is hardly unreasonable, and Li Qing had no grounds to oppose it. Subsequently, the sovereign and his minister discussed the issue of banknotes. And after determining the exchange timeline, Li Qing took his leave. As soon as Li Qing arrived at his doorstep, he was startled by the frantic braying of a donkey, which seemed to express both fear and an alarm. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be a thief? In broad daylight, no less. Right beneath the emperor's nose. Who would dare to steal from a humble abode such as his? He hastily retrieved his keys to unlock the door and pushed it open. With a loud crash, the door swung wide, startling those in the courtyard. Li Qing gasped in astonishment. You? How did you get in here? I am Zhener, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she curtsied. I am the maidservant of Lord Li. Li Qing scrutinized her, noting the large patches of dust on her dress, and remarked, Did you climb over the courtyard wall? Yes, she replied shyly. But why would you do such a thing in broad daylight? Li Qing was puzzled, adding, And what else with the veil covering your face? This is a long story. My lord, please, be patient. I shall explain, Zhener said, her cheeks still tinged with red. Li Qing was not in a hurry. What could a young girl possibly do? It's cold outside. Let us speak indoors. In truth, it was also chilly inside, as he had not yet developed the habit of using a charcoal brazier, and the weather remained quite frigid before the arrival of spring. It is the Empress Dowager who sent me, Zhener began as she took a seat, her voice filled with urgency. She wishes to seek your assistance on behalf of the Crown Prince. Take your time, no need to rush, Li Qing said, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to her before serving himself. You need not refer to yourself as a maidservant. I am not your master. Ah, yes, Zhener replied, cradling the tea to warm her hands. The Empress Dowager fears for the Crown Prince's safety and hopes you might provide some protection. As she spoke, she set down her cup and produced a stack of banknotes, presenting them to him. This is the Dowager's token of appreciation. Li Qing accepted the notes and counted them, 5,000 taels. Quite a considerable sum. He tucked the money into his pocket and nodded. Return to the Empress Dowager and inform her that I will offer my protection. Is there anything else? You are rather dismissive. Does 5,000 taels merely buy you a word? Zhener dared not voice her thoughts, instead offering a forced smile. Are you confident in this matter, my lord? Li Qing furrowed his brow and returned the banknotes to her. If you doubt my intentions, then take it back. Zhener was too apprehensive to accept, shaking her head vigorously. No, I harbor no doubts about your intentions. Then what do you mean? Li Qing's expression darkened. Zhener quickly apologized and proceeded to offer flattering words.